The first sword after success is to cut off the beloved. Jiang Feng had seen this phrase countless times online and even witnessed it happen in real life, but he never imagined it would happen to him. Sitting across from him was a woman in a white dress, her jet black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate face bore light makeup, giving her an air of purity tinged with maturity. Her name was Liu Yutong, a beautiful name. They had been in love for 5 years, and Jiang Feng had once adored her so deeply that he followed her to her hometown. But he never expected their once passionate love to be so fragile. Between them on the table lay a job assignment notice reporting to the county party committee office. Jiang Feng, I don't know how to say this in a way that'll make it easier for you. Our relationship has been good, but I have to consider reality. You're just a rural police officer, and your family isn't from Harino connections. This is as far as you'll go in life. I know. Last year, when we both took the civil service exam, you passed first, but you never looked down on me. You even supported me financially. I know you've been good to me, but you're too honest. All you do after work is cook for me. You lack ambition. The world isn't as simple as you think. Why do you think you were sent to a rural police station in the first place? If you were stationed in a county town, I might have accepted it. But this is the countryside. I want to marry someone with financial security and connections. Even if we forced ourselves to marry now, we'd just end up divorced or cheating later. I'm sorry. Jiang Feng's eyes were eerily calm as he stared at this woman who was both familiar and now a stranger. They had been lovers. After graduating, Jiang Feng followed her to her hometown. Last year, he passed the civil service exam and secured a stable job. But Liu Yutong failed. After Jiang Feng started working, he continued supporting her financially so she could retake the exam. They had even met each other's families and were planning their engagement until 2 days ago when she passed the exam and was assigned to the county party committee office. And today, she broke up with him. How laughable. Just 3 days after her success. The county party committee office was close to leadership, a fast track to promotions. If she caught a leader's eye and became his secretary, her future would be limitless. As for Jiang Feng, he was too straightforward, offended his superiors, and got exiled to a rural police station. In his past life, after Liu Yutong dumped him, Jiang Feng spent months drowning in sorrow, neglecting his work, drinking himself into stupors, his mental state deteriorating until a mistake at work earned him a disciplinary record. He remained a lowly officer until his rebirth. Meanwhile, Liu Yutong married the son of a county political consultative committee member. She didn't exactly rise to the top, but she became a woman of power and influence in the county. Isn't this a bit too rushed? Jiang Feng finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse, but carrying a magnetic undertone. Liu Yutong had once said she loved his voice, but this time, she didn't hesitate. Dragging it out is pointless. We shouldn't torture each other. I admit in being practical, even selfish. But this is for your own good. A clean break now is better than prolonged pain. Find a better girl and live a good life. Jiang Feng exhaled deeply. Fine. I agree. Jiang Feng, there's no future for us. Begging won't change. Wait, what did you say? Liu Yutong froze mid-sentence, realizing what had just said. Before coming here, she had rehearsed how to soften the blow. She expected him to beg, to cling, to lash out, even to cry. But she never imagined he'd agree, so casually as if he were the one dumping her. I said I agree. Jiang Feng repeated, without a hint of hesitation. He stood up and walked out. Jiang Feng, you. Liu Yutong shot to her feet. Jiang Feng turned back, feigning concern. You're not having second thoughts, are you? We already agreed. You. Liu Yutong fumed, then waved him off. Whatever. Good luck. Jiang Feng visibly relaxed and strode out of the restaurant, heading home. Though he wasn't from this town, he had bought an apartment here, planning to marry Liu Yutong. But now, back home, he stared at his reflection in the mirror, youthful, slightly boyish features. In another era, had been prime eye candy. No beer belly, not quite 8-pack abs, but a solid 6-pack. A man like him could have been a top-tier host at a high-end club. Jiang Feng, you've been given a second chance. This time, live boldly. Climb those peaks and see the view from the top. Make this rebirth count. He swore to himself silently. Chi Tong Wei had changed his fate with a dramatic kneel on the school track, defying the heavens. In Jiang Feng's past life, he too had such an opportunity. Tang Lingruo from the procuratorate, whose uncle was the chief prosecutor. They'd been classmates, and Tang Lingruo had always had a soft spot for him. But back then, Jiang Feng only had eyes for Liu Yutong. When he offended someone in the county and got exiled to the countryside, Tang Lingruo even called to ask if he needed help, but he refused. Now though, Jiang Feng toyed with his phone, wondering if he should call Tang Lingruo for a meal to rekindle old ties. Liu Yutong was ruthless, But she wasn't wrong about one thing. Without connections, exiled to the countryside, he'd likely rot there forever. Just as he hesitated, his phone rang. It was Chief Dong Chong from the police station. Jiang Feng, you're off duty in the county today, right? The county bureau just issued orders we're investigating the 415 case at Spring Garden Estates. We're heading there now. Meet us at the entrance. The 415 case, Jiang Feng knew it well. It happened on April 15th last year. The complainants were an elderly couple. While working their riverside field in spring, they spotted a suitcase by the bank. When they opened it, they found a corpse inside. Terrified, they called the police immediately. Chapter 2. The 415 case. In truth, the majority of homicide cases are rather straightforward to resolve, typically stemming from motives such as romantic entanglements, vendettas, or crimes of passion. A mere examination of social connections suffices. There are not as many enigmatic cases or high-tech crimes as depicted in television dramas. However, the challenge in this particular case lay in the inability to ascertain the identity of the deceased. Without knowledge of the victim's identity, it was impossible to analyze social connections or discern potential motives for the murder. Xia County, situated in the northeast, experiences frigid winters. The body was discovered during the winter, having been concealed in a suitcase by the perpetrator, who subsequently discarded it in the mountains. As spring arrived, the suitcase was carried downstream, ultimately leading to its discovery. The body had decayed to such an extent that the original features were unrecognizable. Consequently, the county bureau initiated an investigation into missing persons, but no matches were found within the county. The search was then expanded to include missing individuals from the entire city and eventually the province. Yet the results yielded no leads. The bureau enlisted the expertise of a forensic artist to reconstruct the woman's likeness and commenced a county-wide investigation, offering rewards for information regarding her identity. However, the cost of printing flyers alone exceeded several $100,000, yet no information surfaced. This case had been lingering in the county for over a year, enduring various investigative efforts, yet no progress had been made. The authorities were growing increasingly anxious. Internally, a directive was issued promising a third-class merit to anyone who could provide a lead in solving the case, with eligible officers being directly promoted to deputy director. Externally, the reward for information regarding the woman's identity escalated from 10,000 to 30,000, then from 30 to 80,000. And ultimately reaching 300,000 yuan. The reward was substantial, yet solving a case often requires not only capability but also courage. Mere monetary incentive does not guarantee the emergence of a brave soul to crack the case. As days passed, the county bureau's frustration mounted. Yet they were at a loss for solutions. After concluding a phone call, Jiang Feng felt a surge of excitement. He understood the nuances of this case, even if others did not. Ordinarily, this round of investigation would yield no results, as had been the case for the past year. Eventually, through advancements in technology, a suspect was identified, who upon arrest, revealed that the crime scene was indeed the Spring Garden. However, it had been overlooked during the initial investigations. This oversight was not unusual. Spring Garden is the largest residential complex in the county, divided into 4 sections, each containing over 20 buildings, with 5 to 6 units per building, housing thousands of residents. Moreover, being an older complex, many units were rented out, and some residents were unreachable. Given the passage of time, it was likely that tenants had changed, and the suspect had long since vanished, making the oversight understandable. Discovering the suspect would now require a stroke of luck. Jiang Feng resolved to create that luck himself, if he could uncover the lead. He would not only be in line for a promotion, but could also secure a third-class merit, potentially allowing him to return to the county. In the countryside and county towns, the issue is not one of harsh conditions, but rather the significant distance from leadership. There are hardly any substantial cases. The majority of matters in the countryside are trivial and inconsequential. Achieving remarkable results here is nearly impossible due to the lack of a conducive environment. Furthermore, even if one manages to accomplish something noteworthy, it goes unnoticed by the leaders. Otherwise, why did Liu Yutong end her relationship upon being assigned to the county party committee office? It was simply because that office was in close proximity to the leaders, allowing for quicker promotions. Jiang Feng hung up the phone, donned his police uniform, and grabbed his notebook. Noticing the time, he promptly hailed a taxi to the Spring Garden community. Upon arriving at the community entrance, he found that some officers from the county police station had already begun their operations. Not recognizing anyone, he waited outside. Shortly thereafter, an old Santana pulled up, and Director Dong Chong emerged with Wang Gang and Lu Ming. The Shaodian Township Police Station had a total of 6 full-time officers, now, including Jiang Feng, were present, leaving 1 deputy officer and a household registration officer on duty at the station. Jiang Feng has arrived. I will assign the tasks now, announced Director Dong. According to the requirements of the Special Investigation Team, we are responsible for buildings 1 through 10, a total of 10 buildings. Jiang Feng's heart stirred. If memory served him correctly, the suspect had committed the crime at Building 18. He recalled that after solving the case in his previous life, the police station responsible for that area regretted their lack of thoroughness, realizing that the credit should have been theirs. However, there was no room for speculation. This credit was destined to be his. I will reiterate the search criteria. The suspect is a female, approximately 40 to 50 years old, has children, stands about 1.65 meters tall, and is likely bound with electrical wires that contain paint. Her profession is presumably related to construction sites. After briefing the situation, Dong Chong signaled for everyone to commence their search. Bang, bang, bang. Ma'am, this is the police station. Have you always lived here? How many people reside in your household? Has this house been rented out previously? Thank you for your cooperation. In the sweltering heat of summer, less than an hour into the investigation, Jiang Feng was drenched in sweat, his back thoroughly soaked, and his voice grew hoarse from constant questioning. He bought a few bottles of water from a nearby shop and waited downstairs, spotting Director Dong Chang as he exited. Director, please have some water and take a break. It's unbearably hot today. Jiang Feng offered the water and a cigarette, lighting it for him with a snap. Dong Chang glanced at Jiang Feng, somewhat puzzled. Although Jiang Feng had been at the station for almost half a year and was diligent in his work, he was known for his straightforwardness, lacking the finesse expected in navigating social nuances. It was unusual for him to display such consideration today. Unbeknownst to Dong Chang, Jiang Feng had transformed from his previous self. To advance in his career, he realized the necessity of understanding interpersonal dynamics. Moreover, since Dong Chang was his direct superior, maintaining a good relationship was crucial. While he might find it difficult to lend assistance, he could easily create obstacles. Thank you, Xiao Jiang, Dong Chang said, taking a drag from his cigarette. Director Dong. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly. I have been here for quite some time, and you have always looked after me. I was hoping to invite you to a meal to express my gratitude. The old Jiang Feng would never have uttered such words. He often felt that expressing gratitude in this manner could be seen as sycophantic, and he was too shy to say it. However, his perspective had shifted. Who could deny that leaders offer their guidance? Dong Chang was genuinely taken aback. He patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and remarked, "You have commendable abilities. If the opportunity arises, you should return to the county seat. Remaining in our countryside may hinder your potential." Such heartfelt words are seldom expressed by others. Yet they serve to cultivate loyalty. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng would not accept this suggestion, even though he was eager to return to the county. He would not betray his intentions before leaving. Director Dong, I still wish to learn from you diligently. Chapter 3. The proper way to progress. Jiang Feng discarded his cigarette, without waiting for Dong Chang to finish, returned to his duties. One should never linger for a leader. What if they wish to take a break after their smoke? It is essential to afford leaders ample space. Jiang Feng continued his meticulous investigation, but the task was far from easy. In the past, foot patrols and community engagement were the police's greatest assets, especially in an era devoid of surveillance and advanced technology. To solve a case, one had to rely on thorough canvassing. However, as we entered the new millennium, the rapid pace of urbanization rendered these once reliable methods less effective. Skyscrapers and cold steel structures created a chasm between individuals, while the prevalence of scams heightened public vigilance. Many households, particularly those with only children, refused to open their doors. Even some elderly residents were hesitant. Young people were often away at work during the day, complicating the investigation further. After an entire afternoon of visits, many doors remained unanswered. During dinner, Dong Chang and Jiang Feng, along with 2 other colleagues, casually dined at a modest roadside eatery, spending a mere 15 yuan per person. After their meal, they aimed to catch the returning young workers and continue their investigations, revisiting those they had missed during the day. While dining, the other colleagues expressed their grievances, lamenting the exhausting nature of the investigation work, especially in the sweltering summer heat. However, Jiang Feng refrained from joining in the complaints. Such sentiments were unwelcome in the ears of leadership, even if the leaders shared the same thoughts privately. After a hasty meal, the evening investigation resumed, which was akin to overtime, granting them flexibility in their hours. Each member was responsible for their designated area, and Jiang Feng conducted his inquiries with meticulous attention, documenting his findings in great detail. Although it is known that the suspect resides in Building 18, which is outside the area I am investigating, I must still carry out my work meticulously to avoid any suspicion should I uncover something. Units 101 and 102 are occupied by tenants, each consisting of a family of 3, and neither has recently sublet. Unit 201 belongs to the homeowner, who has not rented out the property recently. The family consists of 4 members, with 2 children, both employed locally at the fertilizer plant. Unit 202 is inhabited by a single person, whose son and daughter-in-law reside in the city. As Jiang Feng diligently conducted the investigation, meticulously recording his notes, time slipped away unnoticed. By the time it was past 8 in the evening, Dong Chang called to gather Jiang Feng and his colleagues downstairs to summarize the day's findings. Director Dong, I haven't completed my investigation yet. I'm only halfway through buildings 1 and 2, Jiang Feng reported. Well, everyone has worked hard today. It's best to head home and rest, Dong Chang said, glancing at Jiang Feng and his 2 companions. Director, it's still early. I would like to investigate a few more units. Jiang Feng hesitated before responding. The 2 colleagues beside him shot him disapproving looks, and Jiang Feng could sense their dissatisfaction. They seemed to convey that while they were not working, they also did not wish for anyone else to continue, suggesting that everyone should rest together. Unfazed, Jiang Feng explained. Director, my family lives in the county, and as a young man who is not married and has no pressing matters at home, I find it hard to sleep alone in the heat of summer. As he spoke, he scratched his head and offered an awkward yet sincere smile, instantly alleviating the pressure he felt. The 2 colleagues who had previously been displeased began to laugh. Young Jiang, indeed, you have no burdens like us. We have families and a multitude of responsibilities, Wang Gang chuckled. Yes, being young certainly has its advantages, Lu Ming agreed. Both of them seasoned employees who had been working for 4 or 5 years and were now married with families. Dong Chang observed Jiang Feng, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his face. He wondered if Jiang Feng's explanation was a mere coincidence or a deliberate attempt at candor. But he found the young man intriguing. Typically, newcomers exhibit a commendable eagerness to excel, yet many often overexert themselves, inadvertently offending the more experienced staff and creating tension. However, Jiang Feng's succinct explanation displayed both ambition and respect, making the 2 seasoned employees feel at ease and willing to engage in lighthearted banter. All right, you may continue your efforts, but be mindful of the time. Do not disturb the residents. Exercise discretion, Dong Chang advised before departing with the others. As Jiang Feng watched them leave, he felt invigorated. Continuing his investigation in the 2 buildings was no longer feasible, so he strolled over to the base of Building 18. It was summer, and while some had retired for the night, many others remained outside, enjoying the cool evening air. Jiang Feng retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to several individuals before inquiring about the situation. He specifically targeted the less frequented households, as in his previous life. The police responsible for investigating this building had overlooked them. It was inconceivable that they could be so careless as to miss residents present at home. Clearly, it was either that no one answered the door or that the occupants were away during the day. Good sir, do you know if there are any rental units in our building? There are quite a few. Unit 204 has a family with children attending school, and Unit 301 is occupied by a couple, came the response. In truth, such investigations often yield unsatisfactory results when conducted through direct visits, as many individuals tend to adopt an indifferent attitude towards matters that do not concern them. However, conversing casually during moments of respite often proves to be far more effective. As Jiang Feng chatted with a few residents, he pieced together information that helped him narrow down his targets. One was Unit 402 in Block 1, and another was Unit 101 in Block 3. Both had been rented out the previous year. Additionally, there was Unit 202 in Block 5, which had previously been rented by the tenant's brother. Jiang Feng first approached Unit 402 in Block 1. After some conversation, he realized it was not the right household. Although the unit had been rented by a couple, they had vacated today, both having gone off to work. However, he could still contact them, as they had been seen together as recently as March. Next, he moved on to Unit 101 in Block 3, but found it unoccupied. This left only Unit 202 in Block 5. Upon knocking, he was greeted by a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 50s, who was preparing to rest. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, she blocked the doorway, questioning him about his purpose, clearly unwilling to let him in. Madam, I am the local police officer assigned to this area, conducting visits, Jiang Feng cheerfully presented his badge, hoping to establish a sense of familiarity. As anticipated, the middle-aged woman stepped aside, inviting him into her home. "Who is it?" A middle-aged man's voice called out from within, indicating the presence of another occupant. Once seated, Jiang Feng engaged in casual conversation about the household, inquiring about its members and their occupations. After a while, he shifted the topic, asking, "Have you always lived here, or has anyone else occupied or rented this place?" "We have always lived here," replied Liu Feng, the woman, without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng understood why the investigators in his previous life had overlooked this household. Based on the evidence of a body discovered in a suitcase, which included a woman's corpse bound with electrical wires, alongside traces of construction putty and jewelry found on the body, the preliminary conclusion indicated a crime of passion. Such acts typically lack premeditation, and to avoid detection while disposing of a body necessitates both time and space. After an extended period without uncovering the identity of the victim, it is highly plausible that it involves a couple, wherein the husband may have murdered his wife and subsequently fabricated a story about working elsewhere. In the event of the wife's demise, the initial suspicion would naturally fall upon the husband, and conversely, should the husband perish, the wife would be the prime suspect. This reflects the logical reasoning typical in criminal investigations. Of course, this is not the sole interpretation, but it carries significant likelihood. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to have expended such time and effort without locating the body. Thus, the criteria for investigation primarily focus on solitary men engaged in the renovation industry, whose wives are away working. Alternatively, there could be instances where the property was previously rented out, with the male partner working in renovations. However, in Liu Feng's case, such conditions do not apply. The house has never been rented out, and both partners are present. Normally, the investigation would conclude here, potentially overlooking critical details. Yet, Jiang Feng was well prepared. Leaning back slightly, he fixed his gaze intently on Liu Feng. "I have heard that this house was previously occupied by your brother?" Liu Feng's expression darkened somewhat. Yet, under Jiang Feng's piercing gaze, she felt compelled to answer truthfully. "Yes, he stayed here for 2 months, not long at all. Then he went out to work, and we moved in." "What's wrong? Is it not my right to let my brother stay for a few days?" "Your brother stayed here. Was it just him? Or was it with a family?" "Just him." "Are you sure? What about his partner?" "They lived together for a while before he went out to work." "How old is your brother? And what about his partner?" "My brother is 48. And his partner is about the same age." "What does your brother do?" "He works in renovations, doing interior work. He's a skilled laborer." "What of his partner?" "Is she from our county?" "Not at all. She's from elsewhere, though I am not certain where exactly, perhaps from the south." Since Liu Feng had begun speaking, she felt no urge to stop. Jiang Feng, growing increasingly animated, realized that these conditions aligned remarkably well. If someone else were to hear Liu Feng's account, there might be some lingering doubts. However, Jiang Feng was acutely aware that he had identified the family he was seeking. "After your brother left, have you maintained contact? Did he go to work out of town with his girlfriend?" Jiang Feng probed further. "They did contact once. I believe the girlfriend returned to her hometown. Who knows? They weren't married, just living together, so parting ways is quite normal," Liu Feng remarked casually. With this information, Jiang Feng ceased further inquiries, rising with a composed smile, reminding them to reach out to him at the precinct should any issues arise. However, as he departed, he discreetly tucked a long strand of hair he found on the sofa into his notebook, while Liu Feng was momentarily distracted. Liu Feng and her husband escorted Jiang Feng to the door, and once they stepped out of the hallway, Jiang Feng immediately called Dong Chang. At that moment, Dong Chang had just returned home and was somewhat perplexed upon receiving Jiang Feng's call. "Dong, it is as follows. I had nearly completed my preliminary investigations and was about to leave. As I reached the foot of Building 18, I noticed some individuals seeking respite from the heat and casually engaged in conversation. To my surprise, I uncovered a family whose circumstances closely matched the criteria. Upon further inquiry, I made significant discoveries." Although Jiang Feng was quite exhilarated, he reported the findings with remarkable clarity and logical structure, analyzing each point meticulously. "Are you certain that you did not alert them?" "Absolutely certain," he affirmed. "Good. Then you should return home to rest. Tomorrow morning, we will consult with Captain Wang at the Criminal Investigation Unit to determine our next steps," Dong Chang stated. Throughout the day of investigations, there were indeed several cases that met the criteria. It was impossible to publicize every potential lead without further vetting. While Jiang Feng was confident that this particular household was pivotal, he refrained from making any absolute declarations at that moment. He managed to suppress his excitement, agreed to the plan, and returned home to rest. The following morning, Dong Chong was still quite invested in the matter. When Jiang Feng arrived at the office building, Dong Chong was already waiting at the entrance. "Follow me," Dong Chong instructed, leading Jiang Feng up to the third floor, the office area of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Though the Criminal Investigation Unit and the local police station were of equal rank, with the team leader at the same level as Dong Chong. The former dealt with major cases and was in closer proximity to the higher-ups, making the team leader considerably more assertive. He merely nodded at Dong Chong, not allowing Jiang Feng a seat before insisting he report. Jiang Feng bore no discontent, recounting the details thoroughly and presenting his work notebook to Captain Wang Zhen. Initially, Captain Wang appeared unresponsive, dismissing Dong Chong's concerns as mere exaggeration, believing that they would handle the screening centrally, as the local station had not dealt with such cases before. "Do you really think your preliminary investigations are infallible?" However, as Jiang Feng continued his report, Captain Wang's expression grew increasingly grave. Once Jiang Feng finished, Captain Wang abruptly stood, almost snatching Jiang Feng's notebook to scrutinize it closely, his eyes lighting up with fervor. Chapter 5. Comparison. After reviewing Jiang Feng's notes, Captain Wang slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Arrest them. We must bring them in for questioning immediately." The 415 case had lingered for over a year without resolution, and under the pressure to solve homicides, he, as the leader of the Criminal Investigation Unit, faced the most direct scrutiny. Should the case remain unsolved, there was a possibility that leadership might consider personnel changes. Now that a lead had emerged, while he could not claim absolute certainty of resolution, the chances were significantly promising. How could he not feel exhilarated? "Come on, both of you. Join us for the arrest and interrogation process," Captain Wang called briskly as he strode out of the office. Jiang Feng understood that this was an opportunity for them to achieve merit. Although he had discovered the clue himself, which no one could erase. Who would not wish for more accolades, especially with the chance to shine before their superiors? However, he stopped Wang Zhen. "Captain Wang," he began, "yesterday, as I was leaving, I discreetly took a strand of hair from their sofa. There are only 2 people in their household, so this long hair must belong to Liu Feng. I heard that the murderer left behind evidence at the scene. If possible, shouldn't we compare this to confirm before apprehending anyone? According to Liu Feng, her brother Liu Jun is working out of town. If we capture Liu Feng here, I fear it might alert Liu Jun. If he flees to another location, it would complicate our efforts to apprehend him." Wang Zhen abruptly halted, turning sharply to face Jiang Feng, who met his gaze without flinching. Suddenly, Wang Zhen burst into laughter. "Well done, young man. You possess considerable acumen and think things through meticulously. Very well, I'll arrange for this to be sent for testing right away." Wang Zhen took the evidence bag Jiang Feng had provided and immediately organized for someone to drive it to the city. As such comparison work could not be conducted at the county level, it all had to go to the city. If the volume were too large, it would even need to be sent to the provincial department for a unified comparison, as the city could not handle it. Once the arrangements were made, all they could do was await the results. At this moment, Wang Zhen invited Jiang Feng and Dong Chong to sit down and poured them tea, engaging them in conversation. "You've got potential, kid. Ever thought about joining our criminal police team?" Wang Zhen's gaze was filled with admiration for Jiang Feng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a surge of excitement. He would certainly welcome the opportunity to join the criminal police, setting aside the prestige associated with being a detective. The chance to achieve results in this field was highly appealing. In television dramas, characters like Director Chi, assigned to rural judicial offices, could still act as lone heroes, pursuing drug traffickers single-handedly. However, that was merely a dramatized portrayal. In reality, rural areas seldom dealt with significant cases, even if an incident occurred within one's jurisdiction. The authority to lead the investigation rested with superiors, leaving little room for local input. Most of the time, rural matters were trivial. Despite his excitement, Jiang Feng maintained his composure. If the director were absent, he would have readily accepted the offer on the spot, but with Dong Chong present, it would be disrespectful to express such intentions in front of his direct superior. With a smile, Jiang Feng replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Captain Wang. The criminal police team, responsible for major cases, has always been my aspiration. However, I have only recently started my career, and our director has been guiding me. I believe it would be prudent to learn from him a bit longer, so I do not risk embarrassing him when I eventually move on." Wang Zhen paused, then smiled even more broadly, his eyes brimming with appreciation. If one could merely solve cases, they might only be a competent professional. But Jiang Feng's articulate and thoughtful response demonstrated far greater depth. This young man had a promising future ahead. Beside him, Dong Chong wore a broad smile. In truth, he was well aware of the aspirations of those from the countryside wishing to venture into the city. He understood that for young people, achieving success in rural areas is a daunting reality, especially when aiming to join a precinct like the criminal investigation team. However, understanding does not preclude feelings of betrayal. If someone were to poach his subordinates, and they were to eagerly acquiesce, it would indeed feel like a treachery. Yet, Jiang Feng's words were astutely crafted. On the surface, they appeared to decline the offer graciously, preserving his dignity while leaving a loophole, avoiding a definitive refusal. Even more remarkable was his final remark, indicating that departing would not bring shame to their captain, which suggested that, even if one were to leave, they still held allegiance to their roots, demonstrating they were not ungrateful. At that moment, Dong Chong received a phone call instructing him to retrieve 2 documents from the office, to which Jiang Feng promptly volunteered to accompany him. The intricate web of operations at the grassroots level is indeed complex, with myriad documents flowing down, ultimately necessitating implementation at the local level. After Jiang Feng exited the office, Wang Zhen regarded Dong Chong's departing figure with a sense of admiration. Recognizing the young man's potential for a promising future, Dong Chong nodded in agreement but expressed some reservations. Recalling that the boy had previously offended someone in the political office, he pondered whether, should he wish to return to the city, this might pose a problem. Wang Zhen waved dismissively, asserting, "I am aware of this matter. It is merely a deputy director from the political office, and it is not of great significance. It is simply a case of youthful impetuosity. Not to mention, whether or not the 415 case is solved, I still have some influence. As a functional unit of the Public Security Bureau, the words of the criminal investigation team leader carry considerable weight." A smile spread across Dong Chong's face. At over 50 years of age, he recognized that his career had reached a certain plateau, yet he remained open to forming amicable connections. Believing in the cyclical nature of fortune, after all, one never knows when the tides might turn. Once Jiang Feng returned with the documents, the conversation shifted back to him. With inquiries regarding his personal circumstances, time passed gradually in their light-hearted exchange. However, Wang Zhen was not idly waiting for the results from the Municipal Bureau's examination. He had efficiently arranged for 2 investigative teams to be on standby in the office and had requested the family background information of Liu Feng. Additionally, he had dispatched personnel to surveil Liu Feng's residence, indicating that they were merely awaiting the results, ready to apprehend Liu Feng and her partner at a moment's notice. Suddenly, the phone rang. Wang Zhen swiftly grabbed the device from the table and activated the speakerphone. "Speak," he commanded. Though it was a single word, Jiang Feng could detect a tremor in the voice on the other end. "Captain Wang, we have a match. The hair samples found at the scene correspond with those we submitted for testing, confirming a familial relationship between the 2. Wang Zhen immediately rose from his chair, flung open the door, and strode out while shouting, "First investigative team, second investigative team, follow me." A flurry of activity erupted in the corridor as numerous individuals rushed to comply. Wang Zhen led the charge downstairs, embodying the discipline of a police force, with no one daring to question their purpose. Chapter 6. Conflict. 3 vehicles arrived directly at the foot of the spring garden, ascended the stairs, knocked on the door, and took away Liu Feng and his spouse, with Jiang Feng closely following throughout. Liu Feng and his partner were still in a state of bewilderment. Without waiting to return to the station, Wang Zhen inquired directly in the vehicle, "Where does your brother Liu Jun work?" Liu Feng had no intention of resisting and promptly divulged the information. What followed was a journey to apprehend individuals in another locality. And Wang Zhen did not abandon Jiang Feng and Dong Chong. The 3 vehicles sped off towards their destination. Upon arrival, they organized the operation to apprehend the suspects. In truth, an ordinary arrest is not as thrilling or suspenseful as depicted in films. The challenge in this homicide case lay in the inability to identify the victim, leaving them without a single lead to pursue. Once a suspect was identified, the act of apprehension became remarkably straightforward. The identification of the suspect occurred in the morning, and by noon, they had captured the individual. The on-site arrest and preliminary interrogation typically yield the most effective results, as the guilty party's defenses often crumble in that moment of unexpected confrontation. Consequently, they collected a straightforward confession at the scene. By 5 in the afternoon, they returned with the suspect from the locality, and the next step involved a more detailed interrogation. Jiang Feng also participated in the questioning, while Wang Zhen and Dong Chong went to report to their superiors. Normally, by the end of the workday, the leaders would have left the office. However, today, they remained, awaiting results. The pressure that the 415 case exerted on the county bureau was palpable. Leaders, Wang Zhen began, this morning, Dong and his team, including Officer Jiang Feng, reported to me that through their investigative efforts yesterday, they obtained a lead. Wang Zhen meticulously recounted the details. When he announced that the comparative results were confirmed without error, there was a palpable surge of excitement. Upon hearing Wang Zhen state that during the on-site interrogation, Liu Jun had unequivocally confessed to his criminal actions, the leaders were even more animated, rising in enthusiasm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Director Wei Jianmin exclaimed thrice. At his level, it was customary to maintain a composed demeanor. Yet, the pressure from the 415 case had become overwhelming. It had now been 1 year and 4 months without resolution. They had distributed hundreds of thousands of flyers in search of the victim's remains, with immense pressure from both the city and provincial authorities. It is imperative that we fortify the evidence chain to leave no room for doubt and promptly inform the victim's family, Wei Jianmin instructed. Understood, Director. Wang Zhen replied with a nod. By the way, Dong Chong, Jiang Feng is one of your officers, correct? Yes, Director, Dong Chong affirmed, recognizing that from this day forth, Jiang Feng had made an impression on the leadership. It was no small feat to be remembered by the director in a county public security bureau, which comprises over 300 to 400 officers, not to mention the auxiliary and civil service personnel. The sheer scale made it nearly impossible for the director to remember everyone. Jiang Feng is commendable. He exhibits great attentiveness. Wei Jianmin made an exaggerated remark, causing Wang Zhen and Dong Chong to exhibit envious expressions. Had they received such commendation from their superiors when they first started working, it would have been etched in their memories, preventing them from arriving at their current stage of life at this age. Meanwhile, as Wang Zhen and Dong Chang were reporting the case to their leader, Jiang Feng was conducting an interrogation, and details regarding the 415 case began circulating within the department. The 415 case attracted considerable attention, even garnering significant public interest. Now that it had been solved, certain particulars started to spread among colleagues. Additionally, the news of Jiang Feng discovering clues in Building 18 reached the ears of many. Everyone was aware of the rewards offered for those who could uncover leads, and many believed Jiang Feng was merely lucky, conversing with an air of envy and jealousy. Among them, Liu Weitao, the deputy chief of the Xiqing police station, listened with a grim expression. According to the designated area for investigation, Building 18 fell under their jurisdiction. Yet today they had not yet conducted their sweep, allowing Jiang Feng, a mere novice officer, to seize the opportunity. Liu Weitao thought that had he followed protocol and conducted his investigation tomorrow, he too could have discovered the clues, thereby earning recognition and advancing his career to chief. However, it was disheartening to be outdone by a rural rookie who had only recently joined the force. Unable to remain in his office, Liu Weitao headed directly to the case handling area at the bureau, making his way to the interrogation room. Who is Jiang Feng? Liu Weitao demanded as he pushed open the door. Chief Liu, several interrogators greeted him, their gazes shifting toward Jiang Feng. I am Jiang Feng replied. Unfamiliar with Liu Weitao, as this was their first meeting, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Step outside, Liu Weitao instructed, opting not to unleash his fury within the interrogation room. Chief Liu, you are looking for me? Jiang Feng asked, regarding Liu Weitao with confusion. The area designated for your investigation was from Building 1 to Building 10. Why did you go to Building 18? That is outside your assigned range. What were you thinking? Were you planning to investigate elsewhere? Liu Weitao pressed. Chief, please allow me to explain, Jiang Feng began, sensing Liu Weitao's intent. Explain what? Do you not respect the organization or its discipline? Is this how your director Dong taught you? After only a few days on the job, you disregard orders. Liu Weitao's voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of those in the corridor. Jiang Feng, realizing the confrontation was unnecessary, felt an urge to stand his ground. In navigating the system, one must sometimes acquiesce. However, with Liu Weitao confronting him directly, he felt it was imperative to assert himself. Chief Liu, can you truly represent the organization? Am I not still an officer under your command, expected to follow your orders? Or do you wish for me to uncover clues and then withhold that information? allowing you to carry out your investigation while the suspect remains at large? His three-pointed questions left Liu Weitao momentarily speechless, backed by reason and resolve. Just wait for me, damn it. A child who hasn't even fully grown up dares to talk back to me. If I can't handle you, I won't bear the surname Liu. Liu Weitao cast a sinister glance at Jiang Feng before turning to leave. Jiang Feng fixed his gaze on Liu Weitao's retreating figure, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He understood that Liu Weitao harbored a grudge against him, yet he felt powerless. With so many witnesses present, allowing Liu Weitao to bully him would invite further harassment from others in the future. One must avoid trouble when there is none, but also stand resolute in the face of it when it arises. There are certain individuals one cannot afford to offend, yet one must not cower. Chapter 7. The true other half. After an entire night of interrogation, the following morning, the statement had been completed, and the details of the incident were now clear and surprisingly straightforward. Liu Jun and the victim were a couple, a marriage of circumstance. And the victim was from out of town, having lost contact with her children long ago. The motive for the crime was equally simple. The couple quarreled over trivial domestic matters that morning, leading Liu Jun to impulsively strangle her. He then concealed her body in a suitcase, took a taxi up the mountain, and disposed of it. This seemingly uncomplicated case had taken so long to solve because the victim had severed ties with her relatives, and after her death, no one realized she was missing. Liu Jun and his sister, Liu Feng, had falsely claimed that the couple had gone to work. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the forensic artist's depiction did not resemble the victim, complicating the search for her remains, which is why the case remained unsolved for so long. With the facts laid bare, it was merely a case of passion-fueled murder. Jiang Feng, having endured a sleepless night, found his eyes bloodshot. When Dong Chang arrived in the morning, he advised Jiang Feng, "You should go home and rest properly. Take the day off. I will inform you of any developments." Jiang Feng nodded, understanding that the case had essentially reached its conclusion. However, it was not yet officially closed. There remained a comprehensive process to follow, including crime scene identification, disposal site examinations, and the collection of various forms of evidence. It could take at least half a month before the case would be sent to the prosecution office. Nevertheless, with the suspect apprehended, the case was effectively solved, allowing for public announcements and promotions. Of course, accolades would follow. The department would not renege on previously promised incentives. Otherwise, who would be willing to respond to future incidents? Being a police officer is inherently perilous, and with modest salaries, a lack of recognition would dissuade anyone from continuing in the profession. After hailing a cab and returning home, Jiang Feng plugged in his phone to charge, only to discover an unread message. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Tang Lingruo. After pondering for a moment, he decided to return the call. "Jiang Feng, you finally answered," came Tang's melodic voice. "What can I do for you, classmate?" Jiang Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow. In school, he had foolishly focused all his attention on Liu Yutong, investing so much only to receive such disappointing results. He had failed to notice the presence of a charming and affluent young woman who harbored feelings for him, even though he had better options. Yet, his heart remained steadfast, clinging to that initial affection. However, Liu Yutong finds herself in a rather unfortunate position, devoid of superior alternatives, having just settled into her new role. She was unceremoniously dismissed by her employer. "I hear that the 415 case has been resolved. Are you aware of this?" Tang Lingruo mysteriously remarked, having overheard her uncle mention it while dining at his home. The judiciary operates as a cohesive unit, and such a significant case undoubtedly reverberates through society, particularly within the prosecutorial circles. "You seem well informed, Tang classmate. I am blissfully unaware of our unit's affairs, yet you seem to know quite well." Jiang Feng playfully teased the young lady, clearly not an oblivious man. Aware that she had called specifically to share this news, he still responded with an awkward bluntness, making it difficult for her to continue the conversation. "Huh. In your rural township, the news from the county must certainly arrive with some delay," he jested. "Actually, I'm not in the countryside. I'm currently in the county seat," she retorted. "In the county? Then shall we share a meal at noon?" Tang Lingruo extended an invitation. Sensing a potential miscommunication, she quickly added, "I mean, I have no ulterior motives. It's just that it's been quite a while since we've seen each other, and it would be nice to catch up and discuss the 415 case." "Absolutely, I'll treat," Jiang Feng readily agreed. "Really? Then I shall see you at noon." After confirming the time and place, Jiang Feng set his alarm and promptly fell into a deep slumber. At 11:30, Jiang Feng awakened. rubbing his eyes and splashing water on his face, immediately feeling invigorated. He couldn't help but marvel at the vitality of youth. After a night of little sleep, a brief nap had rejuvenated him. In his previous life, as age crept upon him, a sleepless night would require days to recover from. Jiang Feng hailed a cab and arrived at the agreed-upon location, where the county boasted a few upscale dining establishments. Yet he had opted for a modest eatery, as per Tang Lingruo's suggestion. Upon his arrival, just as the dishes were being ordered, Tang Lingruo appeared. It was evident that she had changed into a new outfit after work. She donned a pristine white dress paired with burgundy sandals, her delicate feet peeking out, captivatingly alluring, making one tempted to admire them. Her impressive figure could easily evoke envy among many women, and her exquisite features, a petite mouth, a graceful nose, and bright, enchanting eyes, seemed to possess an irresistible charm. No wonder, during their school days, it was said that Tang Lingruo was the belle of the school. Indeed, she embodied both innocence and allure. "Please, take a seat," Tang classmate Jiang Feng beckoned. Upon seeing him, Tang Lingruo's face broke into a radiant smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, capturing his undivided attention. "Jiang Feng," she said as she settled across from him. "How have you been?" "Still the same," he replied. "And what of your girlfriend? When do you plan to marry?" Tang Lingruo inquired with a playful smile. Jiang Feng shook his head. "We broke up." Her voice noticeably lifted, her beautiful eyes widened, a flicker of delight crossing her gaze. "Really? What happened?" Jiang Feng observed Tang Lingruo closely, yearning to say, "If you wish to smile, then do so. There's no need to hold back," as he struggled to contain a smile of his own. "However, I must candidly express that the individual in question has secured a position in the county government office and perceives my role as a rural police officer to lack prospects, resigning me to a life in the countryside, which ultimately led to our separation. This is truly excessive. How could one act in such a manner? You came here for her, and she is certainly not worthy of such devotion." Tang Lingruo, observing Jiang Feng's indignation, remarked passionately, "Never mind, it is of no consequence." "It is better to realize the truth sooner," Jiang Feng replied, dismissively gesturing with his hand. After Tang Lingruo offered a few comforting words, the dishes ordered by the boss arrived. She then inquired, "By the way, what are your plans for the future?" "What to do? I shall focus on my work. Strive for progress, until I encounter my true other half," Jiang Feng stated, gazing at Tang Lingruo. At that moment, a blush crept onto Tang Lingruo's cheeks. She was uncertain whether Jiang Feng was alluding to her, but wondered why he was looking at her while speaking. Chapter 8. Young people should endure more trials. Do you need assistance? My family has elders who might be able to advocate for your transfer back to the county. As achieving success in the countryside is quite challenging, Tang Lingruo pondered aloud. She had previously broached this topic, but Jiang Feng, wholly absorbed in thoughts of Liu Yutong, had been disinclined to accept help, pridefully declining her offer. Now, after some hesitation, Tang Lingruo felt compelled to reiterate her proposal. Jiang Feng regarded her with newfound interest, thinking to himself, indeed, what kind of woman deserves such admiration? A woman who is not only beautiful but also understanding. He was unaware of the full extent of Tang Lingruo's family connections, only knowing that her uncle was the deputy chief prosecutor. The specifics of her familial ties remained a mystery to him. After his breakup with Liu Yutong in his previous life, Jiang Feng had succumbed to apathy, declining Tang Lingruo's invitations until he eventually learned of her employment in the provincial capital and lost all contact. In contrast, those with connections did not disdain him, while Liu Yutong, lacking any, had cast him aside upon securing a slightly better position. Such comparisons were unnecessary. Yet, Jiang Feng shook his head, asserting, "No need. I can return to the county on my own merits." Seeing Jiang Feng's resolute stance, Tang Lingruo felt a surge of urgency, eager to persuade him, but wary of hurting his pride. Carefully, she articulated, "Jiang Feng, I recognize your talent and diligence, and I believe in you. However, sometimes, mere effort is not sufficient. I have gathered leads on the suspects in the 415 case," Jiang Feng interjected, understanding Tang Lingruo's intentions. He could not help but reflect on the disparity between their experiences. She grasped such truths from the outset of her career, while he had endured many years of hardship before achieving similar realizations, lamenting the lost opportunities of his past. "What?" Tang Lingruo was genuinely taken aback. "I mean, I have uncovered leads on the suspects involved in the 415 case and participated in the subsequent apprehension and interrogation efforts. I'm resting at home today because I was engaged in overnight interrogations last night." Our bureau has stated that anyone who solves a case will receive a third-class merit, and those who meet the criteria may be promoted to deputy chief. Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Really? That is wonderful news. While I may not meet the criteria for promotion to deputy director, my personal recognition of third-class merit should pose no issue regarding my return to the county seat. Jiang Feng remarked with a smile. Tang Lingruo nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, You were truly impressive. I can't believe I called you this morning, and you pretended not to know. Were you just waiting to see me make a fool of myself? With a hint of shyness, Tang Lingruo playfully reached out to hit Jiang Feng. Her fair, delicate arms swayed before him, causing a momentary dizziness, followed by her soft, slender hand gently tapping his arm, which felt more like a tickle than anything else. No, Tang. If you wish to feel the muscles on my arm, you need not make excuses, he teased. How rude. I would never, she replied with a laugh. As they conversed, time swiftly passed. When it was time for Tang Lingruo to begin her workday, Jiang Feng stood at the entrance of the restaurant, watching her hail a taxi and depart. He too returned home, yet after this encounter, he found himself lacking the desire to rest, pondering the possibility of returning to the city soon. Meanwhile, the county bureau was preparing to hold a commendation ceremony following the successful resolution of a case, which naturally warranted some publicity. The individuals involved in this achievement would also be recognized. The political office was tasked with drafting a proposal. In this case, Jiang Feng from the Shaodin Township Police Station was acknowledged for his significant contributions. According to prior agreements, he would certainly receive a third-class merit award. But the eligibility for the position of deputy director was questionable. He had only just completed a year of service and had recently attained permanent status. Although the role of deputy director does not necessitate a specific rank, his youth rendered it inappropriate. He was not even a section-level officer, thus failing to meet the necessary criteria. Hu Lijun, the deputy director of the political office, was the first to voice his opposition. Previously, Jiang Feng had offended him, resulting in his reassignment to the countryside. The origin of this conflict was straightforward. Upon his arrival, Jiang Feng expressed dissent regarding his salary determination, believing it should adhere to known regulations, leading to a brief altercation with Hu Lijun. Consequently, during the allocation process, the political office had the final say, which resulted in his reassignment. I believe this is not an insurmountable issue. Our unit is a primary department, typically. The heads of each section should be accompanied by a deputy. However, many section heads are not even section-level officers, and the county lacks sufficient promotion slots. Therefore, we might as well submit the proposal and let the leadership decide, suggested Dang Yu, the inspectorate group head, who spoke with a commanding presence. Effectively the second-in-command within the political office. Hu Lijun's expression darkened at this, but just then, Liu Weiming, the director of the political office, interjected, I think we should reconsider. It is standard protocol to submit the third-class merit award, but it is unprecedented for someone who has only been employed for a little over a year to assume the role of deputy director. Moreover, Jiang Feng merely uncovered leads. He was not solely responsible for solving the case, which are two distinct matters. In my opinion, a commendation would suffice. However, given the magnitude of this case, one must also consider the aspect of publicity. Thus, I propose to award a third-class merit. As for other matters, the youth should indeed undergo further refinement. Hu Lijun's expression immediately changed to one of excitement. Director Liu speaks wisely. I concur. Young individuals must endure more trials. Deng Yu sighed inwardly. With Liu Weiming's endorsement and Hu Lijun's agreement, she felt powerless to advocate for her own position. Yesterday, she had heard that Jiang Feng and Liu Weitao had clashed. Liu Weitao is Liu Weiming's cousin, and it is likely that Liu Weiming holds a grudge against Jiang Feng for this reason. Alas, such is often the case in small counties, where familial ties can inadvertently offend others. Since there are no objections, I shall submit the proposal now. Furthermore, the commendation ceremony will be held in the next few days. I will inform the county's television station to send a reporter, as this case has garnered significant public attention. With its resolution, it presents an excellent opportunity for publicity. Liu Weiming continued to delegate tasks, and after the meeting, he delivered the meticulously prepared proposal to Director Wei Jianmin's office just before the end of the workday. However, Wei Jianmin was already preparing to leave, instructing Liu Weiming to leave it for tomorrow and departing. Chapter 9. The leadership meeting after work. Wei Jianmin went directly to a high-end restaurant in the county, where several individuals were already awaiting his arrival. Among them were Deputy Prosecutor General Tang Wenchen, Vice President of the Court Song Daoin, and the head of the Criminal Trial Division. Director Wei has arrived. Please, take a seat. Song Daobin warmly invited him to sit at the head of the table. Recently, there had been rumors that Wei Jianmin, the director, might be promoted to deputy county head. Although the public security, prosecution, and judiciary are considered one entity, there remain distinct differences among them. The prosecution and the court operate under a purely vertical management system. Of course, certain personnel and financial matters still rely on local governance. In contrast, the police department is entirely dependent on local authorities, with personnel decisions and appointments directly dictated by the county. Once approved in the county's standing committee meeting, they are set. The city bureau also operates under dual leadership. However, the degree of influence is markedly lesser. Simply put, if funds and resources are withheld, the authority of leadership diminishes significantly. Aside from collaboration on specific cases, their interference in other matters is quite limited. This is evident in the name of the people. Where Director Dong Lai, the city bureau aligns with Li Dakong, while Director Qi, despite his title, is often disregarded by Dong Lai. Furthermore, it is common for heads of police departments to hold elevated positions, such as county or district police chiefs being appointed as deputy county heads or deputy district heads, and city police chiefs being elevated to deputy mayors. Shi Tongwei, at the beginning of the drama, aspired to be elevated to deputy provincial governor. Noting that the department heads from neighboring provinces had received similar promotions, yet he ultimately did not succeed. Of course, such matters are not absolute and depend on individual merit. Wei Jianmin is considered a notably shrewd director with a strong possibility of being appointed as deputy county head. Hence, Song Daobin's invitation for Wei Jianmin to take the prominent seat posed no issue whatsoever. After several individuals took their seats, the primary topic of discussion revolved around the 415 case. The suspect had been apprehended, and the focus shifted towards expeditiously concluding the matter. To achieve a definitive resolution, it was imperative for the Public Security Bureau to initiate legal proceedings at the Procuratorate, which would then review the case before it reached the court for trial and judgment. As the three conversed, one of them suddenly mentioned the accolades associated with the case. Director Wei, with your success in cracking this case, provided the publicity is substantial, the societal response will undoubtedly be remarkable. Indeed, Wei Jianmin replied with a smile. I previously remarked that anyone who could uncover the clues would earn a third-class merit and a promotion to deputy station chief. The resolution of the case brought him a sense of relief. I heard that the lead on this case came from a rural police officer named Jiang Feng. Tang Wenshin interjected. Wei Jianmin cast a surprised glance at Tang Wenshin. Is your information network quite extensive? Do you know this young man? Haha, my child at home mentioned him. Jiang Feng is a classmate of my niece, and they share a good rapport. My niece often speaks of him, praising his academic excellence. I even mentioned inviting him over someday to meet the promising youth of our county. Tang Wenshin chuckled. On the surface, his words seemed innocuous, merely explaining his acquaintance with Jiang Feng, yet they hinted at a deeper connection. In the afternoon, his niece, Tang Lingruo, approached him, inquiring about the requirements for a promotion to deputy station chief. What conditions are necessary? Isn't it merely a matter of a recommendation? After some investigation, he discovered that Jiang Feng was indeed a classmate of his niece. Initially, he had not given it much thought, but now it seemed he could only assist to this extent. Beyond that, the nature of their relationship did not warrant further advocacy. Wei Jianmin's expression subtly shifted. He was genuinely surprised that Jiang Feng had such connections, especially with Tang Wenshin, the deputy procurator. Haha, indeed, Jiang Feng played a pivotal role in this case, demonstrating remarkable diligence, a true talent, Wei Jianmin remarked with a smile. The following morning, the team convened for a meeting, primarily to discuss the upcoming summer security operations and crackdowns, which had become routine matters. With summer comes an increase in drinking and disturbances, necessitating heightened attention to public safety. The focus would be on addressing prevalent summer offenses, including public disorder after drinking, brawls, and driving under the influence. Additionally, cases related to gambling and drugs would be rigorously addressed, particularly in areas such as barbecue night markets, entertainment venues, and saunas. A county-wide mobilization of police would ensue, launching a stringent crackdown on various illegal activities and addressing prominent public safety issues. As Wei Jianmin spoke, he glanced towards the 4 police stations in the city. The tasks within the county seat were of utmost importance, necessitating an increase in police visibility on the streets, especially during nighttime patrols. After outlining the assignments, he transitioned to discussing the management of key populations, ultimately addressing the 415 case once more. When discussing the 415 case, Wei Jianmin appeared relaxed. After more than a year of a convoluted process, thanks to the collective efforts of our team, the case has finally been resolved. And now it is time for recognition and reward. The third-class merit award is a given. The political department will report it directly, and once I sign it, it will be submitted for approval by the Municipal Bureau. As for the previously mentioned position of Deputy Director, what is our political office's stance? Liu Weiming cleared his throat and stated, Director Wei, after our political office's evaluation, Jiang Feng has only been on the job for a little over a year. He has just completed his probationary period of 4 months. His time in this role is still brief, and he lacks experience and requires further training. Wei Jianmin glanced at the materials submitted by the political office yesterday. He had not reviewed the proposal they provided before leaving work. Youth may imply a lack of experience, yet it also signifies vigor and initiative. I find Jiang Feng to be a commendable young man. He is diligent and responsible. As for his inexperience, we can have senior colleagues guide him. Moreover, Jiang Feng contributed significantly to the resolution of the 415 case. If we do not reward him as promised, who will be motivated to assist us in the future? Liu Weiming's eyes widened in surprise. After he submitted his report yesterday, Wei Jianmin had not approached him before the meeting today. He assumed Wei had no objections. What did this imply? Even if there were reservations, could they not be postponed for future discussions? This directly undermined his proposal. As Liu Weiming was still processing this, Deputy Director Zhang, with a beaming smile, chimed in. Director Wei is correct. The current trend encourages the promotion of younger cadres. I have reviewed Jiang Feng's credentials. He holds a bachelor's degree and possesses a high level of education. It is only fair to provide young talent with opportunities. Chapter 10, Deputy Director of Xiqing Office. Deputy Director Zhang, responsible for public security matters, spoke with conviction. As for his support for Jiang Feng, he was Dong Chang's former superior. Dong Chang's rise was due to his recommendation, and during their conversation yesterday, Dong Chang had indicated that Jiang Feng was quite impressive. Now that Jiang Feng is seeking advancement, he is naturally inclined to lend his support. Most importantly, since Wei Jianmin has agreed, what objections could others possibly raise? It would be more prudent to go with the flow. I echo Director Wei's sentiments. We must give young individuals the opportunities they need to grow. In our police force, we should be a bit bolder in our personnel decisions. Following this, Director Qian, who oversees criminal matters, spoke up. He continued, yesterday, Captain Wang from the criminal investigation team reported to me that Jiang Feng possesses a meticulous thought process, making him well-suited for investigative work. I suggest he join the criminal investigation team as a deputy captain. Liu Weiming observed this scene with widened eyes. What was happening? It was one thing for Wei Jianmin to advocate for Jiang Feng, but why were directors Zhang and Qian also supporting him? Wasn't he Jiang Feng merely an outsider with no connections? This situation was beginning to make it seem as if Jiang Feng had some significant backing. The vice captain exaggerated somewhat. Let us consider this. The Xiqing police station has been in need of a deputy director for quite some time. The jurisdiction of Xiqing is extensive, with a large population and a fairly complex demographic. I propose that Jiang Feng be appointed as the deputy director there. Both Director Wang Xiangfa and the instructor are seasoned veterans, and it would be fitting to have a young person in their ranks. After Wei Jianmin made this suggestion, he proposed a show of hands for a vote. The leadership team of the Xia County Public Security Bureau consists of only a handful of individuals: the director, the political commissar, 2 deputy directors, the head of the political office, the office director, and the captain of the traffic police brigade, a total of 7. If the political commissar encounters a weaker director, they may still be able to take on some responsibilities, but with a strong director, they essentially serve to assist in the work. Wei Jianmin was the first to raise his hand, followed by the others. And eventually even Liu Weiming had no choice but to raise his hand for unanimous approval. What followed was the formal issuance of documents. However, as soon as the leadership meeting concluded, the news began to spread. At that moment, Jiang Feng was still at the rural police station, assisting an elderly woman in finding her chickens. In the countryside, such trivial matters abound. When Jiang Feng received a call from Dong Chang, asking him to return, he did not inquire further. He handed 20 yuan to the elderly woman, who was rather pitiable. She had only one daughter, who had married far away, and her husband had passed away early. Upon returning to the station, Jiang Feng found Dong Chang cheerfully brewing tea. Seeing Jiang Feng enter, he smiled and beckoned him to sit. Director Dong, you wanted to see me? Jiang Feng inquired. Yes, take a seat. Let us have a chat. Dong Chang replied with a smile. Congratulations, Jiang Feng. Director Dong. What do you mean? Congratulations for what? Jiang Feng's heart began to race at the implication. Could it be that his third-class merit had been awarded? That seemed rather swift. Normally, such matters would first be reported to the municipal bureau, as the county bureau could only approve personal commendations. Or perhaps it was regarding Wang Jun from the criminal investigation team successfully arranging for his transfer back to the county city. That didn't seem likely, as he had been planning to return to the city in the coming days to connect with team leader Wang. We have the youngest deputy director in the history of our county's bureau, a 24-year-old deputy director. Impressive, indeed. Your future is boundless. Dong Chang remarked with a smile. The gap between an ordinary officer and a deputy director is merely a step apart, yet typically, one must endure many years to achieve such a position. It is exceedingly rare for someone to ascend to the role of deputy director just 4 months after formal appointment. Director, are you saying Jiang Feng was left bewildered? Could he truly qualify for the position of deputy director, given his circumstances? The leadership meeting at the county bureau has already approved your appointment. You will be taking up the role of deputy director at the Xiqing station. You can expect an official notification shortly, Dong Chang stated. This is what it means to be well-informed. Even before the formal announcement, the news had already spread swiftly following the conclusion of the leadership meeting. At this moment, Jiang Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. He was returning to the city and stepping into the role of deputy director. In his previous life, he had toiled for 20 years, remaining an ordinary police officer, and yet here he was, ascending to the position of deputy director so effortlessly. Moreover, he was transferred back to the city, appointed as the deputy director of the largest police station, the Xiqing police station. Even someone as seasoned as Jiang Feng, who had weathered numerous storms, could not help but feel a surge of excitement at this moment. A flush of color briefly crossed his face, but he quickly restrained his emotions and inquired, Director Dong, what on earth is happening? I have only just started working here for a short time. How could this be? Dong Chang regarded Jiang Feng with a hint of satisfaction. This young man was commendable. Amid such overwhelming news, he had managed to keep his composure and seek clarification. He replied, it was personally mandated by Director Wei. Director Zhang, my former superior, supports you, and it seems that Captain Wang from the Qin Bureau also spoke on your behalf and is quite pleased. He even suggested promoting you to the vice captain of the criminal investigation team, though that would be rather extravagant and certainly impossible. Ultimately, it was Director Wei's decision for you to go to Xiqing. Thank you, Director Dong. I am certain that Director Zhang's support stems from your influence. I won't say much in gratitude. I will treat you to dinner tonight. After all the time I have spent here, you have taken care of me. Wherever I go from now on, I will be at your service. Do not hesitate to call upon me. Haha, you young rascal, there's no need for you to treat. The station will arrange something. Consider it a farewell celebration for your promotion, Dong Chang chuckled. Director Dong, this has not been formally announced yet. Not to worry. The office will notify soon. It won't be overly publicized. Dong Chang's gaze towards Jiang Feng grew increasingly approving. Such humility and prudence would surely lead him far. Those who become overly complacent would inevitably stumble. In the ensuing time, Jiang Feng returned to pack his belongings while awaiting notification from the county office. At 11:30, just before the end of the workday, Dong Chang informed Jiang Feng that the handover could take place in the afternoon, as the county bureau had already issued the notice. At 1 o'clock, in the meeting room of the Xijian Township Police Station, Dong Chang convened a meeting to convey the county bureau's notice regarding summer security measures. Once he had relayed the information, he turned to Jiang Feng and said, Jiang Feng, please hand over your current duties to Wang Gang. Wang Gang was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden turn of events, while Lu Ming also looked confused. What was going on? Why was Jiang Feng being asked to hand over his work? They both knew that Jiang Feng had made significant contributions in the 415 case and might be returning to the city, and they were both envious. But was it happening so soon? Director Dong, is Jiang Feng really going back to the city? Indeed, he will be the deputy director of the Xiqing police station. So you shall refer to him as Director Jiang from now on, Dong Chang replied with a smile, causing an immediate hush to fall over the meeting room. Wang Gang, Lu Ming, the household registration officer, and several auxiliary police officers all widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Jiang Feng. Director Jiang? Chapter 11. Stepping into office in recognition of Comrade Jiang Feng's outstanding contributions in the 415 case, the County Bureau has decided to promote him, breaking the norm. to the position of Deputy Director of the Xiqing Police Station in Xi County. Furthermore, he will be recommended for a third-class merit award. Dong Chang reiterated this announcement. The individuals in the meeting room gradually regained their composure. Yet they remained incredulous at the notion of Jiang Feng being appointed as the Deputy Director of the Xiqing Police Station. The West City Station is indeed a significant establishment in the county, and the Deputy Director, Jiang Feng, has only been in his position for a mere year. The previous individual who was promoted rapidly took approximately 2.5 years, and that was due to familial connections, complemented by commendable performance. In contrast, Jiang Feng hails from outside the area, devoid of any connections, yet within a year and 4 months, he ascended to the role of Deputy Director. What extraordinary speed this is! Such fortuitous circumstances seem rather excessive. In the conference room, the gazes of those present were filled with envy and jealousy directed at Jiang Feng. Their thoughts drifted back to that evening when they departed, recalling Jiang Feng's innocent smile. As for me, I remain unmarried and restless at home. Damn it. Now we are all unable to sleep. Wang Gang and Lu Ming, both with 3 to 4 years of service, have dreamed of returning to the county but have not received the opportunity. Yet, here's Jiang Feng, a young lad, not only returning but also attaining the position of Deputy Director. All right, let us adjourn the meeting. This evening, we shall dine at the Guabin Hotel in our township to bid farewell to Director Jiang. Please, let us not be late, said Dong Chang with a cheerful demeanor. In official circles, generally speaking, barring exceptional circumstances, everyone prefers to hear pleasant words. Referring to Jiang Feng as director is entirely appropriate. After the meeting, Jiang Feng returned to his office to organize his belongings and hand over the cases to Wang Gang, who seemed distracted throughout the process. Several times he hesitated, wanting to express some congratulatory remarks, yet the words felt lodged in his throat, unable to escape. After concluding the handover, Jiang Feng reminded Wang Gang and Lu Ming not to be late for dinner before exiting the office. Wang Gang and Lu Ming found it difficult to utter the title Director Jiang. During the dinner, everyone tacitly left the seat beside Dong Chang vacant for Jiang Feng. Yet he offered it to the department as household registration officer, an esteemed elder who has dedicated a lifetime to his work, shining and serving diligently. Dong Chang observed this scene with admiration. Respecting such an elder reflects the individual's character, validating the commendations he had previously expressed to Director Jiang. As the dinner progressed, only Dong Chang and Jiang Feng remained, with others departing midway. Typically, such behavior could be seen as disrespectful towards a leader. However, in grassroots settings, these nuances are often overlooked. Director Dong, today the office is treating everyone to dinner. In the future, I would like to invite you out for a meal to express my gratitude for your guidance and support, Jiang Feng remarked, emphasizing the importance of remembering those who have helped him. Dong Chang smiled, interpreting Jiang Feng's words as mere politeness. Nonetheless, such courteous expressions are indeed a form of gratitude, for there are those who cannot even muster a few kind words. At that moment, Jiang Feng continued, please consider which day this Saturday or Sunday works for you. I am aware of your fondness for Liu's barbecue in the county. I shall reserve a private room in advance. On the street, 2 individuals who had not seen each other for a long time exchanged greetings, having not left any contact details, suggesting they should dine together another time, such as the politeness of adulthood. Much like Jiang Feng's earlier remark, it seemed merely formal. Yet he proceeded to arrange what Dong Chang favored to eat and even confirmed specific dates, offering a choice of 2 days based on Dong Chang's availability. This gesture brimmed with sincerity. Dong Chang felt a flicker of emotion and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, let us do this. Please do not finalize the date just yet. I will inquire with Deputy Director Zhang to see when he is available. I shall then invite him along, since he oversees public security. Getting acquainted with him will certainly benefit your future work. This exemplifies the concept of reciprocation. Jiang Feng demonstrated remarkable understanding, prompting Dong Chang to genuinely consider Jiang Feng's interests. In this world, nothing exists without reason. Had Jiang Feng merely offered empty pleasantries, Dong Chang would not have thought to introduce his connections to him. Thank you, Director Dong, Jiang Feng expressed with a visibly moved demeanor. Subsequently, Dong Chang briefed Jiang Feng about the happenings of the day's leadership meeting, revealing who supported him and who opposed him. Liu Weiming from the political department is a cousin of Liu Weitao, the individual with whom you previously had a conflict. The investigation of Building 18 was originally his responsibility. Thank you, Director Dong. I am well aware now. After their meal, the bond between them had certainly strengthened. That evening, Jiang Feng returned to the county town overnight, as he was to report to Xiqing Station early the following morning. Ordinarily, he would expect accompaniment from someone in the political department. However, given their attitude towards him, he anticipated he might have to embark on this new role alone. To his surprise, upon arriving at the political department, Deputy Director Deng Yu received him with great warmth, offering to escort him to his reporting location, to which Jiang Feng readily agreed. As for Liu Weiming and Hu Lijun, Jiang Feng had yet to lay eyes on them, uncertain whether they were deliberately avoiding him or simply indifferent. Director Jiang, a promising young talent, remarked Director Deng. To have achieved the position of Deputy Director at such a young age, your future is undoubtedly bright. You flatter me, Director. I merely consider myself fortunate. Jiang Feng modestly replied. Oh, do not be so humble, Director Jiang, Deng Yu laughed. Their conversation continued until they arrived at Xiqing Station. The station had received prior notice, and both the director and the instructor awaited them at the entrance. The Summer County Public Security Bureau has established 4 police stations within the county, with Xiqing Station being the largest. The combined jurisdiction of the other 3 stations does not significantly exceed that of Xiqing Station, though Jiang Feng was unaware of the specific reasons behind this. The station's overall design featured a blue and white motif, a hallmark of all police stations, consisting of a 3-story building. In the front yard, 3 police vehicles were parked, while the rear housed dormitories. A small single-story structure in front served as the cafeteria. Upon disembarking, Jiang Feng surveyed the edifice before him, a significant milestone in his career, as he was about to assume his new role. This position, which he had aspired to for over a decade in his previous life, marked his inaugural step into the realm of public service, the Deputy Director. Chapter 12. Division of Responsibilities. Director Deng, welcome. It has been quite some time since your last visit. Wang Xiang warmly greeted Deng Yu. Haha, Director Wang, I seldom make appearances, but when I do, it's to bring forth talent, Deng Yu replied, effortlessly introducing Jiang Feng. This is Jiang Feng, a promising young talent from our county bureau, who made notable contributions to Case 415. At this moment, it would be inappropriate to mention anything about being the youngest. Such remarks, while permissible in private, would be deemed disrespectful in formal settings. A promising young talent was indeed a fitting description. Deputy Director Jiang, welcome. On behalf of the Xiqing Station, I extend my gratitude to the County Bureau and to Director Deng for sending us such outstanding talent, Wang Xiang said. Director Wang, I am still quite young and hope to learn from you in the future, Jiang Feng replied. Let us work together, Wang Xiang continued. Deputy Director Jiang, allow me to introduce you to Comrade Zhang Ming, our instructor. Greetings, Instructor Zhang. I look forward to your guidance, Jiang Feng said. Hello, Comrade Jiang Feng, welcome. Zhang Ming responded. After their cordial exchanges, they entered the Xiqing Station, where Jiang Feng had limited time to absorb the internal environment before being ushered into the conference room. At that moment, all officers and auxiliary police of the Xiqing Station awaited him. Upon entering, Jiang Feng spotted Liu Weitao, but maintained his composure as Deng Yu formally announced Jiang Feng's appointment. Following this, they prepared to depart, and Wang Xiang's team escorted Deng Yu out. Only then did everyone return to the conference room. Jiang Feng began with a self-introduction, after which Wang Xiang introduced the officers present. Compared to the small team at the Dianxiang police station, the Xiqing Station boasted a larger contingent, with 20 full-time officers and 26 auxiliary officers, not to mention the station chief, instructor, and 2 deputy directors, totaling 50 personnel, a true embodiment of a large station. With Zhang's arrival, our team is now complete, Wang Xiang stated. Previously, I managed the overall operations. The instructor handled ideological and household registration matters, and Liu was responsible for specific criminal and public security cases. Now that Jiang has joined us, Wang Xiang hesitated, aware that the new deputy director would undoubtedly require a reassignment of responsibilities. It would be impractical to let Jiang Feng remain idle. However, determining which responsibilities Jiang should undertake proved challenging for Wang Xiang. The reason was simple. Jiang Feng was quite young. Although he had excelled in Case 415, many viewed his success as mere luck. His tenure at the station was relatively brief, with many seasoned colleagues possessing significantly more experience. Entrusting a young individual like Jiang Feng with a particular area of responsibility raised concerns for Wang Xiang about potential issues arising. Jiang Feng understood the concerns lingering in Wang Xiangfa's heart, yet at this moment, he remained silent, patiently awaiting Wang Xiangfa's directives. If Wang Xiangfa did not assign him specific tasks, he would take the opportunity to learn and familiarize himself. However, should he receive an assignment, he would not decline. As the deputy director, he was obliged to oversee certain responsibilities. It was inconceivable to assume the role without any oversight. Wang Xiangfa was in a state of hesitation when unexpectedly, Liu Weidao spoke up. Director Wang, I have been juggling both criminal and public security responsibilities alone for quite some time and am feeling overwhelmed. With Jiang's arrival, it would be ideal to delegate the public security duties to him, Liu Weidao remarked with a smile. Jiang Feng instantly heightened his vigilance. Just days prior, he had clashed with Liu Weidao, and during the county bureau's meeting yesterday, Liu Weitao's cousin, Liu Weiming, had even thwarted him. Now, Liu Weitao was willing to relinquish part of his responsibilities. Was there a hidden agenda at play? Jiang Feng could not afford to ponder too deeply. Some individuals, while lacking in capability, excelled at ensnaring others. Public security, indeed, is a priority for us in Xiqing. Wang Xiangfa hesitated. Director, Jiang must tackle the pressing tasks. The public security issues are relatively manageable. If there are problems in the criminal realm, Liu Weitao subtly cautioned. If there were issues with public security cases, they could be deemed minor. However, criminal cases were an entirely different matter. Wang Xiangfa nodded in agreement to Liu Weidao's implication. Very well, Jiang. You shall oversee this aspect of work. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult Director Liu or me. Understood, Director Wang, Jiang Feng replied, fully aware that Liu Weidao's intentions were far from altruistic. Nevertheless, he could not retreat out of apprehension. It was merely a matter of confronting challenges as they arose. Upon witnessing Jiang Feng's acquiescence, Liu Weidao's face betrayed a hint of a cold smirk. A child who is yet to mature is attempting to assume the role of deputy director. Let him learn just how demanding this position truly is. After the reallocation of responsibilities, the meeting adjourned. Jiang Feng found his office, a modest space of approximately 7 or 8 square meters on the second floor. Furnished with a desk and a bookshelf, though there was barely room for a sofa opposite his desk. Nonetheless, he finally had an office to call his own, with a sign at the door declaring it the deputy director's office. After organizing his belongings and settling behind the desk, he contemplated strategies to navigate his new role. At that moment, a knock resounded at the office door. Jiang Feng felt a surge of joy. Someone was coming to report on work matters, which would grant him insight into the inner workings of the unit. To effectively advance his tasks, understanding the dynamics of the organization was essential, and such knowledge resided solely with those privy to the internal affairs. While Director Wang Xiangfa and Instructor Zhang Ming were informed, as leaders, there were certain matters they could not disclose. It was crucial to have an insider. This was why those who flattered their superiors often ascended rapidly. Leaders required such individuals. Come in, Jiang Feng called out decisively. Jiang Suo, a young man, entered the room, causing Jiang Feng to momentarily pause in surprise. He had not anticipated that the visitor would be his colleague, Chen Kai, who joined the same batch as him. Chen Kai, please have a seat. It has been quite some time. Jiang Feng quickly regained his composure and warmly invited Chen Kai to sit down, recognizing that an opportunity had presented itself. Regardless of whether Chen Kai harbored intentions to ally with him or merely came to catch up, Jiang Feng was determined to draw him closer, thus facilitating his own ambitions. After all, there loomed a watchful Liu Weidao within their office, whose ulterior motives remained unknown. Chapter 13. Assessing the situation. Chen Kai hesitated briefly, addressing Jiang Suo but finding it difficult to articulate. They had both started working in the same year, as part of the same cohort. Normally, this would be the moment for some words of encouragement, yet Jiang Feng remained silent. As Chen Kai awaited Jiang Feng's response, he finally exclaimed, Jiang Suo, it has been a while. Only then did Jiang Feng smile and respond, Chen Kai, there is no need for formalities between us. In the office, I want to insist on it, but outside, you may simply call me Jiang Feng. Given their shared age and the fact they belong to the same cohort, it would not be prudent for Chen Kai to continually address him formally. Such familiarity could undermine Jiang Feng's authority, despite their amicable relationship. Very well, Jiang Suo. Chen Kai replied, feeling warmed by the informality. Being invited to use his first name indicated a closeness Jiang Feng was willing to extend. This exchange considerably alleviated the initial awkwardness between them. Chen Kai, I have just arrived at Xiqing office and am unfamiliar with many matters here. Since we joined in the same year, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Let us have lunch together. It would be a good opportunity to catch up. Jiang Suo, allow me to treat you. Why would you be so polite? It's settled then. I will arrange the venue. After finalizing their lunch plans, Jiang Feng engaged in casual conversation with Chen Kai, refraining from probing into office matters, mindful that such discussions could be overheard in their environment, which might inhibit Chen Kai's openness. After chatting for a while, Chen Kai took his leave. Jiang Feng then picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a number, reaching Captain Wang from the criminal investigation team, expressing his gratitude. Through Dong Chong, he had learned that his placement here was facilitated by both Director Qian and Director Zhang. While Zhang's support was likely due to Dong Chong, it was Director Wang who had influenced Qian. It would be inappropriate to directly express thanks to Director Qian, as their relationship was not that close, and visiting him in person would be too abrupt. Haha, I really haven't done much. The credit is mainly yours. I will certainly mention your case to Director Qian. Thank you, Captain Wang. If an appropriate opportunity arises, I will make sure to report my progress to Director Qian. I would be delighted to treat you to a drink someday, to learn from your experiences. After concluding the call with Wang, Jiang Feng found himself contemplating whether to visit Wei Jianmin. He hesitated, knowing that his elevation to deputy director was largely due to Wei Jianmin's influence. Yet the distance between them felt significant. Directly approaching the director seemed inappropriate to Jiang Feng, yet not expressing gratitude felt equally unsuitable. There was no one available for consultation regarding such matters. Although Dong Chong could engage in conversation, it was likely that others would also be unable to provide any decisive guidance. At this juncture, the advantages of having connections and influential acquaintances became apparent. Not only could a middleman facilitate a dinner gathering, but even a mere hint in such situations would prove beneficial. Jiang Feng, uncertain of what to do, chose not to dwell on it further. 2 hours had elapsed, and no one from the office had come to report their work to him, leading Jiang Feng to conclude that no one was likely to arrive. Thus, he resolved to seek out the director, Wang Xiangfa, and upon arrival, he knew he must pay his respects. He intended to convey his youthfulness, emphasizing his desire to learn, and assured that he would keep the director informed of any matters that arose. Exiting Wang Xiangfa's office led him to the instructor's office, where they sat for a while until the noon break approached. Having just arrived, no duty assignments had yet been made for Jiang Feng, so he directly invited Chen Kai, who was local, to join him for lunch. Chen Kai's parents had already purchased a modest vehicle for him after he began working, a car worth around 100,000 yuan, which was quite sufficient. Impressive, Chen Kai, your family seems quite affluent, Jiang Feng remarked with a smile from the passenger seat. Jokingly, you can just call me Jiang Ge, as long as no one refers to me as Jiang Feng in private, Chen Kai replied without hesitation. Despite being a year older than Jiang Feng, addressing him as Ge was a display of social acumen. Through their conversation, Jiang Feng learned that Chen Kai's family operated a small business, specifically an eyewear shop within the jurisdiction of the West City precinct, which had always proven to be quite profitable. With the afternoon work shift looming, they abstained from alcohol and simply shared a meal. During their dining, however, Chen Kai divulged many internal details of the precinct, primarily due to the relaxed atmosphere of calling him Jiang Ge rather than Jiang Sua, as the latter would imply a work-related context, thereby inhibiting candid discussion. The precinct employed 20 police officers and 26 auxiliary officers, in addition to the 4 leaders, totaling 50 personnel. The internal affairs consisted of 2 police officers, a female officer with 3 years of service and a senior officer in his 50s, responsible for household registration, alongside an auxiliary officer. The remaining personnel were divided into the public security team and the criminal investigation team, with the former comprising 12 police officers and 14 auxiliary officers, totaling 26 individuals. The criminal investigation team consisted of 6 police officers and 10 auxiliary officers, amounting to 16 individuals. What about the 2 auxiliary officers? Jiang Feng inquired, puzzled. One assists the director as a driver, while the other accompanies the instructor, Chen Kai explained. Jiang Feng felt somewhat speechless. Typically, only leaders at the provincial or ministerial level would have dedicated drivers. In reality, even municipal or county leaders, and certainly a precinct director, having a driver was standard, albeit presented to the public as merely a normal staff arrangement. The leadership often calls upon him to drive, and over time, it has become a well-known and accepted norm among everyone. The current head of the security team is Zhou Zhang, who has developed a close rapport with Deputy Director Liu. Chen hesitated for a moment before responding. Indeed, Jiang Feng nodded, unsurprised, as it was quite normal for Zhou to be close to Liu Wei Tao, who previously managed the security team. What is the nature of their relationship? Jiang Feng inquired further. They are quite close, Chen replied candidly. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of concern. While proximity in relationships is not alarming, the loyalty of some individuals to their superiors can often obscure their true allegiances. What about the head of the criminal team? He asked. Wei Xiaojun has a rather average relationship with Liu Weitao. He is more aligned with the director. By midday, Jiang Feng had finally garnered a comprehensive understanding of the situation at the West City Precinct. Chapter 14. A lack of respect. While Jiang Feng and Qin were engaged in conversation, Liu Weitao was not dining in the unit's cafeteria. Instead, he was enjoying drinks and conversation with Zhou Zheng at a restaurant. At this time, the scrutiny over drinking during work hours was not overly stringent. Many workplaces had the custom of indulging in a light drink during lunch. Brother Tao, I simply do not understand why you are handing over the security responsibilities to him, especially when you have been managing it so well. I noticed that during today's meeting, Director Wang did not suggest delegating authority to you. Couldn't you just marginalize him? Zhou Zheng remarked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Liu Weitao scoffed in response. Marginalize him? He is not even worthy of that. I want him to pack his things and leave. A young upstart who has risen purely by chance should not sit at the same table as me. Why should he? What do you mean? Zhou Zheng asked. Our jurisdiction has never boasted an exemplary security situation. There are plenty of troublemakers here. This kid lacks any real experience. If he is responsible for security, he will naturally bear the consequences. If something goes awry, do you think he will remain unscathed? With his inexperience, he might find himself dismissed, or worse, facing disciplinary action, Liu Weitao replied with a cold smile. Sometimes, power comes with responsibility. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. What deputy director is not seasoned? A novice like Jiang Feng, who has only recently started, being made deputy director is hardly advantageous. I see. Then Brother Tao, why not assign him to the criminal division instead? Wouldn't that lead to even graver issues if something were to happen? Zhou Zheng suggested, his eyes glinting with insight. Criminal cases are fewer in number, and moreover, Director Wang is likely to keep a close eye on them. He might intervene personally, potentially aiding him. Besides, I've heard that Captain Wang of the criminal team holds him in high regard. If he seeks guidance, he may just manage to navigate through smoothly. Furthermore, while criminal cases may appear complex, they can be straightforward to resolve. In contrast, security cases may seem trivial, but mishandling them can lead to utter chaos and significant mistakes. Separating the public security division is a difficult decision for Liu Weitao. Yet one must make sacrifices to achieve greater goals. This division is only temporarily assigned elsewhere. If Jiang Feng departs under a disciplinary action, public security will ultimately remain under his jurisdiction. As the current captain of the public security team, he still holds the authority to command. It is merely a fade, for he cannot truly direct anyone. The decisions regarding the team still lie with us, while he shoulders the responsibilities, an arrangement that seems rather advantageous. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng's eyes brightened. Indeed, Brother Tao, your wisdom is unparalleled. How did I not think of this? As long as I withhold my consent, his words will carry no weight. No one will heed him. Yet, when trouble arises, all the accountability will fall upon him. Precisely, Liu Weitao continued. I have heard that the group led by Xiao San has conflicts with Erhuzi. They have been experiencing constant friction lately and are likely to arrange a confrontation. When issues arise, he will be the first one held accountable. You can simply state that you have already reported the situation to him, yet he chose to disregard it. Zhou Zheng nodded in understanding. He was familiar with Xiao San and Erhuzi, two local ruffians operating nightclubs in the West City district, directly across from each other. It would be unnatural for them not to clash. After Jiang Feng and Chen Kai returned from their meal, they noticed only a single van remained in the courtyard. The other police vehicle had mysteriously vanished. Has it been dispatched for a call? Jiang Feng casually remarked, preparing to inquire in the duty room. However, Chen Kai stopped him, saying, it seems some leader has taken it without informing anyone. Jiang Feng nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Such an atmosphere is not established overnight, nor can he change it single-handedly. To alter the world, one must first possess the power to do so. If he were to attain the position of director, he could at least initiate changes within the precinct. However, as a mere deputy, he is left with little authority. Akin to a commander without troops, his words would amount to little. By the way, when the shift begins, please summon Zhou Zheng and inform him I wish to speak with him, Jiang Feng instructed. Chen Kai agreed, but when the time came, he could not locate Zhou Zheng. After attempting to call him, Chen Kai returned to Jiang Feng's office with a troubled expression. Director Jiang, Captain Zhou is currently out handling a case. Really? Jiang Feng looked up, initially not giving it much thought. However, upon noticing Chen Kai's demeanor, he sensed something amiss. Is he truly attending to a case? Or is he engaged in something else? Reluctant to divulge too much, Chen Kai hesitated. During his call, Zhou Zheng had sounded inebriated and was asleep in the dormitory. Upon learning that Jiang Feng was seeking him, he not only refused to come, but also delivered a rather sarcastic warning to remind Chen Kai of his rank. He advised me not to frequent your office too often, as you may not remain in your position for long. Chen Kai was taken aback. He had not anticipated unintentionally aligning himself in this manner. However, faced with Jiang Feng's pressing inquiry, he steeled himself and replied, Director Jiang. Zhou Zheng is likely sleeping in the dormitory. From his tone, it seems he has been drinking. Moreover, he warned me that he is the captain and advised me against visiting your office too frequently. Chen Kai had initially anticipated that Jiang Feng would erupt in anger upon hearing those words. However, to his surprise, Jiang Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement. All right, Chen Kai. You may leave now. Please bring me the case files from before. I would like to review them for reference, Jiang Feng instructed. Rest assured, I have it under control. Jiang Feng added with a smile. Once Chen Kai departed, Jiang Feng's demeanor darkened. The reason he refrained from displaying his ire in front of Chen Kai was that a leader should not be led by the nose by subordinates. The art of leadership lies in the ability to conceal one's fury, as frequent outbursts may lead subordinates to perceive one as lacking depth. Nonetheless, Jiang Feng was genuinely displeased. He had considered calling Zhou Zheng for a discussion, believing that despite Zhou's cordial relationship with Liu Yutong, he could still be of service to him. Yet, Zhou Zheng's blatant disregard for his authority left no room for negotiation. Jiang Feng resolved to find a way to replace him. However, dismissing Zhou Zheng would not be a simple task. It required a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, replacing a subordinate right after assuming the role of deputy director would not be approved by the director, potentially leading to an inability to establish authority and leaving an impression of incompetence. Progress must be taken step by step. Haste yields no fruitful outcome. Chapter 15. Dilemma. Deputy Director Wang had just received a report from an auxiliary police officer who had visited Wang Xiangfa's office, detailing how Chen Kai's attempt to seek Zhou Zheng's assistance resulted in a warning from Zhou. And what of Zhang's station? Wang Xiangfa inquired, lifting his gaze from his work with curiosity. There has been no activity from Zhang's side. After Chen Kai left Zhang's office, he returned to his tasks. The auxiliary officer replied with a smile. I hear there were some prior disagreements between Liu and Jiang. It seems Zhang's future endeavors may face challenges. Wang Xiangfa shook his head at this remark. The difficulty in conducting work is inherent to Zhang's age. However, the fact that he did not immediately confront Zhou Zheng signifies a certain acumen. If Jiang Feng had clashed with Zhou Zheng on the spot, regardless of the outcome, the conflict between a deputy director and a team leader would reflect poorly on him. Setting aside the question of victory or defeat, such confrontations could undermine one's authority. As the day drew to a close, Jiang Feng placed a call to Tang Lingruo. Have you returned to the county? Congratulations, Deputy Director of Xiqing Station. It seems you will soon oversee Zhang's station, Tang Lingruo remarked with a light laugh over the phone. What nonsense. Do you think I would become arrogant merely because of a promotion? Jiang Feng chuckled, unable to mask his excitement at the prospect of his new position. Despite the multitude of challenges that lay ahead, including Zhou Zheng and Liu Yutong, yet, youth demands a spirited embrace of advancement. A celebration was indeed warranted. Let's go out for dinner tonight to celebrate your promotion, Tang Lingruo declared. I'll treat, Jiang Feng responded with a smile. Tang Lingruo did not insist otherwise and readily agreed. After work that evening, Jiang Feng made his way to the restaurant where he and Tang Lingruo had arranged to meet. Jiang Feng had specifically requested a private room from the boss. As the two dined together, engaging in conversation, he couldn't help but be captivated by Tang Lingruo, who was covering her mouth and giggling. Noticing Jiang Feng's gaze, Tang Lingruo's cheeks flushed slightly. What are you looking at? She inquired. You are truly beautiful, Jiang Feng blurted out, and from that moment on, an air of intimacy enveloped their meal. After finishing their dinner, Jiang Feng had intended to take Tang Lingruo to a movie, but unexpectedly, Chen Kai from the office called, reporting an urgent case that required Jiang Feng's attention. He hung up the phone, his expression troubled as he regarded Tang Lingruo. Such is the nature of grassroots work. One hardly finds a moment's respite. Go ahead. We can watch the movie another day. Your recent promotion to deputy director means you must achieve results, Tang Lingruo encouraged with a smile. You're truly wonderful. Allow me to escort you home, Jiang Feng replied, hailing a taxi by the roadside. After ensuring Tang Lingruo was safely home, he returned to the office. Upon his arrival, the first floor of the case handling area was bustling with commotion. Chen Kai rushed to meet him, exclaiming, Director Jiang, what is going on here? Two inebriated patrons, accompanied by the karaoke hall's owner, were vociferously arguing. One party claimed the establishment was unscrupulous, while the other insisted they were victims of exorbitant charges for substandard drinks. Jiang Feng felt a headache brewing as he attempted to mediate the escalating situation. After calming them down, he pulled Chen Kai aside to inquire, Where is Captain Zhou? I'll go fetch him, Chen Kai replied, darting to the duty room. Captain Zhou soon followed him into the office. This marked Jiang Feng's first formal encounter with Zhou. As Jiang Feng assessed Zhou, he appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed impeccably in police uniform. However, his demeanor was rather haughty, seemingly dismissive of Jiang Feng's presence. Captain Zhou, what is the situation? Can't you handle this minor issue? Jiang Feng questioned directly. Director Jiang, those two are simply drunk. This isn't the first time such incidents have occurred. While claiming to dine and dash might hold some truth, these two alcoholics have young children at home, and their wives have left them. If we impose a fine, they are destitute. If we detain them, who will care for their children? We would then have to find someone to look after them, Zhou Zheng replied, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. Jiang Feng shared his frustration. Although legal regulations are often beneficial, they can become convoluted at the grassroots level, presenting myriad complications that defy strict adherence to the law. In such instances, a degree of flexibility is essential. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng had faith that Zhou Zheng possessed the acumen to navigate this predicament. After all, his promotion to captain must have been earned through capability. Zhou Zheng seems to be indulging himself, relishing the spectacle of his own folly. Can you truly not handle this? Jiang Feng inquired once more. I cannot manage it. Zhou Zheng shrugged, casting a challenging glance at Jiang Feng, clearly intent on complicating matters for him. Very well, go about your business, Jiang Feng waved his hand, dismissing Zhou Zheng with finality. He then summoned Chen Kai to bring the owner of the karaoke lounge before him. Is it Jiang Zhou? Jiang Feng addressed the owner directly. You must assist me in retrieving the funds. I refuse to sustain losses from free meals and drinks. I am running a business, Qianjun, the owner, regarded Jiang Feng with a casual air, seemingly dismissive of his authority. Do you possess a business license for your establishment? Jiang Feng inquired, remaining seated and not bothering to invite Qianjun to sit down. Of course, how could we operate without one? Qianjun replied. That is good to hear. Recently, we are initiating a summer security crackdown. My intention is to establish a benchmark within our jurisdiction. Subsequently, all karaoke lounges in the area can emulate your establishment. Jiang Feng stated casually. I will bring the fire safety team and personnel from the precinct to conduct a thorough inspection. If everything is in order, I shall designate your lounge as the benchmark. At these words, Qianjun began to perspire profusely. A benchmark is not easily attained, and a comprehensive inspection would necessitate a complete shutdown for rectifications. Jiang Zhou, there is no need for that, he stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. No need. What? Does Boss Qian not desire it? Jiang Feng continued to smile, pressing for an answer. I do not want it. I do not want to be the benchmark for this karaoke venue, Qianjun quickly replied, sensing Jiang Feng's youthfulness might render him more amenable. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Feng slammed his notebook down on the table with a resounding thud. You cannot simply refuse. If you declare you do not want it, I suspect it is because you are inadequate. I will send someone to inspect. If it does not meet standards, you shall cease operations, Jiang Feng declared. Jiang Zhou, you cannot do this to me. Qianjun protested, feeling aggrieved. In terms of qualifications, hardly any karaoke lounges would pass. First, let us discuss fire safety regulations. There must be no exposed wiring, clear fire escape routes, and fire doors, among numerous stringent requirements. Some of these are beyond your control. They were not designed into the building from the outset. What can you do? Moreover, for entertainment venues, even if everything is compliant, if a patrol point is established at your entrance with police lights flashing daily, how can you conduct business? Jiang Feng had ample means to exert his influence. Indeed, I am here to make your life difficult. I have just assumed my position, and you bring me this issue. If not you, then who? Do you think I am easy to push around? I will start with you, so you may come to understand who Jiang Feng is, Jiang Feng exclaimed vehemently, his finger almost touching Qianjun's face. In grassroots governance, one cannot always adhere to decorum. Excessive politeness may lead to being taken for granted, and nothing will get accomplished. Sometimes, one must resort to admonishment. Jiang, I was wrong. I was wrong. I no longer want that money. Is that acceptable? I truly don't want it. I don't want it. Qianjun repeatedly gestured dismissively as he spoke. What? You truly don't want it? I don't want it. I don't want it. I want to file a report. Qianjun continued to wave his hands. Fine. If you're not reporting it, you can go back. However, I must advise you to tidy up your karaoke establishment promptly, as it will be subject to inspection soon, Jiang Feng cautioned. Jiang, I concede. Please don't be this way. I admit I underestimated you, and I apologize. How about this? I will redeem myself by providing you with information, Qianjun quickly pleaded. Information? What information do you have? Jiang Feng settled back down, seemingly at ease. The gang led by Xiao San is at odds with Huzi. The friction between them has been continuous, and there is a strong possibility they will arrange a confrontation, Qianjun divulged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's expression grew markedly serious. Elaborate further. All right, but Jiang, please don't attribute this information to me, Qianjun said cautiously before detailing the situation. He explained that the karaoke venue he operated was merely a small room, capable of accommodating only 2 tables of guests. While Xiao San and Huzi managed the largest karaoke establishment in the county, featuring a spacious courtyard and numerous rooms, demonstrating considerable strength. The ongoing conflict suggested, in Qianjun's assessment, that a significant upheaval was imminent. Thus, provide me with a mobile number so that you can promptly report any developments. Jiang Feng intended to recruit Qianjun as an informant to ensure the security of the district. It was essential to comprehend various industries and to place trusted individuals within them. No, Jiang, I can't do that. If anyone learns of this, my career will be ruined, Qianjun protested. If you don't speak, I won't to either. Who will know? I will ensure protection for your karaoke establishment. Otherwise, I might use it to establish my authority. You have 3 minutes to consider. Think it over, Jiang Feng stated, lighting a cigarette as he awaited Qianjun's decision. Although it was framed as a choice, Qianjun had no real alternatives. He was left with no option but to acquiesce. His expression was one of distress. He had initially perceived Jiang Feng as a young man easy to manipulate, only to find him quite the opposite, demanding that he act as a traitor. While it couldn't be termed treachery, becoming an informant for the police could tarnish his reputation, and he feared potential retaliation. Nevertheless, given Jiang Feng's demeanor, refusing to comply would also pose significant problems. Jiang, how about this? I will keep an eye on the situation between Xiao San and Huzi and report any developments to you. How does that sound? Qianjun ultimately capitulated. After providing Jiang Feng with his mobile number, he departed, leaving only 2 inebriated individuals behind. Jiang Feng promptly instructed that the 2 drunks be handcuffed to a radiator, rendering them unable to stand or squat, creating considerable discomfort for them. Detaining them for the night would serve as a lesson, ensuring they would remember the experience. Zhou Zheng was astounded to hear that Jiang Feng had successfully managed the situation. It was hard to believe, especially considering that Qianjun was no pushover, a seasoned veteran. How could this young Jiang Feng possibly have dealt with him without being overpowered? The very notion that Qianjun would relinquish the matter of the drinking expenses was perplexing. However, Zhou Zheng paid little heed to it. For the next few days, he adopted a laid-back attitude, indifferent to the unfolding events, merely awaiting Jiang Feng's missteps. To Zhou Zheng and Liu Weidao's surprise, despite his youth, Jiang Feng demonstrated remarkable acumen in handling various cases. He adeptly mediated disputes, addressed issues as needed, displayed kindness when appropriate, and was unflinching in the face of confrontation. His proficiency belied the expectations of a mere novice, rivaling even those with years of experience in law enforcement. This cannot continue. You must take the lead in the cases from now on. Otherwise, if this complacency persists, the security team may indeed fall under the sway of that young upstart Jiang Feng, Liu Weidao remarked during lunch on Friday. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. Having sensed a shift in the atmosphere over the past few days, Jiang Feng's capabilities had led several team members to treat him with newfound respect, gravitating towards him. The police station, being on the front lines, often required tangible results rather than mere theoretical discussions. Jiang Feng's formidable work ethic and established position had initially caused some discomfort due to his age, but over time, recognition of his abilities became inevitable. Understood, Director Liu. I will ensure I take control of the cases moving forward, and will no longer allow Jiang Feng to handle them. I must admit, I did not anticipate his competence. Zhou Zheng replied, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone, feeling thwarted by the turn of events. Chapter 17. Division of Authority After Lunch. Zhou Zheng and Liu Weitao returned to the station, coincidentally encountering Jiang Feng as he exited the cafeteria. Director Liu, Captain Zhou, did you have lunch outside? Jiang Feng greeted them with a cheerful smile. Liu Weitao, uninterested in engaging with Jiang Feng, merely snorted in response before turning back towards the station, dismissing him entirely. Liu Weitao had earned the right to such aloofness. He was older than Jiang Feng, held the same title of deputy director, and had served in that capacity for 5 or 6 years, aspiring towards the position of director. Zhou Zheng, however, could not afford such liberties. As the captain of the security team, he might express frustration in private, but he could not afford to openly confront Jiang Feng. Ah, Jiang, you've had your meal? Zhou Zheng inquired, attempting to maintain a cordial demeanor. Yes, Captain Zhou. Is there some misunderstanding between me and Director Liu, or is he simply in a foul mood? Jiang Feng inquired, unfazed, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened, inwardly cursing, what misunderstanding? I have grievances against you. You are indeed correct. It is because of you that I am in a foul mood. Your interference has disrupted my carefully laid plans, forcing me to fight for authority. How could my mood possibly be good? It isn't just Director Liu who is unhappy, I am as well. Jiang Sua, I am unaware of that. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhou Zheng offered no regard to Jiang Feng, dismissing him with mere pleasantries before departing. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. Very well, go ahead with your tasks. Once Zhou Zheng had left, Jiang Feng's expression turned cold. He had extended his last chance to Zhou Zheng, and since the latter had shown no appreciation, he could hardly be blamed. Typically, every Friday afternoon, the office holds a summary meeting to review the week's work and identify any oversights, as well as to allocate duties for the weekend shift. Half an hour before the meeting, Wang Xiangfa sent someone to notify Jiang Feng, who then proceeded directly to Wang Xiangfa's office. Director Wang, are you busy? Jiang Feng knocked on the door. Come in and have a seat, Jiang Sua, Wang Xiangfa replied, setting aside his work to invite Jiang Feng to sit down. Jiang Feng had been working at the office for a week, and overall, Wang Xiangfa was quite pleased with him. Wang Xiangfa was fully aware of the subtle confrontations between Jiang Feng, Zhou Zheng, and Liu Weitao. He recognized Jiang Feng's capabilities. Despite his youth, he demonstrated remarkable skill. Zhou Zheng had chosen to slack off, yet Jiang Feng managed to handle several cases exceptionally well, revealing his extensive work experience. It remained uncertain how Dong Chong had instructed him in the countryside, or if Jiang Feng was simply inherently gifted. After just over a year on the job, he appeared to possess the competence of someone with a decade of experience. How are you finding your time here, Jiang Sua? Have you acclimated after a week? Wang Xiangfa inquired. Director Wang, it's going quite well. With your guidance and the support of my colleagues, I feel emboldened in my work. Under your leadership, our atmosphere is also very positive, Jiang Feng replied, naturally opting to say what was pleasing. Society often favors such agreeable sentiments. Wang Xiangfa's face brightened with a smile. That's good to hear. Is there something specific that brings you here? After the pleasantries, Jiang Feng nodded. Indeed, Director Wang. As I oversee our public security division, I have developed some thoughts after a week's observation and would like to report them to you for your consideration. If deemed appropriate, I can present them at the meeting. Wang Xiangfa regarded Jiang Feng with satisfaction, nodding in encouragement. Please, share your suggestions. With Jiang Feng newly appointed as deputy director, managing his responsibilities with diligence, Wang Xiangfa was keen to hear his views. Furthermore, Jiang Feng's initiative to discuss matters with him beforehand, rather than introducing them in the meeting, showcased his thoughtfulness. Who would not appreciate a capable subordinate who is both considerate and articulate? Director Wang, here is my observation. In our public security sector, we have 12 police officers and 14 auxiliary officers, totaling 26 personnel. With all 26 under Captain Zhou's supervision, he is somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, the management beneath him is rather chaotic, leading to ambiguous authority during case handling. I propose that beneath the captain, we establish 3 lieutenants, each leading 3 officers and 3 auxiliary officers. This arrangement could alleviate some of Captain Zhou's workload, Jiang Feng remarked with a cheerful demeanor, his innocent smile masking a shrewd mind. However, Wang Xiangfa was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Jiang Feng, his mind filled with admiration. Indeed, This young man is remarkable. Within just a week of employment, he had remained composed amidst Zhou Zhang's deliberate provocations, managing his responsibilities with meticulous precision. And now, with this suggestion, he delivered a decisive blow. On the surface, Jiang Feng's proposal seemed entirely reasonable, appearing devoid of any flaws and ostensibly aimed at enhancing efficiency. Yet, in reality, such a move would effectively undermine Zhou Zhang's authority. Although Zhou Zhang held the title of captain, if his subordinates were to disregard his commands, it would mirror Jiang Feng's position as deputy director, where he too could be rendered powerless if Zhou Zhang chose to ignore him. Moreover, with the introduction of these 3 lieutenants, who would oversee the security team directly, and with Jiang Feng as the immediate superior, Zhou Zhang would be left with no authority whatsoever. Astounding. The youth is indeed formidable. The more Wang Xiangfa contemplated it, the more alarmed he became. Jiang Feng was not to be underestimated. Such a capable individual, within the bureaucratic framework, had a boundless future ahead of him, especially since this suggestion posed no threat to his own interests. Furthermore, Zhou Zhang's recent lackluster performance had left Wang Xiangfa feeling quite uneasy. While conflicts and struggles among subordinates were acceptable, they must not interfere with work. If such disruptions occurred, it would ultimately reflect poorly on him as the director, potentially leading to repercussions directed at him. Thus, weighing these various factors, he hesitated little before acquiescing. Very well, no problem. After all, the position of lieutenant is not an official one. We can discuss it briefly in the upcoming meeting, and I will support it, Wang Xiangfa replied with a smile. Thank you, Director Wang. Please continue with your work. I look forward to seeing you at the meeting. Jiang Feng expressed his excitement. Although he anticipated minimal resistance regarding this matter, the smooth progression was still somewhat unexpected. Chapter 18. The 3 lieutenants thank you. If you're free tonight, let us have dinner together. We haven't had a chance to chat privately since you joined the station. You mentioned that I, as the director, have looked out for you, but I haven't really done so yet. Let us start with a meal and drinks. Wang Xiangfa cheerfully invited as he prevented Jiang Feng from leaving. Jiang Feng, with his competence at work and adeptness in navigating conflicts, had a promising future ahead. Cultivating a relationship with him could prove beneficial, for such an individual might one day rise to prominence. Naturally, Jiang Feng did not decline Wang Xiangfa's invitation. Having the director's support would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors within the station. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, in the conference room of the Xiqing station, all personnel, except for the on-duty officers, had gathered. Typically, our office convenes twice a week, once on Monday morning to outline the tasks for the week ahead, and again on Friday. The Monday meeting is attended by all personnel, including both police officers and auxiliary police, while the Friday session is primarily for police officers, with auxiliary officers joining only to convey any pertinent meeting directives. The primary focus during these meetings is to reflect on the week's activities, particularly in the realms of routine operations, public safety, and criminal matters. It is noteworthy that not all criminal cases occurring within our jurisdiction fall under the purview of the criminal investigation team. They are only responsible for the 8 major offenses. More precisely, these offenses comprise intentional homicide, intentional bodily injury resulting in severe harm or death, sexual assault, robbery, drug trafficking, arson, explosives offenses, and poisoning. Any incidents pertaining to these 8 categories are unequivocally assigned to the criminal investigation team, while lesser criminal cases remain under the jurisdiction of the local police station. This delineation underscores the very purpose of the criminal investigation team's existence. Liu Yutong provided a report on the week's activities, focusing primarily on several criminal cases being processed, including one involving the intentional destruction of property, another concerning intentional injury, and a theft case. Progress has been swift. The case of intentional destruction of property is already poised for prosecution, while the intentional injury case is still undergoing judicial appraisal, although the suspect has been apprehended. The theft case is currently under investigation, with Liu Yutong demonstrating commendable capability. Next, Jiang Feng reported on the numerous public safety cases addressed over the week, highlighting 15 mediation cases, 8 requests for assistance, and the detention of 15 individuals, with 3 cases still pending resolution. Once the routine work reports were concluded, Wang Xiangfa summarized the findings and organized the weekend duty roster, then looked around and asked, "Does anyone have any further matters to discuss?" Ordinarily, if there were no additional issues, the meeting would adjourn, and Liu Yutong had already closed his notebook and prepared to depart. At that moment, Jiang Feng interjected with a smile, saying, Director Wang, I have a matter to address. Please, Jiang, having been with us for a week, you have gained some insight into our operations. Do share your thoughts, Wang Xiangfa replied with a smile. Liu Weitao and Zhou Zheng exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous premonition. Director Wang, I have a suggestion regarding our responsibilities in public safety. I would like to offer some feedback, Jiang Feng stated with a smile. However, this completely obstructed any counterarguments from Liu Weitao, as Jiang Feng was responsible for public safety matters, thus his suggestions pertained directly to his domain. In this context, the director, while overseeing overall operations, could intervene, but the influence of the instructor would be minimal, not to mention that Liu Weitao, being of the same rank as Jiang Feng, typically did not possess the authority to speak. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Liu Weitao, who remained uncertain of Jiang Feng's intentions. Nevertheless, he felt little trepidation. Jiang Feng was merely a young individual. What could he possibly have up his sleeve? Wang and Zhang, I have been at the station for a week and have become somewhat familiar with the work. I have noticed that our security team is quite numerous. However, the management is rather chaotic. The entire security team, including auxiliary police, comprises 26 individuals. This can complicate case handling at times, as everyone rushes in when a case arises, leading to confusion. Conversely, when there are no cases, everyone seems unsure of what to do. When a case does come in, it is unclear whom to approach for responsibility, and the allocation of specific case handlers is muddled. Furthermore, Captain Zhou is solely accountable for 26 individuals, which can be overwhelming, and he has shown signs of fatigue in recent cases. Jiang Feng openly criticized Zhou Zheng, causing Zhou Zheng's expression to darken. Yet, he lacked the courage to stand up and refute Jiang Feng, especially with the station chief and instructor present. In a bureaucratic setting, the hierarchy is rigid. Jiang Feng, as his direct superior, holds significant authority. Even if Jiang Feng's claims were not entirely factual, confronting a superior is a breach of decorum. Within the system, everyone adheres to these unspoken rules, as doing so safeguards their own interests. Thus, Zhou Zheng could only cast a pleading glance towards Liu Weitao for assistance. Liu Weitao, standing nearby, interjected. Jiang, you may be new to the job, but Captain Zhou's capabilities are commendable. When I oversaw security, Captain Zhou demonstrated exceptional competence and diligence. Liu continued. If you believe that Captain Zhou's performance falters under my supervision, perhaps it is a matter of incompatible dynamics between us. If that's the case, Liu would be better off transferring me. Jiang Feng retorted sharply, which left Liu Weitao's face flushed, speechless, as he realized that if he had the authority to transfer Jiang Feng, he would have done so long ago. Jiang Feng's remarks effectively silenced Liu Weitao. Even when conflicts arise between superiors and subordinates, unless the superior has made a clear mistake, it is the subordinate who typically faces transfer. Moreover, Jiang Feng's words subtly implied that Liu Weitao and he were of equal rank. Thus, Liu had no authority to dismiss Jiang's comments. Instructor Zhang Ming stepped in with a smile to ease the tension. Jiang, please do not take offense. Liu was merely providing an overview of the situation. Jiang Feng responded. Indeed, Zhang, I was just joking with Liu. Immediately, Jiang redirected the conversation, proposing, I believe we should establish 3 security patrol groups under the captain, with 3 sergeants in charge. This structure would clarify personnel management. When a case arises, the specific patrol group assigned would handle it. This approach would delineate responsibilities and enhance clarity in both duty assignments and other tasks. Chapter 19. I agree. Jiang Feng unveiled his bold proposal, leaving the attendees in the meeting room utterly astonished. No one is a fool. Despite Jiang Feng's grandiloquent rhetoric, his ultimate aim is to undermine Zhou Zheng. If 3 security teams are established, what purpose would Zhou Zheng serve as the captain? Zhou Zheng's expression darkened instantly, while Liu Weitao frowned, and Zhang Ming gazed at Jiang Feng with astonishment. Wang Xiangfa, having been aware of the situation beforehand, remained composed. Whereas the officers from the security team below grew increasingly agitated, the prospect of 3 security team leaders ignited a fervor in their eyes. Seeing that Liu Weitao remained silent, Zhou Zheng instinctively called out, unwilling to accept the outcome. If this were to be finalized, his role as captain would become meaningless. However, his outburst was a grave misstep. Everyone knew he was aligned with Liu Weitao, yet this matter could be acted upon without being vocalized. Among those present were senior officials and instructors. Why did he only seek Liu Weitao's opinion? What did that imply about his respect for leadership? Coughing lightly, Wang Xiangfa stated. This matter pertains to the internal affairs of the security team. Director Jiang oversees our security work, and the addition of 3 police units allows for more meticulous division, which is indeed a positive development. Jiang's word is final, and I am in agreement. Instructor Zhang Ming echoed Wang's sentiments, recalling how Liu Weitao, as a deputy director, had little regard for him, unlike the respectful demeanor exhibited by the young Jiang Feng. With Zhou Zheng having breached decorum, Zhang Ming found himself less favorable towards him. With both Wang Xiangfa and Zhang Ming expressing their approval, the decision was practically solidified. Liu Weitao's countenance turned increasingly grim, and despite the collective gaze upon him, he remained silent, his discontent manifesting through his silence. Director Liu, as a seasoned veteran, what is your perspective? Jiang Feng inquired with a smile, feigning ignorance of Liu Weitao's displeasure. Humph, since directors Wang and Zhang have concurred, what do you seek my opinion for? Liu Weitao retorted, feeling a deep sense of discomfort at Jiang Feng's cheerful demeanor, his frustration nearly spilling over. Yet, undeterred, Jiang Feng pressed on. Director Liu, your statement lacks substance. Since directors Wang and Zhang are in agreement, it would be prudent for us to show support from below. Or do you have any objections? With a single remark, Jiang Feng nearly provoked Liu Weitao to the brink. This was blatant coercion, akin to forcing a reluctant ox to drink water. In truth, not just Liu Weitao, but even Wang Xiangfa and Zhang Ming beside him recognized Jiang Feng's assertiveness. I concur, Liu Weitao managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. Very well. Since everyone is in agreement, this matter is settled. Director Jiang, you are tasked with overseeing the security team's operations, Wang Xiangfa declared with a smile. Rest assured, I shall not betray your expectations, Jiang Feng promptly affirmed. The meeting has concluded, and a confrontation has revealed to the members of the Xiqing branch the formidable presence of Jiang Feng. Despite his youth, he is not one to be easily trifled with. On the contrary, he managed to leave Liu Weitao gasping for breath during the meeting. In stark contrast, Liu Weitao's performance was rather lackluster, failing to maintain the loyalty of even his own subordinates. This juxtaposition has left everyone at the branch keenly attentive to Jiang Feng, the deputy director, after the meeting. At the very least, outwardly, they offer him the respect he deserves, no longer daring to underestimate him due to his age. Of course, for the members of the public security team, the primary concern revolves around the 3 positions of police chief. While these roles may not be formally recognized, each chief oversees 3 to 5 officers, and in some rural precincts, a station chief might manage a similar number. In leadership, one's influence is often measured not by the title one holds, but by the number of individuals one commands and the extent of one's authority. Hence, the significance of these 3 police chief positions has ignited a fervent interest among the team. It goes without saying that Jiang Feng, the proponent of this suggestion, harbors aspirations for these positions and is undoubtedly the first to seek alliances. Upon returning from the meeting, Jiang Feng's office buzzed with activity. Director Jiang, I hope I'm not interrupting, but I would like to report on my work. Director Jiang, do you have a moment? I have some matters to discuss. Echoed several voices as members of the public security team rushed to his office, a stark contrast to the previous week when Jiang Feng had just assumed his role. Previously, the office had been desolate, but now it was a hive of activity. Chen Kai had contemplated visiting Jiang Feng several times, having closely followed him during this period. Now, with the prospect of the police chief position, he was undeniably intrigued. However, each time he arrived, Jiang Feng was already engaged with others. Director Jiang, do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. Director Jiang, I know a restaurant in the county that serves exceptional braised pork. Director Jiang, a friend of mine owns a barbecue restaurant, and their grilled meat. The appeals to dine began with work reports and concluded with invitations. As Jiang Feng graciously entertained each individual without making any commitments. As for the invitations to dinner, he politely declined, as if he were truly in need of a meal. Furthermore, he had already arranged to dine with Wang Xiangfa that evening, leaving no time for others. Jiang Feng placed a call to Chen Kai. Director Jiang. Upon entering Jiang Feng's office, Chen Kai felt a surge of excitement. Listen, I need you to do me a favor. Pick up 2 bottles of fine liquor and keep them in your car. After work, come with me, Jiang Feng instructed, reaching for his wallet to offer Chen Kai some money. However, Chen Kai waved his hand, refusing any offer. Director Jiang, I have funds. No need to worry. Once the task is completed, I will let you know how much is needed. Jiang Feng regarded Chen Kai with a nod, refraining from further comment. Before the end of the workday, Chen returned and informed Jiang Feng that the matters had been resolved. With just 2 minutes to spare, Jiang Feng arrived at Wang Xiangfa's office. As they waited for Wang to finish his work, the two made their way outside, where Chen had parked his vehicle. However, instead of joining Chen's car, Wang Xiangfa opted for his own, gesturing for Jiang Feng to accompany him. Before entering the car, Jiang Feng waved to Chen, encouraging him to follow along. Chapter 20. Versatile and diplomatic. The restaurant chosen by Wang Xiangfa was of a decent standard, neither too upscale nor a mere roadside eatery, offering a pleasant environment with a private dining room. After alighting, Jiang Feng beckoned towards Chen's vehicle, but Chen seemed momentarily perplexed. Jiang Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that Chen had yet to seize the opportunity. At that moment, if Chen had brought a bottle of wine, claiming it was a gift, perhaps Wang would have invited him to dine with him. Lacking such insight, Jiang Feng had no choice but to proceed alone, fetching the wine and urging Chen to attend to his own affairs. Was that Chen just now? Why didn't you invite him to join us? Wang Xiangfa inquired with a smile. He has some matters to attend to. He came along because I lacked transportation, and I was concerned about the difficulty of hailing a cab. He still has work to complete, Jiang Feng explained. It's a fundamental etiquette not to bring guests when dining out, especially when it is the leader who is treating. I see, Wang Xiangfa nodded, choosing to say no more, though he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Jiang Feng's sensibility. Even in the act of treating others, Jiang Feng had not only brought wine, but had also refrained from bringing along additional guests. In this regard, he surpassed many young individuals. Once settled in the private room, the cold dishes, presumably pre-ordered by Wang Xiangfa, were promptly served, followed by the hot dishes which arrived shortly thereafter. Jiang Feng, well-versed in the etiquette of dining with superiors, engaged in the customary small talk and raised toasts. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, he broached the main subject earnestly, looking directly at Wang Xiangfa. Director, as I have just begun my tenure and am not yet familiar with the personnel in the department, the task of selecting 3 captains is quite daunting. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in recommending suitable candidates. Wang Xiangfa regarded Jiang Feng's sincere plea for help with a silent exclamation of surprise. This young man, despite his age, demonstrated remarkable social acumen. By requesting assistance with the selection of candidates, Jiang Feng essentially indicated his willingness to relinquish the captaincy position, transforming what was typically a favor into a collaborative request. The manner in which he articulated this request was both gracious and respectful, earning him admiration. Wang Xiangfa, understanding the delicate balance of generosity, did not wish to appear greedy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he ultimately recommended a candidate, Zhao Zhanggang from the public security team. Director, I merely suggest this. The final decision rests with you. Once you have made your choice, simply submit it for my approval, Wang Xiangfa concluded. Furthermore, this matter must be addressed expeditiously, ideally before next Monday, when it will be announced. Director Wang reciprocated amicably. Certainly, Director Wang, the individuals you recommend will undoubtedly be impeccable. Jiang Feng responded cheerfully. The meal was a delightful affair, with both host and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. Jiang Feng had intended to settle the bill midway, but Director Wang had already made prior arrangements, preventing him from doing so. Upon exiting the restaurant, they found Director Wang's driver, a police officer who accompanied him daily, waiting outside. Director Wang, Director Jiang. Indeed, ensure that Director Wang is returned home safely, Jiang Feng instructed. Rest assured, Director Jiang. Director, where do you reside? I can conveniently drive you home, Director Wang suggested, gazing at Jiang Feng. There's no need for that, Director Wang. I can simply take a taxi. Besides, it's not far, and I could use a leisurely stroll, Jiang Feng replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Chen Kai also arrived in his vehicle. In truth, he had not left, but had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing Jiang Feng and Director Wang emerge, he quickly drove over. Directors, I happen to be passing by. Shall I offer you both a ride home? Chen Kai proposed, with no one questioning the veracity of his claim. I'll pass, but you may take Director Jiang. Director Wang suggested with a glance at Chen Kai, recognizing his keen awareness. It seemed that he had secured one of the 3 chief positions. Watching Director Wang depart in his vehicle, Jiang Feng finally joined Chen Kai in his car. Even if Chen Kai were to leave, Jiang Feng would still reserve a position for him, as he was the first to ally with him. It was essential to demonstrate the benefits of loyalty. However, whether Chen Kai would be reintegrated in the future remained uncertain. Since Chen Kai had been waiting, Jiang Feng decided to engage him in conversation. I will reserve a chief position for you, Jiang Feng stated as he entered the vehicle. Director Jiang, I cannot express my gratitude adequately, Chen Kai responded, momentarily taken aback, as he had been contemplating how to broach this subject with Jiang Feng. Let's not dwell on gratitude, Jiang Feng replied. Additionally, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. When I asked you out tonight, you should have promptly brought the drinks when Director Wang and I exited the vehicle. Perhaps he would have invited you to join us for dinner, allowing you to forge a closer relationship with him. Instead, you remained in the car. Remember, when hosting, one does not expect guests to bear the cost. If you wish to participate, you must create your own opportunities. Do you understand? I acknowledge my mistake, Chen Kai admitted readily. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's not merely a mistake, it's a lost opportunity. Remember to be more astute in the future. When I next invite Director Wang to dinner, I will consider bringing you along if the opportunity arises. We are currently in the precinct, regardless of future developments. The opinions of the director are of utmost importance. I was able to propose this deputy position thanks to the support of Director Dong from Xiangyan Township. I share this to emphasize that you must never underestimate these directors. They have held their positions for many years, wielding considerable influence and maintaining close relationships with the Bureau's leadership, which can prove invaluable. However, if someone wishes to harm you, evasion is futile. Do you understand? Thus, it is imperative to maintain a good relationship with the leadership. Jiang Feng embodied this principle through both words and actions. Chen Kai nodded repeatedly, as his family was engaged in business, giving him a semblance of understanding about the affairs of the commercial world. Yet, his comprehension of institutional matters remained insufficiently profound. After escorting Jiang Feng home, Chen Kai prepared to leave, but was halted by Jiang Feng. Let us sit for a moment and converse casually. In our security team, who do you believe possesses the capability to assume the role of chief? Jiang Feng inquired directly, cutting to the chase. There are 3 positions for chief. One is Chen Kai, another is Zhao Zhengong, recommended by Wang, and there remains 1 vacancy. The deadline for submission is Monday, and time is of the essence. Lacking the opportunity to personally assess the situation, Jiang Feng relied on Chen Kai to gauge the landscape and gain insight. Who is capable? Jiang Feng pressed. This is a delicate matter. I cannot speak freely, Chen Kai replied, shaking his head, wary of the implications of discussing personnel arrangements. Speak freely. You have spent a year in our precinct and in the security team, thereby acquiring some understanding of the personnel. Please recommend 2 candidates, Jiang Feng remarked with a smile. Sipping his tea. Well, I believe both Pang Yuba and Zhou Jijun would be excellent choices. Pang Yuba graduated from our provincial police vocational school, a genuinely trained professional, having specialized in security during his studies. His work capabilities are exceptionally strong, and he possesses commendable character. Zhou Jijun, a veteran, joined our precinct post-service. Although slightly older, in his 30s now, his skills are commendable, consistently leading in hazardous tasks. Chen Kai succinctly summarized his insights on the 2 individuals. Jiang Feng nodded in approval. Very well. I understand. You may take your leave now. As Chen Kai departed, exhilaration washed over him, and he vigorously clenched his fist in excitement. Whether Pang Yuba and Zhou Jijun would gain Jiang Feng's favor was inconsequential. His position as chief was assured. Should Jiang Feng disfavor Zhou Zheng, effectively sidelining him, Chen Kai would ascend to the role of primary chief. With trembling hands, Chen Kai drove, contemplating Jiang Feng's request for recommendations. He had suggested 2 individuals, both of whom he had a good rapport with, and wondered if Jiang Feng would consider them. After some reflection, he decided to inform the 2. Yuba. Jiang Feng inquired if there are any capable individuals in our security team, and I recommended you in Jijun, Chen Kai stated directly upon meeting Pang Yuba. Engaging in the art of networking necessitates a proactive approach. Regardless of the outcome, gratitude must be expressed. However, Chen Kai, somewhat naive, divulged the truth too openly, recommending 2 candidates rather than just 1, thus missing an opportunity to enhance his relational leverage. Really? That is fantastic. Thank you, Brother Chen. In that case, I'll treat you to a meal, Pang Yuba responded, visibly excited. The positions of the 3 chiefs were coveted, and everyone was eager for the opportunity. After the meeting in the afternoon, many rushed towards Jiang Feng's office, but Jiang Feng did not grant anyone an opportunity. Among the 3 positions of police chief, Chen Kai and Jiang Feng were the closest, and it was evident to all that Chen Kai was almost assuredly destined for one of those roles. Now that Chen Kai had also recommended himself and Zhou Jijun, there should be no issues. Haha, we must dine well, Chen Kai remarked with a smile. No problem. That is only right. Jiang values you greatly, allowing you to make recommendations. Listening to the envious voice of Pang Yuba on the phone, Chen Kai's face radiated with joy. After hanging up on Pang Yuba, Chen Kai called Zhou Jijun, who was equally elated upon receiving the call. What is the occasion? You sound so happy. Have you solved another case? Zhou Jijun's wife remarked with a hint of discontent, noticing her husband's unusual cheerfulness. You seem quite dedicated to your work. Yet I haven't seen you so joyful during your promotion. Previously, she had heard him mention a young deputy director who, at just over 20, had already attained such a position, while her husband had been working for many years without even becoming a team leader. Normally, Zhou Jijun would have felt irritated by his wife's complaints, leading to an argument. However, this time he responded with a smile. You are mistaken. It is not about a case, but rather about a promotion. Our security team is undergoing a reform, selecting 3 police chiefs, each responsible for a security police group. Does that mean you have hope? Zhou Jijun's wife asked, her complaints fading as she realized the significance of the news. They had children on the verge of starting kindergarten. And naturally, she wished for her husband to succeed, which would reflect well on her as well. Yes, I mentioned the new young deputy director at our office. This situation arose from his suggestion, and Chen Kai has a good relationship with him. He just called to say he had just come from the deputy director's office, where the deputy inquired about this matter, and he recommended both me and Pang Yuba. Really? That is wonderful, Zhou Jijun's wife exclaimed. However, she soon felt a twinge of concern. Shouldn't we perhaps send a gift? Otherwise, how could they justify promoting you? Is it merely because Chen Kai recommended you? No need for that. Chen Kai will definitely secure one position, and then it will be a matter of me or Pang Yuba. Zhou Jijun was confident this was a foregone conclusion. Yet, his wife shook her head, insisting, no, that is too risky. Tomorrow, you should bring a little something to the deputy director's house as a courtesy. Really, it's not necessary. You should listen to me, otherwise, you might find yourself sleeping on the couch. Zhou Jijun opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately conceded. What do you suggest I bring? My salary is limited, and we have daily expenses to consider. Bring 2 packs of fine cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. I will provide the money. You should go first thing tomorrow morning. Zhou Jijun's wife asserted without room for doubt. Zhou Jijun, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, could only nod in agreement. The notion of presenting gifts to superiors left him feeling uneasy. The thought of such actions being discovered was quite embarrassing. However, he was at a loss regarding Zhang's whereabouts. Ask Chen Kai. If he inquires why, just say you're casually asking, or alternatively, mention it's for work purposes, Zhou Jijun's wife suggested. He acquiesced, and ultimately placed a call to Chen Kai, who, being on amicable terms with Zhou Jijun, readily provided Jiang Feng's address. Meanwhile, after bidding Chen Kai farewell, Jiang Feng was preparing to retire for the night when he received a call from his father. Son, how's work been lately? Are you busy? Hearing his father's voice stirred a wave of emotion within Jiang Feng. After parting ways with Liu Yutong in his previous life, he had fallen into a state of self-neglect, causing his parents considerable worry. Now, at 30, he remained unmarried, and each visit home was met with his parents' concern and anxiety. Despite his efforts to save for a bride price, he had yet to establish a family. Father, work is going quite well, he replied. Is your relationship with Yutong still good? When the new year comes, ask her to return home with you. If possible, his father's voice emanated from the phone. Jiang Feng fell into silence, ultimately shaking his head and deciding to speak candidly. We have broken up. What was the reason? His father, Jiang Dashan, inquired after a moment of silence. Jiang Feng did not shield Liu Yutong from the truth, recounting it like a scene from a soap opera. Despite the situation being the fault of the woman, the man was forced to bear the blame, leading to misunderstandings in the family dynamics. It left the impression that the man's family still held affection for the woman, while the true protagonist was perceived as an intruder, resulting in a melodramatic narrative. The fault lies with whoever is at fault, Jiang Feng stated plainly. Liu Yutong secured a position in the county government office and no longer regards me, a mere police officer, as suitable. She has found a better future. Jiang Dashan fell silent once more before responding. It's all right. There will be better opportunities ahead. If you have time, come home during the National Day holiday. Your mother has been asking about you. All right, father. Please take care of yourselves. Rest assured. I will visit you both when I have the chance, Jiang Feng assured him. After hanging up, Jiang Feng's emotions were in turmoil. His parents were ordinary workers. After losing their jobs in the 1990s, they opened a breakfast stall, toiling day and night to make ends meet. Compared to families in dire poverty, theirs was relatively better off, yet they remained honest, and earned little. After purchasing this apartment in Shi County, they had nearly exhausted their savings, initially hoping for Jiang Feng and Liu Yutong to wed. Now, with this turn of events, it was likely his parents felt disheartened. Nevertheless, he thought, once he settled his affairs here, he would return home. Now that he had become the deputy director, he was doing well enough to ease his parents' worries. As Jiang Feng reflected, he was unaware of when slumber had overtaken him. On Saturday morning, he had initially intended to indulge in a leisurely sleep. Yet an early morning call from Dong Chang interrupted his plans, informing him of a dinner arrangement with Director Zhang later that evening. After expressing his gratitude multiple times, Jiang Feng began to prepare himself. Although the venue had already been secured by Dong Chang, he felt it necessary to arrive early to ensure that the evening's gathering would proceed without any hitches. Just as Jiang Feng finished tidying up, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" he inquired while opening the door, only to find Zhou Jijun standing at the threshold, bearing gifts of tobacco and liquor. "Zhou, is it? What brings you here?" Jiang Feng asked. "Director Jiang, I wish to report on some work," Zhou Jijun replied somewhat awkwardly, clearly inexperienced in such matters. "Is this the appropriate time for such gifts?" Jiang Feng remarked, nodding as he gestured for Zhou to enter. Once settled on the sofa, Jiang Feng brewed a pot of tea for his guest. Their conversation revolved around the affairs of the office, but Zhou appeared noticeably anxious. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Feng concluded the discussion. "Director, I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell." "Wait, take back the tobacco and liquor," Jiang Feng instructed, pointing at the items Zhou had placed on the floor. Zhou's face turned pale, and he stammered, "Director Jiang, it is merely a token of goodwill, no other intentions." "Then why bring such items?" Jiang Feng retorted. "Take it away. There is no need for this. The monthly earnings are hardly substantial. What purpose does this serve? Should you wish to discuss work, feel free to come by any time, but leave these things behind. Return them to where you purchased them. It is a waste of money." Jiang Feng glanced at the items on the ground, 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of matai, easily amounting to over 3,000 yuan, far exceeding a month's salary. "Listen to me. Return everything, or do not come back," Jiang Feng asserted with a stern expression. "Understood, Director Jiang," Zhou Jijun replied, his spirit visibly deflated, a flush of shame washing over his face. He had never intended to present gifts, yet now he found himself in this predicament. After departing from Jiang Feng's residence, he felt like a mere shell of himself, returning the items and reclaiming his money, only to arrive home with disappointing news. His wife, who had been eagerly awaiting good tidings, shared in his dejection upon hearing that the gifts had not been delivered, dimming their hopes for his ascension to the role of sheriff. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was diligently preparing for the evening's dinner, scheduled for 6 o'clock. He arrived at the restaurant by 5:30, calling Dong Chang and Director Zhang to inquire about their culinary preferences, promptly ordering the dishes and ensuring that the wine was ready. He then waited patiently at the entrance of the establishment, where Dong Chang and Director Zhang appeared punctually. Jiang Feng rushed to greet them. Having previously acquainted himself with Director Zhang during a case in Shedian Township, where he had sought Zhang's signature. However, it was Zhang Libo's first encounter with Jiang Feng. After exchanging pleasantries and compliments, the 3 men entered the restaurant together. With the esteemed Director Dong Chang overseeing matters, the atmosphere at the dinner was undoubtedly convivial. Jiang Feng's adept social skills shone through, leading to a delightful evening where Zhang Libo's demeanor towards him softened significantly. Zhang, who initially perceived Jiang Feng merely as a fortuitous young man, came to realize that he was much more, a young individual well-versed in the subtleties of human relationships. The meal was thoughtfully prepared, reflecting an understanding of Jiang Feng's preferences, and the selection of wine was equally commendable. Furthermore, Jiang Feng's eloquence was remarkable. Unlike many young individuals who falter in the presence of authority, stammering and blushing, Jiang Feng spoke with grace and confidence. His remarks included expressions of gratitude towards both Director Dong for his mentorship and Zhang for his kindness, all articulated without a hint of hesitation. Moreover, Jiang Feng demonstrated a keen understanding of the etiquette surrounding dining, engaging in toasts and conversation with respect that was neither obsequious nor excessive in flattery. The dinner concluded on a high note, establishing a rapport between Jiang Feng and Zhang Libo. On Monday morning, Jiang Feng arrived at the office early and approached Wang Xiangfa with a list of names: Chen Kai, Zhao Zhenggang, and Zhou Jijun. Wang nodded in agreement, indicating that the selections would be announced during the forthcoming meeting, along with the group assignments. Upon arrival at the office, Zhou Zheng sought out Lu Weitao, imploring him for assistance, his demeanor one of despair. The security team had been divided into 3 groups, rendering his position as captain almost nominal, devoid of authority. Liu offered reassurance, suggesting that Zhou should view this as a temporary setback. He advised patience, noting that when issues arose in the district, the situation would revert to Zhou's control. He mentioned that he had heard of impending conflicts involving Xiao San and Heir Hu, which could erupt any day. After much consolation, Zhou reluctantly accepted the situation, though a bitter taste lingered in his mouth. He lamented that had he shown Liu more respect and listened to his counsel, he might not have found himself in such a predicament. Liu encouraged him to refrain from dwelling on it, suggesting that once Jiang Feng was sidelined, Zhou could potentially ascend further in his role. Zhou's spirits lifted at the prospect of advancement, contemplating the possibility of becoming captain. Liu, sensing his excitement, promised to support him in his aspirations, asserting that Zhou had the qualifications necessary for such a position. However, Liu acknowledged the competitive nature of the hierarchy within the system, where qualifications alone do not guarantee advancement. The regular Monday meeting commenced as scheduled, following the routine proceedings. Jiang Feng presented the names of the 3 newly appointed captains, Chen Kai, Zhao Zhengang, and Zhou Jijun. As he made the announcement, a hush fell over the conference room. Chen, though already aware of the news, felt a surge of exhilaration. Zhao Zhengang had received advance notice and managed to maintain his composure during this moment. Yet Zhou Jijun's reaction was entirely different. He had initially believed that Jiang Feng's refusal to accept gifts signified his own lack of prospects, only to be unexpectedly reassured by the presence of a gift designated for him. Meanwhile, Pang Yuba, seated beside Zhou, was utterly bewildered. The 3 police chiefs had not been assigned their positions. Had they not recommended both himself and Zhou? Why was Zhou chosen over him? As the meeting adjourned and individuals began to disperse, Pang Yuba found it difficult to regain his bearings. He sought out Chen Kai, inquiring about the situation. "I have no idea," Chen Kai replied, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. "I recommended you and Jijun, but you know how these matters unfold." Zhou Jijun, brimming with excitement, remained silent yet understood that his visit to Jiang Feng's residence had indeed borne fruit. Although Jiang Feng had declined his gift, he had evidently kept Zhou in mind. Soon, Chen Kai was the first to arrive at Jiang Feng's office to express his gratitude, followed closely by Zhao Zhengang. Zhao Zhengang was well aware that his ascension to the role of police chief was due to Director Wang Xiang's recommendation, yet Jiang Feng was now his direct superior. Director Wang had advised him to heed Jiang Feng's guidance and not to exert any airs simply because he was older, for should he fail to comply, Jiang Feng would not hesitate to remove him from his post. Zhao Zhengang approached Jiang Feng with utmost respect, who then felt a sense of relief. Had Zhao been obstinate, it would have posed a significant headache for him. Finally, Zhou Jijun arrived. "Director Jiang, I won't waste words of gratitude, but I pledge to follow your directive without hesitation," he declared, thumping his chest with conviction. "Indeed, diligent work is the finest form of gratitude," Jiang Feng replied. "Now, please notify the security team to assemble in the conference room. We shall delineate the responsibilities of each police unit and commence formal operations." The security team convened without notifying Zhou Zhang, who sat alone in his office, his expression fluctuating between sunny and stormy, a sight most unpleasant. Jiang Feng showed no hesitation in excluding him from the proceedings. The more Zhou contemplated this, the deeper his discontent grew, prompting him to seek out Wang Xiang to lodge a complaint. However, Wang Xiang reprimanded him sharply, reminding him of the importance of hierarchical respect and to address any grievances directly with Jiang Feng, the one in charge of the security team. As Zhou Zheng departed, Wang Xiang scoffed quietly. It was clear that Zhou required a firm reprimand. He oversaw a security team appointed by the Bureau, yet acted as if he were a high-ranking official. Recently, he had displayed a lackadaisical attitude, neglecting his duties. If he did not care to fulfill his responsibilities, he ought to step aside and recognize the distinction of rank. In contrast, Jiang Feng demonstrated undeniable competence and interpersonal skills, managing to retain a position for himself among the 3 chiefs. Meanwhile, on the criminal investigation front, Liu Weitao, relying on his connections to a political director within the Bureau, sometimes disregarded even Zhou's authority. "The personnel division has been finalized, and I shall assign the tasks now. As we embark on our summer rectification campaign, our public security team bears the brunt of the responsibility. Commencing this evening, I will lead the patrols, with 3 security teams taking turns to rest. Each night, we shall ensure that one team is on duty, another is on standby, and one is resting." Jiang Feng addressed the group, consisting of 26 members after Zhou Zheng's departure, leaving 25. The first team comprises 9 individuals, while the second and third teams each consist of 8. This arrangement guarantees that we can mobilize at least 16 personnel at any moment to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Previously, Qianju reported 2 groups planning to engage in a brawl. I am unsure of the investigation's progress and shall inquire in a few days. As 2 days swiftly passed, Jiang Feng remained tirelessly vigilant, patrolling the streets while the security teams rested. On Wednesday, a notification from the department announced that Jiang Feng's third-class merit had been awarded, to be celebrated alongside the commendation ceremony for Case 415 on Thursday morning. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Feng promptly informed Tang Lingruo, sharing his joyous tidings with her. During this period, Jiang Feng and Tang Lingruo frequently conversed online, yet they had not met in person due to their demanding schedules and Jiang Feng's ongoing patrols after work. That's wonderful. Can you have someone take a photo of you at the ceremony and send me a copy? Tang Lingruo exclaimed with delight over the phone. Will you keep my handsome photo by your bedside to admire before sleep? Jiang Feng teased. No, I'll place it by the door as a guardian, she retorted playfully. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. On Thursday morning, the commendation ceremony was conducted with great formality, attended not only by the city police but also representatives from rural areas. Clad in a deep blue police uniform, Jiang Feng received his very first third-class merit award, accompanied by a monetary prize of 3,000 yuan, a commendable bonus, albeit overshadowed by the honor itself. The primary reward was indeed the recognition, and the presence of Wei Jianmin at the ceremony made Jiang Feng feel the envy of many below as he stood on the stage. Having attained both the third-class merit and a promotion to deputy director, a stroke of exceptional fortune. Chapter 24. Rich in meaning. After the ceremony concluded, Jiang Feng prepared to return to the station when, unexpectedly, the office director, Hao Min, approached him. Deputy Director Jiang, she greeted. Director Hao, he replied. Director Wei requests your presence in his office, Hao Min stated directly. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wei Jianmin wished to see him? However, it was indeed an opportune moment to express his gratitude to Wei Jianmin, as he had learned from Dong Chang that Wei Jianmin was instrumental in his promotion to deputy director. Although this decision had been made long ago, the qualifications required were an entirely different matter, and he felt compelled to express his thanks to all involved. Director Hao, could you possibly share any details about why Director Wei is summoning me? It would help me prepare mentally. Jiang Feng inquired as he walked the path to Wei Jianmin's office, seeking clarity from Hao Min. Upon the arrival of Deputy Jiang, the significance of the meeting would soon be revealed. However, it seemed entirely reasonable for the esteemed Director Wei to meet with such a promising young talent as Jiang. Although Hao Min remained tight-lipped, Jiang Feng felt compelled to express his gratitude, despite any reservations he might have had. He approached the office of Wei Jianmin, his heart racing at the thought of meeting such a high-ranking official. Come in, a robust voice called out. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Feng opened the door and stepped inside. Director Wei, you summoned me, he said cautiously, observing Wei Jianmin's imposing countenance, a square face that radiated authority. Clad in a police uniform adorned with the insignia of a first-class police supervisor, he exuded a commanding presence. Unfortunately, as the county director, he was unable to don a white shirt, which limited his rank's display. Jiang Feng, is it? Please, have a seat. Wei Jianmin gestured towards the sofa opposite him. I prefer to stand and listen to your instructions, Director Wei, Jiang Feng replied, standing upright. Wei Jianmin nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from insisting further. How is your work at the West City Station? Are you adjusting well? Quite well, Director. Both Director Wang and Instructor Zhang are seasoned veterans, and I have been fortunate to learn a great deal from them. Although I am still in the learning phase and lack experience due to my youth, I am passionate and eager to contribute to our law enforcement efforts, Jiang Feng articulated fluently. Wei Jianmin nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Young people ought to possess such fervor. Thank you for your kind words, Director Wei. I am also grateful for your support. I assure you, I will not disappoint your expectations, Jiang Feng expressed with genuine appreciation. There is no need for thanks, Wei Jianmin replied, waving his hand dismissively. During a recent dinner with Prosecutor Tang from the inspection office, he mentioned that you are a promising candidate. Now that you have been promoted to deputy director, you must work diligently to achieve results. Jiang Feng felt a stir of emotions upon hearing this, and after exchanging a few more assurances, he took his leave. Once outside Wei Jianmin's office, he realized the deeper implications of the meeting. The promotion to deputy director was not solely his doing. It bore the influence of Prosecutor Tang. Prosecutor Tang, wasn't he the uncle of Tang Lingruo? It made sense now. Gratitude was indeed in order for Tang Lingruo. With a smile on his face, Jiang Feng stepped out of the bureau and promptly called Tang Lingruo to arrange a lunch together. This was not a matter of being opportunistic. Rather, it was a sincere acknowledgement of her support, which he had previously been unaware of. Tang, I just learned today that my promotion to deputy director is thanks to you. During dinner, Prosecutor Tang spoke highly of me to our director, Jiang Feng stated earnestly. However, Tang Lingruo quickly interjected, Jiang Feng, don't overthink it. It's primarily because of your talent that the director decided to promote you. She had refrained from mentioning this to Jiang Feng earlier, fearing that he might feel uncomfortable due to his pride. Seeing Tang Lingruo's flustered expression, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair affectionately. You silly girl, you are truly adorable. Thank you for your greeting. I sincerely appreciate it. I am not the kind of person who, with a bit of talent, feels superior to all. This society is built on human connections and relationships. Jiang Feng chuckled as he spoke. Tang Lingruo, hearing this, felt relieved and suddenly realized that Jiang Feng's hand was still resting in her hair. She swatted his hand away and said, Humph, who are you calling a silly girl? You are the foolish one. Have you ever encountered someone so clever that they assist others yet fear being looked down upon? Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Even Chen Kai, that fellow, knows to make a phone call to build rapport after recommending someone to me. I was merely worried you might not be able to handle it, he added. Thank you, Lingruo, Jiang Feng said earnestly. Humph, if you want to thank me, treat me to a nice meal. No problem, Jiang Feng readily agreed without a second thought. And we must watch a movie. At this, Jiang Feng hesitated slightly. What's wrong? As soon as the movie is mentioned, you seem reluctant. Forget it, Tang Lingruo said, a hint of displeasure in her voice. No. It's just that lately I've been on night patrols. How about this? Next weekend, Friday, I will definitely make time to take you to the movies. Jiang Feng proposed. Recently, the security team at the precinct has been under heavy pressure, with 3 police squads rotating their rest periods. As the deputy chief, I cannot afford to take special privileges. During such times, if I were to take a break while others are working, it would certainly cause discontent. If I were to indulge in special treatment, the dissent would only grow. However, this summer's security overhaul is a directive from the Bureau. And if something were to go awry, my position as deputy chief would be at stake. All right, then it's settled for next weekend. If you stand me up again, just wait and see how I deal with you, Tang Lingruo threatened, shaking her fist playfully at Jiang Feng. He feigned fear as they continued to chat while eating. After their meal, Jiang Feng escorted Tang Lingruo back to her workplace before heading to the precinct. In the afternoon, there were 2 more fights to mediate. One was resolved while the other saw both parties adamant about their righteousness. Ultimately, they were both taken to the detention center. In matters where each side believes they are justified and both resort to violence, there is little to discuss. They are simply sent to the detention center to reflect on their actions. That evening, it was the turn of the 3rd police group, led by Zhou Jijun, to patrol, while the first group remained on standby at the precinct. With 8 officers in the patrol team, plus Jiang Feng, there were 9 in total, fitting comfortably in a van as they set out on their rounds. As summer approached 9 o'clock, foot traffic on the streets dwindled. After all, Xia County is a small town. Just as Jiang Feng was about to send the patrol team back to the precinct for some rest, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Qian Jun. Jiang Feng stepped aside from the patrol group to answer the call. Hello, Chief Jiang, we have a situation. Chapter 25, Urgent Situation. Wang Jianfeng, a journalist from the provincial newspaper, had returned to his hometown with his wife and family to visit his parents. Naturally, such visits included gatherings with former classmates. After an evening of drinking, he found himself delayed, and with no taxis available in the county town, he decided to walk home. His house was located on the outskirts of the county, and with the pleasant summer weather, he thought of it as an opportunity for a leisurely stroll. Having been away for several years, I find myself reflecting on the unchanging visage of the county town as I prepare to return to the provincial capital tomorrow. My next visit may not occur until the Lunar New Year, or perhaps I might not return even then. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, an unsettling feeling enveloped me as I observed a group of young individuals converging towards the edge of the city, each clutching items wrapped in newspapers. However, it was evident to all that those packages concealed something akin to machetes. Before Wang Jianfeng could fully comprehend the situation, the gathering crowd swelled. and he instinctively reached for his phone to report the incident. Just as he initiated the call, he sensed a watchful gaze upon him. "What are you doing?" A menacing voice inquired. I am merely a passerby heading home. My residence is over there," Jiang Feng hastily clarified, wishing to avoid trouble. "Heading home at this hour? You aren't one of Wang Eru's associates, are you?" "Absolutely not. I know nothing of this Eru. I am simply Wang Jianjun," he insisted, just as the voice of the dispatch officer from the emergency response center resonated in his phone. "Hello, this is the 110 emergency response platform." "Yes. You wish to report an incident?" The aggressor abruptly seized Wang Jianjun's phone and smashed it against the ground. "How dare you?" The assailant struck Wang Jianjun across the face twice. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. We'll deal with him after we've handled those little rascals over there." With that, two young thugs seized Wang Jianjun and hauled him aside, untying his shoelaces and binding him to a nearby utility pole. These ruffians, having frequented detention facilities, had learned little of the law but had certainly acquired tactics to manage suspects. In an era when police equipment was scarce, officers sometimes resorted to using a suspect's shoelaces or belts to restrain them. This method had its advantages. The bound individual could not run far, especially if left barefoot. Wang Jianjun was filled with dread, never anticipating such an ordeal. However, as a journalist from the provincial capital, he had encountered perilous situations before and chose not to resist, instead biding his time for an opportunity to flee. As time passed, the crowd at the edge of the town grew increasingly restless. The two leading men had now arrived, and the assembly numbered over 30 individuals. Although this was a far cry from the hundreds or thousands typically seen in organized crime syndicates in regions like Xiangang, there were still a dozen or so willing to fight. Wang Eru and Zhang Shaoxin were local thugs operating a large entertainment complex with multiple dance halls. Recently, tensions had escalated when Wang Eru's establishment poached performers from Zhang Shaoxin's venue, leading to an irreconcilable conflict that was now on the brink of violence. Without much dialogue, hostilities erupted, and as the newspapers were unwrapped, it became evident that they wielded machetes. In a moment of panic, Wang Jianjun hurriedly untied his shoelaces, preparing to rush to report to the authorities. At that very instant, a police car roared onto the scene. The atmosphere was charged with adrenaline, far removed from the cinematic portrayals where police presence would send both parties fleeing. The chaos was palpable, and amidst the throng of onlookers, the arrival of law enforcement seemed to instill little fear in the brawling factions. Upon receiving a call from Tianjun, Jiang Feng's heart raced as he learned the altercation was taking place at Sangazai, on the outskirts of the West City. Memories flooded back. In a previous life, he had been stationed at the Shaodian Township Police Station, having just gone through a breakup with Liu Yutong. Days had blurred into a haze, but he recalled a notorious incident that had occurred in Sangazai. Two rival gangs had clashed, and when nearby residents called the police, they had downplayed the severity of the situation. When a few officers arrived, they were quickly overwhelmed, resulting in injuries to two officers, the deaths of two gang members, and a tragic loss of an innocent bystander, a journalist from the provincial capital. Time had dulled the recollection of this event, coupled with the fact that it had not transpired in his immediate vicinity, leading to selective amnesia. However, upon hearing Tianjun mention that Wang Eru and Zhang Shaoxin had gathered their men for a fight at that very location, all memories surged back. With no time to call for backup at the station, Jiang Feng directed his vehicle towards Sangazai while simultaneously notifying the on-duty team, specifically Chen Kai's group, to expedite their arrival. He then called Wang Xiangfa. "Wang Section Chief, we have a situation in our jurisdiction. I received reports that Wang Eru and Zhang Shaoxin's gangs are clashing in Sangazai, and weapons have been drawn. I am en route and have alerted the standby team to head there as well. If you deem it appropriate, please contact other stations for assistance, as I fear that a small force may not be able to contain the situation." Jiang Feng reported succinctly, urging Zhou Jijun to drive faster. Wang Xiangfa, who had been preparing for bed, sprang up upon receiving Jiang Feng's call. "All right, rush over there. I will head to the station immediately. Keep me informed of any developments," he replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. However, he refrained from immediately agreeing to Jiang Feng's suggestion about contacting other police stations for support. The current circumstances remained unclear, and should it turn out to be a false alarm, it would become a source of ridicule. Moreover, requesting assistance from other stations required authorization from the command center, which would then need to seek approval from the duty leaders at the bureau before notifying others. Nevertheless, after ending the call with Jiang Feng, Wang Xiangfa promptly instructed all personnel to return to the station. While he could not oversee others, he ensured that his own team remained prepared. Jiang Feng tucked his phone into his pocket, urging everyone in the vehicle to prepare, his expression marred by worry, hoping it was still not too late. Chapter 26. Gunfire. As Jiang Feng stepped out of the car, he was met with the sight of over 30 individuals embroiled in a fierce brawl. He quickly began to shout, as this group brandished machetes. Zhou Jijun took the lead, attempting to subdue a few of them, but the sheer number of combatants proved overwhelming. Upon noticing that Zhou Jijun and his colleagues were in police uniforms, the assailants turned their aggression towards them. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng drew his sidearm. Bang! He fired a shot into the air. The resounding gunfire jolted the adrenaline-fueled crowd. At that moment, Wang Jianjun produced his camera, a habit from his journalistic pursuits. Though he was dining with classmates, the prospect of capturing material for potential stories compelled him to document the scene. He also thought to share some of his previous interview photographs with his peers, never anticipating they would be utilized in such a manner. Everyone, cease your actions. I am Jiang Feng, Deputy Director of the Xiqing Police Station. I command you to lay down your weapons. Jiang Feng shouted, gripping his firearm firmly. Who the hell do you think you are? Just because you say drop your weapons, we will? You think we'll let you arrest us? A bald man sneered defiantly. Exactly. There are so many of us. If you have the guts, then shoot us. If not, get lost. Another youth, still in his adolescence, retorted scornfully, questioning Jiang Feng's authority. Wang Eru and Zhang Xiaosan's factions were far from intimidated by Jiang Feng. They were street thugs, seasoned in their encounters with the police, well aware that officers typically refrained from using their firearms. Bang! Jiang Feng fired another shot into the air, affirming his determination. He recognized that discharging his weapon was not a prudent choice. Last year, 2 prohibitions had been put in place regarding firearms. Previously, the Criminal Investigation Unit had been equipped with sidearms, often carrying them even off-duty. However, following the issuance of last year's edicts, that practice ceased. To some extent, one could say that weapons had been stored away. The gun in Jiang Feng's possession had only recently been retrieved from the armory during security patrols. When he took it out, Wang Xiangfa had repeatedly warned him against using it due to the potential severe repercussions of improper firearm use. Yet, in this moment, Jiang Feng felt the weight of the situation pressing upon him. Knowing that failure to regain control could lead to fatalities, his concerns about the repercussions faded away. If it came to it, he could simply resign. After all, he had been reborn and was aware of numerous opportunities awaiting him. He could thrive in the business world or invest in the stock market, purchasing properties to await their appreciation as a landlord. I will warn you one last time. Lay down your weapons, raise your hands, and squat on the ground. Jiang Feng shouted once more. Wang Eru exhibited an utter disregard for Jiang Feng, nonchalantly gesturing to his comrades, commanding, brothers, strike. I refuse to believe that, with our numbers. He dares to fire upon us. Let us annihilate this rabble. With that, he brandished his machete and lunged towards the adversaries. Jiang Feng inhaled deeply, aimed at Wang Eru's thigh, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Wang Eru staggered, his gaze fixated on Jiang Feng in disbelief. You actually dared to shoot. A cacophony of screams erupted, as the onlookers witnessed Jiang Feng's audacity, causing a few thugs to scatter in an attempt to flee. Bang! Jiang Feng discharged another round into the air. Drop your weapons and take cover. He bellowed, his voice straining as he realized that having already fired thrice, an additional shot mattered little. Allowing any to escape now would spell disaster. Zhou Jijun, observing Jiang Feng's fierce demeanor, refrained from further commentary and charged at the thugs with his machete, swiftly dispatching a few. The other officers, emboldened by Jiang Feng's presence, joined the fray without hesitation, unafraid of the blades wielded by the thugs. The adage holds true, a strong commander inspires confidence. Jiang Feng, as the deputy director, displayed resolve under pressure by firing his weapon, effectively intimidating the crowd. This courage instilled a sense of fearlessness among his colleagues, who faced the thugs' knives without trepidation, knowing Jiang Feng stood resolutely behind them. Had Jiang Feng failed to assert such dominance, his colleagues would have faltered, paralyzed by fear. Wang Jianjun, positioned nearby, appeared quite animated, crouching behind a utility pole while snapping photographs. Jiang Feng maintained his firearm steadily aimed at the thugs, his stance unwavering, ensuring a sufficient distance to exert his intimidating presence while refraining from advancing. Zhou Jijun scoured the ground for any casualties, urgently dialing for medical assistance. Jiang Feng shouted loudly. At that moment, Chun Kai arrived with reinforcements, assisting in managing the situation and contacting the station head to report the gunfire. Jiang Feng turned to Chun Kai, instructing him. Startled, Chun Kai suddenly noticed Jiang Feng still brandishing his weapon. All right, I'll make the call now, he responded, a hint of panic in his voice. Stay close and do not wander. Collect the spent shells from my firearm, Jiang Feng commanded sternly, aware that the number of discharged rounds must be accounted for. Director Jiang, one person has been injured, and another is in need of your attention. Zhou Jijun's voice suddenly grew frantic. Jiang Feng's heart raced. Just as he prepared to secure his weapon, another thug, Zhang Xiaosan, attempted to flee. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng fired another shot into the air. Don't you dare move. Whoever stirs, I will shoot dead. Test me if you dare. At this point, Jiang Feng abandoned all notions of civility. Recognizing the urgency in Zhou Jijun's tone, and issued the gravest of threats. To challenge him would mean death. Who does this fool think he is? He truly dares to shoot, murmured a few of the crouching thugs in hushed tones. Zhou Jijun approached Jiang Feng, whispering softly in his ear, Jiang. There may be a casualty. Jiang Feng nodded, his demeanor betraying no hint of panic. Quickly, call to urge 120 to come, and for the other injured. Apply emergency first aid to stabilize their condition. Wang Xiangfa had been anxiously waiting at the station when he received a call from Chun Kai, and in his shock, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chapter 27. For shots hurry, let Jiang Feng take the call. Let him take the call. At that moment, Wang Xiangfa was on the verge of cursing, urgently instructing Jiang Feng not to draw his weapon. Yet, Jiang Feng did draw his gun, leading Wang to lament the recklessness of youth. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never permitted Jiang Feng to take out his firearm. But now, it was too late for regrets. Hello, Wang, it's Jiang. Jiang Feng held his gun aloft, tilting his head to answer the call. Don't call me chief. You are my chief. No, you are my ancestor. Do not move, for heaven's sake. Do not fire again. Quickly notify 120. I'm on my way. I've already notified them. Came the response, followed by a busy signal. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. He had anticipated this outcome. Nevertheless, he held no regrets. He could not stand idly by, fully aware that calamity was imminent. As for whether his actions would implicate Wang Xiangfa, it depended on the well-being of the man lying on the ground. If he were unharmed, there might be consequences. However, with another life already lost, Jiang Feng believed that should he face repercussions for his actions, it would solely be his responsibility, and Wang Xiangfa would remain unscathed. Gather around, Zhang Jiao Lu. You too, come with me, Wang Xiangfa urged, his impatience palpable. Lu Weitao felt a tightening in his chest and hurried to follow Wang Xiangfa into the vehicle. Wang, what is the situation? Two gangs, Wang Eru and Zhang Xiaosan, are fighting in Sanguzi, and Jiang Feng has fired his weapon. We still don't know the conditions on site. Let us hope they're not too dire, Wang Xiangfa replied, his face darkening. Upon hearing this, Lu Weitao was initially shocked, followed by a surge of elation. Jiang Feng had actually dared to draw his weapon. If it was merely a brawl between Wang Eru and Zhang Xiaosan, Jiang Feng might have struggled to maintain control. In that case, the worst that could happen would be a reprimand for Jiang Feng. If the injuries were severe and Jiang Feng's response was deemed inadequate, he might only face dismissal from his position as deputy chief, a mere dereliction of duty. After all, Jiang Feng had only a handful of officers under his command. It was not entirely unexpected that he could not manage the situation. However, the fact that Jiang Feng had fired his weapon altered the situation dramatically. The higher authorities had repeatedly forbidden the use of firearms, and given the strict regulations, Jiang's actions could very well result in him being stripped of his badge. Indeed, fortune can often be intertwined with misfortune. Sometimes, a stroke of luck can lead one to an untenable position. Yet, Lu Weidao's momentary joy vanished as he recognized Wang Xiangfa's rising ire, reminding himself to maintain a broader perspective. Wang, should we report this to the bureau? Zhang Ming interjected. Yes, it must be reported. However, a few minutes won't make a difference. Let us head to the scene first. We will assess the situation and then inform the bureau, Wang Xiangfa concluded. When the vehicle arrived at the scene, the crowd of over 30 individuals had yet to establish control. It was a cumbersome task to bind them, akin to attempting to tether over 30 pigs. However, the injured lying on the ground were already in a state where they could receive medical attention. Almost everyone present bore injuries, yet 6 individuals were significantly affected. 3 had sustained knife wounds, writhing on the ground while clutching their arms and thighs in agony. One individual, bloodied and covering his eyes, was clearly severely injured, while another lay motionless on the ground. Including Wang Eru, who had been shot in the leg by Jiang Feng, the total count of critically injured individuals reached 6. Jiang Feng instructed the medical personnel to promptly assess the motionless figure on the ground. Upon examination, the doctor conveyed that the chances of resuscitation were slim, yet they could attempt to save him. Understood. Expedite his transfer to the hospital, and also examine the one covering his eyes, Jiang Feng commanded. The doctor replied, no. The individual with the thigh wound requires immediate bandaging. He is already showing signs of excessive blood loss. If complications arise, we may not be able to save him, especially since our county's blood bank is not well stocked. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. I trust your expertise. If necessary, our police vehicle can assist with transportation. Chen Kai, take a few men, 2 per group, to accompany one suspect to the hospital for treatment, Jiang Feng instructed. Chen Kai suggested, what if we send 1 person with each? I can take 5. Otherwise, we risk taking too many people away, leaving the scene vulnerable. With over 30 individuals at the scene, even if 5 injured persons were taken along with 1 critically wounded individual, there would still be more than 20 people remaining. The officers from the Xicheng precinct numbered only 2 groups, totaling 17 personnel. If 12 departed at once along with him, only 4 officers would remain, leaving Jiang Feng with merely 5 in total. This would complicate the control of the scene, and it was uncertain when additional support would arrive. Enough, listen to me. Quickly take the injured to the hospital, Jiang Feng urged, lacking the luxury of time. He wielded his firearm, maintaining an air of authority. As long as no one dared to flee, they would be safe. Chen Kai ceased further discussion and led the injured individuals aboard the ambulance, assisting the attending doctors. Ensure they do not escape, Jiang Feng cautioned. Rest assured, Officer Jiang, they will not, Chen Kai replied with a serious demeanor. Furthermore, if any developments arise, inform me immediately, particularly concerning the critically injured individual. I understand, Chen Kai nodded, recognizing the gravity of Jiang Feng's words, indicating the possibility of imminent death for that patient. If the critically injured could be saved, it would be manageable. However, if they could not be revived, it would escalate to a homicide case, leading to entirely different ramifications for Jiang Feng. In the case of a murder scene, he would confront the perpetrator, and the consequences of drawing his weapon would be less severe. Conversely, should the victim survive but remain gravely injured and he acted rashly, the repercussions would be considerably more complex. Just as Chen Kai and his team departed, Wang Xiangfa arrived with his group. Suddenly, all the personnel at the station arrived in a flurry, and the situation was swiftly brought under control. All right, hand me the firearm and elucidate the circumstances. Why was the gun discharged? How many shots were fired? What led you to determine that the use of a weapon was necessary? What was the scene like when the shots were fired? And where are the spent cartridges? Were there 2 prior warnings given? Was a warning shot fired? Wang Xiangfa approached with an array of questions, his demeanor serious as he scrutinized Jiang Feng, affording him no respite. The act of drawing a weapon, 2 decades prior, was regarded as commonplace. Even detectives would carry firearms while off duty, especially during major arrests when gunfire was more frequent. Such incidents were not deemed significant. However, following the gun ban 2 years ago, the landscape shifted dramatically. The use of firearms became a grave matter. Presently, gunfire is generally restricted to drug busts, permitted only when absolutely necessary, while ordinary cases prohibit the use of firearms altogether. Chapter 28. No regrets. In instances involving the apprehension of murderers, firearms may be employed, but strictly in situations where one's life is endangered. In other words, if a murderer approaches wielding a knife with intent to kill, one may draw their weapon. However, if the assailant attempts to flee, discharging a firearm is impermissible. This explains why, in many television dramas, officers visibly armed do not fire. Typically, the firearm serves merely as a deterrent. In the series In the Name of the People, during the incident at the Dafeng factory, even a high-ranking official like Director Chi only dared to issue a warning shot. Yet here was Jiang Feng, a mere deputy station chief, who resorted to gunfire. Now that the weapon had been discharged, a series of reviews awaited. This was precisely why Jiang Feng requested Chen Kai to retrieve the spent cartridges, ensuring an accurate account of the shots fired. Wang, approximately 40 minutes ago, I received a tip-off regarding a report that 2 local ruffians, Wang Eru and Zhang Xiaosan, had gathered over 30 individuals. They were engaged in a brawl on the outskirts of our jurisdiction at Sanguzi, armed with machetes and similar weapons. Upon receiving the alert, I promptly arrived at the scene, which was in complete disarray, with over 30 individuals locked in combat. Despite my attempts to intervene verbally, my efforts proved futile. Our patrol unit, comprising 8 officers, found it impossible to regain control of the situation. Observing the chaotic melee, where each participant wielded bladed weapons, I determined that to prevent severe consequences and potential tragedy, I decisively fired a warning shot and urged the crowd to lay down their weapons. However, my attempts were in vain, and several of the ruffians continued to provoke. I fired a warning shot into the air once more, threatening that should the violence persist, I would utilize my weapon. Upon this declaration, Wang Eru defiantly raised his machete and continued his assault on another thug. Left with no alternative, I fired a third shot, incapacitating Wang Eru by striking his leg, thereby regaining control of the scene. Subsequently, during the process of apprehending suspects, an individual attempted to flee, prompting me to discharge my weapon for a 4th time, firing a warning shot into the air to intimidate the entire assembly. After the gunfire, I promptly instructed my colleagues to tend to Wang Eru's wounds and dialed for emergency services. Jiang Feng methodically outlined the circumstances of the scene, detailing the reasons and consequences of the 4 shots fired, as well as the precise locations of the gunfire. Naturally, a report would be written post-incident. For now, it was merely to inform Wang Xiangfa of the situation and provide him with a clear understanding. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangfa maintained a serious demeanor. Although there were valid reasons for the 4 shots fired, the act of shooting itself was a grave matter. The potential repercussions were uncertain. Yet his irritation towards Jiang Feng had somewhat diminished. Considering the situation from Jiang Feng's perspective, it was indeed a challenging position to navigate. Jiang Feng's actions were devoid of fault, save for the fact that gunfire had occurred. Ideally, if it could be avoided, it should have been. Once a shot is fired, the situation becomes precarious, and even a warning shot would have sufficed. However, the issue lay in the fact that the shot aimed at Wang Eru was unwarranted. It was merely a brawl, albeit with a larger group, which did not necessitate the use of firearms. Wang Xiangfa sighed inwardly, preparing to speak, when Jiang Feng continued. Wang, there are a total of 6 critically injured individuals on site. Besides Wang Eru, whom I shot, the remaining injuries are severe. Are you certain? Wang Xiangfa's attention was immediately piqued. If this were merely a case of public disorder without serious consequences, the situation could be classified as a civil matter, where the use of a firearm would be excessive. However, if there were serious injuries, it would escalate to a criminal case, a significant one at that. In such a scenario, the use of a firearm might be deemed somewhat justifiable, lessening the absurdity of the situation and preventing ridicule. Although appropriate actions would still need to be taken. Yes, I can confirm. Additionally, one individual is in critical condition, with the attending physician indicating slim chances for survival. I have arranged for Chun Kai to escort 12 personnel with the ambulance to the hospital, with 2 individuals monitoring each patient. Wang Xiangfa's expression turned grave. If there were fatalities, the justification for the gunfire would be entirely valid. The only remaining question would be whether Jiang Feng's decision to shoot Wang Eru was warranted. At the very least, he would not face repercussions. Jiang Feng's predicament would become somewhat ambiguous, perhaps not as severe as initially thought. We need more personnel. Zhang Jiao, send a few more individuals to the hospital. Ensure that the suspects are monitored closely and keep me updated on any developments. Wang Xiangfa directed Zhang Ming. Understanding the urgency, Zhang Ming hurriedly departed with several colleagues. Wang Xiangfa began reporting the situation to the bureau. It was imperative to notify them of such occurrences. Given the large number of individuals present, transporting everyone back to the precinct would be unfeasible. They would need to be brought to the bureau's investigation area. Zhang Libo, on duty that evening, felt a chill upon hearing the news. This was undeniably a major incident, especially with a firearm involved. Ensure the scene is secured. I will head over immediately, and other precincts will provide support. Zhang Libo's voice resonated through the phone. The scene had shifted. Jiang Feng was no longer in charge, as Wang Xiangfa had taken over. Shortly thereafter, other officers from the county and Zhang Libo arrived. Zhang Libo first listened to Wang Xiangfa's report before summoning Jiang Feng. Observing Jiang Feng, Zhang Libo's expression was complex. Just prior, they had shared a meal together, and now an incident of such magnitude had unfolded. The young man had acted impulsively, resorting to gunfire. No matter how the situation would be resolved, Jiang Feng's future was now overshadowed. Even if the resolution was deemed reasonable and flawless, it was evident that there were more prudent ways to manage the situation. With a reckless youth wielding a firearm, who would dare to employ him? Fortunately, this time there had been no casualties, but it did not guarantee safety in future encounters. Jiang Feng, you will accompany me back to the station shortly. First, draft a report detailing the events of today. We will address additional matters afterward, Zhang Libo instructed. Jiang Feng nodded. Having handed the firearm to Wang Xiangfa, and with others now in charge at the scene, he felt a sense of relief. He had fired 4 shots, one of which was directed at a person. This had undoubtedly been a considerable burden for Jiang Feng, now that the tension had eased. He realized his back was soaked with perspiration. The red and blue police lights flashed in the darkness, providing a sense of security and hope. Regardless of how the aftermath would unfold for him, at that moment, Jiang Feng felt no remorse. Chapter 29, Resolution upon arriving at the station. Zhang Libo assigned Jiang Feng an office to document the incident. Jiang Feng diligently began to write the account of what had transpired. Halfway through, he received a call from Chen Kai, informing him that the critically injured individual had succumbed. However, the conditions of the others had stabilized. They would require transfer to a hospital in the city for further treatment, as the county's medical resources were insufficient. Jiang Feng paused, his pen hovering, before responding, understood. After hanging up, he sighed, realizing he had arrived a bit too late. Ultimately, one life had been lost. Although this individual was a small-time thug, and the circumstances of the brawl were regrettable, the loss of life remained tragic. He was a son to his parents, a husband to his wife, and a father to his children who would shoulder the burden left behind. Even if he was a petty criminal now, there was always the possibility of redemption in the future. It was a pity to see him go so soon. However, there was no point in dwelling on the past. In his previous life, this brawl had claimed 3 lives. Now, only one had perished. He had managed to save 2 lives, particularly that of the innocent passerby, a provincial journalist on a visit home, whose promising future had been extinguished simply by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was truly a tragic turn of events. Saving that one life could be seen as a justification for the 4 shots he had fired. Jiang Feng continued to immerse himself in writing the report. On the other hand, the bureau was in an uproar. A brawl involving over 30 individuals had erupted, resulting in 4 gunshots, several serious injuries, and 1 fatality. Regardless of the specifics, these events were sufficient to demonstrate the gravity of the situation. And now all these incidents had converged. Director Wei Jianmin had hastily arrived from home to convene an emergency meeting to address the matter. At the forefront of his ire was Wang Xiangfa, the station chief, who bore the brunt of Wei's furious reprimand. How can you claim to be a station chief? Are you even capable of fulfilling your duties? Such a significant incident occurred within your jurisdiction, and you were completely unaware. What kind of oversight is this? In an unexpected turn of events, it was a newly appointed deputy chief who ended up managing the situation, or else the chaos could have escalated even further. Wei Jianmin, already under pressure as he sought promotion to deputy county chief, was now faced with the uncertainty of how this debacle might impact his aspirations. In the midst of his fury, the other leaders in the bureau remained silent, too intimidated to defend Wang Xiangfa. The Xiqing station shall not involve itself in this case. It is to be handed over to the criminal investigation team. These ruffians have become utterly unmanageable. I have heard that this incident erupted over a dispute regarding hired entertainers at a karaoke venue. Therefore, I order an immediate sweep of all such establishments in the county tonight. We shall not concern ourselves with who is involved or the depth of their connections. We will cleanse the entire county, regardless of the numbers involved. Wei Jianmin issued his orders with palpable indignation. Zhang Libo quickly stepped forward. Director Wei, I have something to report. He led Wei Jianmin outside the meeting room. Director, this is indeed a critical moment. Given the magnitude of this case, it is already attracting considerable attention. If we proceed to sweep all establishments in the county, we may unknowingly offend many influential figures. Am I to fear offending them? Wei Jianmin shot back, his eyes narrowing. It is not about fear. I propose we wait until this incident has been resolved before we take further action against them. The case remains unresolved, with over 30 individuals involved in this violent brawl, a fatality, and several serious injuries. Our personnel are already overwhelmed. Zhang Libo offered Wei Jianmin a way out. Sighing inwardly, Wei Jianmin cast a grateful glance at Zhang Libo, as he himself was quite flustered. You make a valid point. However, the establishments linked to Wang Eru and Zhang Shaoxin must be addressed tonight, Wei Jianmin asserted. Absolutely, we will ensure they are closed down immediately, Jiang Libo replied affirmatively. Upon their return to the meeting room, Wei Jianmin had regained much of his composure and began to organize the tasks methodically. The criminal investigation team was tasked with taking over the case, ensuring that they swiftly uncover the sequence of events and provide a prompt resolution. No suspect shall be overlooked. Yet we must also avoid unjustly implicating any innocent parties. This violent brawl involving over 30 individuals is drawing attention from all levels. Director Qian immediately rose to take on the responsibility. Director Zhang, your responsibility tonight is to lead the operation to dismantle all establishments associated with Wang Eru and Zhang Shaosan. Ensure no one escapes. Before the action, collect all mobile phones to prevent any leaks. Additionally, apprehend every gang member linked to Wang Eru and Zhang Shaosan without delay. Understood. Director Wei. I will fulfill the mission, Jiang Libo assured. Director Zhang, regarding the incident involving Jiang Feng and the gunfire, how do you propose we address it? Political officer Liu Weiming chimed in. He had long held a grudge against Jiang Feng and seized this opportunity to settle the score. Upon hearing this topic, Wei Jianmin furrowed his brow. The situation regarding the gunfire was indeed complex. What is there to address? Jiang Feng's actions at the scene were entirely justified. His handling of the situation was impeccable. If he had failed to maintain control, who knows what consequences might have ensued. I have heard that a bystander was tied up at the scene. Had Jiang Feng and his team not arrived promptly, the bystander could have suffered greatly. Acknowledging Jiang Feng's actions should be sufficient. There is no need for any punitive measures, Qianzhu asserted firmly. Having risen through the ranks as the former captain of the criminal police, his methods were always resolute. And he believed there was no fault to find in Jiang Feng's response. While it is true that prompt gunfire can deter threats, if he had delayed, the toll could have been far greater. Director Qian, while I understand your perspective, the fact remains that shots were fired. You are aware that the higher-ups have strictly prohibited the use of firearms. Jiang Feng discharged 4 shots, which could reflect poorly on us, Jiang Libo expressed. Feeling a headache coming on, he held a favorable view of Jiang Feng, yet found himself powerless in the face of such incidents. Chapter 30. The Night Operation. Yes. Director Zhang is correct. The implications extend beyond mere inconvenience. I suggest we summon the inspection team to rigorously review Jiang Feng's firearm procedures to ascertain any violations. So we can determine the appropriate course of action, Liu Weiming interjected without hesitation. Jiang Libo widened his eyes. Director Liu, I did not say that. I merely suggested there might be some negative implications. I did not advocate for an investigation. Director, these negative implications necessitate thorough inquiry. Without a clear investigation, how can we mitigate the repercussions? Moreover, this is for Jiang Feng's benefit, Liu Weiming replied calmly, his eyes narrowing slightly. In terms of rhetoric, Liu Weiming was indeed quite adept. I disagree. There was clearly no issue. Why should we investigate? Jiang Feng's actions were justified, and our bureau should support him. If we cannot even manage this minor incident, who will respond to emergencies in the future? Qian Wenbin expressed his position decisively. At that moment, however, Jiang Libo's stance appeared uncertain. Director Wei, what do you think? Wei Jianmin furrowed his brows tightly. Had he been in a fit of anger moments ago, he would undoubtedly have supported Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Libo's earlier remarks left him somewhat hesitant. At this critical juncture, was it prudent for him to stand up for Jiang Feng? If he remained as the bureau chief, there would be no issues. After all, he could shoulder this matter. Yet, if he were to ascend to the deputy county position, things would be different. Jiang Feng's handling of the situation was indeed commendable. But the critical point was that if he defended Jiang Feng now, it could be used against him later to thwart his rise. Such occurrences were far too common. Should rumors arise suggesting he lacked a broader perspective, it could very well become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Caution was imperative for Wei Jianmin. Director Wei, this young man tends to act impulsively, he thought. In truth, had Jiang Feng managed the situation with a bit more finesse, perhaps by making announcements, dispersing the crowd, or calling for reinforcements, he could have avoided further complications. Liu Weiming was unrelenting in his scrutiny of Jiang Feng. Ultimately, Wei Jianmin waved his hand and said, let the political office conduct an investigation first to ascertain the specifics of the situation. We shall discuss it once the report is available. Liu Weiming's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Jiang Feng was finally within his grasp. Wang Xiangfa sighed from the side, lamenting his lack of authority to speak. Otherwise, he might have helped exonerate Jiang Feng. Now that Jiang Feng had fallen into Liu Weiming's hands, his troubles were compounded. That night, The streets of Xia County were far from tranquil. At 1 a.m., 10 entertainment venues in the county, including Wang Eru's and Zhang Xiaojia's, were all raided. Over 50 individuals, including relevant staff and some women, were taken away. By 3 a.m., several police stations in the county coordinated to apprehend additional members of Wang Eru and Zhang Xiaosan's teams, resulting in the capture of more than 10 individuals. It was only at dawn that a semblance of calm returned. As the first rays of morning sunlight broke, Xia County was enveloped in peace and tranquility once more. With most residents unaware of the events that had transpired, perhaps it would be long before they learned of the situation through various whispers. Jiang Feng stood up from his chair, stretched lazily, and concluded his report, preparing to step out for a brief walk. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Liu Weiming and his entourage. "Jiang Feng, have you finished your report?" "Yes, I have," Jiang Feng replied, handing over his document to Liu Weiming. "Good. Now, you should wait in the office. We have some questions for you shortly," Liu Weiming instructed. "All right, I'll grab a bite to eat and return shortly." Jiang Feng nodded, his stomach having grumbled all night. "Wait a moment, Jiang Feng. Do you not understand what I'm saying? I need you to stay here. Someone will come to question you," Liu Weiming said, his eyes flashing with cold intensity as he reprimanded him. "Director Liu, what do you mean by this? Am I not allowed to leave this office? What have I done wrong? What is the meaning of this? Is this an interview? Or am I being placed under double regulation or subjected to a criminal investigation?" Jiang Feng immediately bristled at the implications. "Jiang Feng, what are you shouting about?" Liu Weiming exclaimed, furrowing his brow. "Do you understand what a formal discussion entails? It means you have lost your freedom, does it not? What attitude is this? You refuse to cooperate with your duties, showing no regard for the organization or discipline." Liu Weiming's demeanor grew stern. "Even with the presence of structure and order, one must still eat, correct? You, Director Liu, may uphold organizational discipline, but aside from favoritism and retaliation, what else do you do? We, the frontline officers, confront criminals while you sip tea in your office. When we bravely face danger and sacrifice, you remain in your office reading the newspaper. You seem well-fed and rested. And now you come here to assert your authority. Let me tell you, it won't work. If you can, put handcuffs on me, or have someone restrain me. Otherwise, I shall go to eat." Jiang Feng disregarded Liu Weiming entirely, pushing past him and heading outside. It was not that Jiang Feng wished to defy authority recklessly. Rather, he was genuinely taken aback by how the higher-ups would handle the situation. A discussion with him was acceptable, an inquiry too, but to confine him to the office? Was this a form of house arrest? Liu Weiming, trembling as he pointed at Jiang Feng's retreating figure, ultimately refrained from having him restrained. After all, Wei Jianmin had instructed him to investigate Jiang Feng, not to directly curtail his freedom. However, Liu Weiming was not inclined to let the matter rest. He immediately turned and made his way to Wei Jianmin's office. "Director, this Jiang Feng is utterly out of line, demonstrating a complete lack of organizational discipline. I approached him to discuss matters and retrieve his report, but he refused to engage, insisting he wanted to go out to eat. I offered to have food brought to him, yet he declined everything and verbally assaulted me, showing no respect for my authority. He is disorganized and undisciplined, and now he has left, and I have no idea where he has gone. Wei Bureau, I can no longer manage this situation. Perhaps you should assign someone else to handle it?" Liu Weiming said, spreading his hands in exasperation. Wei Jianmin furrowed his brow, having been in leadership for many years. He was not easily deceived and did not fully trust Liu Weiming's words. Liu Weiming had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Jiang Feng, though the reasons remained unclear. It was evident that Liu Weiming harbored resentment towards Jiang Feng, making their conflict somewhat expected. Chapter 31. Difficulties. Director Wei. A person so devoid of organization and discipline should be suspended for reflection. Liu Weiming continued to disparage Jiang Feng. Wei Jianmin, subtly frowning, tapped his fingers on the desk, interrupting Liu Weiming's incessant tirade, and stated directly, "Enough. You cannot simply threaten to quit at every turn while criticizing Jiang Feng. How can you, the head of the political department, function this way? Jiang Feng is young and has recently endured some grievances, coupled with having just discharged his weapon. It is natural for him to be a bit unstable emotionally. The subsequent psychological support must follow. Just recently, he was awarded a third-class merit certificate. And now you suggest suspension for reflection. Do you believe this is appropriate? As the head of the political office, you must learn to assist your subordinates in managing their psychological well-being, rather than resorting to punitive measures at the slightest provocation. Do you understand? If you find this task insurmountable, return to me, and I shall appoint someone else. Wei Jianmin delivered a measured admonition to Liu Weiming, who swallowed his words in an instant. The implication was clear. If he could not perform adequately, he would be replaced. This statement bore dual interpretations, one directed at the matter concerning Jiang Feng, and the other concerning Liu Weiming's own capabilities as the head of the political office. Liu Weiming, understanding the gravity of the situation, dared not gamble with Wei Jianmin's words, particularly after the latter had delineated the responsibilities of the political office head. He realized that failing in his duties would only amplify Wei Jianmin's discontent. Very well, Director Wei, I shall endeavor to address the issues concerning Jiang Feng. You possess a remarkable foresight. My awareness and understanding are indeed lacking, and I must learn from you. Liu Weiming fawned, a habit that had become second nature to him. Recognizing his own deficiencies, he resolved to elevate his understanding. Wei Jianmin offered a gentle reminder and refrained from further harsh words. Upon returning to the office after breakfast, Jiang Feng found Liu Weiming waiting for him, accompanied by Hu Lijun. The political office comprised a head and 2 deputy directors, ideally. Liu Weiming should have brought along Deputy Director Deng Yu, who managed the inspection team, yet he chose to bring Hu Lijun, someone with whom Jiang Feng had previously had conflicts. Comrade Jiang Feng has returned. Please take a seat, Liu Weiming declared in an official manner. Jiang Feng remained silent and sat down, while Liu Weiming produced pen and paper to commence recording. Meanwhile, Wang Jianfeng had finally been released from the detention room. Although it had been established the previous night that he was not affiliated with either Wang Eru or Zhang Xiaosan's factions, Wang Jianfeng, as a witness to the incident, was still required to provide a statement and potentially testify in court. After all, he was the sole third party present apart from the 2 conflicting sides. Through the words of the investigating officers, Wang Jianfeng became aware of the events that transpired the previous evening and recognized the peril he had been in. A man had indeed died, not counting the one shot by Jiang Feng, who had also severely injured 4 others. At that time, he had been bound to a utility pole amidst the chaos. Had the police not arrived promptly, he might have been ensnared in the violence, the outcome of which was uncertain. Consequently, Wang Jianfeng was exceedingly cooperative when providing his witness statement. Before departing, he left his contact information, expressing his willingness to assist should his testimony be required. He also inquired about the officers who had responded to the scene, as the 3 shots fired amidst the turmoil had left a profound impression on him. The image of Jiang Feng's bravery was indelibly etched in Wang Jianfeng's memory, for he felt immense gratitude. Had Jiang Feng not been able to control the situation, the consequences could have been dire. As Wang Jianfeng exited the police station, it was 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sun had already risen high in the sky. The road in front of the police station bustled with pedestrians and vehicles. What splendid weather, Wang Jianfeng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the tip-off you received? Why did you rush to the scene? Liu Weiming inquired from inside an office within the political department. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner irritation. What sort of questions were these? Was it a fault to arrive promptly at the scene? He was not the suspect, so why was he being interrogated in such a manner? I was on patrol when I received a report from a citizen, Jiang Feng replied. Why were you armed at that time? According to standard regulations, firearms should be secured in the armory, with ammunition stored separately. Indeed, but during this period, in response to the summer public security rectification activities mandated by the Bureau, we applied for firearms to enhance our deterrent effect and better combat criminal activities while on patrol. Was your intention to draw your weapon during the patrol? My aim was to bolster the deterrence against potential lawbreakers. Are you aware that carrying a firearm increases the risk significantly? It could potentially escalate tensions while handling cases. Liu Weiming clearly intended to press Jiang Feng, each question more challenging than the last. The interrogation was not merely probing, it was downright adversarial. Director Liu, we cannot allow fear of potential accidents to paralyze action. By your logic, countries with nuclear weapons should refrain from having them altogether to avoid provoking others. Jiang Feng retorted with a smirk. Liu Weiming's expression darkened under the sharp response. Bang! Hu Lijun slammed the table forcefully. Jiang Feng, answer the questions posed to you directly. No diversions, just respond appropriately. What do you mean by responding appropriately? Have you considered whether your questions are even reasonable? Fine, let me rephrase. Upon your arrival at the scene, what was the situation like? Liu Weiming seemed to realize that Jiang Feng was impervious to pressure. How many individuals were present at the scene? What criteria did you use to determine the necessity of discharging your weapon? Why did you not consider a more prudent approach? Jiang Feng understood that Liu Weiming was deliberately trying to complicate matters, yet he answered each question in turn. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Xiangfa was convening a meeting, primarily addressing the events that transpired the previous night. Liu Weitao's grin was nearly impossible to conceal. Jiang Feng had indeed landed himself in a significant predicament. His prospects for promotion appeared grim, and he might even struggle to retain his position as deputy director. If the outcome was unfavorable, he might find himself sidelined or even demoted. Chapter 32. Watching a movie for now, the public security team under Jiang's jurisdiction would remain under Liu's oversight. Report any developments to me promptly, Wang Xiangfa sighed at last. Jiang Feng's misfortune was palpable. A promising talent had encountered a significant setback just after assuming the role of deputy director. Understood, Director Wang, Liu Weitao responded with enthusiasm. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of excitement as he cast a scrutinizing glance at Chen Kai and Zhou Jijun. As for Zhao Zhengang, he was not naive and recognized that he was associated with Director Wang Xiangfa. After the meeting concluded, Zhou Jijun approached Chen Kai with a furrowed brow, inquiring about the situation at the Jiang station. I'm not sure. I've heard that the Jiang station is still at the bureau, facing scrutiny after firing 4 shots. He lamented. The two men exchanged sighs, deliberating for quite some time, yet arriving at no resolution. In the afternoon of the same day, Jiang Feng returned to the station, but he was instructed not to report for duty. Liu Weiming conveyed that Jiang Feng should rest at home for a couple of days, as per the bureau's decision, which aimed to assess the situation before determining the next steps. Jiang Feng had little to say. Upon returning to the station, he intended to organize his work, only to discover that Wang Xiangfa had assigned his security team to Liu Weidao. It is often said that when one departs, the warmth dissipates. But he had not even left yet, and the chill had already set in, rendering him despondent. Losing interest in visiting Wang Xiangfa's office, Jiang Feng resigned himself to the situation. Is everything all right, Jiang? Chen Kai and Zhou Jijun expressed their concern as they entered Jiang Feng's office. Jiang Feng waved dismissively, stating, I'm fine, just taking a couple of days to rest, before hastily gathering his belongings and leaving the station. Inside his office, Wang Xiangfa's expression darkened upon realizing that Jiang Feng had no intention of visiting him. Shouldn't he have reported something to the station chief? Feeling disheartened, Jiang Feng returned home, intending to sleep soundly, but was interrupted by a call from Dong Chong. Dong Chong, having only learned of the events in the county after arriving at work, expressed his concern for Jiang Feng. In contrast to Wang Xiangfa, Dong Chong's warmth was palpable, and despite the expectations of emotional detachment within the system, Jiang Feng found himself touched. After hanging up, Jiang Feng freshened up and lay down to rest, sleeping deeply until the night had fallen. He ventured out for a light meal, but found himself unable to sleep upon returning home. Reminded of his promise to Tang Lingruo to watch a movie, he noted that it was still early and decided to call her. Tang Lingruo was pleasantly surprised to receive Jiang Feng's call, and soon they arranged to meet at the cinema. In the county, there was but one cinema, currently screening the blockbuster Spider-Man 2, a quintessential popcorn film that offered thrilling spectacles without delving into complex narratives. With classes having commenced, the cinema was relatively empty, allowing Jiang Feng and Tang Lingruo to sit together, munching on popcorn while enjoying the film. This was an opportunity for Jiang Feng to unwind. Yet he felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, given that this was their first movie outing together. As they reached for popcorn, their hands brushed against each other multiple times, causing Tang Lingruo's cheeks to involuntarily flush with color. You're blushing, Jiang Feng whispered softly in her ear, his warm breath sending a shiver down her spine, turning her ears a deeper shade of red. I am not, she retorted. Let me check your pulse and see how fast your heartbeat is. Jiang Feng turned to face her, and in a moment of unexpected boldness, she extended her hand. Upon touching Jiang Feng's hand, an electric sensation coursed through her body. Tang Lingruo felt her face burning. Without a mirror, she knew it was a vivid crimson. Your heartbeat is quickened, Jiang Feng noted, his voice tinged with a slight tremor as he held her delicate hand, swallowing hard. No, it's your heartbeat that's racing, she replied. In the dimness, her breath was fragrant, inadvertently quickening Jiang Feng's own heartbeat. Is that so? Then why don't you listen for yourself? Jiang Feng suggested, gesturing toward his chest. A hint of shyness crossed Tang Lingruo's face as she playfully protested, I'm not foolish enough to do that. What transpired in the movie went unnoticed by either of them, and when they finally exited the cinema, Jiang Feng intended to escort Tang Lingruo home. Yet, she instinctively suggested, "You walk quite well. Why don't we take a stroll?" After uttering that, she regretted her choice of words, wondering how she could have phrased it so awkwardly. Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her remark, returning with a playful quip, "I see you have two hands. Why not hold one of mine?" Tang Lingruo could assure that, had she not possessed immense self-control, she would have willingly placed her hand in his. Being summer, she managed to restrain herself. But had it been winter, she doubted her ability to maintain such composure in light of Jiang Feng's comment. "How beautiful you are, always thinking of delightful matters. Can't even entertain the thought?" "Certainly not," she replied, though internally, she felt her resolve weakening. It was as if her hand were developing a mind of its own. They continued to banter playfully until they arrived at Tang Lingruo's doorstep, where Jiang Feng remained oblivious to the passage of time. "I'll head back now," she said. Casting a reluctant glance at him, Jiang Feng nodded. "All right, I'll watch you return before I leave." At that moment, they were in an old neighborhood with family quarters, and Jiang Feng observed the motion sensor lights illuminating the stairwell one by one. Only when the stairwell succumbed once again to darkness did he turn to depart. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Lingruo hurried to the window upon reaching home, peering down to watch Jiang Feng meander away, a smile blossoming involuntarily on her face, completely unaware of her own expression. It wasn't until her uncle, Tang Wenxin, approached from behind that she snapped back to reality. "Lingruo, who accompanied you back?" he inquired. Tang Lingruo started, startled into awareness. "Uncle, how come you walked so quietly?" "Haha, it's not that I walked quietly. It's that your body has returned, yet your heart remains outside," Tang Wenxin chuckled. "No, uncle, please don't misinterpret. We are merely classmates." Tang Lingruo's explanation was as transparent as the saying goes. "Classmate, is it Jiang Feng?" Chapter 33, Subtle Ascension and Decline. "Yes, it is Jiang Feng," Tang Lingruo nodded. "Do you have feelings for this classmate?" Tang Wenxin inquired, gazing at his niece. "We're just classmates, purely classmates," Tang Lingruo replied, silently adding in her heart, "at least for now." Chuckling, Tang Wenxin chose not to probe further. But he resolved to investigate Jiang Feng's circumstances and discuss it with his elder brother. Previously, he had casually offered assistance due to Tang Lingruo, which he deemed inconsequential. However, if Tang Lingruo genuinely harbored feelings for Jiang Feng, a thorough investigation was warranted, and he would need to consider his elder brother's stance as well. His elder brother, currently in the province, had ascended to a pivotal position. A step up could lead to becoming a significant provincial authority, involving political resources that were rather complex. Although his elder brother had not disclosed any intentions regarding alliances through marriage, it was not a trivial matter. Not just anyone could wed his niece. Ultimately, it would depend on his elder brother's perspective. If his elder brother consented, then, as an uncle, he would have no objections. However, if his elder brother disapproved, it would be prudent to clarify matters early on. Having made a decision in his heart, Tang Wenxin refrained from discussing it further with Tang Lingruo. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was resting at home, and the resolution concerning the case was nearing completion. Injuries had been assessed, and those to be detained had been taken into custody. In such significant cases, it was crucial to reach a swift conclusion. A prompt determination would benefit all parties involved. Jiang Feng's situation resurfaced in discussions. What to do about the gunfire incident? Wei Jianmin hesitated, despite his desire to protect Jiang Feng. The details of the case had been clarified, and there was no fault in Jiang Feng's actions. Yet, practical implications could not be overlooked. Otherwise, it may be best to reassign him from his current position, Wei Jianmin suggested hesitantly. "I concur. From any perspective, Jiang Feng is no longer suited for his original role. I believe he could be reassigned to the Xiaodian Township Police Station and suspended for 3 months, Liu Weiming interjected decisively. "Director Liu, that would be a severe blow. Not to mention Jiang Feng committed no wrongdoing. Even if he had, young people deserve a chance for redemption," Qian Wenbin countered directly. This remark caused Wei Jianmin's face to flush with embarrassment. It not only addressed Liu Weiming but also reflected on him. "Director Zhang, what is your opinion?" Wei Jianmin turned to Zhang Libo. "I believe it is acceptable to reassign him from the contentious West City area, but there is no need for suspension. It would be better for him to retain his position as deputy director and return to the Xiaodian Township Police Station," Zhang Libo replied. Both Zhang Libo and Qian Wenbin opposed the removal of Jiang Feng from his position, prompting Wei Jianmin, despite being the director, to contemplate their perspective seriously. As for Liu Weiming, although he was a member of the leadership team as the political affairs director, his influence was not as substantial as that of these two. However, sending Jiang Feng back to the shop's police station seems rather conspicuous, considering he has committed no wrongdoing. Even if he were to be reassigned from his current position, it would be inappropriate to use this shooting incident as justification. Otherwise, the intent would be too apparent. If Jiang Feng were to raise a commotion, it would reflect poorly on all involved. Director Wei, I recall that the Forest Public Security Bureau is in need of a deputy director. At that moment, the office director, Hao Mei, interjected. Instantly, Wei Jianmin's eyes sparkled with realization. The Forest Public Security Bureau was once independent and wielded considerable authority when logging was permitted in the Northeast, serving as the primary economic source. However, following the prohibition on logging and the initiative to conserve forests, the Bureau's status became precarious, primarily due to the lack of work. Employment often equates to power. Without work, one lacks authority. Presently, it has been integrated into the Public Security Bureau, existing merely as a department of equivalent rank. The director holds a position comparable to a deputy director within the Bureau, but in reality, the director of the Forest Public Security Bureau is more akin to a team leader at the county level. To some extent, the county's team leader possesses actual authority, while the Forest Public Security Bureau director, devoid of cases to manage, wields little power. The role of deputy director is less significant, despite the appealing title. Transferring Jiang Feng there would be considered a promotion of sorts, potentially pacifying him and preventing any disturbances, while simultaneously distancing him from the core issues at hand. Out of sight, out of mind, this would provide a satisfactory resolution to the matter. Wei Jianmin cast a satisfied glance at Hao Mei, appreciating her sharp insight and ability to anticipate his thoughts. Hao, that suggestion is commendable. Please communicate with the Forestry Bureau to ascertain if there are no issues. And if all is well, we shall proceed with the appointment from our office, he decisively concluded. He then turned to the others, inquiring, does anyone have any objections? What could the others possibly say? Wei Jianmin had already made his decision. Could they openly oppose him? No objections. No objections, echoed the crowd. Qian Wenbin expressed some regret. Given Jiang Feng's temperament, he had envisioned him joining the criminal investigation team. Even without the position of deputy director, Jiang Feng could serve as a junior detective. With his capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he would achieve merit and rise through the ranks. However, if he were to be dispatched to the Forest Public Security Bureau, it would truly be akin to retirement. Such a position, if one had connections, could be quite advantageous, offering minimal work pressure and a respectable rank. If suitable, there could be avenues for advancement to a deputy position. Certainly a more favorable situation than within the Public Security Bureau. After all, the Forest Public Security is under the dual jurisdiction of both the Forestry Bureau and the Public Security Bureau. Given the larger number of personnel in the latter, the available positions are scarce. Only a handful of individuals can be promoted to higher ranks each year, particularly at the deputy section chief level. In contrast, the Forestry Bureau operates differently, with fewer personnel making it feasible to secure a position through maneuvering, ensuring that a promotion to section chief is certainly attainable. And even a deputy section chief role is not entirely out of reach. However, Jiang Feng's situation is distinct. This move represents a subtle demotion disguised as a promotion, leading to years of stagnation, rendering it even more challenging than to excel in the countryside. Ultimately, this could result in a true lack of advancement opportunities. Chapter 34. Deputy Director Qian Wenbin was dissatisfied, and Liu Weiming harbored his own discontent, albeit with the necessity to promote Jiang Feng, even in this underhanded manner. At the very least, it was still a promotion. Yet, Liu Weiming quickly came to terms with the situation. Jiang Feng would be dispatched to the cold bench of the Forest Public Security, where, after many years, few would remember him, especially since he would hardly ever encounter the leadership. Moreover, Jiang Feng's reckless use of a firearm left a rather unfavorable impression on many leaders, who would dare to employ such a brash youth. This essentially sealed Jiang Feng's fate and simultaneously eliminated his competition, particularly his cousin Liu Weidao. On the contrary, Zhang Libo was quite pleased. Just yesterday, Dong Chang had made a special visit to the county, greeting him with a request for assistance on behalf of Jiang Feng. In response to this appeal from a former subordinate, Zhang Libo felt it was manageable. After the meeting, Wei Jianmin personally called Wang Feng, the director of the Forestry Bureau, to discuss the arrangement for Jiang Feng to assume the role of deputy director. The Forest Public Security Bureau is unique. operating under dual leadership, one side aligned with the Forestry Bureau and the other with the Public Security Bureau. While operational guidance is primarily provided by the Public Security Bureau, personnel arrangements also fall under its purview, whereas financial matters rely on the Forestry Bureau. Consequently, the opinions of the Forestry Bureau carry considerable weight, should they disagree. Any forcible arrangements could lead to financial repercussions. Director Wang, we are assigning a young talent to your bureau, our county's youngest deputy section chief. A daring individual who recently earned a third-class merit. You have previously expressed concerns about our lack of attention to the forest public security. Now we are extending our support. Wei Jianmin remarked jovially over the phone. Wang, internally cursing, found the words charming, yet if they truly valued talent, they would not send someone over merely to be sidelined. Nonetheless, the Forestry Bureau's standing in the county was inherently inferior to that of the Public Security Bureau. And with the potential for Wei Jianmin to ascend to the deputy county level, it was a matter of maintaining appearances. Thus, he responded with a cheerful tone. I appreciate your efforts, Director Wei. I will treat you to a meal soon, and we can enjoy a few drinks together. Through their exchange, the personnel arrangements were solidified, and the office officially issued a notification. When Jiang Feng received the call, he was momentarily bewildered, Deputy Director of the Forest Public Security Bureau. Just after hanging up the phone, Wang Xiangfa called, requesting Jiang Feng to come to the station for an official handover. Upon arriving, Jiang Feng noticed the sympathetic gazes of many colleagues. They were all too aware of what the forest police entailed. The subtle games of elevation and demotion were not lost on anyone. Of course, some viewed it as a positive development. After all, he had been promoted to Deputy Director, a title that sounded far more appealing. To the uninformed, Deputy Director Jiang certainly appeared to hold a more prestigious position than Deputy Chief Jiang. Many individuals spend their lives striving to attain the title of Deputy Chief, to have their roles sound more dignified when mentioned, especially for their children when filling out forms regarding their parents' occupations. Most people do not harbor ambitions for a political career. Deputy Chief Jiang, please have a seat. Soon, you'll be handing over your duties to Deputy Chief Liu. By the way, do you have time tonight for a farewell banquet? Wang Xiangfa smiled as he spoke. Jiang Feng, however, perceived the lack of sincerity in Wang's words. This promotion was merely a fade, and organizing a farewell banquet would only invite ridicule. Thus, he shook his head. No need for that. I've already been assigned to report to the forest police tomorrow, and I need to rest early tonight. Indeed, it's best to hope for achievements in your new position, Wang Xiangfa mused, realizing he had overstepped with his earlier suggestion and refrained from pressing the matter further. During the handover with Lu Weitao, Jiang Feng noticed the mocking smile on Lu's face. Having been at the station for barely a month, his departure seemed to bring Lu a sense of triumph, albeit somewhat forced. After all, Jiang Feng was not returning to the countryside. He was being promoted to Deputy Director, albeit a title that, while sounding impressive, was merely a nominal distinction lacking real power. Once Lu Weitao finished the handover, Chen Kai entered Jiang Feng's office. Deputy Chief Jiang, I hesitate, but I must say, I wish to accompany you. Jiang Feng was taken aback. He found it hard to believe that Chen Kai was unaware of his situation. The title of Deputy Director, though appealing in name, was essentially equivalent to that of a section chief, devoid of any real authority. What are you talking about? Focus on your work here, Jiang Feng replied, shaking his head. Chen Kai had mustered considerable courage to voice his desire, only to have it swiftly dismissed by Jiang Feng. Nevertheless, Chen Kai demonstrated earnestness. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Feng sent him on his way without allowing him to see him off, wary of inciting Lu Weitao's resentment. He was now a figure of no significance. After packing his belongings, Jiang Feng descended the stairs and exited the Xiqing police station. Before leaving, he glanced back at the station. Although his tenure there was brief, the memories were indelibly etched in his mind. At the West City police station, Jiang Feng had engaged in a fierce struggle against Lu Weitao and Zhou Zhang, experiencing the intricacies of power dynamics for the first time. He became acutely aware of the capricious nature of human relationships. Afterward, he hailed a cab and returned home, where he received a call from Dong Chang, inviting him to lunch together. This gesture warmed Jiang Feng's heart. As compared to Wang Xiangfa, Dong Chang genuinely cared for him. They chose a modest restaurant right by Jiang Feng's doorstep rather than any lavish dining establishment. How are you holding up? Feeling disheartened? Dong Chang inquired, tossing Jiang Feng a cigarette and sizing him up. A bit, Jiang Feng admitted candidly, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. You know, Sometimes as young people, we act impulsively. But remember, every setback is a lesson learned. Don't lose heart. Spend a few years at the Forestry Public Security Bureau. If Qianzhu rises to a higher position, you might still have your chance, Dong Chang reassured him. I've heard that Qianzhu has a favorable view of you, despite facing a subtle demotion. Jiang Feng had at least gained a reputation. In life, one need not fear being scrutinized. The true peril lies in being overlooked and forgotten. These two incidents had ensured that Qian Wenbin would remember him. Chapter 35. Taking office. Jiang Feng fell silent at these words, a bitter taste lingering at the corner of his mouth. He understood that Dong Chang was attempting to console him, yet such comfort seemed so feeble and ineffective. Qian Wenbin's regard for him was ambiguous. It was uncertain whether it stemmed from mere admiration or genuine importance. Even if Qian Wenbin held him in high esteem, it would be contingent upon Qian ascending to the position of director first. Jiang Feng was acutely aware that, during his previous life, after Wei Jianmin's departure, a director had been parachuted in from the municipal bureau, while Qian Wenbin had to wait until another director was ousted to seize his opportunity. This process took nearly a decade, and Jiang Feng pondered whether Qian Wenbin would still remember him after such a long duration at the Forestry Public Security Bureau. Moreover, how could a mere admiration withstand the ravages of time? Once Qian Wenbin attained his position, he would likely prioritize the promotion of his own subordinates, leaving little room for Jiang Feng. Such consolation felt almost counterproductive. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng understood the goodwill behind Dong Chang's words and chose not to display any signs of fatigue or despondency in front of him. Rest assured, Director Dong. I am still young and can afford to wait, he replied with a smile. Dong Chang's intentions were well placed, and Jiang Feng was determined not to let them go to waste. He also resolved to mask any signs of weariness or discouragement from anyone. After all, even prominent figures experience their own rises and falls. What was he in comparison? Seeing Jiang Feng's demeanor, Dong Chang felt reassured. He also shared what little he knew about matters at the Forestry Public Security Bureau, having a friend there who could provide insight. His name is Miao Guangming, and he is around my age. When you arrive, feel free to consult him if you have any questions, Dong Chang suggested, recommending a familiar face. Jiang Feng nodded. Having a connection was certainly preferable to being alone. After the meal, Dong Chang took his leave, and Jiang Feng, watching his departing figure, felt a twinge of emotion. Indeed, Dong Chang was a commendable individual. Alas, it is a pity that such admirable people seldom advance within the bureaucratic system. I recall that prior to my rebirth, Dong Chang was merely a director, languishing in a rural post for many years. In contrast, those who are adept at flattery and opportunism effortlessly navigate the political arena. The following day, Jiang Feng reported to the Forest Public Security Bureau, located in a modest two-story building on the outskirts of the city. The environment and facilities seemed to be relics from the 1970s and 1980s, hardly worth mentioning. Even the local police station could boast of superior conditions. Upon entering, Jiang Feng found the guardroom deserted, with no indication of where the personnel had gone. However, once he stepped into the office building, he encountered some staff. Pushing open the door to an office marked Comprehensive Division, he found two individuals engaged in conversation, a middle-aged woman and an elderly man. Who are you looking for? The woman inquired, her demeanor casual, lacking even a uniform. I am looking for our director. Is he in? Jiang Feng asked. Who are you? What business do you have? The middle-aged woman remained seated, barely acknowledging him. My name is Jiang Feng. I am newly assigned here and wish to report to the director. At this, the woman finally rose from her chair. You must be Director Jiang. I am Jiang Feng Lan, the head of the Comprehensive Division. Director Wan has informed me of your arrival today. He is currently waiting for you in his office. Allow me to escort you. Jiang Feng Lan's demeanor was cheerful, though lacking in the respect one might expect. Her cordiality paled in comparison to that of Director Hao Mei. Thank you, Director Jiang. Jiang Feng nodded in response. You are quite young, Director. What brings you to our bureau? Do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Feng Lan inquired as she led him upstairs. Jiang Feng quickly discerned that this was no ordinary police bureau. It felt more like a retirement haven. The head of the Comprehensive Division showed him little respect and even took the liberty of suggesting potential romantic interests, clearly not viewing him as a superior. Not yet. I'm still young and not in a rush for such matters, he replied evasively. Not in a rush? That won't do. If you delay, all the good girls will be taken, she responded, her tone lighthearted. Leave this matter to me. I'll make sure to introduce you to someone suitable. Despite the Forest Public Security Bureau being a haven for those lacking ambition, For ordinary individuals, it offered a laid-back environment with job security. Moreover, as a leader, Jiang Feng would undoubtedly attract attention when seeking a partner outside. Jiang Feng was genuinely reluctant to delve into this topic and managed to deflect the conversation. As a result, he arrived at the director's office without even inquiring about Director 1's full name. The door to the office stood ajar, and without knocking, Jiang Feng ushered Jiang Feng inside. Director 1, Director Jiang has reported for duty. I've brought him to you. Jiang Feng spoke. And Jiang Feng soon noticed an elderly man with graying hair seated behind a desk, taking medicine. The nature of his illness was unclear, but given the numerous pills he was consuming, it was evident that his health was far from robust. Clad in such attire, one would easily mistake him for a retired gentleman on the streets. Haha, splendid. Our bureau finally has some youthful presence again. Jiang Feng, is it? Please, take a seat, Wan Quan welcomed enthusiastically. However, as he rose from his chair, he leaned against his waist for support. I am Wan Quan, an old hand in forest public security. In my youth, I acquired a chronic ailment that rendered my body less capable, he continued, seemingly reading the thoughts reflected in Jiang Feng's eyes. Not at all, Wan Bureau Chief. You are a veteran who has dedicated your life to public security. The ailments you bear are not signs of incapacity, but rather medals of honor, Jiang Feng replied with a warm smile. Wan Quan's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated such eloquence from the young man. Initially, he had assumed Jiang Feng would display a brash demeanor typical of new appointees. Yet he found him to be quite polished. No wonder he had ascended to the role of Deputy Bureau Chief at such a young age. It was a mystery who he had offended at the Public Security Bureau to be dispatched here to retire. Haha, young Zhang speaks so charmingly. Director Zhang, could you pour a cup of tea for Bureau Chief Zhang? I would like to have a chat, Wan Quan said as he settled onto the sofa beside Jiang Feng. Certainly, Wan Bureau Chief, Jiang Feng responded, yet she lingered without any discernible awareness of the moment. It was only after Wan Quan prompted her that she finally took her leave, proving to be quite an enigma for someone in her position. Chapter 36. Soaking up the sun. Director Zhang is the sister-in-law of Deputy Director Chiu from the Forestry Bureau, Wan Quan remarked with a smile. Jiang Feng felt a jolt of realization. Despite Wan Quan's claim of being aged and physically unfit, his perceptive gaze was sharp. Just a mere glance had allowed him to discern Jiang Feng's thoughts. One should not underestimate him. I am growing old. By the end of this year, I shall retire. I should have stepped back by now, but alas, no one has come to take over, and I am left with no choice but to persist. However, by year-end, I shall finally retire, Wan Quan stated, leaving Jiang Feng momentarily at a loss for words. If you retire, Wan Bureau Chief, it will indeed be a loss for our bureau. You should continue to shine and contribute for a few more years, Jiang Feng replied. No need for that. I am looking forward to enjoying my twilight years. After a lifetime of dedication, it is time for me to relish some peace, Wan Quan chuckled. After exchanging pleasantries, Wan Quan formally began to introduce Jiang Feng to the circumstances of the bureau. The situation within the forest public security was quite straightforward. There were a total of 6 official police officers, all advanced in years, with not a single young face among them. The auxiliary officers, however, included 15 younger individuals, along with several personnel who had transitioned from the Forestry Bureau. In total, including Jiang Feng and those in charge of safety, the bureau comprised 35 members, which was still fewer than the staff at the West City Station, and predominantly consisted of older individuals, with only a handful of youth present. Thus, I would like to inform everyone to gather in the conference room for a meeting. As the newly appointed officer, it is essential to meet everyone. After making a phone call, Wan Quan proceeded towards the conference room, which was just next door. Before long, everyone had arrived, many carrying thermoses, yet not a single notebook was in sight. It seemed they weren't there for a formal meeting, but rather for a casual tea gathering. Among the 6 official police officers, only 4 were present. Wan Quan explained that one was ill and hospitalized, while another was attending a parent-teacher meeting for their grandchild. All 15 auxiliary officers, however, were in attendance, with 8 of them being over 40 years old and 7 quite youthful, along with Jiang Feng and others. This constituted the entirety of the forest police force, and Jiang Feng felt increasingly disheartened. Nevertheless, the atmosphere during the meeting was rather pleasant. Devoid of any power struggles typical of the Xiqing police station, everyone was quite harmonious. The main focus was on respecting the elderly and caring for the young, with inquiries about whether Jiang Feng had a suitable place to eat. If the cafeteria's food was unsatisfactory, they offered to have him dine at their homes. claiming their spouses prepared delicious meals. Jiang Feng found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. He paid special attention to Miao Guangming. Introduced by Dong Chong, Miao appeared more spirited, at least arriving in uniform. With Director Jiang here, feel free to consult him regarding any work matters in my absence. Wan Quan stated directly. Director Wan, I am still young and cannot bear such a heavy responsibility, Jiang Feng quickly interjected. It's fine. We all start young and adapt in time. Now, let's conclude the meeting, Wan Quan said decisively. After the meeting, Jiang Feng followed Wan Quan back to the office, where Wan Quan unexpectedly handed him the official seal of the bureau. Xiao Jiang, for your office arrangements, let Director Zhang handle it. She will also show you around the bureau. As for the other business matters, you'll gradually understand. My back is not well, and I have acupuncture sessions these days, so I won't linger. I must take my leave, Wan Quan remarked before preparing to exit, truly broadening Jiang Feng's horizons. Holding the official seal, Jiang Feng felt somewhat disoriented. He had come to serve as the deputy director, and yet the director had departed. Was the forest police now solely under his jurisdiction? However, Jiang Feng felt no excitement. In truth, in such a place, what could one truly assert? Sir, drink more goji berries. Sir, if you lack calcium, be sure to bask in the sun. Jiang Feng wore an expression of helplessness as he sought out Jiang Feng lawn to arrange for his office, which was located on the eastern side of the second floor. The desk was adorned with a layer of green sponge and glass, reminiscent of the last century. The green metal filing cabinet was an antique he had not encountered before. Yet, the sunlight streaming into the office was quite pleasant, and he could enjoy some sun exposure in the future. Jiang Feng contemplated that perhaps he should write a novel. Was this not the very establishment Yuhua longed to join? Aside from the Cultural Bureau, he could think of no place in the county that would be more relaxed than this. However, Jiang Feng was led by Jiang Feng Lan to tour the office building. The first floor housed the comprehensive office and the case handling area. The case handling area was sparsely equipped, consisting merely of a few radiators and an iron cage, largely rendered useless, as it was intended for patients visiting the hospital who had not yet arrived. The second floor contained the law enforcement department, the rescue department, and the patrol team, with most of the auxiliary police being part of the patrol team, which was required to regularly patrol the forest areas. The bureau possessed only one Santana vehicle, and Jiang Feng handed the car keys to Jiang Feng, allowing him to use the vehicle whenever necessary. Jiang Feng could only smile wryly. Upon returning to his office, he summoned Miao Guangming. Director Jiang, just call me Old Miao, Miao Guangming said with a cheerful smile. Last night, Old Dong called me. I have been with the forest police for many years, so feel free to ask me anything. All right, Old Miao. What are the primary responsibilities of our forest police? Our main duty is patrolling. We are responsible for the first and second forest farms in the county, while the remaining ones, like Hongxing Forest Farm, fall under the jurisdiction of the Sanjiang Forestry Bureau. Thus, our primary function revolves around the patrol team, which is tasked with patrolling the forest farms twice a week to check for illegal logging. If any is found, we document it. Though locating the culprits is nearly impossible due to the absence of surveillance in the farms. Additionally, if any issues arise in the forest farms, they will reach out to us. According to our jurisdiction, all cases occurring within the forest farms are under our purview, except for major criminal cases. Miao Guangming provided a brief introduction, and Jiang Feng understood that, in essence, it boiled down to patrolling. Thank you, Old Miao. I will treat you and Director Dong to a meal another day, Jiang Feng said with a hint of resignation. It should be me treating you, but Director Jiang, you might want to visit Director Wang at the Forestry Bureau to at least make his acquaintance. After all, our forest police operate under dual jurisdiction. Miao Guangming hesitated before offering this reminder. Chapter 37. Establishing connections. After Miao Guangming departed from Jiang Feng's office, Jiang Feng observed his retreating figure. In truth, Miao Guangming's words were of little use, save for the final suggestion to visit the Forestry Bureau and meet with the leadership. This was a consideration Jiang Feng had not previously entertained. Now, feeling unwelcomed at the Public Security Bureau, he realized that a visit to the Forestry Bureau might open new avenues. Of course, the chances were slim, but Jiang Feng felt compelled to try. Regardless, given his new position in the Forest Police, he would inevitably have dealings with the Forestry Bureau, and an introduction to report on his work was essential. Initially, Jiang Feng contemplated summoning Jiang Feng to his office, but after a moment's reflection, he decided to head to the comprehensive department himself. Director Jiang, are you busy? Director Jiang, please have a seat. It's quite all right. Director Jiang, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. Given your extensive experience in our forest police and your well-established relationships with the Forestry Bureau, having recently assumed office, I wish to pay a visit to Director Wang of the Forestry Bureau, though I am uncertain of his availability. Would you kindly inquire on my behalf? Jiang Feng said with a beaming smile. Jiang Fenglan's eyes lit up, regarding Jiang Feng with increased esteem. This young man was no naive fool, for he understood the importance of visiting leaders. Furthermore, he did not intend to approach unannounced, but rather sought to gather information first. Why are secretaries and drivers among the favored individuals surrounding leaders? Why was there a saying in ancient times about the 7-rank officials at the Prime Minister's gate? It is because those who drive and assist leaders possess knowledge of their whereabouts. They are aware of whether the leader is available today in good spirits or troubled. If one were to visit when the leader is indisposed, they might not be seen. If one arrives during a moment of displeasure, even the simplest matters may become protracted. Emotions are an inherent part of human nature. No one is devoid of them. Should one assist a leader in alleviating their concerns, it is likely that one may secure a more favorable position in their esteem. Jiang Feng's inquiry to Jiang Fenglan was, of course, a hopeful plea for her assistance in facilitating this introduction. Jiang Fenglan understood this implicitly but did not decline. For her connection to the Forestry Bureau stemmed from her brother-in-law being the deputy director. This connection was a cornerstone of her standing. Though Jiang Feng was youthful, he held a leadership role, and declining to assist could have repercussions in the future. All right, no problem, Director Jiang. I will make a call to inquire. Good. I'll head to the Forestry Bureau now and await your call, Sister Jiang. Jiang Feng nodded. Upon exiting, he glanced at the old Santana parked in the courtyard and had no desire to drive it, fearing it might stall en route. He hailed a taxi and made his way to the Forestry Bureau. On the other side, in the provincial capital's newspaper office, Wang Jianfeng had returned to work. He opened his camera and downloaded the photographs, only to find the images he had captured that fateful night. Initially, he had contemplated submitting them as evidence should the police request them, but since there was no such demand, he felt indifferent. However, at that moment, gazing at the photographs sparked a different idea. He promptly sought out the editor-in-chief. Editor, it is as follows. These photographs were taken during my visit home, and I would like to draft a news article for publication. What do you think? Sure, that sounds wonderful. I approve, the editor-in-chief replied with a smile. However, the layout may need to wait until next week. That is fine. There is no rush. The case over there should be wrapped up by next week. So it won't interfere with the report. After leaving the editor-in-chief's office, Wang Jianfeng contemplated how best to compose the article. As journalists, they had encountered a myriad of events, yet this incident, having transpired within their own experience, felt altogether different. The tension and thrill of that moment, the fear and panic, were entirely different sensations. My gratitude deepened for the resolute police officers who swiftly took charge of the situation and controlled the scene. It was around 11 in the morning when I met Wang Feng, the director of the Forestry Bureau. Wang Feng, a portly man, presided over a bureau that, while not particularly lucrative, was certainly not insignificant either. Jiang Feng, Director Wei has mentioned that you've brought a talent to the forest public security, Wang Feng said with a beaming smile. He even prepared tea for Jiang Feng. Appreciating this thoughtful young man who had made it a point to visit him promptly after assuming his position. Director Wang, you flatter me. I am merely doing my duty. Rest assured, I will exert every effort to enhance the work of the forest public security, Jiang Feng replied, rising to his feet. Unlike the average employees of the Forestry Bureau, Jiang Feng exuded a vibrant energy. He sat upright and stood tall while speaking with a resonant voice. This disciplined team is indeed remarkable. I shall eagerly await your progress. Should you encounter any difficulties at work, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Wang Feng said. Visibly pleased with Jiang Feng. After spending approximately 15 minutes in Wang Feng's office, Jiang Feng emerged, though Wang Feng insisted on inviting him to lunch. Jiang Feng, discerning the genuine nature of the invitation versus mere politeness, politely declined. As he exited the Forestry Bureau, it was nearly noon. Thus, he decided against returning to the office and instead went home for a meal and a brief rest before heading to his workplace. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Feng called in each of the young patrol officers for a discussion. Naturally, it was merely a conversation. New officials often ignite enthusiasm, but context matters. Despite his youth, Jiang Feng possessed a commanding presence, and with Wang Quan seemingly intent on entrusting the Bureau's operations to him, it was evident that Jiang Feng would soon be in charge. A week had swiftly passed since Jiang Feng took office, and in that time, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the Bureau's affairs and personnel. Compared to the hectic pace at the Xiqing police station, this place felt like retirement. Beyond the routine patrols, there was little else to occupy his time. Chapter 38. A desire to act on the day Jiang Feng was about to leave for the day, he fortuitously encountered the patrol team preparing to head out. Considering he had no pressing matters at home, he called out to the patrol team. "Xiaozheng, Director Jiang, you called for me?" replied Xiaozheng, the leader of the auxiliary police officers. "Are you all heading out for patrol?" Jiang Feng inquired. "Let's go. I've been here for a week and haven't had the chance to patrol yet," Jiang Feng said with a smile. "Director, the roads in the mountains are treacherous, especially at night. Perhaps it would be best if you stayed back." Xiaozheng hesitated. Despite the forest public security being perceived as a relaxed job, Jiang Feng was still the director. What would happen if something were to go awry while accompanying the patrol? It is of no concern. The paths in these mountains are traversable by you, so why should I find them insurmountable? I am younger than all of you. Now, let us embark on our journey. Jiang Feng's expression darkened as he spoke, leaving Xiaozheng with no choice but to nod in resignation. Jiang Feng insisted on accompanying them, and he could do nothing to oppose it. After all, rank carries weight, especially since Jiang Feng was the deputy director, the second in command of the Bureau, and potentially the future leader, though that remained uncertain. Although the younger generation may be reluctant to visit this retirement destination, numerous seasoned officials nearing retirement from secondary positions are eager to come, seeking a proper retirement title. Once the group boarded the van, they set off toward the logging facility, initially heading to one of the timber yards. Upon arrival, they would venture into the mountains. The mountain paths were indeed treacherous, yet with daily patrols, there remained a pathway. "Xiaozheng, do we have a fixed route for our patrol?" Jiang Feng inquired as they walked. "Yes, Director Jiang, our patrol routes are generally established." Xiaozheng confirmed with a nod. "Does this route ensure that we cover all areas of the forest?" Upon hearing this, Xiaozheng's expression soured. It was undoubtedly impossible to patrol every path. How could that be feasible? The timber yard is extensive. If we were to complete the fixed route, we could cover everything. But generally, we follow established paths, some of which are steep and dense with trees, making them infrequently traversed. Understanding this, Jiang Feng realized that not all routes could be patrolled, leaving many areas untouched. After ascending and subsequently descending the mountain, Xiaozheng and the others prepared to head home. But Jiang Feng called out to the group. "It's quite late, and coming down from the mountain must be exhausting. Allow me to treat everyone to a meal. Let us enjoy some drinks and unwind." Jiang Feng said with a smile. Xiaozheng and the others initially declined but eventually acquiesced. Upon arriving at the restaurant, with dishes and drinks served, the atmosphere lightened as they shared a few toasts. Being youthful, Jiang Feng found it easy to integrate with the group, especially since he was approachable, and soon they all felt camaraderie. "Do you all typically return home for dinner after patrols?" Jiang Feng asked. "Indeed. Our patrols are generally divided between day and night. The daytime patrol usually occurs in the morning, returning by noon to eat at the cafeteria, which goes without saying." Jiang Feng was inquiring about the nighttime patrol, which begins around 5 in the evening. If they moved quickly, they would return by 8 or 9, possibly even 10 o'clock. Undoubtedly hungry at that hour. "Yes, we generally head home for dinner. This one do. I will assist in coordinating for everyone, after descending from the mountain. You all should return to the Bureau for a warm meal," Jiang Feng declared. Xiaozheng and the others gazed at him with newfound respect. This is what it means to be a good leader. If you can achieve results for the Bureau, that reflects your merit and leads to your promotion. However, for those below, it often feels inconsequential. For the individuals mentioned below, their aspirations do not extend to lofty promotions. Rather, they simply seek an enhancement in their quality of life and improved working conditions. "Thank you, Director Jiang." Everyone raised their glasses in a toast. "Director Jiang, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to instruct us," said Xiaozheng, holding his glass. "Certainly," replied Jiang Feng. After taking a sip of his drink, he turned to Xiaozheng and said, "I do have a matter to discuss." "What is it, Director Jiang?" "I wish to patrol both of these forestry areas. Having just assumed my position, it is imperative that I traverse the routes rather than adhere to a fixed path every day. I would appreciate your assistance in this endeavor," Jiang Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaozheng felt a bit troubled. Some of the routes had not been visited in over a year, making this task rather daunting. However, Having just pledged to follow the leader's directives, he found it difficult to retract his promise. With the fortitude granted by the wine, Xiao Zheng gritted his teeth and agreed. Jiang Feng poured himself another glass, stood up, and declared, "I offer another toast to everyone, in gratitude for your support of my work." The following day at the office, Jiang Feng called Wan Quan. Previously, Wan Quan would often drop by the office during his free time, but since Jiang Feng took office, he had scarcely made an appearance, visiting only once in the past week. To reach Wan Quan, Jiang Feng had no choice but to make a phone call. An hour later, Wan Quan arrived at the office, bypassing his own office altogether, too lethargic to even open the door, and headed straight to Jiang Feng's office. "Director Jiang, what do you need? Did I not mention that you could make decisions directly?" Wan Quan said with a smile. "Wan Quan, the situation is as follows. I would like to request funding for our patrol team. After the night shift, they return home on empty stomachs, which is quite uncomfortable. Yesterday, I accompanied them into the mountains and observed how hard our patrol members work. Thus, I thought it prudent to enhance their meal provisions," Jiang Feng expressed with a smile. Wan Quan immediately furrowed his brow, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Director Jiang, I completely understand your sentiments, but funds are scarce. It is simply not feasible to request money from our police department. Frankly speaking, I lack the influence for such a request, and the Forestry Bureau may not grant me any favor either." He recognized that Jiang Feng, as a newly appointed official, would naturally wish to take some initiative. Improving meal provisions to garner goodwill was reasonable, but the crux of the matter lay in the absence of funds. "How about we call the Forestry Bureau, or if that fails, we can meet with Director Wang this afternoon to report on our work," Jiang Feng suggested with a smile. Chapter 39. Request for Funds. Wan Quan regarded Jiang Feng, hesitating momentarily before deciding to grant him this favor, for he had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of the unit any further. The matters of the unit relied heavily on Jiang Feng now, and with Jiang Feng's words, it would be impossible to refuse this request. "Very well. I will call Director Wang to see when he is available so we can report on our work," Wan Quan acquiesced. Without further delay, he pulled out his phone and dialed Wan Feng. After a brief moment of disconnecting the call, Jiang Feng turned to Wan Quan and said, "After 2:30 this afternoon, Director Wang will be at the bureau. Let us arrive a bit early." "All right, thank you, Director Wang. I appreciate your assistance," Jiang Feng replied with a smile, knowing well that such a favor was not something Wan Quan could easily refuse. Otherwise, he might as well resign himself to inaction, for in this bureau, Wan Quan held the top position. Should any issues arise, it would be impossible for Wan Quan to secure a safe retirement. Let us not speak in such terms. You are also working for the Bureau's interests. At 2 o'clock, we shall directly converge at the Forestry Bureau. If you have any suggestions, present them directly to Wan Feng, and I shall lend my support," Wan Quan expressed, eager to take the lead but delegating the actual work entirely to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was prepared for this arrangement and did not seek anything further. Wan Quan's willingness to step forward was sufficient, as it pertained to the entire forest police's affairs. "Very well, then. I have only one final acupuncture session left, so I cannot afford to delay. I must take my leave now." Wan Quan was genuinely reluctant to linger in the bureau, not wishing to spend even a minute longer. With that, he rose and departed, leaving without even opening the office door. Jiang Feng found himself at a loss for words. Shortly after Wan Quan's departure, Xiao Zheng knocked and entered. "Director Jiang, here is the patrol route for tonight. Please take a look." Xiao Zheng, whose full name was Zheng Sanjun, had a rather formidable name. Ever since Jiang Feng mentioned reviewing all the patrol routes yesterday evening, he had begun preparations, as some of the routes had not been traversed in quite some time. The forest cannot be navigated without adequate preparation. One must be equipped and have a plan for various contingencies. "Director, if we aim to cover all the routes, a week may be insufficient. We are supposed to patrol 9 routes according to regulations, which would allow us to traverse the entire forest area. However, in reality, 7 of these routes are rarely visited during patrols. Of these, 3 were patrolled earlier this year, while the remaining 4 have not been visited in 2 or 3 years. We should be mentally prepared for any uncertainties," Xiao Zheng explained, and Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, you shall be responsible for the routes. Acquire any necessary equipment, and upon your return, I will sign off for reimbursement from finance. Whether it takes a week, half a month, or even a month, we must traverse these routes. It is unacceptable for us to remain unaware of the current conditions in the forest, given the prolonged absence from these paths," Jiang Feng instructed Zheng Sanjun. who discerned Jiang Feng's resolute tone and nodded in agreement. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Feng arrived punctually at the Forestry Bureau. Wang Quan was also on time, and the two arrived almost simultaneously. They took a moment to smoke a cigarette outside before entering the bureau. At 2:30, Wang Feng arrived and warmly invited both men into his office. "Would you prefer tea or plain boiled water?" Wang Feng announced his intention to brew tea for the two visitors. However, Jiang Feng promptly rose to prepare the tea himself, ensuring that he filled Wang Feng's cup first before pouring water for both himself and Wang Quan. Wang Feng observed Jiang Feng with satisfaction. This young man displayed remarkable perceptiveness. It was a pity that Jiang Feng had already assumed the role of deputy director at the Forestry Public Security Bureau. Otherwise, having him as a secretary would have been quite advantageous. "Apologies for the delay. I was occupied with inspections at the forestry office in the town this morning, which caused me to return a bit late. Is there something specific you wish to discuss today? Please feel free to express your concerns. We shall provide all possible support." Wang Feng addressed the two men. "Thank you, Director Wang. We genuinely hope for the Bureau's support today. The situation is as follows. Our patrol team, after conducting their night shifts at the forest, often finishes by 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Yesterday, I accompanied them, and the mountain paths proved quite treacherous, requiring several hours to traverse. This journey significantly drained both their energy and stamina." Jiang Feng articulated the practical difficulties, and Wang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Thus, I wish to apply for funding to upgrade the team's equipment, renovate a dormitory, and, most importantly, increase the budget for the dining hall. At the very least, we would like to ensure that the team can enjoy a warm meal after descending from the mountains." Although Jiang Feng primarily sought additional funds for the dining hall, he knew it prudent to present broader requests to facilitate the negotiation process. Indeed, any request submitted is typically subject to reductions. The replacement of equipment and the dormitory renovations were merely strategic proposals, as Jiang Feng's true priority lay in the dining hall budget. What if the leadership approved everything? That would be even better. Wang Quan, listening intently, was struck by a sense of astonishment. This young man was truly extraordinary. How had he acquired such acumen at such a tender age? The insight to request more funding when submitting expenses was not something that came easily to the inexperienced. How had Jiang Feng developed such a sharp mind? The renovation of the dormitory seemed unnecessary, as the team members returned home after their shifts. Furthermore, our bureau's finances are limited. Here's the plan. You can apply for the equipment funds through the Public Security Bureau, and I will ensure an increase in the dining hall budget. An additional 3,000 yuan per month should suffice, don't you think? Wang Feng was reluctant to extend more funds. Money was scarce for everyone, and although it was public money, disbursement was certainly a matter requiring consideration. "Thank you, Director Wang." Jiang Feng expressed his gratitude, then added, "However, 3,000 yuan is rather tight. With more mouths to feed, labor costs also accumulate. And considering the youth of our team members, would this amount truly be sufficient? In truth, it suffices during this period. The prices from the early 2000s were not excessively inflated, and 3,000 yuan was adequate. However, it would be preferable to request a bit more, currently. The forest police here have a monthly budget of 20,000 yuan. If we could secure additional funds, it would certainly be advantageous. And it need not all be allocated solely to meals. Other expenditures could also be considered. 5,000 yuan is the utmost limit. Beyond that, there is no further provision." Wang Feng remarked to Jiang Feng that this cup of tea is indeed quite pricey, costing an additional 5,000 yuan per month. To speak candidly, it is only because Wang Feng perceives Jiang Feng's youth and understanding that he finds him agreeable. Otherwise, an additional 5,000 yuan monthly would be utterly inconceivable. An increment of 1 or 2,000 would suffice as a gesture. "Thank you, Director Wang, for supporting our work. I will convene a meeting to inform the team of your concern for them," Jiang Feng expressed, prompting a smile from Wang Feng. Although he understood that the employees of the forest police would certainly appreciate Jiang Feng's goodwill, it was nonetheless gratifying to hear him say so. This is why people are drawn to pleasant words. They offer a sense of comfort to the heart. You truly have a way with words, my friend. However, Director Wang, regarding the matter of equipment, might you consider allocating some funds? This gear is simply no longer usable. Jiang Feng seized the opportunity to speak. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's smile noticeably diminished. Having already provided 5,000 yuan, Jiang Feng's continued request seemed somewhat unreasonable. While he had been generous, further demands could be perceived as insatiable. Yet, before Wang Feng could respond, Jiang Feng continued. Director Wang, since my arrival, I have observed our 2 designated forest areas. There are 9 patrol routes, but due to various reasons, many have not been visited for an extended period, and some routes have not been checked in quite some time. I plan to take half a month to a month to revisit these routes. The forest areas are vital assets that cannot be neglected. Increased patrols would serve as a silent deterrent to those with ill intentions. Wang Feng listened, nodding involuntarily, his gaze toward Jiang Feng reflecting increased satisfaction. If Jiang Feng were merely requesting equipment, that would be greed, but since he is focused on his duties, that perspective changes entirely. Wang Feng was acutely aware of the circumstances. Many in the forest police were elderly, and he had limited options. After all, he couldn't undertake the patrols himself. The previous administration had not addressed these issues. However, if Jiang Feng was willing to take on this responsibility, it would prevent the trees in the forest from being indiscriminately felled, which would also reflect positively on his record. Thus, Wang Feng was inclined to offer his support. Very well, please prepare a list. Young people possess such vigor. As long as it is for the sake of work, the Bureau will certainly provide support, Wang Feng affirmed. He refrained from mentioning the need for Jiang Feng to seek funds from the county police station, as they could scarcely cover travel expenses for case handling, let alone provide funds for the forest police, which was seen as a retirement haven. Thank you, Director Wang. Rest assured, we shall diligently fulfill our responsibilities and safeguard the safety of the forested area, Jiang Feng declared with palpable excitement as he stood up. Excellent. I admire young individuals like you who are committed to their work. It is often said that the forest police are merely a retirement haven, yet they consistently overlook the significance of our role. If you achieve remarkable results, the organization will certainly take notice. Wang Feng began to indulge in his habitual optimism. Jiang Feng, equally enthusiastic, understood the need to play his part in this performance. Upon exiting the Forestry Bureau, Wang Quan engaged Jiang Feng in a brief conversation, essentially entrusting him with the Bureau's operations and urging him to prioritize safety during patrols. Through this experience, he recognized Jiang Feng's capabilities. He could effortlessly procure funds, which solidified his standing within the organization and earned him respect. Many believe that a new official should ignite passion and enthusiasm. Yet they fail to grasp the essence of leadership. The core of effective leadership lies in the ability to secure resources. As Jiang Feng has shown, providing benefits to the team fosters loyalty, ensuring that subsequent endeavors run smoothly. Relying solely on authoritative power proves ineffective. Wang Quan had no intention of returning to the office, so Jiang Feng drove the Santana back alone. Upon his return, he convened all personnel for a meeting. The primary agenda was to announce the necessity of patrolling every route within the jurisdiction. Instantly, some members of the patrol team wore expressions of discontent. However, Jiang Feng's eloquent words reassured them that this was a directive from the Forestry Bureau leadership, and any dissent would not be directed at him. This illustrates why many organizations favor meetings. They frequently invoke the spirit of leadership speeches and various notifications to redirect collective sentiments. This is not my request, but a mandate from higher authorities, and I am powerless to alter it, he expressed, simultaneously reinforcing his authority. Once the team accepted this with silence, Jiang Feng shifted his tone, stating, however, I am well aware of your challenges, and I will join you in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many patrol members softened considerably. Knowing their director would lead by example brought them comfort. Furthermore, I understand the hardships you face and the lack of adequate equipment. I have advocated for additional funding, which will enable our cafeteria to prepare meals specifically for the patrol team in the evenings. At the very least, after descending from the mountains, you will have a warm meal waiting for you. This proclamation transformed the way the team regarded Jiang Feng. After a long day of patrolling, returning home to prepare dinner is a hassle, often leading to complaints from family members who question why they must come home so late without a meal. The reality of preparing fresh food is impractical. They often settle for lukewarm or cold leftovers. However, that is no longer necessary. In the future, I can dine at the unit once again, savoring a warm meal. Thank you, Director Jiang. Thank you, Director Jiang. At that moment, everyone expressed their gratitude, their gazes toward Jiang Feng filled with respect. He was able to secure benefits for everyone rather than solely focusing on personal accolades and promotions, which naturally endeared him to the people. In that instant, Jiang Feng truly assumed his role as the deputy director of the forest police. Chapter 41. Homecoming that evening, Jiang Feng, along with Zhang Sanjun and other members of the patrol team, ventured into the mountains. Although the necessary equipment had not yet been fully procured, certain routes could begin to be explored. Nevertheless, navigating through the dense forest and high mountains posed considerable challenges in establishing a viable path. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had prepared a report regarding the events of that night and submitted it to the editor-in-chief for publication. However, the editor-in-chief chose to suppress it. Why, editor-in-chief? Wasn't it previously agreed upon? Jiang Feng questioned in confusion. It was indeed agreed, and this article certainly holds potential for publication, but at present, it cannot. A mining accident has occurred in a nearby city, and you are required to rush there for coverage. This matter must be held back for the time being. Rest assured, I will ensure you have an entire page dedicated to your report upon your return, the editor-in-chief reassured Jiang Feng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng refrained from further protest. The issue regarding the mining accident was significant news, and it warranted due space in the publication. Time passed gradually. Within the forest police, Jiang Feng found himself with ample time, as there was little routine work in the bureau. Apart from his excursions into the mountains, he often dined with Tang Lingruo or enjoyed films together. Throughout this period, their relationship continued to blossom. Before long, the National Day holiday arrived. Although the forest police required personnel to remain on duty, Jiang Feng decided to return to his hometown to visit his parents. He called Wang Quan to request leave, and without hesitation, Wang Quan granted his request. Since Jiang Feng joined the bureau, he had rarely been present at work. He managed the affairs with great competence, providing Wang Quan with considerable peace of mind. What did it matter to work 2 shifts during the holiday? Moreover, this could very well be his last duty shift in his lifetime. Once the holiday concluded, Jiang Feng would return, and Wang Quan would be wholly relieved, as he would retire by the year's end and would no longer be able to take on shifts. Jiang Feng's family resided in a small county in the province of Xijing. To return home, he first needed to take a train to the provincial capital, then another train to his hometown. The journey was quite arduous. On the afternoon of September 30th, Jiang Feng set off, and by the evening of the following day, he finally arrived home. His family had been informed of his return in advance. As night fell, Jiang Dashan awaited Jiang Feng at the alley entrance, holding a flashlight. Upon entering, Jiang Feng recognized his father waiting for him, and his eyes welled with emotion. "Dad," Jiang Feng's voice trembled slightly. "The sun has returned. Come on. Your mother has prepared a feast, all your favorite dishes," Jiang Dashan said in a deep voice. "Dad, it's so late. You should just wait at home." "I can find my way back," Jiang Feng attempted to lighten the mood. Jiang Dashan shook his head. "You haven't been home for a while. During the summer, we had gas renovations here, and even now, the roads are still not in good shape. I'm worried about you traveling in the dark." That brief remark nearly overwhelmed Jiang Feng with emotion. A father's love is always profound. However, upon arriving home, his mother, Wang Guizhi, was quite different. She scrutinized Jiang Feng, tears brimming in her eyes. "Why did you go so far? Was it for that girl? If you've broken up, you should come back. It would be easier to be closer to home," Wang Guizhi said to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled wryly, but before he could respond, Jiang Dashan interjected, "Enough of that. Our son has just returned. Why discuss this now? Besides, he is a civil servant over there, a policeman. It's not as simple as just returning. Don't listen to your mother. As long as you succeed out there, that's what matters," Jiang Dashan continued, believing that having a stable job as a civil servant was a significant achievement. Of course, if you could transfer back, that would be even better. For now, focus on your work. I'll see if I can reach out to someone who might help facilitate your transfer, Jiang Dashan said. Jiang Feng was taken aback and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Dad, there's no need to go through that trouble. Transferring across provinces is quite challenging. Unless I resign and take the exam again, it won't work." "Oh, I see." Jiang Dashan's mood dipped slightly upon hearing this. Jiang Feng chuckled. "Especially for someone like me in a leadership position, transferring is even more complicated." "Leadership position? You've been promoted? You've only been working for just over a year. By the end of this year, it will barely be 2 years, right?" Jiang Dashan looked at Jiang Feng in confusion. "Yes, I've been promoted to Deputy Director of Forest Public Security," Jiang Feng replied. "Haha, well, it's good that you've achieved a leadership role." Jiang Dashan was still skeptical, unable to fathom how someone could become a deputy director in just over a year. After several explanations, they finally accepted it. "Are you saying that your position as deputy director is equivalent to that of a deputy section chief?" "Yes, it can be understood that way." "That's impressive. Wonderful. Tonight, Let us have a few drinks to celebrate, Jiang Dashan said joyfully. Upon hearing this, Wang Guizhi ceased her insistence on Jiang Feng resigning. In their small county, a stable job was still highly valued. Even a minor position like deputy section chief was regarded as a significant achievement. This is no exaggeration. Previously, they had run a breakfast stall in the streets, mere grassroots vendors, often facing difficulties. However, since the neighbors learned that Jiang Feng had become a policeman, their attitude towards the elderly couple had become much more amicable. A small county operates under a different system than a big city, due to the fixed nature of personnel. There are often instances when the methods employed in one's hometown prove ineffective elsewhere. Conversely, the practices from outside are similarly futile back home. During a meal, Jiang Dashan imparted numerous pieces of advice to Jiang Feng, such as refraining from accepting gifts from others and avoiding mistakes. In truth, the wisdom Jiang Dashan could share with his son had dwindled significantly over time. Nevertheless, as a father, he endeavored to utilize his limited experience to guide his son away from potential pitfalls. Jiang Feng responded affirmatively to each point. The following morning, upon rising, he discovered that his parents had already left. Understanding that they had gone to the shop, he tidied himself and made his way there. The breakfast stall run by Jiang Feng's family could more accurately be described as a small eatery, conveniently located beside the bus station, bustling with activity during the morning hours. Chapter 42. A thin veil of understanding. After Jiang Feng arrived, he assisted in the shop until it was past 9 o'clock, when the number of customers had significantly decreased. Enough, son, you needn't work so hard. What would you like to eat? Allow me to serve you breakfast, Wang Guizhi said, observing Jiang Feng. He shook his head. I'm not hungry. Let's eat together shortly. Despite her attempts to persuade him otherwise, Wang Guizhi eventually relented. It was only around 10 o'clock that the family of three gathered to enjoy their breakfast. Ordinarily, the couple would also prepare lunch, but with Jiang Feng's return, it was only natural for them to prioritize making meals for him. They closed the shop early. Having not returned to his hometown for quite some time, Jiang Feng accompanied his mother to buy groceries, taking in the streets that lingered in his memory. The streets of the old town seemed frozen in time, unchanged despite the passage of years. Do you remember the second son of the old Jiang family? The one from the house at the front of our alley? He recently got married. His wife is from the neighboring county, and they were high school classmates. Then there's the old Wang family from our alley. Their daughter married into the city. Wang Guizhi chattered on, while Jiang Feng responded intermittently, understanding his mother's intentions. However, the prospect of marriage was out of the question for him at this juncture, especially since his relationship with Tang Lingruo had yet to solidify. Even if it were confirmed, his focus would still need to be on his career for a couple more years, although he wouldn't delay indefinitely. After all, reaching a certain status often required consideration of one's marital status as an important criterion for promotion. Yet, such concerns were not pressing at this stage. As they returned from the market, they could not escape the greetings of neighbors. Oh, Guizhi, is your son Jiang Feng back? Is he on holiday? Yes, he's back to visit. Guizhi, your son is a policeman now, right? Is he in the precinct or the criminal investigation unit? Jiang Feng adeptly navigated these interactions, allowing his mother to handle the bulk of the conversation while he smiled and exchanged pleasantries. He had a keen understanding of the social nuances within the bureaucratic realm, especially at this moment. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the news of Jiang Feng's appointment as deputy director was disseminated by Wang Guizhi, and Jiang Feng did not intervene. By noon, the news had spread throughout the neighborhood. In the evening, several neighbors visited him. Although Jiang Feng's position as deputy director was based in another locality and offered little practical assistance, the perception in the community shifted. Who knows? It might prove beneficial someday. Of course, this sentiment was limited to a select few, as Jiang Feng's work was situated elsewhere. Had he been local, the situation would have been entirely different. Jiang Feng spent 5 days at home, and on the final day of the National Day holiday, he embarked on his journey back. The return was arduous, yet it was accompanied by a buoyant spirit. The anticipation of home and the beauty of the scenery along the way lifted his mood. But the thought of leaving his hometown weighed heavily on him. The image of his parents bidding him farewell lingered painfully in his heart. However, once he disembarked in Zaya County, he quickly composed himself. At home, he could be the cherished child indulged by his parents. Upon his return, he transformed into the capable and ambitious young deputy director. The first order of business upon returning to Zaya County was to arrange a meal with Tang Lingruo. How was it to be home? She inquired, observing Jiang Feng's distracted demeanor. During the National Day holiday, she had also visited her family in the provincial capital. Her parents had spoken with her, and her uncle, Tang Lingruo, had mentioned her relationship with Jiang Feng. Her parents did not outright oppose it. Instead, they suggested that if she were to date, she should proceed cautiously. And any thoughts of marriage would require mutual consent. This left Tang Lingruo feeling somewhat disheartened. Of course, being home is delightful. It's just hard to leave. My parents even want me to resign and come back, Jiang Feng ventured cautiously. As anticipated, Tang Lingruo tensed up but soon masked her concern with feigned nonchalance. Oh, I see. And what about you? She asked. Me? I certainly did not agree to that, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Tang Lingruo's tension immediately dissipated. Why not? Isn't being home great? I finally became the deputy director. Have you ever seen a deputy director resign? Jiang Feng joked. TSK, you're enamored with power, she teased. What is wrong with having aspirations and striving for success? He retorted. That may be true, but is it just because you can't bear to leave the deputy director position? Some people are hard to part with as well, Jiang Feng stated candidly. Tang Lingruo blushed but maintained her composure. Who are you reluctant to leave? Your ex-girlfriend? She probed. What do you think? He countered. I don't know. She shook her head. Well, if you're unsure, that's fine. One day, you will discover the truth, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. The nature of their relationship now resembled a delicate paper window, waiting for the moment it would be pierced. However, Jiang Feng hesitated, pondering whether he should shatter the delicate barrier between him and Tang Lingruo. Surely, her family was not ordinary. Would they ever consent to their union? The notion of relying on someone else is not a skill possessed by everyone. Ultimately, Jiang Feng decided to bide his time. After all, neither of them was in a rush, and waiting might prove beneficial. Should he manage to advance further in his career, he would possess a modicum of leverage. He contemplated Tang Lingruo's second uncle, the deputy chief prosecutor of the inspection office, suggesting that her family must have some connections within the province. In his previous life, Tang Lingruo had secured a job in the provincial capital, which would be implausible without such connections, though the specifics eluded Jiang Feng. If he could strive to ascend to the position of deputy director at the Public Security Bureau, he could be regarded as a promising young talent, and at that point, her family would likely not oppose their relationship. Even in the worst-case scenario, he aspired to return to the Public Security Bureau as a director or a team leader. Remaining stagnant in the forest police was disheartening. While dating might seem straightforward, merely a matter between two individuals, marriage entailed the union of two families, complicating the matter significantly. After dining, the pair strolled for a while before Jiang Feng escorted Tang Lingruo home. Chapter 43. Ginseng. After the 11th of November, the weather in northeast China turned decidedly colder, ushering in a true winter chill, especially in the mountains at night, where the cold was particularly biting. Jiang Feng and his patrol team had donned heavy cotton jackets. Nevertheless, even with such attire, prolonged exposure to the mountain's frigid air proved harsh. They were traversing the final 2 routes of their patrol. Once these were completed, the entire forest area would have been thoroughly surveyed. Upon descending from the mountains that evening and returning to the unit's cafeteria, they enjoyed a warm meal and a bowl of hot soup, a rare luxury for the patrol team. Director Jiang, given the weather, it seems we might have snow in the next few days. Shall we consider heading into the mountains tomorrow morning to swiftly complete the last 2 routes? Suggested Jing Sanjun from the cafeteria. Over the past few months, Jiang Feng had assumed a leadership role in the bureau, with safety concerns no longer taking precedence. After contemplating Zheng's suggestion, Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed tomorrow morning. Typically, Jiang Feng participated in the evening patrols, as he had obligations at the unit during the day. Although major cases were rare in the forest police, they occasionally apprehended individuals lacking logging permits or those attempting to steal timber. Additionally, Jiang Feng was required to attend various meetings and sign off on certain reimbursements. Despite the unit being somewhat laid back, there were still responsibilities to be managed. However, with snow on the horizon, it would be prudent to complete the mountain patrol early. The following morning, Jiang Feng and his team ventured into the mountains once more. By around 10 o'clock, just as they were preparing to return, they stumbled upon a vast area where trees had been felled. The cut timber lay haphazardly piled, unremoved and unattended. As they beheld the scene before them, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Typically, those who venture into the forest to illegally fell trees do so with the intent of transporting the timber for profit. This explains why certain routes remain unpatrolled for years, The rugged mountain paths present significant challenges even for the patrol teams, making it exceedingly difficult for other timber thieves to transport the wood. In fact, one might assert that such an endeavor is nearly impossible. Yet now, a multitude of trees lay felled, carelessly stacked aside. A cursory glance at the stumps suggested that this deforestation had not occurred in a mere fleeting moment. Moreover, it is uncommon for tree thieves to concentrate their efforts on such a large area. They typically steal a tree here and another there. Although their actions may leave traces, they often go unnoticed unless subjected to thorough scrutiny. The sheer scale of this concentrated deforestation was undeniably excessive. Let's take a closer look. Jiang Feng called out as he approached the site. Upon inspection, the group soon discovered that this vast clearing was not barren, but instead cultivated with something unexpected: ginseng. Goodness! Zheng Sanjun exclaimed. Jiang Feng, initially perplexed, soon gleaned the situation with Zheng Sanjuan's explanation. Ginseng has particularly stringent soil requirements. Common land is inadequate, and even the fertile black soil beyond the mountains is unsuitable. The conditions necessary for ginseng cultivation are exceedingly severe, and its cultivation is notably destructive to the land. The sudden emergence of such a large expanse of land, cleared for ginseng cultivation, clearly indicated illicit tree felling followed by clandestine planting. What should we do now, Director Jiang? Zheng Sanjun inquired, glancing at Jiang Feng. Let us search the surrounding area for more such sites, Jiang Feng replied. They began to scour the vicinity, quickly discovering 2 additional plots, one of which had previously been cultivated with ginseng but was now fallow. This was undeniably a major case, and Zheng Sanjun and the others felt a surge of excitement. Encountering significant cases seems to be a shared trait among law enforcement personnel. By now it was midday, yet no one felt hunger as they diligently expanded their search until the snowflakes began to fall in the afternoon. At that point, they had identified 6 ginseng plots, with initial estimates suggesting an area exceeding 10 acres. However, this was not the end. The paths nearby hinted at the existence of additional ginseng fields. What should we do now, Director Jiang? We must erase our traces and descend the mountain. The hour is late, and we are all quite famished, Jiang Feng urged, suppressing his impulse as he addressed the group. Understood, Director Jiang. After descending the mountain with Jiang Feng, a heavy snowfall commenced. Instead of returning to the cafeteria, Jiang Feng led the group to a private room in a nearby restaurant. After ordering the dishes, Jiang Feng instructed Zheng Sanjun to securely close the door and address the gathered individuals. Today's events must remain confidential. None of you should disclose anything to outsiders. The only ones aware of this matter are us, and I trust that if the information were to leak, tracing its source would be quite simple. I hope everyone understands the importance of discretion and refrains from making any unwise mistakes. Jiang Feng's expression was grave, as this was indeed a matter that warranted caution. Should any information escape, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Zheng Sanjun rose to echo Jiang Feng's sentiments. We all understand how Jiang Bureau treats us, and we certainly do not wish to disappoint him. The others nodded in agreement, assuring him of their silence. Jiang Feng, with a gesture, signaled for Zheng Sanjun to retake his seat and continued, "This is a significant case. Rest assured, should we achieve success, there will be benefits for everyone involved. Collective recognition is not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, if we manage this case well, rewards such as bonuses will certainly follow. Given the size of this ginseng field, it is a matter of great consequence that the Forestry Bureau will undoubtedly prioritize, thus ensuring ample funding will be allocated." After their meal, Jiang Feng dismissed everyone for the day, noting the snowfall outside and acknowledging their fatigue after a long day's work. It was certainly not the time to venture into the mountains. Additionally, he needed to contemplate the approach to this case. Should he report to the Public Security Bureau or the Forestry Bureau first, or perhaps delay informing either until evidence collection commenced? If they were to gather evidence, where should they begin, and how should they proceed? These were all pressing questions that required careful consideration. Acting impulsively would not yield favorable results. However, there was no rush. The heavy snow would beautifully conceal their tracks, and as long as the patrol team kept the matter under wraps, they would have ample time. Chapter 44. Evidence collection. Upon returning home, Jiang Feng earnestly pondered the case. After some deliberation, he ultimately decided to call Miao Guangming, requesting him to come to his office the following day. Miao Guangming was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Feng's call, uncertain of the reason behind it. Since Jiang Feng's arrival, there had indeed been some changes within the unit, particularly among the patrol team. However, for the long-serving members, Jiang Feng had not mandated any alterations. They remained as leisurely as ever, leaving Miao Guangming puzzled as to why Jiang Feng would suddenly seek him out at this hour. Unable to decipher the situation, Miao Guangming dismissed the matter from his mind. The next day, he arrived at the unit and headed straight to Jiang Feng's office. Typically, in such inclement weather following a snowfall, the senior members would opt to stay home. Yet, given Jiang Feng's call, not showing up would reflect poorly on them. Jiang Bureau, you summoned me? Yes, I recall that you are responsible for our unit's archives. If you could hand me the key, I would like to review some original case files, as we have time to spare with the snow falling, Jiang Feng said with a smile. Last night, he contemplated for an extended period. Initially, he intended to summon Miao Guangming to seek his opinion. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. Miao Guangming had been with the Forest Public Security Bureau for quite some time, and who could discern the complexities of his background? True, Miao Guangming was friends with Dong Chong, yet friendship does not inherently imply that Miao would extend the same loyalty to him. Even if one were to concede that Miao treated him similarly to Dong Chong, could that truly be deemed reliable? Who could ascertain the nature of the relationships behind the scenes? Thus, Jiang Feng resolved to maintain discretion. Furthermore, he deemed it prudent not to inform the Public Security Bureau or the Forestry Bureau until he had secured some evidence and made tangible progress. This case, after all, was fundamentally under the jurisdiction of the Forest Public Security. It could be justified to refrain from reporting initially. Certainly, as the investigation advanced, support from higher authorities would be necessary, and reporting would become imperative. However, at the outset, it was unnecessary to report. Doing so could easily lead to a loss of control over the situation. Additionally, if superiors posed inquiries and he found himself at a loss, it would reflect poorly on his capabilities. Miao Guangming, observing Jiang Feng, felt some inner uncertainty but refrained from voicing it. He handed the keys to the archives over to Jiang Feng and subsequently requested leave. On such a snowy day, who would prefer to linger at the workplace? The building, being somewhat aged, was drafty and lacked warmth. Once Miao Guangming departed, Jiang Feng summoned Zheng Sanjun, instructing him to take the keys to the archives and search for records related to the previous case of illegal destruction of forest resources involving ginseng cultivation. Zheng Sanjun nodded and departed with the keys. Half an hour later, he returned with 2 case files. The 2 men began to study the documents. One detailed a case of personal ginseng cultivation exceeding the permitted area, resulting in fines and criminal charges, while the other pertained to the illegal destruction of understory vegetation for medicinal plants. However, both cases had a common thread, the necessity to secure evidence. Regardless of where the evidence was stored, it could not evade detection, as it would still be possible to ascertain that ginseng had once been cultivated in the land, even if all the ginseng had vanished. Today, the snow had ceased. Please inform the cafeteria to prepare lunch early. After we have eaten, we shall venture into the mountains sooner, Jiang Feng proposed, contemplating the urgency of the situation. Early evidence collection would ensure greater security. Otherwise, bringing in additional personnel for testing could prove troublesome. Zheng Sanjun nodded and exited. After lunch, the patrol team re-entered the mountains without drawing attention from others at the unit. Jiang Feng's focus on the patrol team was well known, as was the fact that he sought funding from the Forestry Bureau to traverse all patrol routes. Nevertheless, the decision to head into the mountains immediately after a heavy snowfall caught some by surprise. In reality, the snow-laden forest was not as frigid as one might imagine. However, the howling winds occasionally whipped up snowflakes, rendering the mountain paths even more treacherous. A journey that typically took just over an hour extended to 2 hours this time. Once again, the search radius was expanded, connecting with the previous 6 patches of ginseng land. By nightfall, 10 patches had been located, with the last 4 discovered boasting a substantial area, totaling approximately 23 acres, or about 1.5 hectares. Director Jiang observed the dead-standing trees, live trees, and fallen timber, which were roughly counted to number around 800. Zheng Sanjun reported to Jiang Feng. Did you take photographs for evidence? Jiang Feng inquired. Zheng Sanjun nodded. Yes. All evidence has been documented, and soil samples have been collected. They are all in the bag. Jiang Feng glanced around and said, Now, let us find our way out. There should only be one patrol route in this vicinity. Let's investigate the condition of this forest area. How audacious these individuals are to so brazenly destroy the trees. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Sanjun looked at Jiang Feng and stated, Director Jiang, this forest area should actually be under the contract of Qingda Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company. Jiang Feng looked at Zhang Sanjun with surprise. Zhang Sanjun explained, while standing on that hillside earlier, I noticed a few factory buildings at the foot of the mountain, which jogged my memory. This land was contracted out about 10 years ago, shortly after I started working. I remember that during the signing of the contract, they even invited our bureau personnel out for a meal. The mountain chicken raised there is quite delicious, so it left an impression. I hadn't thought about it until I saw those factory buildings below. This entire area belongs to Qingda Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company. I see. Then let us descend, Jiang Feng said, no longer exerting effort. Since this area was indeed contracted to Qingda Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company, it was unnecessary to pursue the nearby paths for tracking. After issuing a brief directive, he led his team down the mountain. By the time they returned, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and everyone felt as though they had been frozen through. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Jiang Feng instructed the chef to prepare a bowl of ginger soup for each person. Director Jiang, I heard that you entered the mountain quite early today. Why did you come down so late? The chef casually asked while serving the ginger soup. The mountain paths are difficult to navigate, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, with the snow, the trails are certainly more challenging. It's only because of your diligence, Director Jiang, that the patrol team has ventured into the mountains after heavy snowfall in previous years, the chef complimented, knowing that preparing an extra meal meant an additional wage. Chapter 45. Borrowing people after enjoying a warm meal. Jiang Feng instructed the other patrol members to return and rest while he took Zhang Sanjun to the office. What can you tell me about the Qingda Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company? Jiang Feng poured a cup of tea for Zhang Sanjun and asked, Director Jiang, I don't know much, but this Qingda Mountain Chicken Industrial Company has always claimed to be in the business of raising mountain chickens. The forest area where we discovered the ginseng today is indeed contracted to the Qingda Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company. The proprietor appears to be Zhang Qingda, a local from our county. Initially, he ventured into the poultry business, but a bout of avian flu devastated the farmers, leading to considerable losses. Seizing the opportunity, Qingda Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company acquired a tract of forest land, claiming intentions to raise mountain chickens and produce agricultural products. At that time, both the Forest Police and the Forestry Bureau welcomed this development, believing it to be beneficial. They reasoned that as long as the chickens were raised within the forest, there would be no harm to the forestry. Thus, the initiative was well received, and Zhang Qingda, being quite astute, would annually present a few mountain chickens as a token of goodwill. As Zhang Sanjun spoke, Jiang Feng pondered and inquired, is he on good terms with our colleagues? Has he formed close relationships? Zhang Sanjun shook his head. I have not observed any close ties with our colleagues, but his rapport with the Forestry Bureau is rather poor. Jiang Feng nodded in understanding, surmising that Zhang Qingda likely did not maintain a close association with Wang Feng. Otherwise, he would have been informed about the thorough inspection of all patrol routes. Tomorrow morning, you should take a team to Qingda Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company to ascertain Zhang Qingda's situation. Make sure to secure a meeting with him and the relevant company leaders, Jiang Feng instructed. Zhang Sanjun appeared somewhat troubled by this directive. What seems to be the issue? Jiang Feng probed. Director Jiang, we have never conducted surveillance before. I fear we might not execute it properly, Zhang Sanjun admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed as he had only engaged in patrol duties since joining the force. Lacking experience in surveillance, Jiang Feng understood the concern, recognizing that without proper expertise, such activities could easily be detected. Glancing at the calendar on the desk, he contemplated and said, wait a moment, I will make a phone call. He took out his mobile and dialed Chen Kai. Hello, Jiang officer. Chen Kai responded with palpable excitement upon hearing Jiang Feng's voice. Life at the station had turned challenging for him since Jiang Feng's departure. As Zhou Zheng was constantly targeting him, he had even contemplated a transfer. Are you on duty this weekend? Jiang Feng inquired directly. No duty. I have no shifts this week, and nothing is scheduled for the next 2 days, Chen Kai quickly replied. If you need anything, just let me know. Good. If you are free, come to my office, Jiang Feng instructed without hesitation. Although there were certainly many hands available in the county, trustworthy individuals were scarce. If the surveillance were to falter, it could alert Zhang Qingda, which would be undesirable. Understood, Jiang officer. I will be there shortly. Chen Kai hung up and arrived within half an hour, breathless as he knocked on Jiang Feng's office door. Despite knowing Jiang Feng had been promoted to deputy director, he still felt a sense of familiarity addressing him as Jiang officer, as it did not seem overly formal. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Sanjun from our patrol team. Zhang, this is Chen Kai from the Shicheng police station in our county. After a cordial exchange of greetings, Jiang Feng turned to Chen Kai and said, "It's quite late, and I called you over for a specific matter that I would like your assistance with. Of course, I must clarify up front that this is purely voluntary, and I do not wish to encroach upon your rest." Jiang Feng spoke with a smile, devoid of any coercion. "Rest assured, I will not be delayed. Please, issue your commands, and I shall fulfill them without fail," Chen Kai replied promptly. "Excellent." Jiang Feng nodded, briefly outlining the task. Having worked for nearly 2 years, Chen Kai was well-versed in surveillance operations. He had monitored gambling activities, prostitution, and suspects, having shadowed various locations. It was merely a matter concerning a poultry farming company, and without hesitation, he agreed. "Not a problem, Director Jiang. Tomorrow, I will accompany Brother Zheng." Chen Kai readily assented. "Tomorrow is the weekend. We will need 2 days to thoroughly ascertain the situation," Jiang Feng stated. "However, Director Jiang, would it not be somewhat precarious for just the 2 of us to conduct the surveillance?" Chen Kai hesitated to voice. "Typically, surveillance requires 2 teams to alternate, ensuring greater discretion." Jiang Feng chuckled wryly. "Fear not. I will bring someone to relieve you later. We will form 2 teams. For now." He had to take matters into his own hands. Chen Kai shook his head. "Director Jiang, that is not my intent. What if we call Zhou Jijun over? Would he be suitable?" Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. Is he reliable? He did not question Zhou's dependability, as generally speaking. Barring personnel from the Forest Public Security and Forestry Bureau, there was little likelihood of others being connected to the Qingdao Mountain Poultry Company. Employing officers from the Xiqing police station would essentially mean using external assistance, which would undoubtedly be reliable. However, Jiang Feng's inquiry was about suitability. After all, he was no longer the deputy director of the Xiqing police station, and this was a voluntary endeavor. Would Zhou be willing? "Director, he is quite dependable. After you left, both of us faced considerable exclusion at the station. Zhou Jijun has mentioned on more than one occasion that it would be better to follow you to the Forest Public Security Bureau. He holds great appreciation for you." Chen Kai responded. Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I will make a call." When Jiang Feng dialed, Zhou Jijun was preparing to rest. Upon seeing Jiang Feng's name on the caller ID, he immediately felt a surge of excitement and answered before the phone could ring a 3rd time. "Hello, Director Jiang. This is Zhou Jijun." Zhou Jijun adopted a more formal tone, skipping the usual address. "My apologies for disturbing your rest at such a late hour," Jiang Feng tentatively inquired. "Director, you are too courteous. What do you require?" Zhou Jijun replied directly. Feeling reassured by Zhou's response, Jiang Feng inquired about his availability the following day, subsequently requesting him to come to the Forest Public Security Bureau. He mentioned he had a matter that required Zhou's assistance, to which Zhou Jijun immediately consented. "Understood, Director. I will set out right away and will arrive shortly." Chapter 46. Report with Zhou Jijun's arrival, the team was complete. His proficiency in surveillance was unquestionable. And after organizing the tasks for the following day, Jiang Feng finally allowed everyone to conclude their workday. During the weekend, Jiang Feng did not merely await reports from others, but rather invited Zhang Fenglan, the head of the Comprehensive Office, to a meal to inquire about the situation at the Forestry Bureau. He sought information regarding the Bureau Chief, Wang Feng, the Deputy Chief, Qiu, and various underlying circumstances, even subtly probing into the affairs of the Dakingshan Chicken Company. Zhang Fenglan, as the head of the Comprehensive Office, was well informed about these matters. Firstly, concerning the Forestry Bureau, Chief Wang Feng was young and energetic, in the prime of his career, with prospects for further advancement. In contrast, Deputy Qiu was nearing retirement, seeking only a sense of comfort in his work, and posed no competition to Wang Feng. Thus, the decisions within the Forestry Bureau were primarily dictated by Wang Feng. As for the Dakingshan Chicken Company, it was indeed as Zhang Sanjun had mentioned. The forest had been contracted a decade ago through the connections of the former director of the Forest Police, who had since retired. The Forestry Bureau had consented to the contract without any controversy. Regarding the background and connections of the Dakingshan Chicken Company, Zhang Fenglan admitted she had not heard of them, although she had a general awareness of relevant relationships. After gathering the information, Jiang Feng requested Zhang Fenglan to facilitate a meeting with the Forestry Bureau, as he wished to report to Chief Wang Feng on Monday morning. "No problem," she replied with a smile. "Monday will surely be busy, but if it's you, Jiang, securing a meeting with Chief Wang will not be an issue." Having served for 3 to 4 months, Jiang Feng had assumed full responsibility for the Bureau's operations. Prompting Zhang Fenglan to take his words seriously, Otherwise, her position as the head of the comprehensive office would be precarious. Additionally, Director Jiang, please ensure that the 2 rooms in our case handling area are tidied up. They have been unused for quite some time, and with year-end inspections approaching, we must present a respectable appearance. Furthermore, we have some cases at the forest police that are being handled in the office, which is rather inconvenient, Jiang Feng instructed. Jiang Fenglan was somewhat reluctant to create more work for herself, but upon seeing Jiang Feng's serious demeanor, she ultimately nodded in agreement. The 2 days of the weekend passed swiftly. During this time, Tang Lingruo had initially hoped to invite Jiang Feng to watch a movie and share a meal, but he had declined her offer. With the arrival of the forest police, the cases had diminished, and he was determined to seize the opportunity. The case involving the illegal destruction of forest areas and the cultivation of ginseng, if successfully handled, could prove to be a significant and exemplary case. While Wei Jianmin and others had settled into their retirement roles, Jiang Feng was unwilling to languish in such a position indefinitely. On the evening of the weekend, Zhang Sanjun, along with 2 other patrol officers, and Zhou Jijun and Chen Kai, presented all the gathered information from the past 2 days to Jiang Feng. The summary encompasses the operational status of Qingda Mountain Chicken, legal entity information, as well as details regarding the proprietor, Zhang Qingda, including his personal circumstances, family situation, contact information, residential address, and interpersonal relationships. Additionally, it includes information about the vice president of Zhang Qingda's company. Thank you for your hard work, Chen Kai and Ji Jun. Although you did not rest well this weekend, today we shall conclude our matters here due to time constraints. Let us reconvene next weekend. And I shall treat you to a drink, remarked Jiang Feng as he looked at the 2. Jiang, you are too humble. Your requests are but a word. They replied courteously. Jiang Feng opened the office drawer, retrieved 2 cigarettes, and offered them to his colleagues as a token of appreciation. However, both declined the gesture. With no other recourse, Jiang made a mental note of their refusal. After bidding farewell to Chen Kai and Zhou Shijun, Jiang Feng advised Zhang Sanjun to return home for some rest. Director Jiang, I am not fatigued, he replied. Rest early. There will be much to attend to ahead. Additionally, ensure the surveillance personnel are properly arranged, Jiang Feng said with a smile. At 8 o'clock on Monday morning, Jiang Feng arrived at Wang Feng's office at the earliest opportunity. You are quite early. Your youthful energy is commendable. Now, if there is anything to report, do so. But if it pertains to finances, let it be, Wang Feng remarked, half jokingly, half seriously. Previously, when Jiang sought funds from him, it was under the pretense of patrolling all 9 routes to thoroughly understand the forest area, and Wang Feng questioned whether this had been accomplished. His inquiry served as a reminder to Jiang that commitments made to leadership must be fulfilled and reported, rather than merely securing funds without follow-up. Jiang Feng nodded earnestly and stated, Director Wang, I am here to report on that very matter. Wang Feng gestured for him to continue, his gaze reflecting a hint of satisfaction. Since acquiring the funds, we procured equipment and began to establish routes that had not been regularly patrolled. To be candid, clearing these pathways has proven quite arduous. You are well aware that many areas have remained untouched for years, with steep mountains and dense forests. During our patrol, one team member even sustained an injury. Navigating within the system requires one to both humble oneself and maintain a broader perspective. Excelling at tasks is one thing, but effective reporting is an art in itself. A well-articulated report can illuminate the endeavors undertaken, as one cannot merely rely on leadership to discern the quiet diligence in the shadows amidst a plethora of pressing matters. As Wang Feng listened to Jiang Feng's report, his gaze softened considerably, revealing a newfound appreciation. Indeed, Jiang Feng was a diligent worker, much like himself, eager to achieve results in their youth. Although patrolling the entire route presented a formidable challenge, the team remained undaunted, persevering from the first to the last line. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, unperturbed by the expenditure of funds, provided they were utilized for productive endeavors, especially for their forestry bureau. During their patrol, they discovered several trees that had been illegally felled, totaling approximately 30 live standing trees. Wang Feng sighed, acknowledging the vastness of the forest region and the insufficiency of manpower, making such occurrences somewhat expected. You must enhance your patrol efforts, he advised. Indeed, Director Wang. Furthermore, while patrolling the final route, we uncovered a substantial area of forest that had been ravaged, replaced with ginseng cultivation. The area of the damaged forest spans 2 hectares, with the ginseng cultivation estimated at 1.5 hectares, divided into 10 plots. The total number of felled dead standing trees, live trees, and down timber has been roughly calculated to reach 800. What? Wang Feng abruptly stood from his chair. Are you serious? The lightness in his expression vanished, replaced by shock and gravity. Absolutely, these are some pieces of evidence we have gathered, along with photographs, Jiang Feng replied, presenting the contents of his bag before Wang Feng. Wang Feng seized the photographs, his complexion darkening with each image. This audacity is outrageous, he exclaimed, slamming the photographs onto the table, his face ashen. Yes, Director Wang, this situation is extremely serious, which is why I felt it necessary to report it to you, Jiang Feng stated. Wang Feng vigorously nodded. Indeed, Jiang Feng, you did well to bring this to my attention. It is fortunate that you were on patrol, otherwise, I would have remained unaware of such a significant incident. Had it been discovered by the patrol team, the repercussions for the forestry sector would have been severe. Wang Feng refrained from completing his thought, knowing that if the Forestry Bureau had failed to notice the damage, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. The situation had two potential outcomes. If the Forestry Bureau identified and addressed the issue themselves, it would be seen as an accomplishment. However, if it were discovered during an official inspection, it would be deemed a failure, resulting in consequences. At that moment, Wang Feng felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Feng. Director, this is our responsibility, Jiang Feng quickly responded. Very well, let us initiate an investigation immediately, Wang Feng instinctively declared. We have already commenced an investigation and preliminarily identified the area as being contracted to the Qingdao Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company. It is likely that they are implicated, as the owner and legal representative of the company is one and the same, Zhang Daqing. This case concerning Zhang Daqing was contracted 10 years ago for this forest. Jiang Feng provided a brief report, and Wang Feng was taken aback to learn that Jiang Feng had advanced the work to such an extent. Excellent work, Director Jiang. Your progress is remarkable, Wang Feng remarked with satisfaction. Director Wang, this is merely my duty. I await your guidance on how to proceed with this case. Should we act immediately, or wait until conditions are more favorable? Jiang Feng inquired. Initially, he felt indecisive between the Forestry Bureau and the Public Security Bureau, but ultimately, he deemed it more prudent to report to the Forestry Bureau. Reporting to the Public Security Bureau would only entail handling a single case, with any penalties falling under their jurisdiction. Moreover, due to his previous incident involving gunfire, Wei Jianmin had relegated him to a lesser role within the forest public security. Reporting to them would merely serve to establish his presence, without yielding any substantial results. Conversely, reporting to the Forestry Bureau was different. This was a significant case that would contribute to their achievements. Should the Public Security Bureau look unfavorably upon him, he could still rely on the support of the Forestry Bureau. Are you saying you have not reported to your colleagues at the Public Security Bureau? Wang Feng scrutinized Jiang Feng, sensing something amiss. No, upon discovering the case, my first action was to report to you. The equipment we utilized to enter the mountains was funded by you, so naturally, I must keep you informed of our results, Jiang Feng replied. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. The lack of a report to the Public Security Bureau meant that the lead on the case remained firmly with the Forestry Bureau. Very well, Jiang Feng. Continue your excellent work. I've heard you are still a division-level cadre, correct? As the year draws to a close, we will create a deputy section position within our Forestry Bureau, and by year-end, your promotion will be secured, Wang Feng stated directly. Though the Forestry Bureau is a department at the division level, its small size means competition is not fierce, making the allocation of a deputy position feasible. Wang Feng's growing fondness for Jiang Feng was evident. Thank you, Director Wang. Thank you. Jiang Feng quickly stood to express his gratitude. If he were to achieve the deputy rank, a leadership position would surely be arranged for him upon his return to the Public Security Bureau. No need for thanks. I appreciate motivated young individuals. Now, let us discuss how we should handle this case. Wang Feng nodded, signaling Jiang Feng to sit. Jiang Feng then proceeded to report in detail. With each revelation, Wang Feng's smile deepened. Upon learning that Jiang Feng had already assigned personnel to monitor Zhang Daqing and the key executives of several companies and had gathered information about their residences, Wang Feng's delight grew. Jiang Feng was effectively presenting the fruits of his labor on a silver platter. All that was required from Wang Feng was to take action and reap the rewards. What more needed to be said? He was eager to achieve significant results, and this opportunity was laid out before him. Certainly, let us proceed in accordance with your thoughts. You should apprehend those who must be apprehended and take necessary actions. I will send Director Chiu over to oversee your logistical support. Should there be any requirements, feel free to communicate directly with Director Chiu. Our Forestry Bureau stands ready to provide full support. Rest assured, I shall not neglect your needs. Jiang Feng nodded, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Director Wang. There is another matter concerning the summons. Our bureau is capable of issuing it. However, should there be a need for detention later on, approval from the Public Security Bureau will likely be required. At that point, it may become difficult to keep this matter under wraps. Jiang Feng's intention was to alert Wang, ensuring he was prepared. When it comes to asserting control over the case, competition with the Public Security Bureau is inevitable as the investigation progresses. After all, a case involving the cultivation of ginseng across an area of 1.5 hectares may not be deemed a major achievement by the Public Security Bureau, yet it remains a noteworthy accomplishment. If they seek to claim dominance over the case, the situation could become complicated. Chapter 48. The meeting. Wang Feng nodded. Rest assured. I understand. When the time comes, I will inform your Director Wei. This case was established as a joint endeavor from the outset. It is ours to manage. Should the county's Public Security Bureau attempt to interfere, I will not acquiesce. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement, satisfied that Wang Feng could withstand the pressure. Wang Feng then called for Deputy Director Qiu, marking Jiang Feng's first encounter with him, the brother-in-law of Jiang Fenglan. Qiu, with his scholarly demeanor and single eye, appeared quite intellectual. Jiang, the Director of Forest Public Security, I trust you have heard of him. He is young and promising, with a bright future ahead. A case has arisen within the Forest Public Security Bureau, and you are to represent our bureau in collaboration, ensuring their logistical needs are met. Should they require funds or materials, you are to assist fully. I too will occasionally visit to oversee matters, Wang Feng instructed. Deputy Director Qiu, puzzled by the unusual collaboration between the Forestry Bureau and the Forest Public Security in handling a case, wondered if the sun had risen from the west. This case will be co-managed by our two bureaus, and our names will appear on any signatures, Wang Feng subtly reminded him. Understanding dawned upon Deputy Director Qiu, and he inquired, Director Wang, is this a significant case? Indeed, it remains confidential at this stage. Jiang Feng is quite capable in matters of investigation. Our role is primarily to assist, Wang Feng clarified. Deputy Director Qiu comprehended the leadership's intentions. The Forest Public Security Bureau had a major case, and they sought to share in the accolades. His role would entail signing documents and receiving a portion of the credit while ensuring logistical support, essentially providing financial resources. Having grasped the situation, Deputy Director Qiu consented. Just before leaving, Wang Feng called out to Jiang Feng once more. By the way, I recall that your Forest Public Security Bureau possesses only 2 vehicles, a van and a Santana. Those may not suffice for the case at hand. Therefore, the Forestry Bureau has a vehicle available, a slightly used Audi, but it should perform better than your current options. Deputy Director Qiu, please communicate with the Logistics Department and inform them that I have authorized you to take the car keys for Jiang to use in the investigation. Jiang Feng silently exclaimed. Director Wang's demeanor is truly commendable. This exemplifies a proper attitude towards employing individuals. If I were to report to the county police department, where would I find such treatment? Thank you, Director Wang, Jiang Feng promptly expressed. After Deputy Director Qiu entrusted the Audi to Jiang Feng, he did not accompany him to the forest police immediately, as he had some tasks to arrange, considering it was Monday. He mentioned he would come over shortly. Jiang Feng was not alone. He was accompanied by an employee from the comprehensive office named Ma Wenyu. Well, you can drive our Santana back later. I will take this vehicle, Jiang Feng said with a smile. Ma Wenyu's eyes widened as he circled the Audi. Director Jiang, this Audi? He inquired. It's borrowed from the Forestry Bureau. Jiang Feng replied with a chuckle. He had just examined the Audi, noting it was still in pristine condition and had been well maintained, appearing quite impressive. It was incomparable to the second-hand Santana. Impressive, Director Jiang. You managed to borrow an Audi. Once we return to the office, I shall relish the experience, Ma Wenyu remarked with a grin. Haha, if you like it, feel free to drive it in the future, Jiang Feng responded jovially. All right, Director Jiang. I shall be your designated driver from now on, Ma Wenyu quickly replied. Jiang Feng merely smiled and said nothing further as they drove back to the forest police in the Santana and Audi, one following the other. Old Su, the gatekeeper, seemed to have vanished again, likely chatting with Jiang Fenglan in the comprehensive office. Jiang Feng stepped out of the car with a frown. Go fetch Old Su. Can this gatekeeper even perform his duties? If not, he should leave, Jiang Feng remarked, visibly displeased. They were about to handle a case, and if things continued in such a disorganized manner, they would accomplish nothing. Ma Wenyu nodded and turned to the comprehensive office to summon old Su, who, it seemed, had connections that allowed him to be there as a temporary worker, behaving rather arrogantly. Jiang Feng's reprimanding voice echoed in the small courtyard of the forest police, attracting the attention of onlookers. When old Su emerged, he initially intended to retort, but, upon seeing the Audi parked beside Jiang Feng, he swallowed his words. Old Su, you are of an age. I do not wish to reprimand you, but you must perform your job diligently. Remain at the gate and fulfill the responsibilities of a gatekeeper for our unit. If you no longer wish to work, say so early, at your age. You could enjoy time with your grandchildren at home. However, this is a workplace, not a place for you to spend your retirement. Do you understand? Jiang Feng, in front of everyone, offered no leniency to old Su. Old Su's face flushed crimson as he attempted to respond, but, intimidated by the Audi, ultimately remained silent, merely nodding in resignation. At that moment, Jiang Feng's authority within the forest police ascended to a new level. As soon as Jiang Feng entered the office, Zhang Sanjun approached him. I have already reported. Once our meeting concludes, we shall take action. Zhang Daqing and the others are still monitoring, correct? They are indeed watching. Director Jiang. Good. Inform the patrol and enforcement teams to convene in the conference room, Jiang Feng instructed. Zhang Sanjun nodded in acknowledgement. The patrol team members were present, with the exception of the 3 individuals stationed outside, totaling 10 in attendance. The law enforcement team sent only 3 representatives, 2 of whom were auxiliary officers, and 1 formal police officer, Zhang Bing. Prior to the meeting, all mobile phones were collected. Jiang Feng remarked as he placed his phone on the table. The sound of knocking echoed. The patrol team understood the situation and promptly placed their phones on the table without hesitation. However, the members of the law enforcement team appeared bewildered, glancing at Zhang Bing for guidance. Zhang Bing, in his 40s and somewhat confident due to his experience, smiled at Jiang Feng and inquired, Director Jiang, what is the matter? Why so serious? Jiang Feng countered directly, do you not consider a meeting a serious matter? Zhang Bing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. However, recognizing Jiang Feng's authority as the director and the implications for his own future, he reluctantly retrieved his phone. The other 2 auxiliary officers followed suit and placed their phones on the table. Jiang Feng then nodded towards Zhang Sanjun. Captain Zhang, please report on the case. Certainly, Director Jiang. Everyone, 5 days ago, while patrolling the last road, our team discovered. Zhang Sanjun began to outline the case details. The 3 members of the law enforcement team were left stunned. They were completely unaware of such a significant case. Chapter 49. A stern reminder now that the basic facts of the case were laid out. Jiang Feng continued. This morning, I also reported to the Forestry Bureau. This case will be handled collaboratively with them, and Deputy Director Chiu from the Forestry Bureau will arrive shortly to ensure our logistical support. Zhang Bing furrowed his brow and interjected, Director Jiang, shouldn't this be reported to our county bureau first? Jiang Feng stood up to relinquish his seat. Zhang Bing was momentarily caught off guard and instinctively stood. You take this position, Jiang Feng asserted. Zhang Bing's face flushed crimson, caught in a dilemma of whether to stand or sit. Come on, if you have so many objections and ideas, do you wish to take on the role of director? Jiang Feng probed further. The other attendees in the conference room fell silent. Though Jiang Feng usually exuded a cheerful demeanor and appeared approachable, his anger was undeniably intimidating. Zhang Bing stood awkwardly, realizing that the position of director was not one he could simply claim. After reprimanding Zhang Bing, Jiang Feng resumed his seat. Today's meeting is for task assignments, not for case analysis. Even during a case analysis, comments must be made with prior approval. If everyone speaks freely, it would descend into chaos. We are a disciplined force, not a marketplace where anyone can voice their thoughts at will. Focus on your responsibilities. Zhang Bing, rendered speechless, stood in silence, having been chastised thoroughly, while the others grew increasingly cautious. Now, I will continue. This case will be jointly handled by our team and the Forestry Bureau. We have conducted preliminary investigations regarding the Qiangdashan Chicken Agricultural Company, and we have gathered substantial information. The work of photographing the scene and gathering evidence has been completed. Now we must proceed with the formal case filing. Jiang Feng remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Sanjun. You are to officially file the case and issue 3 summonses for the legal representative and general manager of Qiangdashan Chicken Agricultural Company, Zhang Qingda, the deputy general manager, Li Baoquan, and the office director, Wang Dafan, summoning them for investigation. Understood, Director Jiang. Zhang Sanjun nodded and turned to head to the office to formally file the case. Jiang Feng continued speaking to the assembly in the conference room. I must emphasize the importance of procedural discipline in this case. It is a significant matter. And preliminary investigations have confirmed the illegal destruction of forest land, which has reached 2 hectares, and the illegal cultivation of ginseng, estimated to cover 1.5 hectares. Moreover, the various trees destroyed amount to over 800. This is undoubtedly a criminal case, and given the substantial sums and numerous individuals involved, the investigation will likely be quite complex. Therefore, I urge everyone to adhere strictly to legal protocols throughout this process. I understand that our bureau has not handled such major cases for quite some time, and we may lack experience, but that is inconsequential. We must follow the procedures and regulations meticulously. If any issues arise, report directly to me. Additionally, please maintain confidentiality regarding the case details. No information is to be disclosed externally. Jiang Feng reiterated these points while awaiting the summonses from Zhang Sanjun. Before long, Zhang Sanjun returned with the 3 summonses. Placing them before Jiang Feng then stood up. All right, Xiaozhang, collect all personnel's mobile phones and submit them to the administrative office for centralized safekeeping. Once we apprehend the suspects, the phones will be returned. You will not need yours for the time being. It is essential for maintaining communication. Now, everyone, please change into your uniforms. We will assemble downstairs in 3 minutes. Having said this, Jiang Feng announced the meeting's conclusion, and the crowd filed out, returning to their offices to change. Jiang Feng himself had arrived in uniform today, donning a dark blue police uniform, with only a police coat over it and a cap as he descended the stairs. Although Jiang Feng held a modest rank of merely 2 stars, his commanding presence was unmistakable. Ma Tianyu had already gone to start the vehicles, and Jiang Feng instructed that all 3 cars should be ready. Jiang Feng, hearing the commotion in the administrative office, hurried over to Jiang Feng. Director Jiang, what are we preparing for? Has the case area been cleared? Without answering her question, Jiang Feng inquired, has Deputy Director Chiu from the Forestry Bureau arrived yet? Jiang Feng nodded. She had efficiently managed the tasks Jiang Feng assigned. Good. Deputy Director Chiu will be coming over shortly. If I am not back by then, please attend to him, Jiang Feng instructed. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Deputy Director Chiu was her brother-in-law. Why was he coming without informing her? How did Jiang Feng know about this? Typically, if there were any matters to address, her brother-in-law would be the first to inform her. Was Jiang Feng now privy to information that she was not? As Jiang Feng pondered what further inquiries to make, a group of officers clad in black police uniforms and caps hurried down the stairs. This time, it was unnecessary for Jiang Feng to elaborate. He instinctively knew the team was already assembled in the courtyard. The typically lackadaisical forest police had suddenly drawn the attention of other office staff. What was the purpose of this gathering? Was there a significant operation underway? And were these truly his colleagues? Zhang Sanjun had already commenced the formation. Jiang Feng stepped outside. Director Jiang, all 13 members are present, Zhang Sanjun reported. Get in the vehicle, Jiang Feng gestured, leading the way into his new Audi, while Ma Tianyu promptly started the engine and slowly drove out of the forest police headquarters. The other vehicles, a Santana and a van, closely followed behind the Audi, heading towards the Qingdashan Chicken Agricultural Company. The drive took merely 40 minutes. And at 10:40 a.m., the 3 vehicles arrived at the entrance of the company. They met up with 2 surveillance operatives who briefed them. The individuals they intended to summon were currently inside the company and had not departed. The Qingdashan Chicken Agricultural Company was somewhat more imposing than the forest police, featuring a brand new 3-story building. Jiang Feng instructed the driver to proceed into the premises, stopping directly at the entrance. With a series of authoritative knocks, uniformed officers disembarked from the vehicles, following Jiang Feng into the building. Upon witnessing the formidable entrance of Jiang Feng and his team, the receptionist instinctively reached for the phone. But Zhang Sanjun intervened before Jiang Feng could utter a word. Do not make a call. We are from the forest police. We need to speak with your general manager, Zhang. Where is he? Zhang Sanjun displayed his credentials, inquiring. On the 3rd floor, the receptionist stammered, visibly shaken. In the 2nd room on the right. Where is Vice President Li? Where is Director Wang? After confirming the necessary information, Jiang Feng left 2 individuals downstairs and ascended with the rest of the team. They proceeded directly to the 3rd floor, approaching the 2nd room on the right, which bore the title of General Manager. Without knocking, Jiang Feng pushed the door open. A man adorned with a gold chain around his neck was startled, exclaiming a curse. Jiang Feng surveyed the room, noting a flamboyantly dressed woman hastily adjusting her disheveled sweater and leather pants as she descended from the man's lap. Who are you? Zhang Qingda inquired, his expression turning serious, swallowing back the expletive he had been about to utter. It was prudent to do so, as this group, led by Jiang Feng and comprising more than a dozen individuals in uniform black police coats and caps, appeared anything but approachable. Although Jiang Feng seemed youthful, his demeanor radiated authority. Are you Zhang Daqing? Jiang Feng, having already reviewed Zhang Daqing's photograph, still posed the question. Yes, I am Zhang Daqing. May I ask which unit you represent? A faint smile crept onto Zhang Daqing's face. We represent the Forestry Public Security Bureau. Zhang Daqing. Due to your involvement in a criminal case, you are hereby summoned to our Bureau's investigation area for questioning. This is your summons. Jiang Feng stated as Zhang Sanjun stepped forward to present the summons to Zhang Daqing. No, young brother, you must be mistaken. I have committed no crime. There must be some misunderstanding. I am quite familiar with your bureau, including Captain Miao from your enforcement team. You are certainly in error. There is a misunderstanding here. Zhang insisted. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not is not for you to decide. Please cooperate and accompany us, Jiang Feng replied without engaging further. Wait. I will call your bureau, Zhang Daqing asserted. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, while Zhang Sanjun confiscated Zhang Daqing's phone. We will arrange for you to notify your family. As for other calls, there is no need. Please cooperate with our work, or we shall take coercive measures, Jiang Feng stated, turning to leave. Two officers then seized Zhang Daqing by the arms. Although he was not handcuffed, he was effectively restrained. What are you doing? I have told you this is surely a misunderstanding, he protested. Take him to the car, Jiang Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. Li Baquan and Wang Dafa executed the order smoothly. The process of summoning unfolded without complication. The unexpected nature of the situation left Zhang Dafa and the others unprepared. Completely unaware of the reasons behind their apprehension, let alone any thoughts of resistance. Separate the three suspects into three vehicles. Do not allow them any opportunity for communication. Jiang Feng ordered, directing Zhang Dafa to his own car. Drive back to the bureau, Jiang Feng instructed, and Ma Tianyu complied, navigating towards the bureau. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, and the three individuals were successfully apprehended. Listen, young brother, please call Captain Miao. Or I have your bureau's number in my phone. This is truly a misunderstanding. We often drink together, Zhang Dafa continued, now inside the car, unable to contain his chatter. He regarded Jiang Feng, a young man whom he presumed to be an ordinary staff member. This is our bureau chief Jiang. One of the officers escorting Zhang Dafa could not help but interject. Bureau chief? Such a young man. My apologies. I did not recognize such a distinguished figure in our Forestry Public Security. Bureau chief, is there perhaps a misunderstanding? Zhang Dafa expressed, his tone shifting to one of respect. Abandoning his previous casualness, yet remaining utterly bewildered. We will discuss matters once we return to the bureau, Jiang Feng stated succinctly, offering no further words. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Chiu arrived at the Forestry Public Security Bureau 20 minutes after Jiang Feng's departure, accompanied by two young aides. Deputy Director Chiu, Old Su, the gatekeeper, greeted him with palpable excitement. Is Director Jiang here? Deputy Director Chiu seemed to overlook Old Su's enthusiastic demeanor entirely. Director Jiang has left, and he did not inform you of his departure beforehand. Otherwise, I would have certainly left the door wide open. Old Su, reprimanded by Jiang Feng, felt a twinge of resentment and seized the opportunity to undermine him. However, before he could complete his sentence, Deputy Director Chiu interrupted, saying, Enough. You, a mere gatekeeper. Think Director Jiang has the obligation to inform you? Who do you think you are? Old Su's smile instantly froze, having been humiliated twice in a single day. Yet, Deputy Director Chiu paid him no mind. He was merely a distant relative of a section chief from the Forestry Bureau, sent here for some reason. At his age, one would expect him to possess better judgment. His veiled criticism of Jiang Feng was particularly misguided. As Jiang was currently a favored figure in the eyes of Director Wang Feng, it would be inappropriate for anyone, even a relative, to behave in such a manner. Deputy Director Chiu, accompanied by others, proceeded towards the office building, where Zhang Fenglan, who had been attentively monitoring the situation, greeted them. Brother-in-law, you actually came. Just before Jiang Feng left, he mentioned you would be here and asked me to receive you. I was quite puzzled. Brother-in-law? This is the workplace. We refer to titles here. And as for Jiang Feng, despite his youth, he is your superior. You must address him as Director Jiang, Deputy Director Chiu retorted, his expression darkening. Zhang Fenglan was momentarily taken aback. When discussing matters at home, she had always referred to Jiang Feng by name, even calling him Little Jiang at times. How long has Director Jiang been gone? Almost half an hour, I suppose. Everyone, please take a seat. I'll pour some tea, she offered. Moving closer to Deputy Director Chiu, her curiosity piqued. Deputy Chiu, what brings you here so suddenly? Is there something amiss? Just now. Director Jiang left with 3 vehicles and over 10 people, confiscating everyone's phones. Moreover, how did your bureau's Audi end up in Director Jiang's possession? Jiang Fenglan's barrage of questions left Deputy Director Chiu somewhat exasperated. This sister-in-law of his was indeed a talkative one. Given her role as the director of the Forest Police, she would hardly qualify for any position within the bureau, even as a mere staff member. Chapter 51. Interrogation Part 1. Upon returning to the office, the 3 individuals were segregated into 3 separate rooms within the case handling area by 11:30. Deputy Director Chiu, the individuals have been apprehended. I intend to let them cool off before commencing the interrogation. Let us have a simple meal in the cafeteria at noon, Jiang Feng proposed. Shaking hands with Deputy Director Chiu, smiling amiably. Agreed, the cafeteria will suffice. The work is paramount, and Director Wang is keeping a close watch on this matter. Deputy Director Chiu replied with a smile. After a brief meal in the cafeteria, Jiang Feng returned to his responsibilities. The 3 individuals were set to be interrogated. But rather than heading straight to Zhang Daqing's interrogation room, Jiang Feng opted for the one where Wang Dafa was held. The interrogation room was quite interestingly arranged. Although there were no restraints on the chairs, Jiang Feng and his team were seated at a slightly elevated position compared to Wang Dafa, allowing them to look down upon him. Wang Dafin, a 42-year-old man, resides with his family of 5. His mother, now 70 years old, is a retired employee of the former textile factory. He has 2 children. His wife, Hao Ling, currently operates a stall in the county's commercial city, predominantly selling clothing. Jiang Feng perused a document, reading each word slowly, which instilled a sense of psychological pressure within Wang Dafin. In television dramas, the portrayal of fictitious interrogations often begins with inquiries about one's name, age, educational background, and residential address. However, genuine interrogations seldom unfold in such a manner, as this approach tends to convey to the suspect a feeling of being completely unknown, prompting them to answer questions. Conversely, when someone like Jiang Feng articulates the suspect's circumstances gradually and methodically, the psychological pressure on the suspect becomes considerably more intense, creating a sense of vulnerability as if they have been completely stripped bare, leaving them feeling exposed. Within the confines of the interrogation room, Jiang Feng spoke in a measured tone, while Wang Dafin, feeling increasingly anxious, pressed his lips together, aware of his parched mouth. The atmosphere of the interrogation room, coupled with Jiang Feng's pressure, had stretched his nerves to their utmost limits. His older child was already in junior high school at the county's number 2 middle school, while his younger son was in the 4th grade, reportedly performing well academically in school. Isn't that right? Jiang Feng inquired, drawing closer to Wang Dafin. Yes, leader. You must have misunderstood, Wang Dafin nervously interjected. Jiang Feng moved behind Wang Dafin and gently patted his shoulder, causing Wang Dafin to shudder involuntarily, momentarily rendering him speechless. Do you believe we would falsely accuse you without evidence? Jiang Feng pressed. Wang Dafin found himself in a predicament, unsure of how to respond. It seemed that any answer he might provide would be inadequate. To claim he was wronged would imply a challenge to the authorities, particularly in a situation where he was clearly at a disadvantage. Yet, to assert he was not wronged felt disingenuous, as he could not fathom the nature of the accusations against him. Bang! Jiang Feng slammed his hand on the table. Do you think we would falsely accuse your mother? He demanded. No, Wang Dafin instinctively replied. Let me make this clear. Your willingness to cooperate now presents you with an opportunity. Should you choose to decline, that is your prerogative, Jiang Feng remarked nonchalantly. However, I must inform you that we have already interrogated Zhang Daqing and Li Baoquan, both of whom implicated you in the illegal deforestation and ginseng cultivation activities, of which the company had no knowledge. You exploited your position for personal gain. Before Jiang Feng could finish his statement, Wang Dafin, visibly agitated, exclaimed, Nonsense. That was the company's doing, Zhang Daqing insisted on, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. Wang Dafin understood that some matters, once spoken, are difficult to retract. Moreover, this was not a challenging interrogation. Neither Zhang Daqing nor Wang Dafin were seasoned criminals. They are merely ordinary individuals, unexpectedly seized by Jiang Feng from their company. Upon their arrival here, they had not even had the chance to consume their lunch. As 2 hours elapsed, they found themselves in a state of utter despair, calling out to the heavens in vain and receiving no response from the earth. Such circumstances impose tremendous psychological pressure, and it is likely that during those 2 hours, several of them reflected on the misdeeds of their past lives, even revisiting childhood memories of bullying classmates. Ultimately, they faced a classic prisoner's dilemma. It would be remarkable if they chose to confess honestly. The matter at hand is quite straightforward. After Zhang Daqing secured the contract for this forest area, he began to devastate part of the woodland to cultivate ginseng. Those involved included Zhang Daqing, Deputy General Li Baoquan, along with Zhang Daqing's wife and 2 employees from the company. They all profited from this endeavor. Initially, Zhang Daqing only tampered with a small plot of land, distanced from patrol routes. However, observing that certain patrol routes of the forest police were infrequently traversed over the years, he grew increasingly audacious, encroaching upon more forested areas and planting greater quantities of ginseng. Once Wang Dafa began to speak, he could not restrain himself. Akin to a bamboo shoot spilling its contents, he recounted all events in detail, even delving into Zhang Daqing's personal life. Zhang Daqing had a penchant for gambling, often wagering substantial sums, and had a mistress, his secretary, with whom he frequently rendezvoused in the office. Enough, Jiang Feng interjected, waving his hand dismissively, signaling his disinterest in such matters. He rose from Wang Dafa's interrogation room and instructed another recorder to follow the standard interrogation protocol and document all relevant details. Jiang Feng proceeded to Li Baoquan's interrogation room. Director Jiang, Ma Tianyu stood up to offer his seat, but Jiang Feng waved him off, clutching a small handbag, and directly approached Li Baoquan. He lightly tapped Li Baoquan's face with the handbag, a gesture that ignited fury in Li Baoquan. Yet he could not muster the courage to retaliate against Jiang Feng's sly, unabashed gaze. "Do you understand why you have been brought here?" Jiang Feng inquired. "I do not know," Li Baoquan replied defiantly. Bang! Jiang Feng struck Li Baoquan's face with the handbag once more. "You think I invited you here for tea? I want you to repeat that for me." Li Baoquan gritted his teeth but, under Jiang Feng's penetrating stare, ultimately relented. Chapter 52. Interrogation, Part 2. "It is because I went to play mahjong last night, Director. I swear, it was merely for entertainment, just a small amount of money. Nothing significant." Li Baoquan attempted to downplay the situation. Bang! Jiang Feng delivered another blow to the other side of Li Baoquan's face with the handbag, leaving both of his cheeks swollen and crimson. "You think I am being lenient? Playing mahjong is trivial, yet I must personally intervene? Reflect on this. Does gambling typically require such a grand affair? I implore you, Li Baoquan, cease your pretense of ignorance. This is your final opportunity, should you remain silent. It shall be your last. If you refuse to provide an account, you must be aware that the consequences will be severe." Upon concluding his statement, Jiang Feng leisurely regarded Li Baoquan. Li Baoquan's gaze wavered and darted, particularly upon noticing the black handbag in Jiang Feng's grasp, causing his eyes to narrow, as if he could foresee the imminent strike of that very handbag across his face. "Is this about the ginseng situation?" he ventured cautiously, having already deduced the matter prior to Jiang Feng's arrival, though he wished to hold out a little longer, which proved futile. Those so-called ginseng farms are nothing but illegal destruction of forest areas. Li Baoquan, I urge you to disclose what you know promptly. Should your testimony not align with that of Wang Dafa and Zhang Qingda, I shall return to deal with you, Jiang Feng asserted, nodding to Ma Tianyu to commence the documentation before turning to leave. The final interrogation room belonged to Zhang Daqing. Upon Jiang Feng's entrance, he found Zhang Daqing reclining with his legs crossed, smoking, while Miao Guangming sat opposite him. A glance from Jiang Feng prompted Miao Guangming to rise, eager to speak. But Jiang Feng swiftly swatted the cigarette from Zhang Daqing's hand, directing a scathing remark at Zheng Sanjun. "Zheng Sanjun, are you a mere servant? You were instructed to bring him back, not to indulge in smoking. If he wishes to take a puff, are you to fetch it for him? Is he your ancestor? Restrain him." Zheng Sanjun, chastised mercilessly by Jiang Feng, turned to Miao Guangming, intending to explain that it was Miao's cigarette. "Silence. Restrain him." Jiang Feng's handbag slammed heavily before Miao Guangming. He pondered whether he had been too lenient with the senior members of the department. Initially, he thought that individuals like Miao Guangming, being of advanced age, were merely enjoying a retirement at the bureau, accustomed to the languid pace of the forest police, and thus refrained from harsh words. Yet, it seemed nothing had changed. These individuals audaciously intervened in the handling of cases, Zhang Sanjun hurriedly approached to secure Zhang Daqing to the interrogation chair. Director Jiang, Jiang Feng pointed toward the door, ready to unleash his ire. Had it not been for Dong Chang's influence, he might have shown Miao Guangming some semblance of respect. Is this not an abuse of seniority? Director Jiang. I merely Jiang Feng interrupted. I said leave, do not make me repeat myself. Miao Guangming opened his mouth to protest, yet ultimately swallowed his words, slamming the door behind him as he exited. Director Jiang, you apprehended me under such circumstances and shackled me. On what grounds? Once I am free, I shall see you for unlawful detention, Zhang Dafa declared with unwavering confidence. The recent events have instilled a considerable amount of courage in Zhang Dafeng, largely due to the actions of Miao Guangming. The suspect, lounging in the interrogation room while smoking and crossing his legs, exhibits no semblance of psychological pressure. The 2 hours of waiting have proven futile. Unlawful detention, is it? I am Jiang Feng, badge number 105. Go ahead and file a complaint, provided you manage to leave. Jiang Feng declared as he settled into a chair. Leave? What do you mean? I haven't committed any crime, Zhang Daqing retorted, though his expression shifted slightly. No crime? Allow me to remind you that 2 hectares of forest land under your QD Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company have been destroyed. What forest land? That is your concern, not ours. I know nothing of it, Zhang Daqing responded, clearly flustered, avoiding Jiang Feng's gaze. Unaware, are we? And what about the crops on that land? They are not from your company? No. Those ginseng are not ours. I have no idea who they belong to. With a thud, Jiang Feng slammed his hand on the table. You claim to know nothing, yet how do you know those crops are ginseng? I saw them while passing by. I truly don't know anything, Zhang Daqing stammered, struggling to maintain his composure. Suit yourself. Admit it if you wish, or don't. It matters not. Wang Dafeng and Li Baoquan have already testified against you. Their statements are sufficient to ensure your conviction, Jiang Feng remarked nonchalantly. That is nonsense. Impossible. They wouldn't say such things. Zhang Daqing, what do you think they have been doing for the past 2 hours? They have been detailing their accounts. You can choose to speak or remain silent, Jiang Feng said, rising from his seat and making his way towards the exit, his footsteps echoing ominously. Each tap of his polished shoe resonating in Zhang Daqing's mind, amplifying his inner turmoil. As Jiang Feng reached the door, his hand grasped the doorknob. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Zhang Sanjun and said, if he refuses to speak, do not press him further. Simply draft a report stating his refusal to confess or repent. We shall leave the court's decision to their discretion. Understood, Director Jiang, Zhang Sanjun nodded. Jiang Feng opened the door, ready to leave. In that moment, the conflict within Zhang Daqing erupted, and he shouted, I confess. I confess willingly. Isn't that enough? Speak. Jiang Feng stepped back, realizing that his earlier intimidation was a mere tactic. Without the primary suspect's testimony, they would need to seek additional evidence to complete their case. Indeed, I contracted that forest land 10 years ago, and prior to that, I had planned to cultivate ginseng due to its substantial profits, far exceeding those of my poultry farming endeavors. Hence, I was drawn to that land after assessing its suitability for ginseng cultivation. Chapter 53. Remarkable. After emerging from Zhang Daqing's interrogation room, Jiang Feng received a call from Dong Chang. He surmised that Miao Guangming had likely reported him to Dong Chang. Hello, Director Dong. Jiang Feng answered the phone, fully aware that Dong Chang was likely calling regarding Miao Guangming. Nevertheless, he could not ignore the call, for Dong Chang had always treated him well. And it was Dong Chang who had initially introduced him to Miao Guangming. Director Dong, please spare me the formality. You may call me Xiao Jiang or Jiang Feng. If you continue with Director Jiang, I shall lose face in front of you, Jiang Feng said with a wry smile. Haha, very well then. Earlier, Miao Guangming called me, expressing grievances that were rather ungracious. I have already reprimanded him. He had no ulterior motive in calling you. He merely inquired whether you might need assistance on your end. If there are any cases, our department can send a few personnel to support you, Dong Chang replied with a chuckle. As Jiang Feng listened, his expression momentarily faltered, and he could not suppress a sigh. Look at Dong Chang. He truly deserved to be a director. Although Miao Guangming and Dong Chang were of similar age and had started their careers in the same year, the disparity in their leadership capabilities was stark. How many levels separated their competencies? Dong Chang's call was partly prompted by Miao Guangming's complaint, yet he approached the matter with a gentle touch, not launching into a barrage of accusations. Instead, he stood firmly on Jiang Feng's side, merely inquiring whether assistance was needed. Jiang Feng felt a deep sense of inadequacy. He realized he had much to learn. In terms of communication alone, Dong Chang had left him far behind. However, while Dong Chang refrained from pressing for explanations, Jiang Feng felt compelled to clarify the situation willingly. Director Dong, I must explain. I lost my temper earlier due to work-related stress and spoke harshly to Miao Guangming. During an interrogation, I deliberately left the suspect waiting for 2 hours to create psychological pressure. Yet, Miao Guangming, without permission, entered the interrogation area to smoke and chat with the suspect, disrupting the process. Enough. No need for further explanation. I understand. Miao Guangming has become accustomed to such laxity. It's audacious of him to call me after such behavior. Jiang Feng, you need not consider my feelings. Handle him as you see fit. Leadership cannot indulge such misconduct. To put it bluntly, this violates procedural protocol. A reprimand would be justified. Not necessary. Not necessary. They exchanged pleasantries before Jiang Feng ended the call. Director Jiang, where shall we dine tonight? The cafeteria again? Jiang Fenglan inquired as she approached. Let us book a suitable restaurant and have a meal delivered to our cafeteria. It will be a treat for everyone to enhance our dining experience. We can save tonight's meal for later. Have the cafeteria chef work a bit harder this evening and prepare some late-night snacks for us, Jiang Feng suggested. Jiang Feng issued a command and summoned Zhang Ming from the law enforcement team. He instructed him to prepare 2 summons to bring back Zhang Qingdao's wife. Understood, Director Jiang. Zhang Ming nodded. Given the magnitude of the case, and with Miao Guangming having been reprimanded, he dared not defy orders. Moreover, Jiang Feng was in a position of authority, and his rapport with the Forestry Bureau was strong, with Deputy Director Chiu even coming to coordinate logistical support. Jiang Feng wielded considerable power. Offending him would jeopardize one's career. As for the reprimand he received earlier that morning, who among them had not faced a few words of admonition from a superior, it was inconsequential. Meanwhile, the case involving Qingdao Mountain Chicken Agricultural Company was making waves within the department. Miao Guangming, realizing that calling Dong Chang was futile, contemplated calling Wang Quan to express his grievances. However, the situation was dire. Jiang Feng had dismissed their concerns entirely. To Mao's dismay, he found that he could not reach Wang Quan at all. His calls went unanswered. Wang Feng arrived during dinner, and the entire Forest Public Security Bureau was ablaze with lights. Despite it being past working hours, the Bureau remained a hive of activity. Jiang Feng, Wang greeted. Good evening. Director Wang. Yes, still busy. Come sit in your office. What is the current situation? Director Wang. All 4 suspects are in custody now. After interrogation, Zhang Daqing, Li Baoquan, Wang Dafan, and others have confessed to their criminal activities. We are in the process of securing the account books and some documentary evidence. But the necessary procedures have yet to be completed and will require attention tomorrow, Jiang Feng reported. Wang Feng was not well versed in the specifics of case procedures, after all. The primary business of the Forestry Bureau was not case management. Even within the Public Security Bureau, there were many leaders who lacked expertise in operational matters. In essence, leadership primarily involves management rather than hands-on operations. However, in a specialized agency like the Public Security Bureau, if a leader is not knowledgeable about the business, subordinates may express their discontent, albeit only mildly, without any real consequence. All right, sounds good. You and your team should handle the specifics of this case. If you encounter any difficulties or need to coordinate with other departments, just let me know, and I will take responsibility, Wang Feng remarked. Your progress is indeed impressive. You are quite capable. Jiang Feng smiled in gratitude. Thank you, Director Wang. Now, let us go to the case area and check on these individuals, Wang Feng suggested. Jiang Feng nodded and accompanied him out of the office, where they encountered a breathless and flustered Wang Feng, who had just returned from the hospital without his phone. Upon arriving home, he discovered a plethora of missed calls, and after inquiring, he learned of the significant developments in the office. Realizing that Jiang Feng had orchestrated such a substantial case, on the way back to the office, I received a call informing me that Director Wang from the Forestry Bureau had arrived, hurriedly making his way here. Chapter 54. A warning from Director Wang. Given his advanced age, Director Wang was visibly out of breath after rushing back and climbing to the 2nd floor. Why has Director N arrived so late? He inquired. His tone laced with confusion. N's expression darkened at this question. After all, this was the Forest Police, and he was indeed the director. It was quite normal for him to be present at this hour, especially given that he was in his own jurisdiction. Being questioned about his presence here felt akin to someone asking why you had returned home, an uncomfortable dilemma indeed. Director Wang, I had some matters to attend to today, and my phone ran out of battery. I just received a call informing me of your arrival, so I rushed back and explained. It's nothing significant. I merely came to check on a case being handled by Jiang Feng. Director, you needn't accompany me. It's late, and in this frigid weather. You should return home to rest, Wang replied. He felt a certain helplessness towards the older officers, particularly in who was nearing retirement. There was no need to concern himself with them any longer. Moreover, Wang harbored some reservations about him. After all, while Jiang Feng had made a substantial impact shortly after his appointment, and, as director, had failed to ensure the safety of the forest region. The long-standing cultivation of ginseng by Zhang Daqing right under his nose was a grave dereliction of duty. Had Jiang Feng not uncovered this, and it had been discovered by the inspection team, Wang, as the director of the Forestry Bureau, would surely face consequences. Not to worry, Director Wang. I'll accompany you to gain a better understanding of the case, and asserted, casting a glance at Jiang Feng. He felt somewhat perturbed that Jiang Feng had not informed him of this matter in advance. Well, considering the winter chill, I understand that your health isn't the best. So please don't overexert yourself. You are approaching retirement, and it would be ideal to leave your position in good health. It would be truly regrettable to retire with ailments, Wang casually remarked as they made their way downstairs. It was evident that while Wang was inexperienced in handling suspects like Zhang Daqing, he was adept in the art of leadership. His words seemed to convey concern for An's well-being, but in truth, they carried an implicit warning, encouraging An to be mindful of his position as he neared retirement. It was better to retire peacefully than to become embroiled in unnecessary troubles that might jeopardize his retirement. And, not oblivious to Wang's veiled insinuations, exchanged a glance with Jiang Feng, recognizing that Wang was subtly warning him against overstepping. Jiang Feng was indeed quite capable, earning Wang's commendation. Thank you for your concern, Director. I understand. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the understanding. As long as you're healthy, Director, your subordinates will have a solid backbone. The specific tasks should be entrusted to the younger generation. This case had naturally aligned him with Jiang Feng, and he certainly did not wish for any interference from An Chuan that could complicate matters. As for handing the case over to An Chuan, he chuckled. Recalling An Chuan's tenure as deputy director, he harbored no belief in his capabilities. After the trio had circled the investigation area, An Chuan, obediently heeding advice, prepared to depart. He was not afraid of Wang Feng, but he recognized the validity in Wang's reasoning. He was merely a month or two away from retirement. Even if he clung to this case, what merit would it bring him so close to his departure? On the contrary, should things go awry, he could easily tarnish his reputation. Weighing the situation, he concluded there was no necessity to intervene. Since they were unwilling to let him take part, he would simply return home and await his retirement quietly. As An Chuan was about to leave, Jiang Feng turned to Wang Feng and said, Director Wang, please wait in my office for a moment while I see Director An off. Wang Feng nodded and ascended the stairs. Jiang Feng hurried after him and intercepted An Chuan before he could get into his car. Director An, I called you last night, but you didn't answer, Jiang Feng began. Despite having Wang Feng's support, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts. An Chuan paused, recalling that indeed, Jiang Feng had called him the previous night. However, he had been on the verge of sleep and chose not to answer. This morning, he had forgotten all about it. I called you again this morning, Jiang Feng continued. An Chuan's demeanor softened considerably. All right, focus on your case. If you need me to step in, just let me know. Thank you for your hard work. Any lingering resentment An Chuan harbored towards Jiang Feng dissipated, and he confidently entered his vehicle, ready to embrace retirement without concern for other matters. Jiang Feng then returned to his office to continue his discussion with Wang Feng. He hoped to invite Wang Feng to lunch, but Wang declined, citing other commitments. Once Wang had departed, Jiang Feng began arranging for personnel to rotate for meals. The interrogation had concluded, yet the process did not end there. Handling a case was an exceedingly intricate endeavor. It seemed they would be burning the midnight oil that night. During lunch, news about Jiang Feng's consecutive interrogations of the three individuals, breaking down Zhang Daqing's psychological defenses, spread throughout the unit. Director Jiang truly possesses remarkable skills. His interrogation techniques are indeed formidable. Consider this. He first approached Wang Dafa, the individual with the lowest rank among the three. Once a breakthrough was achieved with Wang Dafa, Jiang could apply more pressure on Li Baoquan during the interrogation. Even if physical coercion was employed, what of it? He is merely a criminal. Once culpability is established, The means of extraction become inconsequential. Having obtained the testimonies of the two individuals, Zhang Qingda found himself bewildered the moment the handcuffs were fastened. How impressive! Alas, I missed witnessing the event firsthand. I would have relished the opportunity to observe Chief Jiang's commanding presence. I was present at the scene, situated in Li Baochuan's interrogation room. You cannot fathom the aura that Chief Jiang exuded. It was truly remarkable. The petite handbag he wielded struck Li Baochuan's face with precision, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. A picture of suppressed indignation. Frankly, it was quite captivating. I must inquire with Chief Jiang about the source of that handbag. I too desire to acquire one. Chapter 55. Reporting the entire Forest Public Security Bureau was ablaze with light during the night. The testimonies of Zhang Daqing and his associates had been completed. Yet there remained further processes to attend to. In the pursuit of justice, expedience is paramount. It was evident that Zhang Daqing and the others could not linger in the case handling area. They needed to be swiftly transported to the detention center. Should further cooperation be required, they could be summoned for additional interrogations to compile necessary documentation and to report to the prosecutorial office for approval of their arrest warrants. The bureaucratic procedures were inescapable, unlike the 1990s when a mere note could suffice to detain someone. Now, everything is regulated and formalized. The work persisted into the early hours of the following day, with much yet to be accomplished. Jiang Feng summoned everyone to the conference room for a brief meeting. Zheng Sanjun, you are primarily responsible for this case, with Zhang Ming assisting. Our first task is to secure the approval for the detention warrants at the Bureau and to transfer the suspects to the detention center. Additionally, Liu Jun, you are in charge of securing evidence. You will also need to revisit the mountains for a site identification, dismantle the scene's perimeter, conduct an investigation, take photographs, and complete the scene investigation records promptly. Furthermore, Zhang Gang is tasked with locating witnesses, including employees from their company who may have had dealings with the case. Regardless of whether they profited, the sales department must also verify relevant information. Simultaneously, the prosecution's approval process for the arrests must proceed, which I will handle in communication with the prosecutorial office. Moreover, contact the pricing bureau to conduct a market assessment of the sold ginseng. Jiang Feng meticulously assigned these responsibilities. To outsiders, a case may appear straightforward, seemingly resolved with merely apprehending the suspects. However, television dramas often conclude at this juncture, while in reality, a criminal case is profoundly intricate. The multitude of documents, procedural steps, and evidence collection tasks are all indispensable. The case file's thickness varies significantly with its complexity. Some files can be voluminous, even filling an entire box for major cases. Every individual potentially involved must provide evidence, and various technical analyses are essential. Once Jiang Feng finalized the arrangements, he proceeded with the team to the county bureau to prepare for the detention procedures, as this required the county's approval. The Forest Public Security Bureau lacked the authority for such matters. Approval must come from the bureau's legal department. Ma Tianyu drove, while Zheng Sanjun held the materials, reporting on their progress to Jiang Feng in the back seat. Upon arriving at the bureau's parking lot, Jiang Feng fortuitously spotted a police vehicle parked beside him, its license plate indicating it belonged to the Xiqing precinct. As Jiang Feng stepped out of the car, he was surprised to see Wang Xiangfa from the West City Police Station also alighting. Wang Xiangfa paused momentarily, gazing at Jiang Feng with a hint of confusion as he noted the Audi, pondering which unit it belonged to. At this point, those who could afford to ride in an Audi were typically at the level of bureau leaders. To his astonishment, it turned out to be Jiang Feng who emerged from the vehicle. What a coincidence, Chief Jiang, he greeted with a smile. Chief Jiang, is there something you need to report to the bureau? Wang hesitated before addressing him, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to call out Jiang Feng's name, particularly in relation to the Audi beside him. Yes, I have a case to discuss, Jiang Feng replied with a grin. What kind of case warrants your personal attendance? Wang Xiangfa inquired, puzzled. A significant one, Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. I'll head over now, Wang. Understood, Chief Jiang, Wang Xiangfa responded, watching Jiang Feng's retreating figure, feeling an odd sense of jealousy. Though aware that Jiang Feng had been relegated to the Forest Public Security Bureau, the title still evoked envy. As a deputy chief, he wondered if he might ever have such an opportunity before his retirement. The West City Station was the largest in the county, and as its chief, he should have prospects, yet his lack of notable achievements over the past 2 years made advancement seem unlikely. Moreover, Observing Jiang Feng's seemingly flourishing situation after moving to the Forest Public Security Bureau left him perplexed. How had he acquired such an Audi? After bringing Zheng Sanjun to the bureau, Jiang Feng directed him to the legal affairs section before proceeding to find Qian Wenbin. Qian Wenbin's office was on the third floor, and as Jiang Feng approached, he noticed the door slightly ajar, with Qian's voice emanating from within. "We must resolve this case swiftly. Those assigned to stake out must be on alert, as there are increasing incidents of robbery and burglary at your end," he urged his team. Jiang Feng paused at the threshold, refraining from entering until he sensed the conversation was nearing its conclusion, at which point he gently knocked on the door. "Come in," Qian Wenbin called out. Upon entering, Jiang Feng discovered that despite Qian's previous support during meetings, he did not recognize him, as Jiang had once merely been a junior officer. "Chief Qian, Team Leader Wang." Jiang Feng greeted with a smile, having surmised that Wang Jin was present in Qian's office. Qian Wenbin, still bemused about the identity of the young man before him, was interrupted by Wang Jin. Chief Qian, this is Jiang Feng from the Forest Public Security Bureau. I came to report on a case and didn't realize you were in a discussion with Team Leader Wang. Would you prefer I return later?" Jiang Feng offered with a smile. The mention of the Forest Public Security Bureau immediately prompted recognition in Qian Wenbin, who scrutinized Jiang Feng. Though he appeared to be just another young newcomer, his demeanor was markedly different. He exuded a relaxed confidence that set him apart from the other recent recruits in the bureau. His gaze conveyed a hint of respect, yet was imbued with confidence. Confronting my own without the slightest hint of avoidance, he was indeed an intriguing individual. "It's all right. I've finished my conversation with Captain Wang," Qian Wenbin remarked. Wang Jin nodded in agreement, but showed no intention of departing, his curiosity piqued by Jiang Feng's purpose in seeking out Qian Wenbin. "Director Qian, the situation is as follows. During our patrols in the forest, we uncovered a severe case," Jiang Feng succinctly reported. Both Qian Wenbin and Wang Jin exhibited surprise. Jiang Feng had encountered such a significant case, and if resolved effectively, it would undoubtedly yield considerable merit. Wang Jin even began to contemplate where to initiate his approach. When he heard Jiang Feng continue, "As of now, we have apprehended 4 suspects, all of whom have confessed to their criminal activities during the interrogation." "Wait a moment," Qian Wenbin interjected, interrupting Jiang Feng. "Are you implying that you have already secured evidence and nearly concluded the case?" "Not quite concluded. But we have apprehended all the suspects and secured the evidence," Jiang Feng replied. Instantly, Qian Wenbin's expression darkened, and Wang Jin was also taken aback. The case had progressed to such a degree that there was little room for their involvement. Jiang Feng's swift actions were indeed impressive. Furthermore, Jiang Feng added, "The Forestry Bureau is also involved in this case, acting as a joint investigative unit." Qian Wenbin glanced at Jiang Feng, surprised that the Forestry Bureau had become involved. If it were solely a matter of Jiang Feng's rapid progress, it would be inconsequential, no matter how well Jiang Feng handled the case. It would still be credited to the County Bureau, thanks to the leadership. However, the involvement of the Forestry Bureau changed the dynamics entirely. "Wang, you may carry on with your duties," Qian Wenbin gestured for Wang Jin to leave, as this matter was now evidently separate from the criminal police team. Wang Jin cast a glance at Jiang Feng, nodded, and exited. "What about the case files?" "They are currently with the Legal Affairs Division. I will have them brought over," Jiang Feng replied, pulling out his phone to call Zheng Sanjun, requesting the case files be delivered. As Qian Wenbin reviewed the documents, he felt discontent at the signatures of Forestry Bureau personnel on each piece. The documents bore the names of the Summer County Forestry Public Security and the Summer County Forestry Bureau, which caused him considerable frustration. This hardly pertains to the County Bureau anymore. "Here's what we'll do. You go to the Legal Affairs Division to prepare the paperwork. Then come back for my signature. I will pay a visit to Chief Wei," Qian Wenbin said, resignedly. According to Jiang Feng's report and the case files, the case was substantial, not only in terms of its impact but also the sums involved were considerable. The issues of fines and recovered funds raised questions about whether they would be allocated to the County Bureau or the Forestry Bureau. It was essential to discuss this with Wei Jianmin. If he had no objections, it would not be an issue. However, at such a critical juncture, could Wei Jianmin truly remain indifferent? There exists a commendable achievement, and thus the Deputy County Chief also shares in the success. After Qian Wenbin contacted Wei Jianmin and confirmed his presence in the office, he proceeded to report the matter. Upon hearing the details of the case, Wei Jianmin immediately frowned. Is this not sheer chaos? What case could the Forestry Bureau possibly handle, especially in collaboration? They merely affix their signatures and claim the accolades. How can such a significant case be managed without first reporting to the Bureau, instead opting to communicate with the Forestry Bureau? Qian Wenbin sighed and replied, Director Wei, you are aware of the circumstances surrounding the Forest Police. While we can manage personnel matters here, the funding and resources are entirely provided by the Forestry Bureau. Moreover, Jiang Feng's transfer to the Forest Police may have left him with some grievances. Wei Jianmin's expression darkened. Indeed, it was he who had sent Jiang Feng to the Forest Police for a quiet tenure, yet who could have anticipated such a substantial case would arise? Jiang Feng, being young and inexperienced, where was his sense of safety? What was his role if not to safeguard? Wei Jianmin scolded himself and promptly dialed the safety director. How did you become the director? With such a significant case at hand, how could you not report it to the Bureau and directly hand it over to the Forestry Bureau? What were you thinking? Director Wei, please do not take your frustrations out on me. My health is failing, and with only a month until retirement, I am unable to manage everything. Every time we apply for funding from the Bureau, we are met with the same response: there is no money. The Forestry Bureau has been responsible for our basic needs, including the equipment for this patrol, which they funded. Is it not reasonable that they were the first to be informed? In this bitter cold, without funding, we cannot even pay for heating. If we did not report to the Forestry Bureau, how would we survive? How would we eat or drink? We would freeze to death in the mountains. The safety director did not indulge Wei Jianmin. After all, he was nearing retirement and had little reason to cater to him. Moreover, after so many years as director, he had accumulated a wealth of grievances that needed an outlet. Naturally, he directed his frustrations towards Wei Jianmin. Faced with such backlash, Wei Jianmin, recalling the safety director's circumstances, found himself with no recourse but to end the call. Have Jiang Feng brought to me. I will personally inquire whether he is more aligned with the Forestry Bureau or our County Bureau. As for his position as deputy director, I can either endorse him or dismiss him, Wei Jianmin declared, seething with anger. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had just concluded a call with Wang Feng. It was time for Wang Feng to intervene. Otherwise, if Wei Jianmin were to forcibly involve himself in the case, Jiang Feng's frail shoulders would certainly buckle under the pressure. Before Qian Wenbin could leave, Wei Jianmin's phone rang once more. Director Wei, this is Wang Feng, came the cheerful voice from the other end, leaving Wei Jianmin visibly displeased. Director Wei, our bureau is collaborating with the Forest Police on a case over the next few days, and we would appreciate your support, Wang Feng stated right away. Director Wang, this case has traditionally been managed by our police. Your Forestry Bureau's sudden involvement seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Director Wei, if it were any other case, we could let it pass, as we lack the experience that our County Bureau possesses. However, this case is different. It involves the destruction of forest areas, which falls squarely within our jurisdiction. Our Forestry Bureau is responsible for this matter, and given the extensive damage inflicted on such a large area, we have an undeniable obligation to act. Furthermore, the Forest Public Security initially assigned us a dual leadership role with the County Bureau precisely to address situations like this. If we were to neglect our responsibilities, what purpose would the Forest Public Security serve? Don't you agree, Director Wei? Wang Feng remarked with a smile. Yet his words concealed a subtle threat. It was clear that if they failed to take control of this case, he would disregard future funding for the Forest Public Security. Even if Wei Jianmin remained as director, he would find it difficult to justify cutting off the funding for the Forest Public Security, as the resulting resentment would inevitably be directed at him. With Wang's words laid bare, Wei Jianmin felt he had little choice but to acquiesce. Qian Wenbin had been listening intently and, upon seeing Wei Jianmin hang up the phone, cautiously inquired, should we still call Jiang Feng over? What purpose would that serve? Am I not already frustrated enough? Chapter 57. Empty promises. Wei Jianmin held a significant disdain for Jiang Feng at this moment. The Bureau had its fair share of major cases, yet solving these cases was no simple task. Moreover, many of these cases were serious offenses that might yield results. But the fines imposed were rather meager. Although the fines collected by the Bureau were to be remitted to the county treasury, some of those funds would eventually be returned, contributing to the Bureau's financial resources. This money could be utilized to enhance the living conditions of the officers or distributed as bonuses, which posed no issues at all. The case of illegal ginseng cultivation could potentially result in substantial fines, and after all, ginseng itself is quite valuable. Such cases are rarely encountered. Economic-related cases are always desirable to handle. The city's economic crime investigation team is the wealthiest of all, and for good reason. They can actually recover money. The loss of this potential revenue to the Forestry Bureau and Forest Public Security would undoubtedly displease Wei Jianmin. Who would have anticipated that Jiang Feng, despite being relegated to a retirement position, could still create such a myriad of complications? Had he known this would occur, he might have assigned Jiang Feng to serve as an instructor at a rural police station instead. After sending Qian Wenbin away, Wei Jianmin summoned the office director, Hao Mei, to deliberate on how to address the situation. Director Wei, this matter is actually quite simple. Since Safety is about to retire, we can expedite his retirement and appoint someone else. After all, Jiang Feng is merely a deputy director. If we were to replace him with a new director, there would be no opportunity left for Jiang Feng to meddle. The Forest Public Security does not solely operate on our terms. But who should we choose for the position? How has Director Liu of the Political Affairs Office been in the past? Hao Mei inquired. Wei Jianmin was taken aback. The position of Director of the Political Office is a step away from that of Deputy Bureau Chief, ranking fourth in terms of authority within the Bureau. Following the Bureau Chief, the Political Commissar, and the two Deputy Bureau Chiefs, the Director of the Political Office ranks next, even ahead of the Office Director. The challenge in transferring the Political Office Director lies in ensuring their willingness to accept such a move. This is a matter concerning the members of the leadership team. Their consent is essential. Wei, it appears that Liu Weiming aspires to ascend to the Deputy Bureau Chief position, yet he currently lacks the requisite rank. Still holding a position at the section level and contemplating a promotion to Deputy Section Chief. Although the Forest Police possess no real power, their rank is sufficient. If he were to become the Bureau Chief there and, over the course of a year or two, cultivate good relations with the Forestry Bureau, he could secure a promotion to Deputy Section Chief. Upon returning to our county bureau, he would then qualify for the Deputy Bureau Chief role, and his willingness would be assured. Moreover, to gauge the viability of this proposal, you might first have a conversation with Liu Weiming. If he is unwilling, then we will abandon the idea. If he is amenable, Hao Mei offered her suggestion, harboring her own ulterior motives. If Liu Weiming were to leave, she could potentially step into his position, advancing her own career to become the director of the political office. The more Wei Jianmin pondered, the more he found the idea appealing. Very well, then. Please summon Liu Weiming. I shall discuss this matter with him to ascertain his thoughts. Wei Jianmin remarked thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng arrived at Qian Wenbin's office, where Qian Wenbin promptly signed the detention order, which was swiftly issued. Noticing that Wei Jianmin had not sought him out, Jiang Feng understood that Wang Feng had likely intervened on his behalf. After returning to the forest police station with the detention order, Jiang Feng called Wang Feng, wishing to invite him for a meal. Although this situation had been previously discussed, it was essential for Wang Feng to exert his influence amidst Wei Jianmin's pressure. Nonetheless, he felt it appropriate to express his gratitude, utilizing this opportunity to strengthen their relationship. Wang Feng enthusiastically agreed over the phone. Sure, no problem. Even if you hadn't reached out, I would have sought you out. They arranged to meet that evening. After hanging up, Jiang Feng proceeded to take Zhang Daqing and several suspects to the hospital for medical examinations. Once completed, they could be sent to the detention center. Tonight, the unit would enjoy a brief respite, allowing for the subsequent handling of cases and paperwork at a more leisurely pace. At the very least, they would not need to keep shifting shifts and monitoring the individuals in the interrogation room. Furthermore, time was of the essence. They could not indefinitely detain individuals at the unit. On another front, Wei Jianmin summoned Liu Weiming to discuss his desire for Liu to assume the role of bureau chief at the forest police. Director Wei, why is that? I fail to comprehend, Liu Weiming exclaimed, bewildered by this unexpected assignment. Who was the last person to be reassigned to the forest police? Jiang Feng, yes, indeed. How could he possibly follow in Jiang Feng's footsteps? Director Liu, this is not a command or notification. It is a discussion to consider your perspective, Wei Jianmin clarified. Wei Jianmin's reaction to Liu Weiming was entirely predictable. When he first heard about the matter, he found it unfeasible, let alone Liu Weiming himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Weiming stated, Director Wei, if you seek my opinion, I must express my reluctance. Before Liu could finish his thought, Wei Jianmin interjected, hold on for a moment. Allow me to speak. Your performance over the past 2 years has been commendable, and the Bureau is keen to promote you. I have recommended you for advancement several times. However, you are still a section-level cadre, and not even a deputy section chief. As you know, while it is not a strict requirement that one must hold a deputy section chief position to be appointed as a deputy bureau chief, it is generally the case that one is elevated to a deputy section chief first before progressing further. You are aware of the situation within our bureau. The vacancies are scarce, yet the personnel are abundant. The Traffic Police Department has numerous candidates, and when considering the detention center and the custody center, there are many qualified individuals vying for these roles. Many senior colleagues are waiting for deputy section chief positions before they retire, hoping to secure such a role before their departure. The reason higher-level units have faster promotions is due to the greater availability of advancement opportunities beneath them. For instance, in a department at the provincial level, the heads of various sections are often at the division chief level, with numerous deputy and chief positions available within the sections. However, in the County Police Bureau, some areas are at the section chief level, while others are at the deputy division level, like here, which is at the section chief level. The deputy bureau chiefs are at the deputy division level, making it a challenge for the heads of various sections to ascend to deputy section chief roles. It is not an easy feat. Although Liu Weiming had been promoted swiftly in the past, he had yet to attain the deputy section chief position. Chapter 58. The Deputy Section Chief Quota. If you were to consider the forest police, there is a young man named Jiang Feng. If you cultivate a good relationship with the Forestry Bureau, it is possible to secure a promotion this year, as the quota for deputy section chiefs has already been reported to the Personnel Bureau. If you are timely, seek out Director Wang from the Forestry Bureau, and you could be promoted this year. If not, next year would suffice, and by then, you would have secured the deputy section chief position. With some achievements under your belt, returning to the County Bureau to be appointed as a Deputy Bureau Chief would be a logical progression. As you know, our County Bureau generally consists of 3 Deputy Bureau Chiefs, 1 Executive Deputy Chief, 1 responsible for public security, and 1 overseeing criminal investigations. Wei Jianmin's ability to navigate such discussions is exceptional, particularly in painting a promising picture of the future. Within moments, Liu Weiming found himself somewhat swayed. The notion of attaining the Deputy Section Chief position and subsequently returning to serve as a Deputy Bureau Chief held a certain allure. If managed well, the role of Executive Deputy Bureau Chief was not out of reach. Who is to say one cannot leap forward in their career? However, Liu Weiming felt a certain apprehension towards the forest police, as it seemed more a place for retirement than a venue for achieving significant accomplishments. Director Wei. Regarding the situation at the Forestry Public Security Bureau, you may not be aware that Jiang Feng is currently involved in a significant case there, concerning the destruction of 2 hectares of forest and the illegal cultivation of ginseng. Wei Jianmin hinted at this matter indirectly, yet the implication was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Liu Weiming's eyes widened in realization. He understood why Wei Jianmin had recommended him for the Forestry Public Security Bureau. Without further hesitation, Liu Weiming declared, Director Wei, I will heed your advice. If the organization requires it, I am willing to go to the Forestry Public Security Bureau. Very well. We will convene a meeting in the next few days, and I will bring it up then, Wei Jianmin responded. Liu Weiming nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after escorting Zhang Qingda and 3 others to the detention center, they emerged into the darkness of the evening. In northeast China, winter nights fall particularly early and are accompanied by a biting chill. By the time they returned to the Forestry Public Security Bureau, it was already pitch black outside. Jiang Feng glanced at the time. It was only around 4:30 in the afternoon, yet the day had turned to night so swiftly. With about half an hour remaining before the end of the workday, having not rested the previous night, Jiang Feng instructed Zheng Sanjun to notify everyone that they had worked hard the night before and could leave early to rest. Tomorrow evening, I will treat everyone to dinner, Jiang Feng announced with a smile. He chose not to host a gathering that evening as he had an engagement with Wang Feng, and he surmised that after such a taxing night, everyone would prefer to rest rather than dine out. Thus, arranging the dinner for the following evening seemed most appropriate. Thank you, Director Jiang. The crowd erupted in cheers, delighted at the prospect of leaving work early and enjoying a feast the next day. Jiang Feng returned to his office to change into casual attire, just as Ma Tianyu knocked on the door. Director Jiang, the dinner venue has been arranged. Good. Let us head there now, Jiang Feng replied, nodding. His meeting with Wang Feng was set for 5:30, and with over half an hour to spare, he thought it wise to arrive early for the dinner he was hosting. Upon reaching the restaurant, Jiang Feng ordered a selection of cold dishes in advance and prepared the drinks and cigarettes before waiting downstairs. Around 20 minutes past 5, Wang Feng's car arrived, prompting Jiang Feng to eagerly push the door open and step outside to greet him. Director Wang, he called out, hastening his pace to meet him. Jiang Feng, have you been waiting long? Wang Feng inquired. I arrived a little early, as I had nothing else to do, Jiang Feng replied. Please, after you. No need for formalities. Let us go, Wang Feng said warmly. Despite the cordiality, Jiang Feng maintained a respectful distance, keeping half a step behind Wang Feng as they entered the restaurant. He held the door open and gently guided Wang Feng to his seat in the private room, pulling out the chair for him. Their seamless sequence of actions was impeccable, much to Wang Feng's satisfaction. Accompanied by a driver, Wang Feng was joined by Jiang Feng and Ma Tianyu, making 4 of them in the private room. After placing their orders, the conversation naturally gravitated towards the case at hand. Jiang Feng informed them that the 4 suspects were now in the detention center and that discussions regarding the associated fines were underway, with resolutions imminent. Then some illicit gains have now been confiscated. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Wang Feng turned to his driver and said, "Please go out and buy me 2 packs of cigarettes." Jiang Feng, upon hearing this, exchanged a glance with Ma Tianyu, who understood and stood up to excuse himself to the restroom. Once both drivers had exited, Wang Feng turned to Jiang Feng and said, "You haven't sought me out, but I was about to reach out to you. There is a matter regarding the illegal cultivation of ginseng that you must take seriously in a couple of days. Reporters may come to interview us, including those from our county's television station and the city's station. I will inform you in advance, and you need to prepare for their reception. We might also revisit the ginseng cultivation site, so please arrange everything accordingly. This case must be handled well and with great finesse." Wang Feng's words left Jiang Feng momentarily taken aback. While the case was indeed significant, he wondered why it warranted such intensity from Wang Feng. "Director Wang, what is going on?" he inquired. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment before lifting the decanter from the table and downing its contents in one gulp. Despite consuming 2 liang of liquor, his expression remained unfazed, exhibiting a remarkable tolerance. "Having worked together for quite some time, I hold you in high regard, so I will not hide the truth from you. However, I cannot disclose too many specifics at this moment. Just know that this matter is of utmost importance to me," Wang Feng said, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Feng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng stood up without a second thought, thumping his chest. "Director Wang, rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence." Good. No need to be overly serious," Wang Feng remarked, feeling a sense of relief at Jiang Feng's response, and gestured for him to sit down. "By the way, tomorrow at noon, I have arranged a lunch with a few individuals, including Deputy Director Qin from the Human Resources Bureau. You should join us." Wang Feng smiled. "But I don't know Deputy Director Qin well. Would it be appropriate for me to attend?" Jiang Feng queried. "Why not? Just yesterday, I submitted your promotion to Vice Section Chief for approval, which requires the Human Resources Bureau's endorsement. You will need to meet with Deputy Director Qin. He has the authority to influence this matter," Wang Feng explained. Jiang Feng was instantly filled with excitement, springing to his feet. "Thank you, Director Wang. I'm exceedingly grateful. I hardly know what to say," he expressed, his face a picture of gratitude, as he also lifted the decanter. "Director Wang, allow me to toast to you. I'll finish this. You may drink at your leisure." With that, he downed the liquor, his face visibly reddening as a result. "Haha, Xiaojiang. You really need to work on your drinking skills." Chapter 59. Secretary Jiang Feng, feeling unsteady from the drink, could no longer maintain his composure after seeing Wang Feng off, and was supported into the car by Ma Tianyu. "Director Jiang, this Director Wang is truly something. You've been so busy and exhausted these past couple of days, hardly getting a full night's sleep, and yet he keeps pouring you drinks." Ma Tianyu grumbled as he drove. "Wait," Jiang Feng instructed, prompting Ma Tianyu to pull over. After leaning out to vomit for a while, he finally felt much better and took his time getting back into the car. Lighting a cigarette, he turned to Ma Tianyu and said, "In the future, such remarks should be avoided. It is best to focus on one's own responsibilities. At times, what one perceives may not be entirely accurate. Director Wang is quite a commendable individual, and one could even regard him as my benefactor." This was the first instance that Ma Tianyu witnessed Jiang Feng displaying such a serious demeanor, prompting a shiver of realization within him as he nodded in acknowledgement. The following morning, Jiang Feng arrived at the office around 10 o'clock. After reviewing the progress of the cases and organizing the day's tasks, he set out once more. The address provided by Wang Feng led him to a restaurant on the outskirts of the county, which was quite well decorated, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance, albeit somewhat distant from the town center. Typically, respectable individuals would not dine here. It was intended primarily for certain officials. Upon his arrival, Jiang Feng found himself alone, as the others had yet to arrive. He placed 2,000 yuan at the counter as instructed by Wang Feng, ensuring any necessary adjustments would be made. Shortly thereafter, Wang Feng appeared and nodded upon seeing Jiang Feng. They waited together for a brief moment before a man with gold-rimmed glasses descended from a vehicle, Director Qin. To Jiang Feng's surprise, the man, identified as Director Qin, hastened his pace to greet them. According to Wang Feng's description, this was indeed Qin Yi, the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Bureau. Conventionally, it would be expected for a Deputy Director to extend a welcoming gesture towards a Director. Yet it struck Jiang Feng as peculiar that someone in such a position, overseeing personnel matters, would proactively approach a Forestry Bureau Director. Director Qin, this is Jiang Feng, the Deputy Director of Forest Police. He is among those nominated for the Deputy Division this year, and I trust you will extend your support to him, Wang Feng introduced. Shaking hands with Qin Yi. This gesture further perplexed Jiang Feng. Wang Feng extended only one hand, while Qin Yi grasped it with both of his. Wang Feng's palm tilted slightly downward, while Qin Yi held Wang Feng's hand with both of his, an unusual display of deference. Typically, such a scenario occurs between a superior and a subordinate, where the palm-down position signifies control and the use of both hands conveys respect. Moreover, it was rather unusual for Wang Feng to broach the topic of Jiang Feng's promotion right at the restaurant entrance, a matter that would traditionally be reserved for discussions at the dining table after several rounds of drinks and amidst a convivial atmosphere, subtly hinted at when both parties were already in tacit understanding. However, there was no time for Jiang Feng to ponder further, as Qin Yi had already nodded and extended his hand towards him. Stepping forward, Jiang Feng slightly bowed and grasped Qin Yi's hand. Greetings, Director Qin. Ah, Jiang Feng. Is it? Quite youthful indeed. But if Director Wang has faith in you, you must be quite the prodigy, Qin Yi remarked with a smile. Thank you, Director Qin. I still have much to learn from esteemed leaders like yourselves, Jiang Feng replied promptly, realizing that a humble acknowledgement would be more appropriate than a mere dismissal of praise. While it is often considered impeccable to respond with modesty when others compliment you, in this context, Jiang Feng understood that Qin Yi's praise was not directed at him, but rather at Director Wang. To offer a similar modest reply would be to undermine Wang Feng's stature. The three conversed at the entrance, with Jiang Feng intending to invite them inside, yet he noticed Wang Feng's gaze frequently drifting towards the road, causing a momentary pause in his thoughts. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, another vehicle arrived, an Audi, its sleek black exterior befitting an official car. Such vehicles have become synonymous with authority. Without this distinction, Audi would struggle to stand alongside the likes of Mercedes or BMW. As the Audi approached, Wang Feng and Qin Yi exchanged glances of recognition upon seeing the license plate, hastening towards the car. Jiang Feng quickly followed, though he remained unaware of the occupant's identity. He was certain it surpassed Wang Feng and Qin Yi in rank. Upon their arrival, Wang Feng courteously opened the car door, revealing an elegant middle-aged man. Welcome, Secretary Jiang. Wang Feng greeted warmly. Indeed, the refined gentleman replied, shaking Wang Feng's hand. Hello, Secretary Jiang. Qin Yi chimed in, standing nearby, but the man, referred to as Secretary Jiang, did not extend his hand to him. As for Jiang Feng, he was not even introduced. Upon Secretary Zhang's arrival, he did not linger at the restaurant entrance, but proceeded directly to the private dining room, taking the seat of honor without hesitation. Seeing this, Jiang Feng resigned himself to the role of a mere attendant. The dinner conversation was ethereal. It felt as though they were discussing something significant, yet nothing concrete was communicated. The meal lasted scarcely an hour, with the wine served merely as a token gesture. After dining, to Jiang Feng's surprise, Wang Feng departed in Secretary Zhang's vehicle. Director Qin. Who is this Secretary Jiang? Jiang Feng inquired softly, unable to contain his curiosity. You don't know who he is? Qin Yi responded, astonished as he looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng shook his head in earnest. It appeared that this Secretary Jiang was someone he should recognize, akin to a celebrity in modern times. Yet Jiang Feng had spent the majority of his time in a rural police station, attending various training sessions, far removed from such high-ranking officials. You, my friend. Today I shall enlighten you, Qin Yi, who had taken on a slightly more servile demeanor at lunchtime, felt a kinship with Jiang Feng and was willing to share more information. Under different circumstances, he would have refrained from engaging in conversation with Jiang Feng. This is Secretary Zhang Wentao, the county party secretary. Chapter 60. Early retirement. After Qin Yi departed, Jiang Feng sat in the car, while Ma Tianyu observed him smoking, uncertain of his thoughts. Initially, he assumed Jiang Feng had simply overindulged once again. However, upon reflection, it seemed otherwise. Initially, I intended to inquire But the words spoken by Jiang Feng last night echoed in my mind, leaving me in silent contemplation. At this moment, Jiang Feng was filled with astonishment. This cultured secretary Jiang was, in fact, the county's party secretary. The party secretary, a position akin to a seventh-rank official in ancient times, a county magistrate. In dramas, one often encounters emperors, princes, and marquises from prestigious families. Although the seventh-rank official may appear insignificant, there is a saying, a broken family knows the governor. A ruined household knows the county magistrate. These modest officials wield the lifeblood of an entire county. Of course, the contemporary party secretary does not possess the same degree of authority as the ancient seventh-rank officials. Yet, the population of a county today far surpasses that of ancient times. In the past, a resigned party secretary recounted during an interview that when asked about the extent of a party secretary's power, he remarked, "If I dream tonight and wish for something, it can come to fruition by tomorrow." The magnitude of such power is indeed evident. Jiang Feng did not anticipate that he would unexpectedly encounter Secretary Jiang for the first time, albeit just a brief introduction that may or may not have registered in Jiang's memory. Nevertheless, it was a fortuitous surprise for him. Regarding Qin Yi's perception of him, there appeared to be no issues. Although the matter of his promotion to a deputy position was not explicitly stated, it was implied that there was agreement. The meal was indeed worthwhile, yet certain questions lingered in his mind, specifically the relationship between Wang Feng and Qin Yi, as well as Secretary Jiang's attitude towards Wang Feng. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Feng resolved to think no more on it, and instructed Ma Tianyu to drive back to the bureau. That evening, in a modest restaurant in the county town, Jiang Feng reserved the entire venue to treat all his colleagues to dinner, expressing gratitude for their hard work over the past few days. Once the meal was well underway, he announced, "Additionally, I wish to inform you that by the end of this year, I will strive to secure a year-end bonus and benefits for everyone. Whether this can be accomplished remains uncertain, and the amount is also undetermined, but I assure you I will put forth my utmost effort. Thank you, Director Jiang. Thank you, Director Jiang." The crowd exclaimed excitedly. The Forest Public Security Bureau had always been a modest establishment, devoid of year-end bonuses or benefits. For Jiang Feng to promise such provisions was greatly appreciated by all. One by one, they lined up to toast him. Although Jiang Feng had not been with the Forest Public Security Bureau for long, he had won the hearts of the people. His initiative to arrange meals for the night patrol team returning from duty, procure new equipment, and handle financial reimbursements with generosity all contributed to his rapport. He was young and approachable, yet capable of leading the team and tackling significant cases while now advocating for their welfare. In the midst of it all, the amiable yet dignified old Su, the gatekeeper, and Miao Guangming from the enforcement team unwittingly established their authority, embodying a blend of benevolence and firmness that garnered the affection of those around them. Miao Guangming approached Jiang Feng, holding a glass of wine. Previously, Jiang had harbored some skepticism, but Miao had come to realize that confronting Jiang was futile. Jiang had the support of his subordinates, such as Zhang Sanjun and Zhang Ming. Moreover, he had backing from the Forestry Bureau. Regardless of whether he was regarded favorably by the County Bureau or deemed sidelined to the Forest Police, it was undeniable that within the confines of the Forest Police's jurisdiction, Jiang Feng held true leadership. The dinner proved to be quite effective. It had been 3 days since Wang Feng last dined with Jiang Feng, and during this interval, Wang had not reached out. Jiang Feng patiently awaited his call. Just as he was preparing to head to the detention center to interrogate Zhang Qingda, he received a call from Anju. Since the case involving the illegal destruction of ginseng plantations in the forest region commenced, Anju had not visited the bureau, seemingly awaiting retirement. Why would he call Jiang now? "Jiang Feng, are you at the bureau?" Anju inquired. "Yes, I am. I'm about to head to the detention center for an interrogation." "What is the matter?" Jiang responded. "Please hold on. I'm on my way to the bureau. I need to discuss something with you," Anju said, abruptly ending the call before Jiang could reply. Puzzled, Jiang decided to wait, as Anju's urgency warranted it. 20 minutes later, Anju arrived at the bureau, but to Jiang's surprise, he did not head to Jiang's office. Rather, he entered his own. This was unusual, as Anju typically preferred to avoid opening doors, often discussing matters directly in Jiang's office before leaving. Today, however, it seemed as if the sun had risen from the west, and he was actually opening his office door. Jiang, somewhat perplexed, knocked gently before entering. Upon entering, he noticed a cardboard box on Anju's desk, with Anju placing various items from his cabinet into it. "Director, what is this?" Jiang asked. "Come in and sit," Anju replied, momentarily pausing his task to gesture for Jiang to take a seat. "What is going on, Director?" Jiang inquired, pointing at the box. And Zhu's expression darkened. "The Bureau has summoned me for a discussion and has instructed me to retire 2 months early." "What? Why?" Jiang asked, bewildered. It was common for individuals to retire early, but typically, this was a voluntary decision or due to pressing circumstances. And Zhu was merely a couple of months away from his retirement, which was generally slated for February. Normally, one would submit their retirement application before the new year, allowing time for approval post-holidays. Given that Zhu had never mentioned this before, the abruptness of the situation was quite startling. Before Jiang Feng could fully comprehend his thoughts, a flicker of ambition ignited within him. He mused that if he could secure a deputy position by year-end, perhaps with Wang Feng's assistance post-retirement, he might just transition into the role of deputy director. However, the notion of an early retirement loomed ominously, threatening to extinguish his aspirations. Chapter 61. Analysis. I was bewildered when Director Wei summoned me today to discuss an early retirement, 2 months ahead of schedule. Curiosity piqued. I inquired about the rationale behind this abrupt decision. Wei explained that someone had reported my frequent absences from work, suggesting that it would be prudent to retire early. Jiang Feng instinctively interjected, "Surely it wasn't one of our forest police officers." Safety nodded in agreement, remarking that such a complaint could hardly originate from their ranks. Given his sporadic attendance, if there were a whistleblower among them, it would have surfaced long ago. The forest police environment was one of relative complacency, where mutual reporting was virtually non-existent. After all, who among the subordinates would dare report a leader who seldom graced the office? The absence of a superior often provided a sense of freedom. Only those who had never worked alongside him or harbored a grudge would dare to voice such allegations. Yet, Safety was perplexed. He could not recall having offended anyone to the extent that they would resort to reporting him. Jiang Feng pondered momentarily before articulating. The solution is rather simple. Once you eliminate all reasonable possibilities, no matter how improbable the outcome may seem, you are left with the singular answer. What do you mean? Safety, though seasoned, struggled to grasp the implication. It's straightforward. If you have dismissed all potential accusers and believe there is no one who would betray you, then the only conclusion is that the allegation itself is unfounded, Jiang Feng stated, lowering his voice slightly. Are you suggesting that Director Wei is deceiving me? Safety's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone rising in incredulity. Jiang Feng quickly rose to close the door to Safety's office. It seemed highly improbable that anyone would report a person on the brink of retirement, even if, by some remote chance, an accusation were made. Would the department truly regard it as significant enough for Director Wei to personally address the matter with you, even to the extent of urging your retirement? The absence of both conditions rendered the scenario illogical, indicating that Director Wei might be using this situation as a mere pretext, Jiang Feng deduced. This situation is reminiscent of the numerous reports that have recently surfaced in the capital, alleging that certain celebrities have been apprehended for various indiscretions. One mustn't inquire about the identities of the whistleblowers. The response will invariably be that they are merely members of the vigilant public. Such tactics are commonly employed by law enforcement. Typically, officers will have a few confidential informants at their disposal. However, during investigations, it is imperative that these informants remain undisclosed. Externally, it is proclaimed that the information comes from the public, thus safeguarding the informant's anonymity. This aligns with standard procedure, yet in the case of Wei Jianmin, it merely serves as a pretext and justification. In fact, this rationale is hardly robust. At that moment, An Xuan sensed a loss of composure. Although he verbally expressed skepticism, the look in his eyes betrayed his acceptance of Jiang Feng's analysis. For, apart from this conclusion, all other possibilities appeared patently implausible. A few days prior, Director Wei had contacted me, expressing a desire to inquire about our ongoing investigation into the illegal destruction of forested areas, but I managed to deflect his inquiry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng quickly interjected, "Thank you, Director Wei. No need for gratitude. I do not possess such influence," An Xuan replied, fully aware of his own standing. His words were merely an attempt to extend a courtesy to Jiang Feng. He continued, however, "Do you truly believe Director Wei would consider forcing my early retirement over such a trivial matter? He cannot be so petty, especially given his position. After all, retirement was already on the horizon for him. If not for this incident, it would be due to Jiang Feng's increasingly coherent analyses. The implications were not merely personal but tied to interests at play, suggesting that higher-ups may wish to install a new director to undermine my authority." Upon hearing this, An Xuan suddenly grasped the truth. It appears that the potential financial gains from this case have piqued Director Wei's interest, as fines and penalties are no small sum. And it is only natural for the Bureau to be intrigued. An Chuan regarded Jiang Feng with admiration, recognizing his remarkable analytical prowess from just a few casual remarks. Jiang Feng had deduced so much. Even if it remained speculation, it was likely close to the truth. Jiang Feng maintained his usual demeanor, though internally, he felt a tinge of disappointment. If the county bureau were to appoint a new director, there would be little he could do to prevent it. For the county holds authority over personnel decisions. Even Wang Feng would be powerless to intervene. The prospect of ascending to the directorship was now beyond reach. Yet, Jiang Feng did not feel apprehensive. The arrival of a new director might only obstruct his aspirations. But he had not squandered his months in the Forest Police Department in vain. The question of who might undermine whom remained uncertain. Enough of this discussion. My retirement is a foregone conclusion. Tomorrow, I will commence the necessary procedures, and today, I shall tidy up my belongings, An Chuan stated with a hint of melancholy. Despite having unraveled the situation, it ultimately bore no consequence for him, and he no longer intended to involve himself in these matters. Let us arrange a farewell banquet to celebrate your retirement, Jiang Feng proposed. It is only fitting to bid farewell to the departing director, both out of sentiment and propriety. An Chuan was somewhat taken aback. Even at this juncture, Jiang Feng still found the inclination to concern himself with such matters. Do not refuse, Directorin. Let's arrange a farewell gathering at the Summer County Hotel in our district. I will make the necessary arrangements, and everyone can come to bid farewell and share a drink. While you eloquently speak of our contributions to the organization, Directorin felt a sense of happiness swell within him. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Very well. This afternoon, I happen to have some free time. I shall convene a meeting to inform everyone about my retirement." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, no effort is ever in vain, and human connections are invaluable. Director and has not yet retired. He is merely in the process of completing the retirement formalities. By addressing the staff in this meeting, he is essentially transferring the authority of the Bureau to himself temporarily. The County Bureau will send someone to hold a meeting, which will take some time, and during this brief interval, he can legitimately garner support and goodwill from his colleagues. This can also be viewed as a gesture of reciprocity for the farewell banquet that he has arranged for himself. Chapter 62. Winning Hearts on December 10, 2003. With 20 days remaining until New Year's Day, the Summer County Forestry Public Security Bureau convened a mandatory meeting for all staff members, with no exceptions allowed unless under extraordinary circumstances. That afternoon, the conference room was filled to capacity, with everyone present, and Directorin sat in the center, beaming with warmth. In truth, the purpose of gathering everyone was not of great significance. He simply wished to see them and to announce that he would begin the retirement process today, formally retiring ahead of schedule. Before his departure, he wanted to meet everyone and expressed his apologies if this took up their time. Directorin was genuinely retiring, and his mindset had shifted. His tone was gentle, devoid of the authoritative demeanor typically associated with a leader. Of course, at this point, there was no need for such authority. It was merely a conversation among friends, as there would be no hierarchy after retirement. Directorin, you are being overly formal. Why are you retiring now? Indeed, Directorin, you still have a few months left before retirement, don't you? The crowd inquired, their curiosity piqued. While they maintained a polite demeanor, Directorin squinted and replied, "Who knows?" Director Wei mentioned that I was reported for not being in the office regularly. However, after much analysis, I doubt anyone would truly report me. It's likely that I have simply obstructed someone's path, prompting them to hastily remove me. It seems even these final 2 months are too long to wait. Given my age, I am no longer of concern to anyone. His words inadvertently struck a chord, stirring a wave of empathy among the audience, particularly since many within the Forestry Public Security Bureau were of advancing age. They could relate to his plight. If they were to be treated in such a manner, it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on their hearts. Director, who would report you? This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, this is nothing short of bullying. Director, we cannot let this go unchallenged. Several older colleagues expressed their indignation, calling for action against the injustice. With a serene smile, An Chuan regarded the crowd, aware that his words would make it challenging for any future director to navigate their role. The subordinates would not easily accept any new authority, making it quite difficult to carry out their duties. Additionally, with Deputy Director Jiang Feng present, the situation was further complicated. Of course, An Xuan understood that beneath the facade of righteous indignation displayed by the people, the sincerity of their feelings was questionable. Some might simply be seeking to disrupt the status quo for their own benefit. Thus, An Xuan cheerfully waved his hand and remarked, "Enough of that. At my age, I prefer not to dwell on such matters." Fortunately, Director Jiang is a person of profound loyalty and integrity. Now that I have entrusted the unit's affairs to him, I can rest assured that I have a worthy successor. As for other matters, they are beyond my purview. During the transitional period for appointing the new director, Jiang Feng would assume full responsibility for the unit's operations, as An Xuan had instructed. Jiang Feng stood and announced, "Let us gather tonight at the Shi County Hotel. I have reserved 3 tables for a farewell banquet in honor of our esteemed former director." "No need for that. If it's inconvenient, let it be," An Xuan politely replied. Yet everyone expressed their intention to attend. At the farewell banquet that evening, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, An Xuan voiced many grievances. Feeling liberated since he would be handling his retirement formalities the following day, free from any oversight, his complaints resonated with a group of elderly attendees. Jiang Feng chose to remain until late, knowing that if he departed, some might follow suit, leaving An Xuan to face the emptiness alone, which could lead to a sense of loss. After all, this marked his official retirement, and the reality of being sidelined was now evident. People come and go, and such is the nature of life. Jiang Feng personally escorted An Xuan home late into the night. The next morning, he convened a meeting for all unit personnel, announcing an increase in benefits for some senior colleagues. In the future, for our elder comrades, we will prioritize reimbursements for medication and medical expenses. Moreover, during inclement weather, if transportation is needed, do not hesitate to request it. We still have a Santana available, which is stationed at the administrative office. Anyone needing a vehicle can simply inform Director Jiang Feng, who will ensure arrangements are made. Director Jiang stood up and assured, "Rest assured, Director Jiang. We will make the necessary arrangements and ensure no one is disappointed." Miao Guangming and a group of elderly individuals instantly brightened, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Feng. For them, aspirations had taken a backseat. The pressing issue was the challenges of aging, particularly concerning medication and healthcare. As for the younger colleagues, their current task was to effectively resolve the case at hand. Those who performed exceptionally well might have the opportunity to transition from temporary to permanent positions. Even though there were no openings in their unit, the Forestry Bureau had vacancies available. For regular employees, those who excelled would be rewarded with bonuses and recognition. As Jiang Feng made it clear, he would not be stingy with accolades. Although it was widely understood that Jiang Feng was winning the hearts of the people, this awareness did not diminish their gratitude towards him. Due to his favorable relationship with the Forestry Bureau, he is able to secure funds, acquire quotas, and even borrow a vehicle from the Bureau, thus freeing up a Santana for the convenience of those needing medical attention. Is this feasible for others? Not even in terms of safety, as there is only one vehicle in the Bureau, which the director himself requires. It is inconceivable that he would relinquish it for the use of others seeking medical care. However, Jiang Feng can do so, as he drives the vehicle borrowed from the Forestry Bureau, rendering the second-hand Santana unnecessary, through a series of maneuvers. It can be said that the entire forest public security has been united under Jiang Feng's leadership. Unless someone can procure funds more effectively than Jiang Feng or possesses a deeper connection within the Forestry Bureau, challenging Jiang Feng's position is utterly implausible. Providing support to the elderly may alleviate their greatest difficulties and offer a pathway for the aspiring individuals beneath him, and Jiang Feng has excelled in this regard. After returning to his office, Jiang Feng pondered for a while. Regardless of who the county bureau sends over, it would be futile. His months spent within the forest public security were not in vain. Nevertheless, he still felt a deficiency in terms of connections at the upper echelons. And the most crucial task now was to maintain a good relationship with Wang Feng. Jiang Feng recalled the time he visited his hometown during the 11th holiday when his father insisted he bring back local specialties, which he had initially been reluctant to carry. However, his father urged him to take them, even going so far as to purchase packaging for the items. Jiang Feng had intended to wait until the new year to consider whom to gift these specialties. Now, however, the timing was perfect for their use. Chapter 63. Gift-giving. Jiang Feng was unaware of Wang Feng's residence, but through several encounters, he had established a good rapport with Wang Feng's driver. After making a phone call to inquire about Wang Feng's home, Jiang Feng set off with the local specialties in hand. This marked Jiang Feng's first experience in gift-giving. And though he felt a twinge of nervousness, he understood that in this world, one cannot be faulted for showing courtesy. To advance within the system, such exchanges are unavoidable. Even among relatives, frequent interaction is necessary to foster closeness, and the same applies to a stranger. Naturally, one must engage more proactively to sustain such relationships. Moreover, he was merely carrying a few local specialties. It did not constitute bribery. As for concerns about embarrassment, those who believe in their talents and capabilities need not worry. Gold will always shine, yet the timing of that brilliance varies. Shining in one's 20s is a stark contrast to achieving recognition in one's 50s. Fame should be seized early. The vibrancy of youth is entirely distinct from the triumph of later years. Additionally, while gold does shine, if buried or covered by rags, it may remain hidden from sight indefinitely. Wang Feng resides in the family quarters of the Forestry Bureau. Although the welfare housing allocation system was officially abolished in 1998, it remains evident that various county units have continued to construct family quarters for their employees over the years. The implementation of a policy is invariably a top-down process that necessitates a gradual transition. Jiang Feng arrived at Wang Feng's doorstep and gently knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman, clad in an apron, answered. She looked at Jiang Feng and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Jiang Feng from the Forestry Public Security. Here to report to Director Wang. Please wait a moment." The woman turned and entered the house, and soon, Wang Feng's voice resonated from within. "Jiang Feng has arrived. Come in." Before the words faded, Wang Feng appeared before Jiang Feng. "Director Wang, I hope I am not disturbing you." "Not at all. But why have you brought this?" Wang Feng asked, glancing at the item Jiang Feng was holding with a hint of reproach. "Director Wang, this is some millet that my family sent me recently. A local specialty from my hometown, beneficial for the stomach. Please have a taste. Let us consider this a one-time gesture. In the future, do not bring anything. Please extend my gratitude to your parents," Wang Feng replied with a smile, accepting the offering. "Director Wang, you are too kind. My family is from afar, and since arriving in this county, I have felt quite alone. I have strived in my work, but fate has led me to the Forestry Public Security. Ever since I took office here, it has been your support that has sustained me. The funding has come from you, and the pressure you have borne. To be honest, I feel as though you are my family here." Jiang Feng expressed with earnest emotion, genuinely regarding Wang Feng as his benefactor. Had it not been for Wang Feng, he mused, he might have waited many more years for a promotion to deputy section chief. Sometimes, a single step forward can lead to a cascade of opportunities. "Oh, you have your own challenges. Henceforth, do come by my home more often when you have the time," Wang Feng remarked, touched by Jiang Feng's words. Although he felt he had not significantly aided Jiang Feng, the gratitude expressed by Jiang Feng made Wang Feng feel a closer bond with him. "Recently, I have been quite busy and haven't visited your Forestry Public Security office. How are things progressing with the case?" "Very smoothly, Director Wang. The second round of questioning has concluded, and we are now awaiting the approval for arrest from the Procuratorate. Once that is granted, we can prepare to file our lawsuit with them," Jiang Feng reported. "There shouldn't be any issues at the Procuratorate, right? It should be fine. I have a classmate there who has already made the necessary introductions." "Haha, you are quite capable." Wang Feng chuckled in response. "How about your bureau?" "I recall that Safety is set to retire next year," Wang Feng suddenly remarked. Jiang Feng had been contemplating how to broach this matter with Wang Feng when he heard the comment and replied, "Director Wang, I came to discuss this matter with you as well. Director visited our unit yesterday, stating that the county bureau had spoken with him and urged him to retire immediately. It is likely that the county will soon appoint a new director." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's expression grew solemn. "Are you suggesting that the county bureau might engage in underhanded tactics to usurp the authority over this case?" "There is a certain possibility. Of course, this is merely speculation," Jiang Feng responded. Wang Feng fell into deep thought. "For now, you must remain vigilant, regardless of the circumstances. We cannot relinquish control over this case," Wang Feng stated earnestly, fixing a serious gaze upon Jiang Feng. "Director Wang, I understand, but he is the official director, and I am merely the deputy. If they appoint someone new, the higher rank might overshadow me," Jiang Feng admitted with difficulty. Wang Feng pondered for a moment before standing up and saying, "Come with me to my study." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a surge of anticipation. A visit to the study surely indicated private discussions. "Jiang Feng, regarding the current situation in the county, your rank may not afford you full comprehension, but I will share a few details. However, you must maintain confidentiality and not disclose this to others," Wang Feng stated solemnly. "Director Wang, please proceed." My position may soon be in flux, making the success of this case vital for me. I've already arranged for reporters to come and conduct interviews. So at this critical juncture, you must not falter. No matter the circumstances, you must retain control over this case. Rest assured, if we succeed, I shall not neglect your contributions, Wang Feng said, patting Jiang Feng's shoulder with utmost seriousness. Chapter 64. Aligning Interests, a Shift in Position. This change surely would not be trivial. It could very well imply a promotion. Jiang Feng's heart stirred, realizing that an opportunity had presented itself. He recognized that his greatest shortcoming was his unfamiliarity with the terrain in Xia County. His return from the Xia County police station to Shichen was purely a stroke of luck, further aided by a word from Tang Lingruo's uncle. In truth, he had no connections in Xia County, which explained why, following the shooting incident, he had been relegated to the forest public security, left to languish in obscurity. Lacking support not only meant he could afford no mistakes, but also that he must not impede others' paths. The audacity of Liu Weiming and Liu Weitao in targeting him stemmed from his isolation. They bullied him without consequence. What offenses had he committed against Liu Weitao? Merely the possibility that a suspect in the case might be identified by him. Was this truly a valid reason for animosity? Such reasoning was utterly absurd. If someone found 50 yuan on the street, should those who passed by feel envy? If he had not picked it up, perhaps it would have been Jiang Feng instead. Wasn't he that nonsense? However, Liu Weitao has chosen to bully himself for this very reason, and his cousin, Liu Weiming, has also turned against him. It is not merely because he has been wronged. Rather, he finds himself utterly alone, without a single person to voice support for him. Who would care for his perspective? If only there was someone steadfastly standing behind him, Liu Weiming and Liu Weitao would not dare to harbor animosity over such trivial matters. Jiang Feng perceives the tumultuous and unpredictable political climate in the county. Secretary Zhang Wentao is newly appointed and holds little influence locally. On the other hand, our county mayor, a native who has risen through the ranks, cannot maintain his grip indefinitely. The current situation is precarious. Nevertheless, regardless of the challenges, it is imperative to fulfill the intentions of the municipal party committee. Wang Feng spoke of matters that Jiang Feng found perplexing, issues that felt distant from his concerns. Yet he understood the necessity of taking a stance. He discerned that Secretary Zhang Wentao might be at odds with the mayor, and it was evident that Wang Feng had allied himself with Zhang Wentao. Jiang Feng was uncertain of who would emerge victorious, but he realized that if he did not express his position, he might find himself eliminated before he could witness the outcome. Director Wang, rest assured, regardless of who assumes the position of director, I shall not relinquish control over the case. This case is under my purview, and I would maintain this stance even if Wei Jianmin were to come personally. Director Wang, I shall adhere to your directives without disappointment, unless the county bureau issues a direct order for my reassignment. Otherwise, I assure you, as long as I am present, the case remains with me, Jiang Feng declared resolutely. Understanding that by articulating his commitment, he had aligned himself with Wang Feng. The implications of future victories or defeats would undoubtedly affect him greatly, yet he felt indifferent. If he did not take a stand now, he might not survive to see what lay ahead. Wei Jianmin would care little for him and would swiftly cast him aside. Excellent. This is the attitude I desire from you. Very well, I trust you. Stay for a drink before you head back, Wang Feng said, jovially patting Jiang Feng on the shoulder, thoroughly pleased with Jiang Feng's stance. That evening, after dining at Wang Feng's home, Jiang Feng departed, and as he left, Wang Feng escorted him to the door, exhibiting a warmth far surpassing their previous interactions. Meanwhile, as Jiang Feng had declared his allegiance to Wang Feng, Wei Jianmin was in his office, seething with anger. What exactly does the security department intend to achieve? To force his early retirement? And now he bears resentment. Having announced his retirement in advance, has he completed the necessary procedures? To declare his retirement and entrust Jiang Feng with full responsibility for the forestry police's duties, what audacity! Wei Jianmin had initially planned to convene a meeting next Monday to formally appoint Liu Weiming as the director of the Forestry Police Bureau. Yet, the security department did not wait for the bureau to make arrangements and unilaterally announced his retirement. Director Wei, please do not be overly agitated. At worst, we can convene the meeting swiftly to finalize the appointments. Hao Mei interjected gently. Notify the members of the team. We shall hold a meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wei Jianmin replied, his frustration palpable. On December 12th, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Summer County Public Security Bureau convened a meeting. The discussion prominently featured the retirement of the Forest Police Chief and the appointment of a new director. Initially, the matter of the forest police did not attract much attention. However, to everyone's surprise, Liu Weiming was slated to join the forest police. Although the position was a deputy section chief, it could be argued that, in terms of rank, the director could be compared to the deputy director of the county bureau. For Liu Weiming, this represented a step forward, yet he would wield little actual power. The director of the political office might find, with some perseverance, an opportunity to ascend to a deputy director position someday. But what was the purpose of joining the forest police? Had the forest police somehow become a significant department within the bureau? It suddenly dawned on everyone that the frequency of references to the forest police had notably increased recently, particularly since Jiang Feng's transfer there. No one harbored any objections to Liu Weiming's move. The decision was swiftly approved unanimously. Director Jiang, please escort Director Liu to his new post at the forest police. Wei Jianmin instructed. A forest police chief is not a position akin to that of a detention center or traffic police team leader. Such appointments are typically not accompanied by formal send-offs. Nevertheless, to demonstrate the Bureau's support for Liu Weiming, they explicitly requested Zhang Libo to make the trip. Compared to Jiang Feng's solitary journey to the forest police upon his appointment, Liu Weiming's treatment was undoubtedly far more favorable. Zhang Libo nodded in acknowledgement and, following the conclusion of the meeting, set off with Liu Weiming towards the forest police. Along the way, Zhang Libo contacted the comprehensive office of the forest police to inform them that Comrade Jiang Feng would be convening a meeting. Upon receiving Jiang Fenglan's notification, Jiang Feng pondered the swiftness of Wei Jianmin's actions. Director Jiang, perhaps we should forego the notification and simply wait for them to arrive. A few members will show up, and we can proceed with whoever is present, suggested Jiang Fenglan, standing nearby. No need for that. It would appear petty. Let us send out the notice for the new director's inaugural meeting. Jiang Feng replied with a smile, believing Jiang Fenglan's suggestion to be somewhat stingy, yet appreciating her loyalty. Chapter 65. A narrow path for enemies. Jiang Fenglan proceeded to issue the notification per Jiang Feng's orders, a meeting for the new director's inauguration. The long-standing tradition at the forest police has been one of retirement. Jiang Feng had already established himself within the organization, and it was essential to notify everyone in advance, emphasizing the necessity of attendance to ensure a full turnout. Especially for such an impromptu meeting, many long-serving members would treat the notification as inconsequential. Dismissing the significance of a new director, Jiang Feng stood at the entrance with Jiang Fenglan, awaiting the arrival of the new appointee. Soon enough, a black Santana sedan pulled up at the entrance of the forest police. Liu Weiming and Zhang Libo emerged from the vehicle. Director Jiang Feng greeted them. Yes. Jiang Feng, Zhang Libo nodded, shaking Jiang Feng's hand and inquiring, have all personnel been notified for the meeting? Everyone except those on leave has already gathered in the conference room, Jiang Feng replied. How many are absent? 12, Jiang Feng answered candidly. Zhang Libo paused, regarding Jiang Feng with suspicion, feeling that Jiang Feng was being deliberately provocative. Director Jiang, the situation within our forest police is rather unique. Many of our comrades have dedicated a significant portion of their lives to frontline duties. As they approach retirement, their health often deteriorates, requiring frequent medical attention. There is little I can do in such circumstances, Jiang Feng said, shrugging his shoulders. He then offered Zhang Libo a way out. However, rest assured, Director Jiang, I will reprimand them and encourage them to elevate their awareness. Enough. Zhang Libo waved his hand, unwilling to play the villain. Were it not for Wei Jianmin's personal instruction for him to accompany Liu Weiming to his new post, he would not have come. This is Director Liu. You should be familiar with him, Zhang Libo introduced Jiang Feng. Indeed, I remember him well. During our last meeting, Director Liu was reviewing my materials. So how could I forget? Not only do I recognize him, but I am also quite impressed, Jiang Feng responded with a faint smile. It seems fate has intertwined our paths, as I did not anticipate Liu Weiming becoming the director. Zhang Libo felt a headache coming on. It was apparent that Jiang Feng had altered his previous demeanor. He recalled their first meeting when Jiang Feng seemed so earnest. Now, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm, daring to express himself in the presence of his deputy director. Yet, Zhang Libo refrained from making a fool of himself. Having heard that when Wei Jianmin attempted to intervene in forest police matters, Jiang Feng had pushed back. This was a matter of personal history between Liu Weiming and Jiang Feng. Deputy Director Jiang, the previous matters were conducted in a professional manner. I hope there are no lingering grievances, as the decision to conduct the review was based on orders from leadership. I also hope Deputy Director Jiang will not harbor any biases against me, As we are now to work together formally, Liu Weiming said, his tone indifferent. He did not regard Jiang Feng as a significant figure, merely a junior officer. Thus, his words were quite commanding, insisting that Jiang Feng cooperate. Cooperation, indeed. I shall certainly assist with Director Liu's duties, Jiang Feng replied, then ushered both men inside. They made their way to the conference room. Jiang Feng opened the door, with Zhang Libo leading, followed by Liu Weiming. However, upon entering the conference room, an eerie silence enveloped the attendees. Once Jiang Feng arrived, someone called out, Director Jiang has arrived. This scene darkened Zhang Libo's expression. What does this mean? Do they not recognize my position as deputy director? He shot a fierce glance at Jiang Feng, feeling that while Jiang Feng might be asserting dominance over Liu Weiming, he was neglecting to show him the respect due to a deputy director. Director Zhang is here. Let's give him a warm welcome. Jiang Feng initiated applause, breaking the silence with a round of clapping from the room. Zhang Libo, without hesitation, directly stated, according to the decisions made during the leadership meeting of the Xia County Public Security Bureau, Liu Weiming has been appointed as the director of the Forest Public Security Bureau. Jiang Feng was the first to applaud. Comrades, the County Bureau places great importance on our work in the forest public security, which is why they have specially arranged for Comrade Liu Weiming to join us. I hope everyone will cooperate with Director Liu in his endeavors. Zhang Libo's words were almost a blatant endorsement of Liu Weiming. In any other organization, Liu would undoubtedly command respect, and the staff would regard him with reverence. However, within the unique environment of the Forest Public Security Bureau, the personnel did not respond. Instead, they felt a sense of discomfort towards Liu Weiming. Many were nearing retirement, and Liu, in his eagerness to assume his position, had hastily dismissed 2 retiring officers, deeply hurting the sentiments of his colleagues. If Zhang Libo had not been so assertive, perhaps the situation would have been more tolerable. Yet, the more forceful Zhang Libo became, the more resentment the staff harbored towards Liu Weiming. Of course, this was not entirely Zhang Libo's fault. He was unaware of the underlying issues. Well, you may continue with the meeting. I shall take my leave, Zhang Libo remarked before rising to exit. Liu Weiming attempted to retain him, but to no avail. He could only escort Zhang Libo to the door, with Jiang Feng following suit. They accompanied him to the entrance, watching as Zhang Libo departed in his vehicle. Once alone, Liu Weiming turned back towards the conference room, now officially stepping into his new role, eager to instill a fresh atmosphere. However, as he re-entered the meeting room, he was met with confusion. Zhang Fenglan was locking the door. Why are you locking the door? Liu inquired. Is there a need to lock it? Zhang Fenglan replied, bewildered. Where is everyone? Liu asked, surveying the empty room with a perplexed expression. The meeting has adjourned. They've all gone back to work, Zhang Fenglan explained. Gone back to work? Are you joking? When did I say the meeting was over? Liu Weiming nearly exploded with frustration. Did you not say so? But you didn't instruct everyone to wait. Once you, Deputy Director Zhang, and Director Jiang left, everyone assumed the meeting was adjourned and left, Zhang Fenglan responded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What nonsense is this? Just because the leaders do not formally announce the end of the meeting, everyone simply leaves? This is utterly lax. Call everyone back, Liu Weiming exclaimed, exasperated, having never encountered such a disorganized unit. Chapter 66. A fractured relationship. Leaders who accompany their successors typically do not linger. They announce the appointments and depart, allowing the new leader to bid farewell to the former leadership. Only after their departure does the genuine internal meeting commence. These are customary practices. Yet it appeared that the staff were entirely oblivious, dispersing before Liu could return. Liu Weiming felt utterly disrespected, as if they were mocking him. I apologize, Director Liu, but I fear they cannot be recalled, Jiang Feng said. Liu Weiming was instantly engulfed in fury. Why? Why couldn't he be summoned back? Pray tell. Why was he unreachable? Was it mere lip service? Who taught you such behavior? Look outside. Everyone has gone off to attend to their work. Jiang Feng gestured towards the window, where a van and a Santana car were leisurely departing the unit's gates. The patrol team is still on duty and has no time to indulge in your whims, Liu Weiming. There is no need to shout at me. I am not one to be intimidated by your antics, she retorted sharply. Jiang Feng was no pushover, having been accustomed to authority in the Forest Public Security Bureau. She had connections. When safety was assured, everyone had to appease her. Jiang Feng could command her only because he had Wang Feng's backing. Even her brother-in-law had warned her not to offend Jiang Feng. Otherwise, she would address him merely as Little Jiang. A newcomer like Liu Weiming was utterly lacking in popularity, and to come in and yell at her was simply absurd. Liu Weiming was taken aback by Jiang Fenglian's immediate outburst. What do you mean, what? If you raise your voice at me again, I shall report you to the county bureau. What are you trying to prove? Though you are a leader. We are all comrades here. Do you think you are above everyone else? Pa. Jiang Fenglian spat, turning on her heel to leave. Liu Weiming trembled with rage, his face turning an unpleasant shade of purple. However, he dared not raise his voice at Jiang Fenglian again. What a predicament it would be if, having just assumed his position, he were to clash with the director of the comprehensive office, only to be reported to the county bureau. His reputation would be utterly tarnished. This was a fortunate escape. If this woman were to engage in an open confrontation with him, he would truly have no face left to show. He suppressed his indignation, watching as Jiang Fenglian departed. Jiang Feng. It must be Jiang Feng, Liu Weiming thought to himself, convinced that Jiang Feng was deliberately targeting him. Just wait. Panting with frustration, Liu Weiming prepared to return to his office, only to realize he had yet to be assigned one. Deputy Director Jiang, he inquired, making his way to Jiang Feng's office. Director Jiang, is there something you need? Jiang Feng observed Liu Weiming with an air of leisure. The high-stakes political battles were characterized by a facade of civility, while the skirmishes at the grassroots level were overtly confrontational. Jiang Feng's stance was crystal clear. He intended to assert his position, allowing those beneath him to see the delineation of power. This discord was not merely a personal vendetta, it was interwoven with political interests. From the moment Liu Weiming stepped into the Forest Public Security Bureau, it was evident that harmony was unattainable. Even if Liu Weiming were not the individual in question, the outcome would remain unchanged. The newly appointed director represented Wei Dranmin's interests, while Jiang Feng, as the deputy director, represented Wang Feng's interests and his own. Thus, there were no alternative paths to traverse. This encapsulates the harsh reality of political contention. Deputy Director Jiang, I would appreciate your assistance in arranging an office for me, Liu Weiming said, suppressing his indignation. Director Liu, you should consult with Director Jiang Fenglian from the Comprehensive Office. She will handle the arrangements. As those responsibilities fall under her purview, Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Liu Weiming nearly gasped for breath, unable to fathom how Jiang Feng could have missed the commotion in the corridor. If he could reach out to Jiang Fenglian, would he not do so? Deputy Director Jiang, I kindly request that you make a phone call to inform her. Liu Weiming gritted his teeth and asserted. Jiang Fenglian, just you wait. I apologize, Director Liu, but I am currently occupied with work, and as you are the director, what would it signify if I were to make that call? Jiang Feng flatly refused. Not one to play the role of a mediator, especially given the existing tension between him and Liu Weiming. Even if he were inclined to assist, he would not engage in such matters. Only a fool would act as a peacemaker. Very well, I shall seek her out myself, Liu Weiming muttered, stifling his frustration as he exited Jiang Feng's office, slamming the door behind him. Yet, once outside, he found himself at a loss. Standing in the corridor all morning would only render him a laughingstock and diminish his authority. Although Jiang Fenglian's ruckus had already tarnished his reputation, he still retained a semblance of dignity. Reluctantly, he resolved to find Jiang Fenglian. What brings Director Liu to my office? Jiang Fenglian asked with a sarcastic tone. Liu Weiming forced a smile that resembled a grimace. I apologize, Director Jiang, for my earlier demeanor. Please do not take offense. I am simply anxious to expedite our work. As he uttered these words, his heart ached. It was an immense humiliation. Yet, he felt powerless. Well then, if you have something to discuss, please proceed. By the way, where is my office located? Ah, your office. Let me inform you. I will consult with Director Jiang first, Jiang Fenglian replied, rising to leave. Liu Weiming was nearly overwhelmed with indignation. She, a mere subordinate in the Forest Public Security, dared to suggest consulting Jiang Feng in his presence. Such an affront. Nevertheless, he bore it silently, vowing that once he officially assumed his position and streamlined the unit's relationships, they would regret their insolence. After a brief interval, Jiang Fenglian returned from Jiang Feng's office and said to Liu Weiming, Director Liu, please follow me. Very well, Liu Weiming thought to himself, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Jiang Fenglian showed him no respect, speaking as if he were her subordinate. She directed him to his original office, which had been assigned to him for work. As she turned to leave, Liu Weiming stopped her, requesting access to the personnel files of all unit members to familiarize himself with the organization. Jiang Fenglian, unable to refuse, complied. In the afternoon, Liu Weiming began inviting individuals for discussions, implementing his strategy. Since no one had approached him, he would take the initiative. He summoned everyone in the unit to his office, even the gatekeeper, Old Su, whom he particularly regarded with importance. Having heard that Jiang Feng had previously reprimanded him, and that he had conflicts with both Old Su and Zhang Ming, Miao Guangming. Chapter 67. The hedgehog Liu Weiming harbored the belief that the enemy intended to penetrate from within. Jiang Feng had only been with the forest police for a mere 6 months. What warranted the notion that the forest police were an impenetrable fortress? As the director, Liu naturally held a position of authority over Jiang Feng, the deputy director. Furthermore, Liu had previously served as the director of the political office. In contrast, Jiang Feng was merely a junior deputy chief, and if one were to trace back further, he was once just a humble rural officer. In comparison, what could Jiang Feng possibly leverage against Liu? In terms of seniority, position, and background, Jiang Feng possessed no capital to challenge Liu. However, what Liu Weiming failed to comprehend was that while he viewed Jiang Feng as a mere rural officer when they first met, others had come to recognize Jiang Feng as the deputy director. Moreover, with security matters under Jiang Feng's purview, he had effectively become the voice of authority within the forest police, having garnered substantial support through various initiatives. Old Su, you have been in this gatekeeper role for quite some time, haven't you? Liu Weiming inquired amiably. Yes, it's been a while. What can I do for you? Leader? Nothing in particular. I just wanted to chat since I've recently assumed my position and wish to understand the situation within our unit. You've been around longer than most, Liu replied with a smile. However, before he could finish his thought, Old Su interjected, Leader, if you have any work-related issues, just consult Director Jiang. I'm merely an old gatekeeper. I'm not privy to much, just here to guard the door. Liu Weiming felt a pang of irritation and silently cursed the ignorant fellow. He abandoned the pretense and stated plainly, I understand. I merely wish to express my concern. The gatekeeper's role is indeed vital. Director Jiang, in his youth, was perhaps a bit rash in his directives and showed insufficient respect for his elders. Rest assured, such instances will not recur. Liu Weiming's words were, in essence, a direct acknowledgement of Jiang Feng's previous reprimand of Old Su, promising support for the latter. Yet, to Liu's surprise, Old Su shook his head resolutely. Leader, Director Jiang previously critiqued me due to work-related issues, but that was because I did not perform adequately. It was not a matter of rashness. Despite his youth, Director Jiang is methodical in his work, and we hold him in high regard. Liu Weiming's expression darkened as he slammed his teacup onto the desk. Fine. I've heard enough. You may leave. Watching Old Su's retreating figure, Liu's countenance soured as he muttered to himself about the inconsequential nature of the man, destined to remain a mere gatekeeper. Undeterred by this encounter, Liu Weiming summoned Miao Guangming. Director Liu, you called for me? Miao Guangming boisterously settled into the chair across from Liu Weiming. Ah, old Miao. I've heard of you prior to my arrival. You were an esteemed worker in our anti-narcotics division, well known for your contributions. Now that I'm here in the forest police, I look forward to collaborating with you. Let us communicate and support each other in our endeavors. It must be said that Liu Weiming's ascent to the position of political office director was no mere coincidence. He possessed a keen intellect and eloquence. Prior to his arrival, he had already familiarized himself with the dynamics within the forest police, which explained his awareness of the tensions among Jiang Feng, Miao Guangming, Zhang Ming, and Old Su. Understood. Leader, Miao Guangming nodded affirmatively. Lao Miao, do not be so reserved. After all, we are both veterans of this institution, Liu Weiming said, rambling on for quite some time. He believed his insinuations were sufficiently evident, about being elderly, about seniority, and so forth. Could it be that Miao Guangming was so obtuse as to not comprehend his implications? To his surprise, Miao Guangming merely nodded and replied, Yes, leader. Those 4 simple words left Liu Weiming at a loss for words. Lao Miao, let me be frank. He continued with a hint of exasperation. I have heard that Jiang Feng has previously shown a lack of respect towards the elders in our unit. In truth, he did not intend to escalate the conversation to this level. As a leader, the ideal approach would be to guide subordinates to express their thoughts, thereby enabling him to justly uphold fairness. Yet, no matter how he articulated his concerns, Miao Guangming remained unresponsive, with no other recourse. He felt compelled to take matters into his own hands. However, much to his astonishment, even when he personally intervened, Miao Guangming simply waved his hand and stated, Leader, such claims are utterly unfounded. Director Jiang holds great respect for us elders. You have only recently joined the unit and are still unfamiliar with some matters. Do not be swayed by such baseless rumors, for if word gets out, it would only invite ridicule. Liu Weiming fixed his gaze intently on Miao Guangming. And in that moment, he realized that Miao was not dull-witted but rather deliberately aligning himself with Jiang Feng. Enough, you may leave now, Liu Weiming said, dismissively waving his hand. In the end, Zhang Ming did not even bother to visit his office and simply sent someone to inform him that he was out handling a case. Liu Weiming was so frustrated that he felt as if he might shatter his teeth. He had never encountered a situation like this before. During lunch, he stood in his office, watching a throng of people below, chatting and laughing as they made their way to the cafeteria. He could not fathom how the Forest Public Security Bureau, which he perceived as a mere retirement home, could behave like a hedgehog, making it impossible for him to take action. One of those individuals below seemed like a stone in a cesspit, both foul and unyielding. Did they not possess any sense? He was the director, the top authority, while Jiang Feng was merely a deputy director. Why were they so resolutely following Jiang Feng? Were they out of their minds? Despite his initial defeat in the skirmish, he began to regard Jiang Feng with increased seriousness, convinced that he would ultimately emerge victorious. Yet, at present, overcoming the personnel of the Forest Public Security Bureau was not his foremost concern. The priority lay in securing that deputy position at the Forestry Bureau. Once he attained that position, he could devise a strategy to sway these individuals. In fact, he speculated that others might even gravitate toward him without any persuasion on his part. Once the cafeteria had thinned out, Liu Weiming finally went to grab a meal. After dining, he prepared to head to the Forestry Bureau, recognizing that if he wanted that position, he must seek out Wang Feng at the Bureau. But how would he go about it? Liu Weiming made his way to the general office and found Zhang Fenglan. Director Zhang, please hand me the car keys. I need to make a trip to the Forestry Bureau. Liu Weiming now felt quite apprehensive in the presence of Zhang Fenglan. What car keys? She retorted. It is indeed the vehicle of our unit. Don't we have 3 cars? All of our unit's vehicles have been dispatched. The van patrol team has gone on their rounds. But what about the Santana? Liu Weiming inquired. Chapter 68. Dazed and confused, the Santana was taken to the hospital by someone, as instructed by Director Jiang. There are many elderly individuals in our unit, some of whom are unwell. During this winter season, they need to visit the hospital. Given the slippery roads and the snowy weather, we allowed the unit's vehicle to assist with transportation, Jiang Fenglan stated directly. Upon hearing this, Liu Weiming's expression darkened. It seemed that Jiang Feng was using the unit's vehicle for personal favors. No wonder, at such a young age, he had already mastered the art of winning hearts. It was truly infuriating. Wasn't there still an Audi parked in the yard? Hand me the keys to the Audi, Liu Weiming demanded. Jiang Fenglan cast a strange glance at Liu Weiming. The keys to the Audi are with Director Jiang. If you need them, you should go directly to him, she replied. Very well, Liu Weiming turned to leave. However, Jiang Fenglan spoke again. I advise you not to go. Why not? Because that vehicle belongs to Director Jiang. What do you mean it belongs to Jiang? It is the unit's car. Anyone in need should be able to use it. When did it become the property of a specific individual? Liu Weiming frowned in dissatisfaction. If the unit's vehicle were to belong to someone, it ought to be the director's, not that of Jiang Feng, the deputy director. Yet, there was no point in voicing such thoughts. Indeed, it is quite personal because that vehicle was borrowed by Director Jiang. Not owned by the unit, Zhang Fenglan remarked with a cold laugh. The car was personally lent to Jiang Feng by Wang Feng. While it may be officially borrowed by the Forestry Public Security, would Wang Feng have lent it to them if Jiang Feng were not involved? All right. Liu Weiming gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously, internally cursing that insufferable woman. Just wait. There will come a day when you will be packing your things and leaving. Suppressing his fury, he exited the comprehensive office, only to find his anger boiling over as his expression turned dark and stormy. How intolerable. Here he was, the director of the political department. Yet after transferring to the Forestry Public Security, he found himself subjected to such indignities. As a dignified director, must he truly go about his official duties on foot? One Audi belonged to Jiang Feng. One Santana was allocated for the medical needs of the elderly, and the remaining van was designated for work patrols. Jiang Feng was indeed leveraging the unit's vehicle for personal favors, and this was clearly an affront aimed at him. Liu Weiming resolutely swallowed his indignation. He intended to inquire at the Forestry Bureau whether the vehicle was borrowed for the Forestry Public Security or for Jiang Feng personally. If it was for Jiang Feng's personal use, on what grounds was that justified? If it was for the Forestry Public Security, then it should rightfully be utilized by himself first. Liu Weiming hailed a car and headed to the Forestry Bureau, seeking an audience with Wang Feng. He had come without prior notice, believing that his position as director was distinct from his previous role in the safety sector. As the director of the political department in the county bureau, I am on the verge of potentially becoming the deputy chief. Should Wei Jiamin be appointed as the deputy county chief, the status of our county bureau would elevate to that of a deputy division, thereby allowing those of us in subordinate positions to possibly ascend to the rank of division chief. This would place us on equal footing with Wang Feng. Furthermore, the County Public Security Bureau is an unequivocally powerful department, distinct from the Forestry Bureau. Thus, my role as the political department director could facilitate my promotion to the chief of the Forest Public Security. Currently, I find myself slightly disadvantaged in relation to Wang Feng. However, I am not directly subordinate to him, and there is no implication that he would refuse to receive my reports. To my astonishment, I began waiting at 1:30 p.m., and even as the Forestry Bureau concluded its workday, Wang Feng remained absent. Where has Director Wang gone? It is closing time. With a disgruntled expression, I returned to the office. How absurd. Does Director Wang still need to report to us? If you wish to reach him, you may do so yourself. The office staff were not inclined to indulge my frustrations. How dare you speak to me in that manner? What do you mean by that? I am speaking plainly. If you don't wish to hear it, that is your prerogative. The staff exhibited a brazen attitude. I am Liu Weiming of the Forest Public Security. Unable to contain my indignation, I revealed my identity. Yet, the Forestry Bureau staff, sensing my agitation, delivered another cutting remark. We only recognize Director Jiang of the Forest Public Security. We have not heard of anyone named Liu Weiming or Liu Weiming. We are leaving now. Hurry up. I felt an intense pressure in my chest, nearly unable to breathe. Having faced oppression in the Forest Public Security, I found myself in a similarly frustrating predicament at the Forestry Bureau. As a bureau chief, I had no deputy to speak on my behalf, and outside, I still lacked the influence of a deputy. Who could endure such treatment? Very well, if you do not leave, I will call security. I departed the Forestry Bureau in a daze, not fully comprehending my actions until I had unconsciously made my way home. The events of the day had nearly overwhelmed me. It was only when the cold wind brushed against my skin that I regained my composure, a bitter smile creeping across my lips. I realized I must take Jiang Feng seriously. I could no longer regard him as merely a country bumpkin. Otherwise, I would suffer even greater misfortune. To truly understand Jiang Feng, I decided to call my cousin, Liu Weitao, inviting him to dinner that evening. Upon hearing my mention of Jiang Feng, Liu Weitao's temper flared. That brat is merely lucky. He is nothing special, he boasted carelessly. I felt a headache coming on. How could someone deemed insignificant make me feel so cornered on my first day as bureau chief? Please, elaborate. This Jiang Feng must possess some noteworthy skills, I implored. What skills? That fellow is exceedingly treacherous. Earlier, he had undermined Zhou Zheng at the Xiqing station, as Liu Weitao recounted. Liu Weiming, lost in thought, acknowledged the formidable tactics of Jiang Feng. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill. However, at that time, he had relied heavily on Wang Xiangfa. His methods, while impressive, still bore a hint of immaturity. Yet, after the arrival of the Forest Public Security, his approaches had matured significantly, becoming far more adept at winning hearts and minds. Brother, has Jiang Feng been causing you trouble? If so, I shall deal with that scoundrel Chen Kai who used to follow him, Liu Weitao exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Since Jiang Feng's departure, he had not spared any effort in confronting Chen Kai and Zhou Jijun. Meanwhile, Chen Kai, who had been on the receiving end of Liu Weitao's ire, was currently dining with Jiang Feng and Zhou Jijun in a secluded booth at a restaurant. Chapter 69. The List. Director Jiang, you are unaware of the extent of Liu Weitao's arrogance. Zhou Jijun is somewhat better off, as he can still lead a team on duty and has 2 cases under his purview. However, on my end, Liu Weitao treats me merely as a subordinate officer, relegating me to trivial tasks. Whenever there is a case, he completely excludes me from responsibility, instead sending me to review surveillance footage or search for lost pets. Chen Kai lamented over his drink. Since Jiang Feng had left Xiqing, life had become quite arduous for him. Jiang Feng placed a reassuring hand on Chen Kai's arm. Let us do this. After the new year, I will devise a plan to see if I can secure you a transfer to another location. Really? Chen Kai asked, his face lighting up with surprise. Jiang Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the situation regarding Wang Feng should yield results after the new year. If he can make further progress, my own circumstances will undoubtedly improve. Even if I remain the deputy director of the Forest Public Security, I should no longer face hostility from Wei Jiamin. At that point, I can certainly put in a good word for you, Chen Kai. His primary concern was his lack of experience. Otherwise, facilitating Chen Kai's transfer would be a mere formality. On the second day of Liu Weiming's tenure, he returned to the Forestry Bureau, this time having the foresight to contact Wang Feng's driver in advance. Nevertheless, he found himself waiting in vain all day. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was busy at the office, fielding inquiries from reporters investigating the illegal destruction of forest areas and the cultivation of ginseng. Speaking confidently before the cameras, Jiang Feng was aware that much of what would be preserved in the final edit remained uncertain. After concluding the interviews at the office, he drove to the forest area to capture photographs of the scene, where Wang Feng also arrived to participate in the interviews. Once Wang Feng appeared, Jiang Feng discreetly withdrew from view, consistently attributing successes to the leadership of the Forestry Bureau whenever the reporters posed questions. Wang Feng observed this with satisfaction, recognizing that although Jiang Feng was young, he possessed a remarkable sense of propriety. Liu Weiming spent an entire day at the Forestry Bureau without receiving any information. He felt utterly blind, disconnected from both the forest public security and the Bureau. It was not until the third day that he overheard a discussion in the office regarding the matter, leading him to realize that Jiang Feng and Wang Feng had been engaging with reporters while he had foolishly waited all day at the Forestry Bureau. Unable to contain his frustration, Wang Feng stormed into Jiang Feng's office. "Jiang Feng, what do you mean by this? The unit accepted an interview with the press regarding such a significant matter, and you failed to report it to me?" Liu Ju's voice was laced with frustration. "Director Liu, the journalist's visit was unexpected, and given that you were not at the unit, how could I possibly find you to report? Should I have told the journalist to wait?" As our leader was absent, Jiang Feng articulated his reasoning with clarity, stating, "Furthermore, the interview pertained to the case of illegal deforestation and the cultivation of ginseng, an issue we have previously handled. Therefore, we were well acquainted with the matter and deemed it appropriate to engage with the press." Liu Weiming was left seething, unable to voice his anger. Indeed, he had been away from the unit that day, attending a meeting with Wang Feng at the Forestry Bureau. Yet, was that a valid excuse for not reporting? He shot Jiang Feng a glare, realizing that now was not the moment to confront him directly. Patience was necessary. In the days that followed, Liu Weiming continued tirelessly to advocate for the allocation of deputy positions. Meanwhile, the promotion quota for this year submitted by the Forestry Bureau had successfully passed through the Personnel Department and was sent to the County Party Office, awaiting the Secretary's signature for final approval. The County Party Office was bustling that morning. While certain bodies within the system, such as the Elderly Affairs Bureau or the Water Resources Bureau, might enjoy a more leisurely pace, the County Party Office was anything but idle. Proximity to the center of power naturally entailed a heavier workload. Although the office might seem like just a single entity, it was categorized at the departmental level, on par with the Forestry Bureau and the Public Security Bureau. The office was not particularly large in terms of personnel, but it was meticulously organized, comprising various teams such as the Secretarial Team, the Comprehensive Team, the Policy Research Office, Logistics, and Confidentiality sections. The head of the office held a departmental rank, while the two deputy directors were at the subdepartmental level, with team leaders varying between these ranks. Being at the epicenter of authority, access to information was unparalleled, with insights that often eluded those in lower tiers. Those at the grassroots level often perceived matters through a foggy lens, while here, first-hand intelligence was readily available. Liu Yutong was stationed in the Comprehensive Team, having initially been assigned to the Secretarial Team upon her arrival. Among the various teams within the County Party Office, the Secretarial Team was undoubtedly the most promising in terms of career advancement, primarily responsible for drafting materials for leaders. If one garnered the leader's favor and transitioned to a secretarial role, it would herald a bright future. However, Liu Yutong lacked the requisite writing skills, and after merely a week in the Secretarial Team, she was reassigned to the Comprehensive Team. The work in the Comprehensive Team was also substantial, and to elaborate would require more than 2 pages. In essence, it revolved around the handling of documents. Upon arriving at work today, Liu Yutong received a document from the Personnel Department, comprising the list of newly promoted deputy section heads from various units, which was to be presented for the Secretary's review. However, prior to reporting to the Secretary, the Comprehensive Team must certainly review the matter briefly, as it constitutes one of the pieces of information. Liu Yutong picked it up and glanced at the units and names listed, her eyes filled with envy. Deputy Section Chief. A Deputy Section Chief may seem insignificant in the grand scheme of things, a mere stepping stone in one's career, yet in a small county, Some individuals spend their entire lives merely achieving this rank. She had just begun her career and wondered when her name might grace such a list. Liu Yutong scanned the document rapidly, recognizing some names of notable individuals from various departments, renowned for their exemplary performance, while others were unfamiliar to her. At that moment, her gaze suddenly fixed upon a particular name on the list, Jiang Feng, the Deputy Director of the Forest Public Security Bureau. Liu Yutong quickly glanced at the recommended unit, which was indeed from the Forestry Bureau. Could it be the Jiang Feng she knew? Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion. It seemed improbable. The Jiang Feng she was acquainted with was still at a rural police station, and it would likely take him a decade or more to achieve the rank of deputy director there. The idea of him being promoted to deputy section chief seemed far-fetched. Liu Yutong reasoned that it must be a coincidence of names, as this Jiang Feng was the deputy director of the Forest Public Security Bureau, entirely distinct from the one she knew. The list provided no detailed information. All the pertinent data resided with the personnel department, so Liu Yutong could not access further specifics. Merely pondering in her mind, she decided that, in due course, she would visit the personnel department to seek information regarding this Jiang Feng. It was too coincidental. Two individuals sharing the same name, both associated with the Public Security Bureau, was a rarity, albeit not impossible. After reviewing the list, she informed her team leader and proceeded to submit the document to the secretary. Before she left, her team leader jokingly remarked, "Xiao Lu, work hard and strive to see your name on that list soon." Liu Yutong smiled in response, yet internally recognized that the names on this list were not merely the result of diligent work. Undeniably, some individuals had earned their places through hard work. But how long would that take? Moreover, luck and opportunity played significant roles, and many had influential connections behind them. Even though working in the county committee office offered her a greater chance of advancement than others, it still required considerable time and effort. Director Feng, the only son of Director Feng of the Political Consultative Conference, had invited her several times. It seemed the moment had arrived for her to engage with him. Previously, Director Feng had been the head of the propaganda department, and despite having stepped back from frontline duties, his network within the county remained extensive. If she were to marry into the Feng family, her future prospects could be quite promising. Certainly, it would be splendid to aspire for greater heights. However, in reality, the county emphasizes social standing, and given my modest background, those of a higher status would hardly take notice. Being able to marry the son of a member of the Political Consultative Conference is already quite commendable. After Liu Yutong submitted the list to Zhang Wentao's secretary, she returned to her office and sent a message to Feng Ziqiang. "I am available this weekend." She soon received a prompt reply. "Great. Let us have dinner together and watch a newly released film." Liu Yutong glanced at her phone, stowed it away, and exhibited a satisfied smile. Liu Weiming had been bustling about for a week, yet he felt like an outsider in the Forest Public Security Bureau. Moreover, he had not managed to meet Wang Feng, having visited the bureau several times without once encountering him. As Liu Weiming struggled to make headway, Wei Jianmin grew increasingly anxious and summoned him to his office. Liu Weiming sought the opportunity to request Wei Jianmin's assistance in arranging a meeting with Wang Feng, but his request was summarily dismissed. "Enough of this matter. You need not worry. I have received word that the Forestry Bureau has already submitted its nominations for deputy positions this year. The Personnel Department has already convened, and the Secretary has signed off on the list. You should not harbor hopes for this year's slots. Your priority should be to establish a foothold in the Forest Public Security Bureau," Wei Jianmin stated decisively. Liu Weiming's expression darkened. While he understood that time was indeed tight this year, the outright dismissal of hope was difficult to accept, requiring him to endure another year. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted and resumed discussing the situation at the Forest Public Security Bureau with Wei Jianmin. "Director Wei, Jiang Feng is utterly uncooperative. The entire bureau behaves as though it belongs to him, akin to his private domain, impervious to any attempts at intervention. I have tried to negotiate, but to no avail. The financial matters are directly handled by the Forestry Bureau, and only with Jiang Feng's signature can the funds be secured. Jiang Feng is using these resources to win people over." Liu Weiming had been enduring considerable distress, but there was little he could do. The circumstances at the Forest Public Security Bureau were indeed peculiar. Wei Jianmin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Understanding why Jiang Feng had personally called Wang Feng upon his appointment, as the funding issues were under the purview of the Forestry Bureau. Now that Liu Weiming had been placed there to claim credit, it had effectively severed ties with Wang Feng, making it difficult to intervene in many matters. Reliance on Liu Weiming was essential. Let me call Jiang Feng in for a stern conversation, Wei Jianmin said helplessly. Director, why not simply transfer Jiang Feng elsewhere? Send him off to the countryside, Liu Weiming replied through gritted teeth, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Feng, who had humiliated him within the Forest Public Security Bureau. Nonsense. What do you mean by transferring him? Where would he go? Personnel transfers must adhere to protocol. You cannot just move him around without due process. Where do you propose he could be assigned? Wei Jianmin directly interrupted Liu Weiming's words. Jiang Feng had only been transferred to the Forest Public Security for half a year. What reason would there be to transfer him again? While it was not entirely impossible, there was certainly no appropriate justification for such a move. Director Wei, I had suggested sending him to the countryside initially. Yet you insisted on placing him in Forest Public Security. Now look at the situation, Liu Weiming lamented. Enough, the matter stands as it is. I will find an opportunity to address this with him. Wei Jianmin waved Liu Weiming away. 2 days later, when Jiang Feng attended a meeting at the bureau, Wei Jianmin publicly reprimanded him, emphasizing the need to obey organizational arrangements and avoid forming cliques or factions. Jiang Feng understood that Liu Weiming had likely reported him to Wei Jianmin. However, since he had resolutely chosen to follow Wang Feng, he was indifferent to whatever Wei Jianmin had to say. Unless he was directly transferred, he would continue to associate with his chosen group. Liu Weiming had anticipated that Jiang Feng might change after the meeting, but to his surprise, Jiang Feng remained steadfast in his ways, showing no signs of alteration. In fact, while dining in the cafeteria, Liu Weiming overheard discussions behind him, suggesting he had gone to the bureau to file complaints. This infuriated Liu Weiming. Yet he felt powerless to act. Unless he could secure funding, he remained merely a figurehead as the bureau chief. As New Year's approached, although the celebrations were not as grand as the Spring Festival, the arrival of the New Year was still acknowledged. Liu Weiming called a meeting for all personnel. Many attended, as everyone was busy drafting year-end summaries, making it inappropriate for them to skip the meeting. Chapter 71. Tension with the year-end fast approaching, Liu Weiming organized the final tasks. Beginning with the year-end summary report. As he sat in the meeting room, the atmosphere among the attendees was peculiar, although no one engaged in overt mischief. Some sipped tea and others smoked, with very few taking notes, displaying a languid demeanor that clearly indicated they did not regard Liu Weiming, the deputy director, with any seriousness. Witnessing this scene, Liu Weiming felt a wave of frustration wash over him, yet he found himself powerless. He had been in his position for some time. But when it came to funding, Jiang Feng held all the authority. The Forestry Bureau only recognized Jiang Feng, leaving Liu Weiming with no recourse. In terms of personnel matters, Liu Weiming could exert some influence, yet the Forest Public Security was primarily a retirement haven. While not everyone lacked ambition, a significant portion of the older staff showed no desire for progress. Among the younger employees eager to advance, they sought financial support, which Liu Weiming could not provide. As for positions, the police force was overcrowded, and securing even one slot was fiercely competitive. Regarding personnel transfers, it was also unfeasible. This institution was fundamentally a retirement facility, and those who were transferred would likely be pleased. Liu Weiming found himself in an untenable position with the Forest Public Security. Akin to a dog attempting to bite a porcupine, there was simply no effective way to engage. Liu Weiming prepared an extensive work schedule, yet by the end of it, he found himself utterly drained. Director Jiang, do you have any arrangements to share? Liu Weiming asked weakly as he cast a glance towards Jiang Feng, secretly wishing to call the meeting to a close. However, he was reluctant to sever ties with Jiang Feng so abruptly, as doing so might jeopardize his position within the Forest Public Security Bureau. Jiang Feng nodded and cleared his throat, causing everyone in the conference room to sit up straight, placing their teacups down and extinguishing their cigarettes in the ashtray. Notebooks were promptly opened, and each individual donned an air of solemnity, their demeanor markedly different from moments before when Liu had been speaking. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Liu Weiming stood up in anger and exited the room. Jiang Feng, undeterred by Liu's departure, proceeded to outline the arrangements. The year-end bonuses and benefits will not fall short for anyone. Each individual will receive at least a month's salary. With this single statement, the atmosphere in the conference room transformed, igniting a chorus of cheers among the attendees. Regarding the New Year's benefits, please voice your preferences. Let us avoid unnecessary expenditures on items that do not align with everyone's wishes, Jiang Feng continued. Director Jiang, I suggest we purchase rice and oil. Both are essential. Rice and oil are rather mundane. I propose we opt for some packaged gifts. They would be suitable for visiting relatives during the New Year, perhaps some tobacco and liquor, As my household allowance is quite limited, various voices chimed in, creating a lively scene. Returning to his office, Liu Weiming could still hear the commotion from the conference room, prompting him to angrily hurl his teacup to the floor. This group was utterly insufferable, showing a complete disregard for his authority. Resolutely, Liu Weiming decided to leave the office once more and took a taxi to the county bureau to lodge a complaint. Since assuming his position at the Forest Public Security Bureau, Liu had faced numerous challenges, making visits to the county bureau a regular occurrence. However, upon arriving at Wei Jianmin's office today, he sensed something was amiss. The door was ajar, and he could hear footsteps within, yet after knocking twice, no response came. "Director Wei?" Liu Weiming tentatively called out. Only then did Wei Jianmin's voice emanate from within. "Come in." Upon entering, Liu Weiming found Wei Jianmin pacing anxiously. An expression of worry and unease etched across his face, an unfamiliar sight for Liu, who had always known Wei as a decisive and authoritative leader, exuding confidence in front of outsiders. Today, however, Wei's countenance betrayed a blend of concern, confusion, and trepidation, as if he were awaiting a significant outcome. His tense demeanor was palpable. "Weiming, please have a seat." Wei Jianmin gestured towards the sofa opposite him. "Liu Ju, Liu Weiming was about to speak. Wei Jianmin waved his hand, poured tea for Liu Weiming, lit a cigarette, and continued to wait. Unbeknownst to Liu Weiming, while the forest police were holding a meeting, the county was also convening a standing committee meeting, during which a significant agenda item was to recommend a deputy county head to the city. Although the selection of this deputy county head would ultimately require approval through the People's Congress election, the city held the authority to appoint a temporary deputy head. It was understood that when the time came, the People's Congress would undoubtedly adhere to the directives of the superior organization. Thus, the temporarily appointed deputy head by the city would essentially become the deputy head. Following the upcoming elections, this individual would be confirmed in the position, merely following procedural norms. Furthermore, the vacancy for the deputy county head at the county level would not be interfered with by the city. Recommendations from the county would generally receive approval from the city. This position had long been coveted by Wei Jianmin, who aspired to serve as both the deputy county head and the director of the Public Security Bureau, a reasonable expectation. However, it must be noted that not every seemingly logical or seemingly assured matter is devoid of uncertainty, particularly regarding the deputy county head position, until everything is conclusively settled. Variables abound. This left Wei Jianmin feeling anxious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Feng from the Forestry Bureau was also in a state of agitation in his office, unaware that the burning cigarette but had already singed his fingers. As time ticked by, Liu Weiming couldn't shake the feeling that he had chosen an inopportune moment to come. Had he known, he would have opted for a different time. Wei Jianmin's evident tension suggested he was awaiting some news, and if that news proved unfavorable, it could potentially implicate Liu as well. All right. It seems we cannot reach a consensus with everyone's varying opinions. Therefore, Director Zhang will summarize everyone's feedback, and following the principle of majority rule, we will finalize the welfare matters and promptly proceed with purchases for everyone to take home. The atmosphere in the Forest Police conference room was lively and harmonious, suddenly erupting in a chorus of cheers. Chapter 72, A Joyous Occasion. Director Wei, what is the matter? As Wei Jianmin once again paced to the window, Liu Weiming could no longer contain himself and inquired. However, just as he spoke, the phone on Wei Jianmin's desk rang. Swiftly, Wei Jianmin hurried to his desk and grasped the phone. "Hello, Jianmin. This is County Head Shen." Wei Jianmin's voice trembled slightly. "Your matter has encountered an unforeseen complication. This recommendation slot is not yours. Seek another opportunity in the future. This matter concludes here." "We did our best." The man's voice on the other end delivered a brief statement that seemed to sap all strength from Wei Jianmin. A bitter taste filled his mouth. Such is the nature of politics. Taking a deep breath, he replied to the phone, "I understand. Thank you, County Head Shen." After hanging up, supporting himself against the desk, Wei Jianmin's complexion had turned ashen. "What brings you here?" In the office, Wei Jianmin's suppressed voice resonated. Liu Weiming had initially considered reporting an issue, yet sensing the tension, he hesitated and simply stated, "Director Wei, I have no concerns. If you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave." "What are you doing here all day?" Wei Jianmin retorted. "As a director of the political office, you are politically inferior to even a junior officer. You went to the forest police and achieved nothing. What use are you now? I warn you, if you cannot perform well at the forest police, do not expect to return. You might as well work there for life and retire." Wei Jianmin turned, glaring at Liu Weiming as he reprimanded him. A chill ran through Liu Weiming. He realized he was caught in the crossfire of Wei Jianmin's fury. Regardless of whether Wei was genuinely angry, his words signaled a clear stance. Panic seized Liu Weiming. He had gone to the forest police with the hope of returning as deputy director, a promise made by Wei Jianmin. Otherwise, why would he abandon his position as a competent director for such a stagnant role? Yet, Wei Jianmin's tone suggested that a return was out of the question. Was this not a cruel twist of fate? Director Wei, Liu began, but Wei Jianmin cut him off. Enough. If there is nothing else, you may leave during work hours. With a dismissive wave, he expelled Liu Weiming. Feeling despondent, Liu left Wei Jianmin's office, only to hear the sound of objects crashing within as he stepped outside. It seemed that either an ashtray or a cup had shattered on the floor. Liu was unaware of the unfolding events, his information network not being as adept, yet he understood one thing: Wei Jianmin was indeed facing a significant crisis. For such an outburst was uncharacteristic. Meanwhile, at the Forestry Bureau, Wang Feng received a phone call that immediately lifted his spirits, almost prompting him to leap from his seat. Humming a cheerful tune, he picked up the phone and summoned his secretary. You need to call Jiang Feng from the Human Resources Bureau, Director Liu from Urban Construction. And, oh yes, also give Jiang Feng from the Forest Police a ring. Tell them I'm hosting dinner tonight. Let us have a drink together. Understood, Director Wang. The secretary replied, recognizing the implications of Wang Feng's excitement, and promptly left to make the arrangements. When Jiang Feng received the call from Wang Feng's secretary, he was somewhat taken aback and inquired about the reason for the gathering. However, the secretary was tight-lipped, merely indicating it was good news without disclosing further details. Jiang Feng decided not to speculate. As long as it was beneficial for Wang Feng, it would undoubtedly bear advantages for him as well. After work that evening, Jiang Feng arrived punctually at the restaurant, where Wang Feng's secretary, Zhou Zheng, greeted him warmly. Director Jiang, welcome. Please, come in. Director Wang and Deputy Director Qin are already here. Deputy Director Qin is here too? Jiang Feng was surprised, not expecting Qin to attend. All right, let us go. Jiang Feng beckoned, ready to join the gathering. Jiang Zhu entered first, while I remained at the door to greet the others. Director Liu from the Urban Construction Bureau and Secretary Zheng from Linquan Township also arrived. As Zhou Zheng spoke, Jiang Feng sensed an unusual undertone. This evening's banquet seemed to transcend the mere act of dining. He had met Deputy Director Qin, yet the others were unfamiliar to him. What was Wang Feng's intention in gathering them all? Pondering this, Jiang Feng pushed open the door and stepped into the restaurant. Upon reaching the private room, he noticed Wang Feng sitting confidently at the head of the table, a beaming smile adorning his face as he chatted with Qin. Welcome, Jiang Feng. Feel free to take a seat. Wang Feng gestured grandly. Although Jiang Feng had seen this same man just days prior, he now sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from Wang Feng. His demeanor appeared markedly transformed, exuding an air of exhilaration. Jiang Feng recalled Wang Feng's earlier remark about potential changes in position. Director Wang, you look radiant, brimming with good fortune. Surely, there is joyous news to share. Jiang Feng remarked with a smile. Haha, Jiang Feng, you always know how to flatter. Come, sit down. Once everyone arrives, we shall commence. Wang Feng laughed heartily. Good to see you, Director Qin. Jiang Feng greeted Qin. I shall sit next to you today and serve the group. You're quite the smooth talker. Sit down properly. You are now a Deputy Division Level Officer, serving ISNT your role. Qin chuckled in response. Jiang Feng felt a surge of surprise at Qin's words, looking at him expectantly. Director Qin, are you implying that I have been granted a Deputy Division Level position? Indeed. Come by the office tomorrow to fill out the necessary paperwork, and you will officially be recognized as a Deputy Division Level leader. Wang Feng interjected with a smile before Qin could respond. Thank you, Director Wang. Thank you, Director Qin. I shall certainly raise a toast to both leaders shortly. Jiang Feng expressed his gratitude eagerly. No, today is Director Wang's treat. Another time, I will host and properly thank you both. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Just sit tight. It's merely a deputy position. Your capabilities will surely be recognized by the organization. Thank you to both leaders, Jiang Feng insisted. What to leaders? Director Wang is the leader. We're both at the same level, deputy division officers. I am no leader, Qin replied, waving his hand. After a short while, Director Liu from the Urban Construction Bureau and Secretary Zheng from Linquan Township arrived, and Wang Feng introduced them to Jiang Feng. Liu, the Director of Urban Construction, was indeed a rotund figure, exuding authority and presence. On the other hand, Secretary Zhang, nearing 40, carried an air of official gravitas. Although both maintained a respectful demeanor before Wang Feng, presenting themselves as subordinates. After the meal, during which everyone had indulged in ample drinks, Jiang Feng returned home but found himself unable to sleep. He continued to reflect on the evening's gathering, which, despite its convivial atmosphere, had not delved into any significant matters. Each individual shared insights regarding their respective professions, followed by discussions about the county's circumstances and some personnel changes involving familiar faces. Ultimately, the evening culminated in revelry and light-hearted banter, yet beneath the surface, significant information was discreetly unveiled. Primarily, one must ponder why Wang Feng orchestrated such a gathering. He appeared genuinely elated, suggesting that joyous news was afoot. It is reasonable to speculate that Wang Feng has received a promotion. This conjecture seems plausible. However, the specific position he has attained remains unspoken, leading one to wonder if anyone would reveal credible information that evening. The potential roles available to Wang Feng post-promotion are numerous, and, without further details, one could hardly guess accurately. Nevertheless, it is apparent that Wang Feng's advancement is substantial, as evidenced by the ease with which he referenced his previous role as a deputy section chief, now seemingly a mere jest. Currently, as a section chief, his status has undeniably risen, though the elevation is not sufficiently significant to account for his relaxed demeanor when discussing his former position. In attendance was Qin Yi, the deputy director of the Personnel Bureau, who, despite being merely a deputy section chief, holds a crucial role worthy of consideration as a section chief. However, when expressing gratitude towards both Qin Yi and Wang Feng, the former humbly denied any leadership status, attributing that distinction solely to Wang Feng. This dynamic raises questions about the extent of Wang Feng's recent advancement. Jiang Feng contemplated these matters in silence, grappling with the uncertainties yet recognizing the necessity of aligning himself with Wang Feng's trajectory. During the New Year period, Jiang Feng visited Wang Feng's residence, intending to strengthen their bond by bringing a small gift. To his surprise, this visit contrasted starkly with his previous one, as Wang Feng's home was now bustling with guests. After a brief 20-minute stay, Jiang Feng departed, overwhelmed by the sheer number of visitors, as people continuously arrived and left. It seemed that many were well informed, while he felt like a fool, oblivious to the surrounding developments beyond Wang Feng's promotion. As the 3-day New Year holiday swiftly passed, the first day back at work brought news of Jiang Feng's own elevation to deputy section chief. He felt the infectious excitement stemming from Wang Feng's success. As his office became a hub of congratulatory visitors, the phone rang incessantly, with calls from Chun Kai, Zhou Jijun, and Dong Chong, as well as colleagues from Shaodian Township and the West City Public Security Team, all extending their congratulations. Of course, being a deputy section chief hardly warranted personal visits. A phone call sufficed for well-wishers. Even Wang Jin from the criminal investigation team reached out to offer his regards. Jiang Feng, you rascal, you've made quite an impressive leap, haven't you? Only a short while in the forestry police, and you've already attained the rank of deputy section chief. Truly remarkable. I've toiled for many years, yet I remain merely a grassroots officer. To ascend to the position of deputy section chief, I shall have to bide my time. You must treat us to a meal someday, and Jiang Feng, of course, would not decline, responding with a cheerful grin. Meanwhile, Liu Weiming sat in his office with the door shut, yet he could still hear the lively commotion emanating from Jiang Feng's office. This New Year's holiday has been rather disheartening for Liu Weiming. During his last visit to Wei Jianmin's office, he was met with a torrent of harsh words, being told outright that if he couldn't perform well, he might as well retire in the forestry police. But how could one excel in such an environment? With Jiang Feng benefiting from the support of the Forestry Bureau, what resources did he have to carry out his duties? He now regretted his decision to join the forestry police immensely. He had a promising political career ahead of him, lingering in the position of political office director. 3 years could easily turn into 5, and eventually he would have secured his turn. Why then had he chosen to come to this inconsequential place? It seemed utterly unnecessary. Now he found himself with nothing but regrets. During the new year, he contemplated visiting Wei Jianmin's home to mend fences, hoping he might reconsider his stance. However, to his dismay, Wei Jianmin refused to even meet with him. This revelation filled him with dread. It seemed Wei Jianmin was genuinely intent on having him remain in the forestry police for retirement. The thought of his political career ending in such a manner left Liu Weiming with a deep sense of unwillingness. He harbored resentment towards Wei Jianmin, who had lured him here with promises of advancement, only to now abandon him in the forestry police. Especially troubling was the news that the office director, Hao Mei, was preparing to take on the role of director in the political office. While both positions held the title of director, the office director primarily served the leadership, whereas the political office wielded far greater authority. The political office oversaw matters such as party admissions, personnel evaluations, and inspections, holding significant power within the bureau. It was a department of considerable importance, second only to a few deputy directors. If Hao Mei were to secure her position in the political office, Liu Weiming could forget about returning. She would not be inclined to assist him in that regard. Liu Weiming began to suspect that Hao Mei had schemed against him. His spirits had already plummeted, but the news of Jiang Feng attaining the rank of deputy section chief only deepened his distress. Why was this happening? What merit did Jiang Feng possess? Merely a few months' head start in the forestry police. Why would Wang Feng choose to bestow the deputy section chief position upon an obscure junior officer rather than himself? By every measure, experience, capability, background, and rank, Liu Weiming considered himself far superior to Jiang Feng. In his office, consumed by jealousy, he found his eyes reddening with frustration. On one hand, there lies the uncertainty of one's own future. On the other, the adversary, Jiang Feng, appears to be thriving increasingly well. Although Wei Jianmin harbors strong objections towards Jiang Feng, as long as he remains in his position, Jiang Feng's prospects will not surpass his own by much. Wei Jianmin has the power to suppress one within the forest public security, and he possesses the same ability to stifle Jiang Feng in that domain. Unless Wei Jianmin is reassigned, Jiang Feng will perpetually find himself without the opportunity to rise. Nonetheless, irrespective of the circumstances, Jiang Feng at least possesses potential, and, more crucially, he is remarkably young, only 24 years old this year. A 24-year-old deputy section chief could endure and eventually outlast Wei Jianmin. Even if Wei Jianmin remains in this role for another decade, Jiang Feng would still only be 34, with ample opportunities ahead. In contrast, in 10 years, the prospect of retirement looms for Liu Weiming, and certain advancements may become irrevocably unattainable. With such thoughts, Liu Weiming felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the cup in his hand to the ground. However, he feared that the sound of shattering glass might reach Jiang Feng's ears. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Why was he concerned about Jiang Feng hearing the sound of the cup breaking? What could Jiang Feng possibly do? Liu Weiming is the director, while Jiang Feng is merely the deputy director, a subordinate in rank. Should he truly be apprehensive of him? Though reluctant to acknowledge it, Liu Weiming recognized that he had subconsciously entertained such notions. He could fabricate justifications to reassure himself that refraining from breaking the cup was merely a desire to avoid the accusation of jealousy. Yet, deep down, he understood that Jiang Feng's future appeared far more promising than his own, and he felt an instinctive trepidation towards Jiang Feng. Even if one were to concede 1,000 times that the future remains uncertain, currently, with Wei Jianmin present, neither had any opportunity to advance. At this stage, should Liu Weiming remain in the forest public security, he could no longer afford to offend Jiang Feng. Otherwise, he risked being marginalized to the point of discomfort within the very institution he served. What does it matter if he is the director? Words hold no weight if the subordinates regard them as trivial, and even publicly, he receives scant respect, rendering his tenure at the office unbearable. Liu Weiming's mind, however, remained agile. In the ensuing days, Jiang Feng discerned that Liu Weiming had adopted a notably subdued demeanor at work, at least no longer opposing him. Given Liu Weiming's newfound reluctance to confront him, Jiang Feng maintained a semblance of respect towards Liu Weiming, as a severely strained relationship would yield no benefits for himself. Following the New Year's Day celebrations, the approach of the Spring Festival was palpable, with streets adorned with colorful lights and festive decorations celebrating the occasion. In the forest public security, activities had noticeably slowed. Traditionally, there were few matters to attend to, and with the impending holiday, everyone's mindset shifted. Jiang Feng approved the occasional leave request for purchasing New Year's goods, as the workload was minimal, primarily involving the distribution of benefits and similar tasks. Even the river breeze pondered the upcoming new year. Logically, he should return home, yet he felt uneasy leaving Liu Weiming in the office. Although Liu had not caused him trouble in recent days, it did not guarantee his complete sincerity. If he seized the opportunity to launch a decisive strike, the consequences could be dire. Some individuals may lack the capability to succeed, but they excel in sabotaging others. Thus, Jiang Feng contemplated spending the new year in the office instead of returning home. Having just been promoted to deputy section chief, he wished to avoid any turmoil. Unexpectedly, The turning point arrived on January 10th, coinciding with the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. Approaching noon, Jiang Feng was tidying up his belongings in the office, preparing to leave for the day to purchase gifts. It was essential to engage in social exchanges during the festive season. He needed to visit Wang Feng at Qinyi. And a gift was also required for Deputy Director Qiu. Their collaboration on the case involving the Dakingshan Chicken Agricultural Company, which had illegally planted ginseng in the forest, had been quite harmonious. He intended to deliver a gift personally if time permitted. Otherwise, he would ask Zhang Fenglan to take it. Furthermore, there was Qian Wenbin from the County Bureau and Wang Jin from the Criminal Police team, both of whom had assisted him in the past. Even if it was just with a kind word, a visit was warranted. Lastly, there was Dong Chang, who had always been supportive of him. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to leave, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," he called while donning his coat, but the next moment, he was taken aback to find Liu Weiming standing there. Liu had not visited his office lately, and while that was not particularly significant, it was noteworthy that he had learned to knock before entering. While it is polite for subordinates to knock on their superiors' doors, it was unusual for a leader to knock on a subordinate's door. "Director Jiang, are you about to leave?" Liu Weiming asked with a broad smile, an expression that made Jiang Feng somewhat uncomfortable. Was the sun rising in the west? Ever since Jiang's promotion to deputy section chief, Liu had ceased his disruptions, but had also refrained from engaging in conversation. Their encounters had only resulted in curt nods, devoid of any dialogue. Moreover, the fact that Liu was smiling was quite unexpected. However, one does not rebuff a smiling face. Jiang Feng nodded. "Yes, I am preparing to leave. Is there something you need, Director Liu?" "Indeed, I have made a reservation at a restaurant for lunch. Since you have been in the bureau for a while, we have yet to sit down together and enjoy a meal and a good chat," Liu replied, further surprising Jiang Feng. The prospect of Liu inviting him to dinner felt as implausible as the sun rising in the west. He could hardly believe it was something Liu could do. The animosity between them ran deep, originating from the conflicts with Liu Weidao. Jiang Feng was on the verge of declining when Liu Weiming continued. "Director Jiang, I implore you to grant me this favor today. Let us sit down and talk. I understand that there may have been some misunderstandings between us in the past, but a conversation could surely clarify things. Come, let us go." Liu Weiming seemed anxious that Jiang Feng might refuse, tugging at his arm. With a resigned expression, Jiang Feng relented. "Fine, I will go." Chapter 75. An apology. As Jiang Feng and Liu Weiming exited the office, it coincided with the end of the workday, and many colleagues greeted Jiang Feng. "Director Jiang, off for the day? Liu, is that you accompanying him?" The warmth of their smiles contrasted sharply with the more subdued acknowledgement of Liu Weiming, who received only a cursory greeting from the others. Some even overlooked him entirely. What puzzled everyone was Liu Weiming's unexpected camaraderie with Jiang Feng, marked by laughter and smiles. What could possibly be the reason for this shift? Liu Weiming had been at the office long enough for their previous animosity to be common knowledge. It was no secret that they rarely exchanged pleasantries, and their discontent was evident. Now, seeing them walk together in apparent good spirits sparked curiosity among their peers. After leaving the office building, Liu Weiming surprisingly followed Jiang Feng into his car, which deepened the intrigue. The news of their jovial lunch together spread like wildfire throughout the office. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Jiang Feng and Liu Weiming sat down, accompanied by their driver, Ma Tianyu. However, Ma Tianyu chose a table nearby, not wanting to intrude on their conversation. Jiang Feng had instructed him to keep his distance, harboring some concern regarding Liu Weiming's unusual behavior. He couldn't shake the suspicion that Liu might be scheming something sinister, perhaps an attempt to compromise him in some way. Although such tactics are rare in official circles, one cannot afford to be careless, particularly when one's future hangs in the balance. With a cheerful demeanor, Liu Weiming poured a drink for Jiang Feng before filling his own glass, lifting it in a toast. "Jiang Feng, it seems we may have had some misunderstandings in the past, largely due to my cousin's inadequacies and jealousy. Allow me to rectify this. I will summon him shortly to offer his apologies. For now, let me raise my glass as a gesture of goodwill." Liu Weiming downed his drink in one swift motion. Jiang Feng was genuinely perplexed. What was Liu Weiming up to? Why was he apologizing? Despite his efforts to unravel the situation, he found it baffling. Liu Weiming was the director, while he himself held the position of deputy director. Perhaps Liu was truly interested in burying the hatchet. However, there is no need for an apology. One merely needs to avoid being at odds with oneself, and it is certain that I shall not target Liu Weiming any longer. After all, Liu Weiming is the bureau chief and my superior. Pressing Liu Weiming too hard would yield no advantage for me. No, Chief Liu, you have truly left me bewildered today. What exactly is the intent behind your actions? Jiang Feng's face was painted with confusion. He genuinely could not comprehend Liu Weiming's motives. Was there poison in this wine glass, a fatal toxin that would lead to instant demise upon consumption? Otherwise, why would Liu Weiming go to such lengths to apologize? It seemed unnecessary. Chief Jiang, I truly mean no offense. My cousin was indeed excessive before, so let me drink another cup as an apology on his behalf. Liu Weiming raised his glass and downed another drink, his complexion now tinged with red. Jiang Feng was uncertain whether Liu Weiming's flushed face stemmed from the embarrassment of apologizing or from an inability to hold his liquor. Perhaps it was a combination of both. Chief Jiang, with this third cup, allow me to express my commitment. From now on, in matters concerning the forest public security, I shall abide by your decisions and support your endeavors wholeheartedly. You are still young, with boundless potential ahead. At my age, I may merely be here to see out my days, but I must assist the younger generation in making their way. After finishing the third cup, Jiang Feng realized he had no choice but to drink. One cup to apologize for Liu Weitao, another for himself, and a third to signify his support for Liu Weiming's work. If he were to refuse a single drop, Liu Weiming's dignity would surely fall to the ground, leaving them with no alternative but a bitter rivalry. Jiang Feng raised his glass. Chief Liu, I am grateful for your support in my work. Thank you. He finished the first cup and then lifted the second. Let us put our previous misunderstandings behind us. As for the third cup, there is no need for an apology on behalf of Liu Weitao. Quite frankly, I do not even recall when I may have offended him. Having consumed 3 cups, Liu Weiming's demeanor had lowered to an unassailable humility, his attitude of contrition beyond reproach. Jiang Feng had also downed 3 cups, affording Liu Weiming the respect he deserved and accepting the apology, yet the matter concerning Liu Weitao remained unaddressed. The root of all this turmoil lay with Liu Weitao. Without him, none of these events would have transpired, and it would be too simplistic to let it all go without resolution. Thus, Liu Weiming could not speak for Liu Weitao, nor could the grievances between them be dismissed with a mere word from Liu Weiming. Liu Weiming nodded, comprehending Jiang Feng's implication that an apology from Liu Weiming on behalf of Liu Weitao would not suffice. Liu Weitao himself would need to come forward. However, Liu Weiming found solace in Jiang Feng's stance. He felt a sense of relief. Earlier that morning, at 10 o'clock, he had received a phone call from a friend in the county government office, informing him that Wang Feng had been appointed as the deputy county chief. According to the news from the county government office, it is undoubtedly the most reliable source of information. His friend called, perhaps feeling that since he worked in the forestry bureau and had a good relationship with Wang Feng, it was appropriate to extend congratulations, a gesture to foster personal connections. Therefore, Liu Weiming was encouraged to approach Wang Feng and build rapport. However, Liu found himself utterly bewildered. Outsiders might assume that, as the director of the forest police, he should have a decent relationship with the head of the forestry bureau, at the very least, to be acquainted. Now was the perfect opportunity to ingratiate himself. Yet, his family was aware of the truth. He had no connection with Wang Feng whatsoever, having not met him since taking office. Wang Feng had a close relationship with Jiang Feng, treating him almost like a confidant, lending him vehicles and promoting his career. It was precisely Wang Feng's unwavering support for Jiang Feng that constrained Liu within the forest police. Chapter 76. Vice County Head Wang? With Wang Feng now promoted to Vice County Head, Jiang Feng's influence would inevitably be diminished. Indeed, even with Wang Feng's new position, he could not exert control over Jiang Feng at the police bureau. Wei Jianmin was the director and could manage Jiang Feng effectively, though one must ponder how long Wei Jianmin could maintain his position. Wang Feng, as Vice County Head, could simply reassign Jiang Feng out of the police system and into another department if necessary. Being a 25-year-old deputy section chief in a small county is astonishing. Even if one were to simply bide their time, they could ascend to a respectable position. Furthermore, Wang Feng's backing was an undeniable advantage. Thus, Liu Weiming spent an hour and a half contemplating in the office. With only half an hour left until the end of the workday, he finally concluded that he should reconcile with Jiang Feng. There had never been significant animosity between them. The initial conflict stemmed from Liu Weidao's jealousy, which Liu had thought trivial enough to overlook, leading to their current predicament. There were no insurmountable obstacles. The only unresolved issue was their struggle for power. But since he could not compete, it would be best to relinquish his ambitions. If Jiang Feng were to leave the forest police, Liu would have the final say. If Jiang Feng remained, he would simply cooperate. In any case, Wei Jianmin's stance was already clear. He was weary of Liu, and returning to his favor was no longer viable. Come, Jiang Feng, let us enjoy a meal. Try the flavors of this establishment. Though it may appear unassuming, it has been a staple in the county for many years. Our former director favored this place, which has led to several current leaders also enjoying their meals here. Liu Weiming cheerfully invited Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, still perplexed, hesitated to inquire directly. After a few more drinks, Liu Weiming brought it up without prompting. Jiang Feng, since you are familiar with Vice County Head Wang, would you mind inquiring during your visit to his residence about when he might have time for me to report on my work? Liu Weiming asked. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Vice County Head Wang? Jiang Feng's initial reaction was to wonder who had called Wang County. It soon dawned on him that Wang must be a surname and county referred to the county magistrate. Thus Wang County was a title for a county magistrate surnamed Wang. However, he realized he did not know any county magistrate by that surname, let alone be familiar with one. The only thing he was certain of was that the county magistrate was surnamed Gao. He had learned this from Wang Feng during his visit to the Wang household. As for anything else, he was truly in the dark. Are you not aware? Liu Weiming expressed surprise, about to say something further when Jiang Feng's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Qin Yi, whose number he had saved after their first meeting. He felt a twinge of curiosity as to why Qin Yi was calling him. Apologies, I need to take this call, Jiang Feng said, rising to step outside the private room to a quiet corner to answer. Director Qin, my apologies for the noise earlier. I found a quieter spot to speak with you now, Jiang Feng promptly stated. On the other end, Qin Yi's face broke into a smile upon hearing Jiang Feng's words. This young man was considerate and respectful. It was not in vain that he had called. No problem at all. I wanted to inform you that this evening, a few of us are planning to invite County Magistrate Wang for dinner. You should join us. It's a celebration for his promotion, Qin Yi said over the phone. Wang County. Jiang Feng echoed. Yes, Director Wang Feng has been promoted to Deputy County Magistrate. Surely, you have heard something about it? Qin Yi continued. Jiang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Feng had indeed ascended to the position of county magistrate, which he deduced must mean he was now the deputy. Nevertheless, even the deputy magistrate's position was remarkable. Typically, directors of various departments in the county had a slim chance of being promoted to deputy magistrate. Even in critical units like the Public Security Bureau, not every director could attain such a rank, let alone from the Forestry Bureau. Generally, one would need to advance further. Perhaps serving as a deputy director in a specific county department or as a secretary in a township before being eligible for such promotion. Thus, it was truly astonishing to hear that Wang Feng had leapfrogged directly to the position of deputy county magistrate. Jiang Feng had anticipated that Wang Feng would progress in his career, especially since Wang had mentioned his ambitions, but he had not envisioned such a significant leap. Yes, I've heard, but I did not expect Director Wang to ascend straight to county magistrate. It certainly warrants congratulations. Thank you, Director Qin, for sharing this news. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious. I must insist on joining the dinner this evening. After all, County Magistrate Wang is my former superior, and his promotion certainly deserves a celebration. Jiang Feng quickly responded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Feng ended the call, holding his phone in a moment of speechlessness. No wonder Liu Weiming had been so eager to seek his forgiveness. It seemed everyone was well informed while he remained in the dark, oblivious to the unfolding connections. Director Jiang, are you all right? Ma Tianyu had been attentively observing the situation, noticing Jiang Feng lost in thought, and promptly approached him. It's nothing. Jiang Feng waved his hand and returned to the private room. He cast a slightly peculiar glance at Liu Weiming, realizing that from Director Wang to County Head Wang, each one of them was quite astute. The change in titles happened so rapidly that he barely had time to react. Director Liu, you seem quite well informed. I only just received a call from Director Qin of the Personnel Bureau and learned about it, Jiang Feng remarked, placing his phone on the table with a smile. In the midst of their conversation, he deliberately hinted at some information, subtly implying that he, too, possessed connections and was not merely a fortunate lad who had stumbled upon Wang Feng's network. He had other ties as well. As expected, Liu Weiming's eyes narrowed slightly. Earlier, he had been taken aback by Jiang Feng's apparent ignorance of Wang Feng's promotion, wondering if perhaps he had apologized prematurely. Thinking that Jiang Feng and Wang Feng did not share a close relationship. Otherwise, why would Jiang Feng be unaware? Yet, now came the revelation of a director from the Personnel Bureau showcasing Jiang Feng's hidden depths. Haha, I happen to have a friend working in the county government's office. Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Director Liu, we've had enough to drink for now. Perhaps we should leave it at that for today. I have some matters to attend to this evening. Chapter 77. Congratulations. Upon hearing that Jiang Feng was leaving, Liu Weiming was not surprised at all. It was natural for him to be eager to congratulate Wang Feng. After all, he did not share that kind of relationship with Wang Feng. Otherwise, he would also be in a hurry to go. All right, Director Jiang, you should attend to your duties. If anything arises at the office, I will reach out to you. Liu Weiming stood up and said, feeling that he had accomplished his purpose for the day. Once they exited the restaurant and settled into the car, Jiang Feng called Wang Feng to congratulate him on his promotion to Deputy County Head. However, the title of Deputy County Head was somewhat inaccurate. It should be referred to as Acting Deputy County Head, as the Secretary's position could be appointed directly by the higher-level party committee. In contrast, the government required an election through the Representative Assembly, following the legal procedures for a formal appointment. Nevertheless, once the appointment was completed during the election, the organizational intentions would generally be adhered to. Thus, it was customary to refer to him as Deputy County Head or County Head. On the phone, Wang Feng chuckled. All right. It's just a Deputy County Head position. It only means a heavier burden for me. Dinner tonight, right? That's fine, but I can't stay long. I have another engagement to attend. At 6 o'clock, they gathered again at the restaurant where they had met Secretary Zhang previously. Jiang Feng, Qini, Director Liu Feng of Urban Construction, and Secretary Zheng Yun of Linquan Township were all waiting at the restaurant entrance for Wang Feng's arrival. At 6:10, a black Audi pulled up to the restaurant, and Wang Feng stepped out of the car. County Head Wang. The group quickly changed their titles and hurried over to greet him. Congratulations, County Head, they exclaimed, and Wang Feng's face lit up with a smile. All right, let us not dwell on that. Come, let us go inside and chat. Wang Feng shook hands with everyone in attendance, with Jiang Feng being the third in line. Standing before Liu Feng, the director of urban construction, a group of people entered the private room, where food and drinks were promptly served. A small circle gathered around Wang Feng, essentially his trusted confidants. I need not elaborate on our relationships. I have just assumed my position, and the current circumstances are well understood by all. Secretary Zhang Wentao has not been in our county for long. To advance our objectives, the support of those beneath us is indispensable, particularly given the slight divergence in governance strategies between Secretary Zhang and County Mayor Gao. Mayor Gao, being a local, has his roots firmly planted here, while Zhang Wentao is an outsider. Wang Feng hinted at this, but everyone present, being astute, grasped the implications. Even Jiang Feng comprehended it clearly. There exists a discord between the top leaders, with Gao being the local faction and Zhang representing the external influence. Aligning with Zhang Wentao necessitates taking a stance against Gao, which is a precarious position to be in. To elaborate further would be redundant. Let me conclude with this. Now is a crucial time for appointments. Should the opportunity arise, I shall recommend you to Secretary Zhang. This statement from Wang Feng ignited excitement among Jiang Feng and the others. The circumstances of those present varied significantly for Qin Yi and Liu Feng from urban construction. Progressing further surely depended on the support from county leadership. This scenario was a typical power play between the top two leaders, where any discord necessitated a choice of allegiance. Zhang Yun, aiming for greater heights, equally required the backing of the county as principal leadership, whether it be through securing better land rights or advancing his position. Jiang Feng, however, found himself in a slightly different situation. He remained a step behind Qin Yi and the others. The county bureau could dictate Jiang Feng's future. Should he aspire to ascend, he could either become the director of the forest police or hold a significant position within the county bureau, such as the office director or political affairs director. Of course, this follows the standard promotion protocol, which is typically a gradual process. Yet, within the system, many matters often defy logical reasoning. Take, for instance, the character Yi Shiweshi from the television series People's Justice, who ascended 3 ranks seamlessly, moving from district committee secretary to acting mayor. Ordinarily, a district committee secretary is at the deputy department level, whereas a mayor holds the full department level. Although it appears to be merely a jump over a vice department, in reality, progressing from a vice department to a full department often requires traversing several positions, especially in favorable circumstances. A district committee secretary aiming for the mayoralty might first serve as a vice mayor, and then potentially as an executive vice mayor or deputy secretary, before finally attaining the mayoral position. Excelling in 2 or 3 roles and being fortunate enough to receive a promotion is essential for such a leap. However, in Yi Xuexi's case, he transitioned directly to the mayoral role without any intermediary steps. The situation regarding Jiang Feng is quite similar. If one were to adhere strictly to protocol, ascending to the position of director of the Forest Public Security Bureau, followed by a subsequent promotion to deputy director of the county bureau, would likely require the support of county leadership. However, should such support be forthcoming, it is not entirely inconceivable for him to directly attain the role of deputy director of the county bureau, especially considering Jiang Feng's current status as a deputy division-level cadre. Wang Feng observed Jiang Feng's contemplative demeanor and, with a smile, raised his glass, saying, "Jiang Feng, let us share a toast. Your file has been transferred to the organization department, hasn't it?" "Yes, indeed. Thank you, County Chief. I honor you with this drink," Jiang Feng promptly replied. The records of ordinary civil servants are maintained within their respective units or at the Human Resources Bureau, and only after being promoted to deputy division level are they transferred to the organization department. It wasn't until 2018 that all civil servant files were consolidated into the organization department. Thank you for your kind words. But it is you who should be acknowledged for my recent advancement. Your assistance in handling the illegal destruction of forestry and the cultivation of ginseng has been instrumental. If anyone deserves gratitude, it is I who should express it to you. Wang Feng chuckled in response. You are too modest, County Chief. My accomplishments are merely reflections of your guidance, and I will continue to seek your mentorship in the future, Jiang Feng remarked, gently nudging the rim of his glass. Wang Feng nodded appreciatively. He held a favorable view of Jiang Feng. The young man was not only ambitious but also possessed a keen understanding of interpersonal dynamics, making him a promising prospect. Compared to others like Qini, Jiang Feng was distinctly younger. While youth can sometimes be a disadvantage, it also presents numerous opportunities, suggesting a potential for greater achievements ahead. Chapter 78. Duty Roster. Certainly, Wang Feng's esteem for Jiang Feng extended beyond his youth. More significantly, whereas individuals like Qin Yi were surrounded by intricate networks of relationships, Jiang Feng's connections were refreshingly uncomplicated, relying solely on himself. This simplicity further enhanced Wang Feng's confidence in him. After sitting for a while longer, Wang Feng received a phone call and prepared to take his leave. Jiang Feng and the others accompanied him to the door before returning to their private room to resume their drinking. With Wang Feng gone, the atmosphere relaxed considerably, yet remained congenial, as it was clear that he would look after them in the future. In the bureaucratic realm, relationships are paramount. While there are many capable individuals, few excel at cultivating and managing connections. Meanwhile, Wei Jianmin received the news of Wang Feng's promotion to deputy county chief and, in a fit of frustration, shattered several cups at home. How could Wang Feng have ascended? Upon further inquiry, he discovered that Jiang Feng's involvement had played a crucial role in this development. Were it not for Jiang Feng's handling of that particular case, Wang Feng would have fallen short. It is not that the County Public Security Bureau lacked significant cases. Indeed, they handle numerous major and critical cases each year. However, the proficiency in handling cases is expected as part of their official duties. Where commendation is rare for good performance and reprimand is swift for failures. Conversely, the Forestry Bureau's accomplishments, though outside their primary responsibilities, were commendable, marking a significant achievement. Wei Jianmin was consumed by regret. Had he not involved Jiang Feng with the forest police, such a predicament would never have arisen. His remorse was profound. Yet it was too late for lamentation. Wang Feng had ascended to the position of deputy county chief, although his specific responsibilities had yet to be formally assigned. The mere fact that he was a deputy meant he was now in a position of authority over him. Any actions against Wang Feng were out of the question. However, he could not let Jiang Feng off the hook. With Wang Feng's recent promotion, targeting Jiang Feng would draw unnecessary attention, especially since Jiang Feng had committed no transgressions. He resolved to bide his time until after the new year, seeking an opportunity to reassign Jiang Feng to the countryside. As long as he held the position of bureau chief, Jiang Feng could forget about advancing further. Initially, he had thought highly of Jiang Feng, but after recent events, his dissatisfaction had reached its zenith. In the realm of private enterprises, even a minor financial loss would warrant dismissal, yet within the bureaucratic structure, even the highest-ranking officials needed justifiable reasons to terminate a civil servant. One could not simply dismiss someone without cause unless they had committed an offense. Even resignations required discussion within the organizational department, where the minister oversaw matters. The hurdles were even greater for dismissals. There needed to be concrete errors, and the county committee had to convene to approve such actions. Furthermore, Jiang Feng was still a deputy section-level cadre, making any attempts to dismiss him subject to the county standing committee's deliberation. Frustrated, Wei Jianmin smashed a cup. He was still a chief of department, and Jiang Feng was merely a step away from surpassing him. He thought it best to send Jiang Feng to the countryside soon. As long as he remained in the county bureau, Jiang Feng could not hope to ascend further. With the new year approaching, everyone was preoccupied. Liu Weiming had firmly established his position within the office, while Jiang Feng contemplated returning home for the holiday, with Liu Weiming keeping watch. And having aligned himself with Wei Jianmin, there was little cause for concern. Moreover, during this frigid winter, there were few activities at the office, primarily due to the cold keeping people from illicit logging. All right then, I'll come over to your home at 6 this evening. Let us enjoy a couple of drinks together. Jiang Feng cheerfully concluded his call with Dong Chang, preparing to visit and bearing gifts. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Director Liu," came the voice of Liu Weiming as he entered. "Ah, Director Liu, welcome. Please, have a seat," Jiang Feng greeted him with a smile. Recognizing that in the realm of politics, there were no eternal adversaries, all relationships were ever-evolving. Liu Weiming had softened, willing to collaborate with him, easing his own burdens. And for now, their interactions appeared amicable. "Director Jiang, do you have time this evening? My cousin has been feeling guilty and wishes to apologize to you and make amends." Liu Weiming inquired. Jiang Feng shook his head. "I'm afraid I genuinely have prior commitments this evening. I've arranged to meet Director Dong from Shadin Township. Perhaps next time." A few days ago, Chun Kai and Zhou Jijun both contacted him, mentioning that Liu Weitao had undergone significant changes at the workplace. He no longer suppressed them and even invited them over, offering a series of ambiguous statements, essentially conveying that the past incidents were regrettable misunderstandings and urging them not to take offense. Although he did not elevate their status, at the very least, he treated them with normalcy. Liu Weiming nodded, dismissing it. He had merely made a passing comment, and as long as they could maintain a facade of civility, everything would be fine. As for his cousin Liu Weitao, that could be addressed later. With Wei Jianmin around, Jiang Feng would have no chance to rise within the county police department. If Wang Feng could manage to transfer Jiang Feng to another unit, the county police would be wholly uninvolved. As long as no further animosity was fostered, the day Jiang Feng could assert himself was not far off. Though he remained oblivious to this. "Director Jiang, there is also the matter of year-end duty scheduling. How shall we arrange it?" Jiang Feng inquired. "As for the year-end duties, I plan to return home," he continued. "So, Director Liu, I shall leave this task to you." Liu Weiming nodded in agreement, saying certainly. Director Jiang is not from around here. After a year, it is essential to return home. However, Director Jiang, it would be prudent to inform the political office of your departure, as leaders must communicate their leave, especially in case any issues arise. Jiang Feng acknowledged this with a nod. "Thank you. I will request a leave." Liu Weiming's advice was indeed sound. Typically, the unit would have the final say. And even though he was the second in command, no one could claim they were not working, particularly given the circumstances at the forest police. However, Wei Jianmin had been viewing him unfavorably lately, and if he were to scrutinize him, he could easily find faults and offer criticisms. Of course, as long as he returned before his work shift, no one could raise objections. Nonetheless, it was better to report his absence for thoroughness. "Haha, no need for thanks. I am sure Director Jiang would consider this without my prompting," Liu Weiming said, waving his hand as he turned to leave. Chapter 79. What are your intentions? After work in the afternoon, Jiang Feng drove home, taking along gifts prepared for Dong Chang, and headed towards Dong Chang's residence. Although Dong Chang's home was also in the county, he had moved to the countryside a decade ago and lived in an old community where Jiang Feng's car could not enter, forcing him to park outside. Carrying the gifts, he entered the community. It was his first visit to Dong Chang's home, and upon arriving at the door, it was slightly ajar. Gently knocking, he called out, "Director Dong? It's Jiang Feng. Please come in." Dong Chang emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, welcoming Jiang Feng inside. "Why bring gifts for a home visit, Director Dong?" "It is merely a token of appreciation. With the new year approaching, one cannot visit empty-handed," Jiang Feng replied, placing the items down. A middle-aged woman approached as well, and Dong Chang introduced her as his wife, Wang Xiufen. "Hello, sister-in-law." Jiang Feng greeted her warmly. Wang Xiufen gazed at Jiang Feng with warmth, as it was rare for any of Dong Chang's subordinates to visit, especially bearing gifts. "Please, make yourself comfortable. I have another dish that will be ready shortly," she said. Jiang Feng acknowledged her with a nod and settled onto the sofa. Wan Xiufen brewed tea for Jiang Feng, who graciously accepted it, and they soon began to converse. I used to work at the police station in Xiaodin Township. When I first arrived, I knew nothing. Director Dong was very supportive. He has been my mentor, helping me immensely in both my career and personal life. Now that the new year is approaching, I wanted to visit Director Dong and hope I haven't been a bother to you, sister-in-law. You are such a thoughtful young man. How could you be a bother? Wang Xiufen replied. Jiang Feng adeptly engaged with the ordinary middle-aged woman. By the time Dong Chang emerged from the kitchen, announcing that dinner was ready, Jiang Feng had already discussed family matters with Wang Xiufen. Dong Chang's 2 children were working in another city and would not return home for the new year for a few more days. Director Dong, why don't the children stay home? They work away and hardly get to share meals with you throughout the year, Jiang Feng inquired. I considered it. But as you know, the situation in our county is challenging. There aren't many good job opportunities, Dong Chang replied, shaking his head. Despite being a director, he was the head of a rural station, lacking connections in the county town. Even securing a position elsewhere and achieving permanent status was no simple task. Jiang Feng nodded in understanding and shifted the conversation to other topics. Be cautious of Liu Weiming, who has become the director of your forestry public security department. Sometimes, Dong Chang imparted some work experiences to Jiang Feng. However, he was unaware that Liu Weiming no longer dared to oppose him. The dynamics in the county had shifted. There was no doubt that Dong Chang's prolonged stay in the countryside had rendered him out of touch. Even residing in the county town would not suffice. A mere director was too distant from the upper echelons of the county, unable to access those who influenced leadership changes, who were at least deputy directors. After leaving Dong Chang's home, Jiang Feng drove towards his own residence. However, halfway there, he suddenly thought of Tang Lingruo. It had been a while since they last met. Largely due to his busy schedule, despite their occasional chats, he felt that texting could never replace an actual meeting. Thus, he took out his phone and called Tang Lingruo. Hello, Jiang. How wonderful to hear from you today. She greeted. You make it sound as if I only sought you out when I had time. I would find you even if I were busy, Jiang Feng replied. Oh, I hardly believe that. As a mere girl, I wouldn't dare disturb Director Jiang during his important duties. I could never bear to delay your work, Tang Lingruo teased over the phone. Tang, it seems you've been learning quite a bit at work. Your sarcasm has a hint of the office matriarch's touch, Jiang Feng remarked. Cut it out. This evening's moonlight is exquisite. Would you care to join me for a stroll? Jiang Feng extended the invitation. On such a frigid day, going for a stroll. The river breeze feels as though it intends to freeze me to death. Upon hearing this, the river breeze grew slightly embarrassed, contemplating a retort when suddenly, on the phone, Tang Lingruo said, All right, I will find you. You need not come looking for me. I shall drive to fetch you. Once I arrive, I will give you a call. With that, Jiang Feng hung up, a faint smile gracing his lips as he drove towards the family compound of the Inspection Institute. As Tang Lingruo opened the car door and settled in, Jiang Feng started the vehicle and ventured out. What has Director Jiang been busy with lately? Haven't the cases been wrapped up? Tang Lingruo inquired, turning to gaze at Jiang Feng from the passenger seat. The cases are indeed concluded. But with the new year approaching, there is much to attend to, hence my busyness these past few days. You truly are a person of great enterprise, she remarked. By the way, I was recently promoted to Deputy Section Chief, Jiang Feng added. Really? Tang Lingruo's face brightened, as though she herself had achieved the promotion. We must celebrate. Unfortunately, I've already had my fill this evening. Otherwise, I would treat you to dinner tomorrow. Haha, I shall treat you instead. I have a clear schedule for tomorrow. If you're free, accompany me to the market. I wish to buy some clothes for my parents to take back for the new year. All right, I have time. Tang Lingruo replied, her spirits lifting at the prospect of spending the entire day with Jiang Feng. Then I must trouble you, classmate Tang. As they engaged in lively conversation, Tang Lingruo appeared at ease, while Jiang Feng drove aimlessly through the streets. In the northeastern small county town during the 12th lunar month, aside from the roadside barbecue stalls emitting steam, there was little bustling activity. Jiang Feng decided to park the car, focusing entirely on chatting with Tang Lingruo. Wait, Jiang Feng. What are you up to? Why stop the car in such a secluded spot? Tang Lingruo teased. What do you think? Jiang Feng feigned a fierce expression. Classmate Tang, you work at the Inspection Institute and must have seen your fair share of cases. What do you suppose I could possibly be doing driving to such a desolate location at this late hour, under the cover of darkness? Jiang Feng believed his performance to be quite commendable, yet Tang Lingruo scoffed. enough of the theatrics. With your timid disposition, what could you possibly dare to do? Oh, are you underestimating me? Jiang Feng pretended to lunge towards the passenger seat, bracing for Tang Lingruo's hand to intervene. However, to his surprise, she remained completely still. Her gaze fixed on him, her eyes unblinking. Chapter 80. The roses, their eyes locked. The distance between them was scarcely 5 centimeters. And they could feel each other's warm breath. What do you intend to do? Tang Lingruo asked, her large, watery eyes blinking innocently, her breath brushing against Jiang Feng's face, causing a tingling sensation. Despite the question's normalcy, Jiang Feng felt his heart race. He began, his breath quickening, but before he could articulate his thoughts, he noticed Tang Lingruo had already closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Tang Lingruo had already reached this level, so Jiang Feng naturally would not retreat. He gently leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. The moment their lips touched, Lingruo shivered, yet she did not pull away. Instead, she slowly wrapped her delicate arms around Jiang Feng's neck. Having already crossed that threshold, Jiang Feng was certainly not satisfied with just a fleeting kiss. He gently parted her lips and began to explore her sweet tongue, savoring the moment. The bright moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the earth, illuminating the snow-covered ground as if adorning the entire world. Inside the car, the two young souls were locked in an intense embrace, their hearts racing. Lingruo's arms had long since relinquished their hold around Jiang Feng's neck, now resting awkwardly on his shoulders. The rapid thumping of their hearts echoed in their ears. As their breaths quickened, Lingruo felt herself on the verge of fainting and instinctively began to struggle, prompting Jiang Feng to gently release her, both gasping for air. Lingruo's face flushed crimson. The usually composed girl turned her gaze to the window, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red. Lingruo, I like you. Let us be together. Jiang Feng spoke softly. Lingruo's response was barely audible, and Jiang Feng could not quite catch her words. After asking her to repeat, he finally understood her reply. You haven't even given me a flower, yet you want me to be your girlfriend. Just wait. With that, Jiang Feng stepped out of the car. Indeed, he had not prepared a flower, as today had unfolded unexpectedly, but he had another idea. While the Northeast may lack in many things, it was certainly abundant in snow. In his past life, he had seen online how to create a rose from snow. He found a branch and, retrieving his bank card from his wallet, he spent 5 minutes crafting a beautiful, crystalline snow rose, his hands turning red from the cold. What are you doing, Jiang Feng? Lingruo, unable to wait any longer, stepped out of the car and spotted him busy in the snow. Jiang Feng slowly turned around, holding up the snow rose, which shimmered in the moonlight, appearing even more ethereal and pure. He knelt on one knee, raising the rose. Classmate Tang, will you be my girlfriend? Lingruo's face lit up with surprise. Her eyes sparkled in the snowy night, radiant and enchanting, akin to a fairy under the moonlight. As she accepted the snow rose from Jiang Feng's hand, then she leapt into his arms. Jiang Feng tilted his head and kissed her once more. On the way to return Lingruo, she insisted that Jiang Feng not turn on the car's air conditioning for fear of melting the snow rose in her hands. Jiang Feng watched her ascend to her apartment before driving away. The next morning, he arrived again at her building, waiting for her at the foot of the stairs. As Lingruo rushed down and got into his car, Tang Wenxin observed from above. Last night, after my niece went out, her expression upon her return was noticeably peculiar. Tang Wenxin, being the observant uncle he is, couldn't help but notice. This morning, Jiang Feng came to pick up my niece again. Sigh, how time flies. Daughters grow up and leave. Tang Wenxin let out a sigh, but since his elder brother did not voice any strong objections, he, as the second uncle, would not play the villain either. The streets during the new year were bustling with activity, especially near the pedestrian area. Both sides of the road were lined with stalls selling various goods, firecrackers, couplets, an array of snacks, hardware items, clothing, and footwear, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the street. Jiang Feng held Tang Lingruo's hand as they navigated through the throngs of people. Now that they were officially a couple, there was no need for pretense. Xiao Jiang, I want to eat that, Tang Lingruo exclaimed, pointing to a nearby vendor selling candied hawthorn. Ever since they got together last night, she had taken to calling him Xiao Jiang. Jiang Feng found the nickname somewhat unflattering. Even to Jiang or just Jiang would be preferable. Yet, any attempt to argue against it proved futile. The moniker had been set. I'll go buy it, he offered. After strolling for a while, they ventured into a clothing mall to purchase outfits for their parents. Jiang Feng had saved quite a bit of his salary over the past 6 months, hardly spending a dime, as his transportation was covered by the company, and he typically ate at work. Thus, he was quite generous when it came to buying clothes. Even selecting a lovely pink down jacket for Tang Lingruo. They casually found a restaurant for lunch. By the way, when are you going back for the new year? Have you bought your ticket? Tang Lingruo inquired. Not yet. I plan to return around the 27th of the lunar month, Jiang Feng replied. You should buy your plane ticket in advance. Don't worry about it. I'll have someone get it for you, she insisted. Buying tickets these days was not as convenient as in the future, where everything could be done online. Plane tickets had to be purchased at the airport, while train tickets were readily available at various sales points. Jiang Feng had initially intended to take the train back, but since Tang Lingruo had offered, he chose not to argue. What about you? Where will you be for the new year? Jiang Feng asked. I'll be going back to Ice City for the new year. My grandmother and my second uncle's family will be there, spending the holiday at my home. My parents are too busy with work to come back, Tang Lingruo replied lightly. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Since your parents are in Ice City, why did you return to Xia County after graduating? Jiang Feng asked curiously. My grandmother lives here in Xia County. We had a close relationship when I was young, but she doesn't want to leave her hometown for Ice City. I wanted to return to keep her company for a while, so I came back, Tang Lingruo explained, glancing at Jiang Feng. As for whether there were other reasons involved, only Tang Lingruo herself knew. Chapter 81. Reporting materials. After Jiang Feng and Tang Lingruo finished their meal, they continued to stroll through the streets when Jiang Feng received a call from Jiang Fenglan. Hello, Director Jiang, came the voice on the other end. Director Jiang. What is the matter? Jiang Feng responded. Has something happened at the unit? Jiang Feng inquired directly, his suspicion aroused by Jiang Fenglan's unexpected call. After all, during the year-end period, the Forest Public Security Bureau typically had little activity, and any minor matters were usually resolved by others. Director Jiang. The political office at the county bureau called, requesting your presence, Jiang Fenglan replied. Requesting my presence? He echoed. Very well, I understand. Jiang Feng hung up the phone, puzzled. What could the political office want with him? His file was no longer at the bureau, and his relationship with the political office had been strained, primarily due to Liu Weiming's influence. Now, unexpectedly, they sought him out. What is the matter, Jiang Feng? Nothing much. Just that the political office at the county bureau has asked me to come over. I'll head back then. You can carry on with your work. Tang Lingruo was indeed a remarkably understanding young lady. Jiang Feng chuckled and shook his head. No, let us go together. You wait for me in the car while I find out what is going on. I'll be right back. Tang Lingruo nodded. They had finally managed to carve out a day of rest, and she was reluctant to let anything disrupt it. Jiang Feng drove to the back courtyard of the county bureau, parked the car, and turned to Tang Lingruo, saying, Wait for me. I'll be down shortly. All right, she responded, but before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Feng lightly placed a kiss on her cheek, leaving her blushing. After exiting the car, Jiang Feng made his way into the county bureau's office building. The political office was located on the second floor, to the left, and he reached it swiftly. His previous relationship with the political office had been quite tense. Liu Weiming was an obvious source of friction, and Hu Legion was the one who had transferred him from the county seat to Shudin Township. Otherwise, given Jiang Feng's accomplishments, he would have remained in the county seat from the outset. The only other person he had met was Dang Yu, whom he had only seen once. Although the director of the political office had changed to Hao Mei, this transition had caused quite a stir within the county bureau. Many speculated that Hao Mei had orchestrated Liu Weiming's ousting from the position of director, effectively elevating herself from office director to political office director. Jiang Feng was uncertain about the veracity of these claims, but it was evident that Hao Mei was no ordinary character. While it seemed unlikely that it was entirely a scheme, it was also incorrect to dismiss her involvement entirely. It was more plausible that she had simply taken advantage of the situation. Jiang Feng approached Hao Mei's office, knocked lightly, and then pushed the door open. In terms of hierarchy, the position of Deputy Director of the Forest Public Security was comparable to that of the heads of various departments at the Bureau. The theoretical position of the Chief of the Forest Public Security Bureau would align with that of the Deputy Director at the County Bureau, though in practice, the Chief's authority did not surpass that of the department heads. Nevertheless, in rank, they were indeed peers. Jiang Feng's situation was somewhat unique. He had already been promoted to Deputy Section Chief, which was equivalent to the Deputy Director of the County Bureau. Thus, in this context, he too held a leadership role. Director Hao, I just received a call from the Comprehensive Office, informing me that the political office requested my presence, Jiang Feng said, looking at Hao Mei. Director Jiang took a seat and remarked, We have just received a call from the political department of the Municipal Bureau requesting us to organize your materials for submission. It may pertain to the selection of outstanding individuals or the top 10 police officers. Hao Mei smiled as she spoke, though she was quite puzzled. Typically, such award materials should be proactively reported by the county bureau. If that were the case, Jiang Feng would undoubtedly be excluded, as she was aware that Director Wei held a negative view of him and intended to find a reason to reassign him to a rural area after the new year. However, the Municipal Bureau's direct call for materials was quite assertive, and although she was prepared to inquire further, the political department there was unresponsive. They insisted on the immediate submission of materials, and lacking familiarity with the Municipal Bureau, she had no means to investigate further. Thus, she complied. Based on her experience, it likely involved an honor such as being named a top 10 police officer or an outstanding individual. After all, Jiang Feng had received a third-class merit this year. And while she did not place much value on such honors, they certainly carried some weight. Having such accolades made promotion somewhat easier. Yet, in their essence, they held little significance. In the drama In the Name of the People, Chi Tongwei, the lone hero, relentlessly pursued a vicious drug trafficker, risking his life as he exchanged fire on Lone Eagle Ridge, sustaining 3 gunshot wounds. Adorned with a bright red flower, he stood at the center of the commendation ceremony, receiving the honor of a drug enforcement hero. But what was the utility of such recognition? Ultimately, it bore no real consequence. Chi Tongwei's famous adage, "Heroes are merely tools in the face of power," succinctly encapsulates the essence of the world. Thus, Hao Mei did not place much importance on honors. With Wei still in charge, Jiang Feng's prospects for advancement were bleak. Nevertheless, when notifying Jiang Feng, she employed a bit of cunning. Instead of calling him directly, she contacted the General Office of the Forest Public Security, merely requesting Jiang Feng to come over without disclosing any details. If the General Office forgot to inform Jiang Feng, that would be one matter, or if she merely asked him to come without specifying the reason, and he chose to ignore it, that would not concern her. Regardless of the outcome, she had fulfilled her duty of notification and could not be held accountable for any ensuing issues. However, she did not anticipate that her small calculation would fail, as Jiang Feng arrived directly. "Thank you, Director Hao," he said with a smile, and then, before her, called Jiang Feng, instructing her to prepare for his arrival. After arranging everything, Jiang Feng stood up and said, "Director Hao, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave as I have other matters to attend to." All right, Hao Mei responded, slightly displeased. If he was busy, why had he come to the political office? He had obtained the benefits and was eager to leave without a moment's delay. She had heard that the Forest Public Security was preparing year-end benefits for the Legal Affairs section, while her political office had received nothing. After returning to the car, Tang Lingruo asked, "Is there something going on?" "A commendable event has arisen, as the city has requested the submission of materials, which may lead to the recognition of an outstanding individual or an exemplary civil servant, perhaps even the accolade of a top 10 police officer." Chapter 82, The Hero of 3 Shots. Hao Mei paid no mind, nor did Jiang Feng. However, unbeknownst to them, Jiang Feng's dossier, once submitted to the political department of the city bureau, was promptly escalated to the provincial department. The origin of this matter traces back to a newspaper from a couple of days prior. Upon returning from a visit to relatives, Jiang Feng had prepared a written piece and accompanying photographs. Yet, due to a coal mine accident that occurred shortly thereafter, he inadvertently overlooked it. As the year drew to a close and he was organizing his articles, he realized he had neglected to publish this particular piece. Consequently, he approached the editor-in-chief, who was quite accommodating. Initially, the editor had agreed to publish it but later withdrew it due to the pressing news of the coal mine disaster. To compensate Jiang Feng, the editor granted him an entire page dedicated to his account. This entire page was devoted to the deeds of Jiang Feng, with the headline "The Hero of 3 Shots," a title designed to attract attention. Typically, news articles involve journalists interviewing the individuals involved after the fact, often resulting in a certain degree of distortion. However, this instance was unique. Jiang Feng was not only an eyewitness, but also a victim who had experienced the events firsthand. Even now, the emotional journey he underwent remains vividly etched in his memory. Thus, the article was crafted with remarkable detail and profound emotion, allowing readers to immerse themselves in the tension and excitement of the moment, facing a crisis on the brink of eruption. In that critical juncture, a young police officer clad in dark blue uniform stood resolutely before a throng of armed assailants, undaunted and unwavering. With decisive precision, he discharged 3 shots, effectively subduing the lawbreakers and fulfilling the noble mission of a people's police officer. Upon the publication of this report, the hero of 3 shots became widely recognized. The provincial newspaper's account garnered significant attention from the provincial department, prompting the deputy director to immediately initiate verification of the facts. The veracity of the article was unquestionable, as the journalist was indeed an eyewitness. With the provincial newspaper's endorsement, the authenticity of the events was beyond dispute, coinciding perfectly with the provincial department's year-end evaluations. Without hesitation, they directed their subordinates to prepare the necessary materials for submission. Although certain quotas were predetermined, in light of this article, any previously established nominations had to yield. Otherwise, the absence of the hero of 3 shots from the year-end evaluations would raise doubts regarding the integrity of the selection process. The provincial department even contemplated further escalations up the hierarchy. With such a commendable example at hand, it reflected positively on the leadership as well. As the days passed, on the 25th day of the 12th month, Hao Mei received a call from the political department of the city bureau upon starting her workday, informing her that the director of the political department and the deputy director were en route. Taken aback, Hao Mei pondered the situation briefly before hastily ascending to inform Wei Jianmin, who was equally perplexed. Accompanied by members of the party committee at home, they proceeded to the entrance to greet the visitors. As the deputy director of the municipal bureau and the director of the political department alighted from their vehicle, Wei Jianmin hurried over to extend his welcome. "Director Liang, why did you not inform me beforehand of your arrival? I would have made arrangements to receive you," he remarked, somewhat flustered. "Honestly, I had planned to come down for a brief visit anyway, and upon receiving notice from the provincial department, I decided to make the trip," Liang Han replied. Once they arrived at the conference room, Liang Han was straightforward. "The provincial office intends to recommend Jiang Feng from your bureau to the Ministry of Public Security for the selection of outstanding grassroots police officers. Furthermore, it has already been confirmed that Jiang Feng will be one of this year's outstanding defenders from the provincial office, ranked first no less. He is also among the top 10 police officers in the municipal bureau this year." A series of accolades were presented in rapid succession, leaving Wei Jianmin utterly bewildered. What exactly transpired? He had merely slept the previous night. It was not as if he had been in a 1,000-year dream. How could the world have changed so dramatically? Jiang Feng, who was merely a modestly recognized officer at the county bureau, had suddenly become both a top 10 police officer in the municipal bureau and an outstanding defender from the provincial office, with a recommendation to the Ministry of Public Security for the selection of excellent grassroots police officers. What had transpired? He had been contemplating transferring Jiang Feng to a rural post after the new year, intending to utilize the next few days to inform everyone at the year-end meeting that significant personnel changes were on the horizon. With the opportunity presented by these changes, he planned to assign Jiang Feng to the most remote police station in Nanli Township, located over 100 kilometers away from the county seat of Xia County, requiring more than 2 hours of travel by car. Moreover, the road conditions were treacherous. In winter, snow could render the journey to the county seat nearly impossible. He had intended to dispatch Jiang Feng there, ensuring he would not need to return throughout the year. What of Wang Feng, the deputy county chief? If he wished to influence the personnel at the police bureau, his objections would hold weight, and without Wang Feng's consent, who could challenge the decision to retain Jiang Feng? Yet, now this? Director Hao, it appears that you and Director Wei are quite unaware of the situation. Director Yiming of the political department of the municipal bureau remarked with a smile, glancing at Gao Mei. In an instant, Wei Jianmin's expression darkened as he directed a questioning gaze at Gao Mei. What did this imply? Was Gao Mei responsible for this turn of events? Did she not understand his stance on Jiang Feng? Gao Mei immediately grew anxious and hastily replied, "Director Yi, please do not jest. What is the matter?" "What matter? Were you not instructed to report Jiang Feng's information?" Yiming continued. "Yes, I received a call requesting the information, but they did not elaborate further. I intended to inquire about the reasons, but the caller offered no additional details." Gao Mei felt the weight of unjust blame resting upon her, as the circumstances now appeared to implicate her. "Haha, Director Gao, it seems your political acumen could use some enhancement. You must improve in this regard for future endeavors," Yiming stated directly, as he held a rank equivalent to Wei Jianmin's and, as the municipal bureau's political department director, had the authority to critique Gao Mei, who could only listen in silence. Hao Mei was on the verge of tears, as she had merely intended to convey a routine notification. Little did she know that it would lead to such significant developments. Ultimately, Yiming took it upon himself to introduce the remarkable deeds of the three-gun heroes to the assembly, presenting several newspapers that featured the news and handing them to Wei Jianmin and others. Wei Jianmin and Hao Mei quickly seized the newspapers to peruse their contents, while Zhang Libo and Qian Wenbin were equally bewildered, examining the papers in confusion. Chapter 83. What good fortune awaits me? Once they had finished reading the articles about the three-gun heroes, the group finally comprehended the meaning behind the term. Wei Jianmin held the newspaper tightly, his knuckles turning pale. He had not anticipated such an outcome. The authorities had actually acknowledged the act of firing shots, deeming it justifiable under those circumstances. Had he known this beforehand, there would have been no need to reassign Jiang Feng. For had Jiang Feng not been sent to the Forest Public Security Bureau, they would not have achieved any noteworthy accomplishments. Wang Feng would not have been able to compete with him and attain the position of deputy county chief. Everything had changed due to those 3 shots. Of course, in reality, there had been 4 shots fired. However, at this moment, no one cared to dwell on such details, as 3 shots was far more memorable. Moreover, the final shot was merely a gesture of intimidation, lacking any real significance. The article, as written, was undoubtedly more captivating. Nonetheless, despite its intrigue, Wei Jianmin found little joy in it. Even Zhang Libo wore a grim expression, as he had also disapproved of Jiang Feng's decision to fire. He had considered Jiang Feng reckless, yet now the higher-ups were planning to commend him for the very action he had once criticized. The meeting convened at the county bureau regarding Jiang Feng's gunfire incident had now become a source of ridicule. How could they, who had been so hesitant and apprehensive, question something that was now recognized by the authorities? What's wrong, Director Wei? Isn't this a good thing? Yiming inquired with a smile. Wei Jianmin forced a smile in response. Yes, I understand it's a good thing. Yet I wonder if this commotion is too grand, he stammered, wishing he could restrain the unfolding events. Some matters could be acted upon, yet words remained unuttered. Thus, Wei Jianmin chose to express himself delicately. However, Yiming did not allow him to finish and shook his head decisively. What kind of talk is that? Why would a good thing be considered too noisy? The greater the commotion, the better. After Yiming finished speaking, Liang Han did not give Wei Jianmin a chance to respond and stated directly, by the way. Is Jiang Feng present? I truly wish to meet him. Director Hao, please make the call, Wei Jianmin said reluctantly. Hao Mei, with a conflicted expression, nodded and proceeded to call Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was currently in the comprehensive office of his unit, preparing materials for the declaration of an advanced unit. Regardless of whether they would be selected, submitting the application was inconsequential. Moreover, the Forest Public Security Bureau had indeed achieved notable results the previous year. When composing such material, one must employ a degree of finesse. For instance, when discussing the area of deforested land, stating 2 hectares may not resonate with the audience. Instead, converting this to mu, over 30 mu, would undoubtedly convey a more relatable magnitude. Furthermore, if such expressions still feel insufficient, one might opt for a different approach, articulating the sheer vastness of the area in a manner that evokes astonishment. At that moment, Jiang Feng was imparting his insights when his phone vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at the screen and turned to Jiang Feng, saying, "Please continue your writing. Once you have completed it, bring it to me, and I will provide my edits." Exiting the comprehensive office, Jiang Feng answered the call with a smile. Director Hao, what delightful news do you bring today? Previously, Hao Mei had contacted him regarding materials for an application for municipal honors. He wondered what this latest matter entailed. While he jested, he was unprepared for the somewhat bittersweet tone that echoed from the other end. Indeed, Director Jiang, you are quite perceptive. It is indeed good news. Please come to the county bureau at your earliest convenience. Deputy Director Liang Han from the Municipal Bureau and Director Yu Ming from the Political Department are currently in the county office and wish to meet with you. Jiang Feng, perplexed, responded, Director Hao, I am unfamiliar with Deputy Director Liang or Director Yi. What could these high-ranking officials possibly want with me? It's good news. You should hurry over. You'll understand once you arrive, Hao Mei concluded before hanging up. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Liang Han and Yi Ming were gathering information about Jiang Feng. Although Wei Jianmin was reluctant to divulge details about Jiang Feng, the situation had escalated to a point where silence was no longer an option. With a steely resolve, he relayed what he could, and upon learning that Jiang Feng had been awarded a third-class merit, Liang Han and Yi Ming's excitement intensified. Such a talent, capable of solving cases and decisively handling situations, was indeed rare. Remarkable. I had no idea your county bureau possessed such talent, Liang Han remarked with enthusiasm. Before their discussion could conclude, Jiang Feng arrived at the county bureau. Although the municipal leaders had temporarily rejected him, it was customary to arrive a tad late. However, prolonged waiting could diminish their goodwill. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Feng sprinted upstairs, his physical stamina evident, though he deliberately feigned breathlessness to convey sincerity. Hao Mei had been waiting outside the office and was somewhat astonished by Jiang Feng's prompt arrival. Quickly, follow me. Director Liang is waiting, she urged. Jiang Feng nodded. And as Hao Mei pushed the door open, he paused momentarily at the threshold, calling out, report. Hao Mei's expression shifted slightly, realizing that his little ploy was rather clever. Yet, it proved effective. Liang Han welcomed Jiang Feng inside, who entered still panting, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead from the brisk winter air, clearly having rushed over. Upon entering, Jiang Feng subtly adjusted his police uniform before standing at attention to salute. Good day, Director Liang, Director Wei, Director Yi, he greeted. Turning slightly to acknowledge everyone present, Liang Han's smile widened, his gaze toward Jiang Feng filled with satisfaction. This spirited young man, capable of solving cases and decisively handling emergencies, was truly commendable. Who wouldn't appreciate such qualities? However, Wei Jianmin's expression soured. Jiang Feng had always been at odds with him, showing little respect. In the realm of forest police, Jiang Feng had caused quite a stir. Now, he was putting on a fade, saluting and greeting as if nothing had happened. Ah, splendid. Your energy is commendable, truly a three-gun hero, Liang Han jested. Yet, Jiang Feng appeared bewildered, asking what? What is a three-gun hero? I apologize, Director Liang. I don't quite understand. Chapter 84, you're in not quite understanding, are you? Haha, no worries, take a look at this newspaper, and it will clarify everything, said Yiming. Handing over a newspaper, Jiang Feng took it and began to read. However, upon finishing, he did not feel particularly elated. Instead, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Whether or not the article existed mattered little to him. It was merely a decorative addition, but what brought him solace was the affirmation that he had acted correctly. He had indeed saved an innocent passerby. Ultimately, preserving a life was paramount. As for the title of three-gun hero, Jiang Feng was rather indifferent. Comrade Jiang Feng, why do you not seem excited? The title of three-gun hero has even circulated within the provincial department. I heard that Deputy Director Feng personally mentioned it at a meeting. Liang Han inquired. Jiang Feng shook his head, responding, Director Liang, the title of three-gun hero is somewhat exaggerated. Reading this article, I only feel gratified that I saved an innocent bystander. That alone satisfies me. The 3 shots were merely a fulfillment of the duties and responsibilities of a people's police officer. As for being called a hero, it is truly an overstatement. One I cannot bear. Moreover, any achievements I have gained are under the leadership of Director Wei and the county bureau officials. Jiang Feng's words were a blend of sincerity and flattery, a mixture of truth and embellishment, coupled with a heartfelt performance that left Liang Han thoroughly impressed. Their meeting surpassed mere reputation. Before Jiang Feng departed, Liang Han even inquired if he would be willing to transfer to the city bureau. However, Jiang Feng politely declined. He was content in the county bureau. Despite the pressure from Wei Jianmin, he had established a rapport with Wang Feng, having gone through experiences together. Such connections were far more reliable than mere admiration. Initially, Wei Jianmin had appreciated him. But after Jiang Feng caused even a slight inconvenience, what Wei Jianmin deemed troublesome, he had been unceremoniously relegated to the forest police. Upon arriving at the municipal bureau, everything commenced anew. After departing from the county office, Jiang Feng sat in the car, his face illuminated with excitement. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Although it is often said that heroes become mere instruments in the face of authority, one can still adeptly wield such a tool for personal advantage. With this achievement in hand, one's ascent within the public security system becomes a matter of credentials. However, this accolade comes with its drawbacks. It may lead others to form a fixed perception of him, believing he ought to confine his career within the law enforcement sector. Such a notion could significantly hinder his progress, particularly if he aspires to transition to other departments where preconceived notions might impede his advancement. Nonetheless, at this juncture, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. These honors, while not awarded for meritorious service, were rather the result of a selection process, devoid of any formal ceremony. Consequently, 2 certificates were swiftly issued, one for being among the top 10 police officers and the other for outstanding service, accompanied by a small badge. Recently, the county television station even conducted an interview with Jiang Feng, which was an unexpected delight. However, upon viewing the broadcast, he noted it lasted merely 30 seconds. Before returning home, Jiang Feng made a visit to Wang Feng's residence for a preliminary New Year's greeting. "Xiao Jiang has arrived. Please have a seat." Wang Feng welcomed him. Recently, Wang Feng exuded a heightened authority, his gestures imbued with gravitas. "Wang County, as the new year approaches, I have come to extend my early greetings," Jiang Feng remarked. "Thank you, and I wish you a happy new year in advance as well, Xiao Jiang. I recall your family resides out of town. Will you be returning home for the holidays?" "Yes, Wang County. I plan to return home to visit my parents and enjoy a family reunion." "Indeed. It is essential to cherish such moments of togetherness. Working away from home is challenging. If circumstances allow, consider bringing your parents over sooner," Wang Feng advised. "Thank you for your concern, Wang County. By the way, I've heard you've acquired a new nickname, Three-Gun Hero. What is the story behind that?" Wang Feng inquired with a smile. Jiang Feng recounted the events leading to the moniker, and Wang Feng listened with keen interest. "Well, it seems you have gained some notoriety. This will certainly ease your path within the public security system," Wang Feng commented thoughtfully. "There may be some changes after the new year, and when you return, I will introduce you to Secretary Zhang." At this, Jiang Feng felt a flicker of anticipation and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Wang County. Currently, it is a time for recruitment. You possess both the capability and the credentials. At times, you should be bold in your pursuits," Wang Feng encouraged. Jiang Feng responded promptly, "Thank you, Wang County. I shall diligently follow your lead. Wherever you direct, I will follow. Wang County, I am still unfamiliar with this place, both in work and life, and I have always relied on your guidance. I am deeply grateful for your support." Wang Feng nodded, satisfied with Jiang Feng's loyalty. After a brief while, upon hearing a knock at the door, Jiang Feng graciously took his leave. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Feng bid farewell to Tang Lingruo, who was returning to the provincial capital for the new year. At the bus station, the two lingered in a heartfelt embrace, reluctant to part, until Tang Lingruo finally turned to enter the station. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, after attending to matters at his workplace, Jiang Feng prepared to return home for the new year. Before his departure, he earnestly reminded Ma Tianyu to promptly contact him should any issues arise at the office. "Rest assured, Director Jiang, I will call you at once if anything comes up," Ma Tianyu replied. He drove Jiang Feng to the station, and after several hours of travel, they arrived in the provincial capital. In the depths of winter, as the new year approached, the streets bustled with hurried passers-by. Once aboard the train, the atmosphere transformed. Each face radiated the joy of returning home. Every wandering soul longed for the reunion, carrying heavy bags and, in some cases, sitting in the aisles due to a lack of tickets. The train car echoed with diverse accents and mingled aromas, as those who had toiled throughout the year eagerly anticipated their return. The green train car rattled along the tracks, heading towards the destination called home. After a day and a night of travel, Jiang Feng disembarked at his doorstep. By then, it was the evening of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, and darkness had fallen. However, at the entrance, his father still stood with a flashlight, illuminating the path home. "Dad," Jiang Feng called out, instinctively quickening his pace. "I'm back." Jiang Dashan was not one for many words, but the beam of his flashlight guided Jiang Feng's steps. "Are you tired from the journey?" Jiang Dashan inquired. "Not too bad," Jiang Feng replied. "How has work been lately?" "Quite well," he answered, pausing before asking, "Dad, how are you and Mom doing these days?" "We're doing fine, but your mother often mentions you." "How long can you stay this time?" Jiang Dashan asked. Initially, Jiang Feng intended to stay for a week, returning to work on the 7th day of the new year. Yet, his father's question left him momentarily speechless. Though his father spoke of his mother as concerned, Jiang Feng understood that it was his father who longed for his presence. "Perhaps a fortnight. There is not much happening at the office during the new year. I'll call the bureau to request leave and aim to leave after the Lantern Festival," Jiang Feng suggested. A smile spread across Jiang Dashan's face. "Good. Then stay a few extra days." The father and son exchanged no further words, yet their steps became noticeably lighter as they approached home. Hearing the door open, his mother, Wang Guizhi, who had been peering through the window, rushed out to greet them. "Our son is back. Let me take your luggage. It seems heavy," she said, assessing Jiang Feng as she relieved him of his burdens. At work, Jiang Feng held a deputy position, commanding respect and authority as Deputy Director Jiang. To outsiders, he was a hero of 3 guns, a trusted confidant of County Chief Wang. Yet, at home, he remained the cherished child in his parents' eyes. Out of concern for the dark alley, his father always greeted him with a flashlight, while his mother worried that the weight of his luggage might be too much for him. "Son, you've lost weight while you were away," she remarked. Upon entering the house, Wang Guizhi set down her luggage and spoke, her words encapsulating the essence of longing. A table laden with dishes revealed the effort expended by her parents. And at the dining table, Jiang Dashan poured wine for Jiang Feng as the family engaged in light-hearted discussions about daily matters. The following day marked New Year's Eve. And in the morning, Jiang Feng accompanied his parents on a leisurely stroll, procuring a few festive goods. The atmosphere in the small county was undeniably vibrant with the spirit of the new year. A long street bustled with vendors selling couplets and steaming pastries, while strings of firecrackers were hung up, allowing one to truly immerse in the rich festivities. In the afternoon, Jiang Feng's uncle and his family arrived. Among Jiang Dashan's siblings, there were three, a modest number for that era. Jiang Dashan, the second child, had an elder sister, Jiang Mei, and a younger brother, Jiang Dali. In Jiang Feng's generation, his eldest aunt had 2 children, both of whom were already married and significantly older than him. His uncle, Jiang Dali, had married early and had a son who was also older than Jiang Feng, making him the youngest among his peers. Uncle, aunt, Jiang Feng greeted them. "Xiao Feng, when did you return? Was the road congested?" Jiang Dali inquired with a smile. Previously, Jiang Dali had worked at a beverage factory in the county. But after the factories declined, he opened a grain and oil shop, becoming the most prosperous among the 3 families. However, this prosperity was modest. It merely allowed for a slightly larger red envelope during the New Year celebrations or to bring higher quality gifts when visiting. Each family had its own way of life. "Please, uncle, take a seat," Jiang Feng offered as he prepared tea for the guests and engaged in conversation. "By the way, Xiao Feng, I heard from your father that you've become a leader over there. Is it true you're the deputy director?" Jiang Dali asked. "Indeed, it is true," Jiang Feng replied, choosing not to elaborate on the distinction between a deputy director and a deputy section chief. Simply holding the title of deputy director was already a significant achievement in the Jiang family, as Jiang Feng was the first to secure a stable government job, colloquially known as eating from the public S-plate. Furthermore, he had assumed a leadership role. Jiang Dali's son, Jiang Lin, who was assisting in his father's shop, looked upon Jiang Feng with a hint of envy. However, the dynamics shifted during the meal, as Jiang Lin was set to become engaged during the new year on the 8th day of the lunar month. The prospect of settling down had always been a cherished concern for the elders, and as this topic arose, Jiang Dashan and Wang Guizhi frequently cast glances at Jiang Feng. Though Jiang Feng had faced the gaze of dozens during meetings at work and had been interviewed on camera without a trace of anxiety, he felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of his parents' eyes. Finally, he broke the silence, saying, "Mom, Dad, I have also found a girlfriend." "You have a girlfriend? What is her name? How old is she? What does she do?" Wang Guizhi exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise and eagerness. "Her name is Tang Lingruo. She is my university classmate and currently works at our inspection office." Jiang Feng initially hesitated to speak, fully aware of his parents' hopes for him to settle down quickly. Yet, he believed that youth should be seized, and he wished to strive for another 2 years before contemplating marriage. He knew that once he confided in his parents, he would inevitably face their incessant nagging about marriage. However, upon witnessing the earnestness in their eyes, Jiang Feng could not restrain himself and spoke up. After enduring a round of inquiries from everyone, they finally relented. Jiang Dali handed Jiang Feng a cigarette, saying, "Xiao Feng, you've done well for yourself, climbing the ranks in the Public Security Bureau, and your girlfriend is from the Procuratorate. This couple is impressive. Our family will rely on you in the future." Jiang Feng chuckled helplessly. "Uncle, you flatter me." The families gathered for the New Year's Eve dinner, a cherished tradition, as they watched the Spring Festival Gala together. They savored the meal while reminiscing about the year's hardships and achievements, their faces illuminated with smiles. As the evening wore on, Jiang Dali, having imbibed a bit too much, clutched Jiang Feng's arm. "Xiao Feng, you must attend your brother Jiang Lin's engagement banquet on the 8th day. You are the only one in our family working within the system, and a small leader at that. You must come to uphold our family's honor." Jiang Feng, bemused yet compliant, nodded in agreement. Although he was not a significant leader, his position in the system, especially in a small northern county, held considerable prestige. While the pursuit of government jobs in Xijin province was not as fervent as in the bustling Qilu province, it was still held in high regard, especially in smaller towns where employment was predominantly categorized as either within or outside the system. Chapter 86. New Year around 9 o'clock. Jiang Feng's phone chimed incessantly with New Year greetings from colleagues. It dawned on him that he had yet to extend his wishes to his superiors. He ventured into the kitchen, dialed the first number, Wang Feng's, only to connect after 3 attempts, hastily conveying his New Year wishes before quickly hanging up as another call from Wang Feng came through. Next, he reached out to Dong Chong and Qian Wenbin, among others. Of course, he also received calls from well-wishers like Qin Kai, Ma Tanyu, Zhou Jijun, and Zhang Sangwen. In the living room, Jiang Dashan and others engaged in conversation. Glancing through the glass door to see Jiang Feng continuously making and receiving calls in the kitchen, Jiang Dali observed this scene with a sense of nostalgia. Reflecting on the nature of working within the system, although he made a decent profit from running his shop, he recognized that his social standing could not compare. When Jiang Feng returned from the kitchen, Jiang Dali presented him with a red envelope. "Uncle, what is this for? I am no longer a child. I don't need New Year's money." "Nonsense. As long as you remain unmarried, you are still a child. Take it," Jiang Dali insisted resolutely. Jiang Feng wanted to protest further, but Jiang Dali added, "This isn't considered a bribe. Your second uncle understands these matters. Just accept it." With the conversation reaching this point, Jiang Feng had no choice but to accept the envelope. In the kitchen, Jiang Feng made a phone call to Tang Lingruo, but it was evident that there were many people on her end, and their conversation was brief before they hung up. Outside the window, vibrant fireworks ascended into the night sky, and the sound of firecrackers persisted relentlessly, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. With the striking of the midnight bell, the new year officially commenced. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Feng slept soundly until nearly 11 in the morning, experiencing such restful slumber for the first time since his rebirth. In the living room, there was a note left by his parents, indicating they had gone to his uncle's house and urging Jiang Feng to join them for a meal. After tidying himself up, he made his way to his uncle's home, where his Aunt Jiang Mei and her husband had also gathered. The family was engaged in discussions regarding the engagement ceremony of Jiang Lin on the 8th day of the new year. It goes without saying that Jiang Feng had little to contribute, and even the groom-to-be, Jiang Lin, was merely a listener in the conversation. Time at home always seems to pass swiftly, especially during the Lunar New Year. When visiting relatives and friends feels like an endeavor to share a year's worth of conversation within a few days, to consume a year's worth of spirits in mere moments, and to express all joys and farewells in a short span. Meanwhile, while Jiang Feng celebrated the new year at home, Wang Feng, far away in northeast Xia County, drove to Zhang Wentao's residence. After the usual pleasantries, the two began discussing work. Although they were still in the holiday period, at a certain level, work intertwines with life. And life is essentially work. Following the holiday, significant personnel changes were anticipated, particularly on the second day back to work, involving various departments such as the Urban Construction Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, and the Letters and Calls Bureau, along with adjustments to several township heads and secretaries. Among these, the Township Party Secretary of Qingguan was the most critical position to secure. Other key roles included those within the Finance Bureau and the Public Security Bureau. The Finance Bureau, being responsible for monetary matters, was particularly crucial, as a lack of funds would constrain any ambitions. However, finance typically falls under the purview of the government, and the county mayor, Gao, would certainly not overlook this matter, making the competition somewhat challenging. The Public Security Bureau also holds significant importance as an enforcement agency, having the most interaction with the populace and wielding considerable power. Nevertheless, the county police chief, Wei Jianmin, was aligned with Mayor Gao. Zhang Wentao and Wang Feng deliberated that becoming the county party secretary is not merely a matter of appointment. One cannot wield authority simply by holding the title of secretary. Undoubtedly, the county party secretary is the foremost leader in the county, yet if subordinates do not heed your directives, the title holds little weight. There are numerous instances where a dominant county mayor has the final say. For example, in the Name of the People, Tian Guofu remarked that according to comrades in Handong, Li Dakong was exceedingly authoritative, asserting his dominance both as county mayor and secretary. This authority is not merely conferred by appointment, but is a stature built through established respect. Zhang Wentao, being an outsider, found it challenging to compete with Mayor Gao, who was a local figure with years of experience in Xia County, along with a network of connections that Zhang Wentao could not rival. Zhang Wentao aspired to be a true leader, necessitating the support of his own subordinates. In simpler terms, without loyal followers backing you, what authority does one truly hold? Secretary Zhang, you may issue your directives directly. I shall unequivocally support your instructions, Wang Feng declared, having just assumed the role of deputy county mayor. He felt somewhat sidelined amid such significant personnel changes. Nevertheless, he could certainly recommend a few candidates to Zhang Wentao. By the way, do you have any suitable individuals in mind for the county police department? Anyone you are familiar with? Zhang Wentao pondered, realizing he had no acquaintances within the police force. I am quite familiar with Jiang Feng from the forest police. I was actually considering introducing him to you after the new year. He possesses commendable abilities, Wang Feng remarked. Jiang Feng from the forest police? I believe I have encountered him once, Zhang Wentao recalled. Yes, Secretary Zhang, you met him at the Londing restaurant in the suburban area. Wang Feng clarified. Zhang Wentao nodded. In that case, please provide me with a detailed introduction regarding Jiang Feng. Wang Feng summarized Jiang Feng's background, to which Zhang Wentao responded. I see, he is somewhat inexperienced. We can discuss this further at another time. As a young man who had only been in the workforce for 2 years, Zhang Wentao harbored reservations about utilizing him. Wang Feng sighed inwardly. Having spent considerable time with Jiang Feng, he was well aware of the young man's capabilities. However, Zhang Wentao's lack of personal interaction with Jiang Feng meant he could only glean limited insights from Wang Feng's descriptions. It was indeed unfortunate for Jiang Feng. Had he accumulated a few more years of experience, around 5, for instance, this would have been an excellent opportunity, potentially propelling him further in his career. Regrettably, he had missed this chance, and finding another opportunity would prove challenging. At that moment, Jiang Feng remained blissfully unaware at home, oblivious to the opportunity he had let slip by. As the 7th day of the new year approached, he was busy preparing for his older brother's engagement banquet. The event was scheduled to take place at a relatively upscale restaurant in the county seat, with around 20 relatives from both families, perfectly accommodating within a spacious private room. His uncle, Jiang Dali, had already emphasized the importance of his presence at the event as a significant figure in the Jiang family, tasked with supporting the groom's side. Chapter 87. The Standing Committee Meeting, Part 1. On the 8th day of the new year, in the meeting room on the 6th floor of the county government compound, it was essential to clarify that this was not merely the county government compound, but also housed the county party committee. However, for the general populace, their interactions were predominantly with county government officials, and the operational departments fell under the jurisdiction of the county government. Thus, it was customary for everyone to refer to it as the county government compound. In reality, this building served as the joint office for both the county party committee and the county government, with the party committee often taking precedence. Before 8 o'clock, personnel from both the county party committee and the county government were already bustling about in the meeting room. A meeting of the standing committee for the first time in 2004 was scheduled for 9 o'clock. Although it was not an expanded meeting of the standing committee, it was a tradition to address significant matters in smaller gatherings and minor issues in larger assemblies. If the county committee were to convene an expanded meeting, it would likely yield little in the way of significant discussion. Although the county committee has established its own set of protocols, the seating arrangements often shift with the inclusion of new members. What appears to be a simple conference table is, in fact, governed by strict regulations regarding the placement of nameplates and the seating of individuals. Any misplacement could lead to considerable issues. This particular meeting is further complicated by the presence of a new participant, Wang Feng. Though Wang Feng has recently been appointed as the deputy county head and is not typically a member of the standing committee, he has been granted this position due to support from Zhang Wentao within the city. While Wang Feng may not possess the least authority among the standing committee members, his ranking is typically determined by the order of joining the committee, with the exception of the county party secretary, the county head, and the deputy secretary. As time passed, it was 8:50 a.m., just 10 minutes before the standing committee meeting was to commence, and several attendees had already arrived in the conference room. The first to arrive was the Minister of the Armed Forces, followed by the Secretary of the Disciplinary Committee and the Minister of the Organizational Department. With only a minute remaining until the meeting's commencement, County Head Gao Weibang entered, accompanied by a secretary who carried teacups and documents. Upon his entrance, many in the room rose to acknowledge him. Gao Weibang, nearing 50, bore the marks of a challenging youth, giving him a somewhat aged appearance. However, his commanding presence exuded authority, and after a brief wave to the assembly, he took his seat. The last to arrive was Zhang Wentao. While attendees also stood to greet him, his presence lacked the formidable aura that Gao Weibang commanded. At just 40, Zhang Wentao appeared well-preserved, donning gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of sophistication albeit with a slightly diminished gravitas compared to Gao Weibang. With all present, the meeting officially commenced. Beginning with the work arrangements for the new year, which were merely recitations of prepared speeches crafted by the office. Naturally, there was also an emphasis on assimilating the directives from higher authorities and various leadership instructions. However, all were acutely aware that the true substance of the meeting lay ahead, specifically in the personnel adjustments outlined in the agenda. Once the preliminary topics were addressed, the organizational minister cleared his throat and slowly began to speak. Secretary, county head, and esteemed committee members, a snake cannot move without a head, and a bird cannot fly without wings. As we embark on this new year, several departmental leadership positions within our county remain vacant. In accordance with Secretary Zhang's directives, our organizational department has conducted assessments for suitable candidates, identifying several individuals for each position. As Minister Chao Zhida spoke, he distributed documents to all present, and the room was filled with solemn expressions as they reviewed the list. Jiang Wentao assumed his position in the middle of last year. Several vacancies had been arranged prior, with the previous secretary's term already seeing the organization department conduct assessments, pending only the approval of the standing committee for appointments. However, with the unexpected transfer of the former secretary, these positions remained unfilled. Upon Zhang's ascendance, his unfamiliarity with the county's circumstances implied he would not endorse the previous secretary's list for promotions, thus affecting numerous roles. The foremost position in question is that of the secretary of the Town Party Committee for Qingguan Township. This township, adjacent to the county seat and endowed with coal mines, has experienced considerable development. Its hospital has gained a reputation that surpasses that of the county hospital, making it the primary choice for many seeking medical care. Furthermore, the township is currently involved in land acquisition and relocation for a county enterprise, rendering this position of paramount importance. Next in significance is the role of Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau, often regarded as the county's financial lifeline. The adage that money makes the world go round holds true here. Without financial resources, no initiatives can succeed. Although merely a deputy director, this role bears substantial weight. Following this is the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, a position that became vacant after the former deputy was reassigned to lead a municipal security team. Additionally, the Director of the Urban Construction Bureau is on the list, along with the Deputy Director of the Petition Office, which ranks lowest in prestige and authority, as the work there is not particularly desirable. The list of candidates submitted has been reviewed by Jiang Wentao. Without his endorsement, it would never reach the committee. This exemplifies the inherent authority of the leader. Jiang is well aware of potential candidates and has clear objectives. The Secretary of Qingguan Township is a critical position he must secure. Once acquired, he could afford to relinquish other roles, even leaving some unfilled to accommodate Gao Weibang's arrangements. For instance, all proposed candidates from the county's Public Security Bureau are aligned with County Chief Gao. Jiang has put forth his own recommendations for the Finance Bureau, yet he is willing to compromise on the Deputy Director position there if necessary. He also has a candidate for the Petition Office. Ideally, Jiang wishes to secure both the Secretary of Qingguan Township and the Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau for himself, while offering the deputy positions in the Public Security Bureau and the Petition Office to Gao Weibang, with urban construction being a secondary consideration. Should he lack suitable candidates for the Public Security Bureau, the Deputy Director of the Petition Office holds little significance, serving merely as a consolation for Gao Weibang. Alternatively, if he cannot attain the Deputy Director role in the Finance Bureau, he will strive for the positions in urban construction and the Petition Office, achieving his ambitions by securing the Secretary of Qingguan Township alongside either of the latter roles. The most unfortunate scenario is the third one, where one can only secure the position of the Secretary of the Qingguan Township Party Committee. However, this position can, to some extent, pave the way for progress. Chapter 88, The Standing Committee, Part 2, Strive for 1, Preserve 2, and Safeguard 3. This was Jiang Wentao's objective for the day. As his gaze swept over the individuals gathered in the conference room, among them were County Chief Gao Weibang, Deputy County Party Secretary and Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Lei Jun, Executive Deputy County Chief Qi Haiyang, Organization Minister Chao Zhida, Standing Committee Deputy County Chief Wang Feng, Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Wang Gang, Publicity Department Minister Qian Kongwen, and finally, Armed Forces Department Minister Li Bo. These 8 individuals, along with himself, formed the 9-member Standing Committee of Zaya County, which decided all matters, big and small, within the county. Among these individuals, Wang Feng was undoubtedly an ally, having just been promoted. And Publicity Minister Qian Kongwen was also on his side. Organization Minister Chao Zhida, who shared a close rapport with him, was part of the county's departments and had expressed his support. With these 4 votes, they were already close to a majority. The key issue was that the Discipline Inspection Secretary, although aligned with the county committee, was following Gao Weibang, which was quite infuriating. However, knowing that Wang Feng from the county government was also supporting him eased Zhang Wentao's mind considerably. With 4 votes secured, he only needed 1 more supporter to achieve a majority, allowing him, as the head of the county committee, to make the final decisions. Zhang Wentao felt quite confident that he could realize his intentions. Minister Chao, please introduce the qualifications of these candidates for the various positions, Zhang Wentao said. Chao Zhida nodded and began to detail the situations of each individual. In such a small county, everyone was already somewhat familiar with these personnel and their backgrounds. Even the connections behind them were well known. Chao Zhida's reiteration was merely a procedural formality, serving to prompt the attendees to reconsider their support. Of course, during this introduction, Chao Zhida would also convey the organization department's intentions. Once several individuals had been introduced, Zhang Wentao inquired, "What are everyone's thoughts? Please share." Secretary Zhang, the position of the Finance Bureau is critical. In the upcoming year, there will be many areas requiring funding. I suggest we prioritize the Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau and finalize that candidate first, Gao Weibang interjected. Zhang Wentao nodded in agreement. As there were only 4 candidates to decide upon today, and all would certainly be confirmed. Whether they addressed the Finance Bureau or the Secretary of the Qingyuan Township Party Committee first was inconsequential. Secretary Zhang, I believe that Wang Xiaoan, the director of the Finance Bureau's office, is an excellent choice. He is an experienced colleague, outstanding in his work capabilities, and has consistently demonstrated diligence in his role. The executive deputy county chief spoke first. Zhang Wentao recognized this as the onset of an offensive. Executive Deputy County Chief Qi Haiyang was aligned with Gao Weibang. As anticipated, following Qi Haiyang's remarks, the Discipline Inspection Secretary Wang Gang also voiced his support for Wang Xiaojun, with Gao Weibang promptly echoing this endorsement in a clear and unequivocal manner. This marked Zhang Wentao's first encounter with Gao Weibang's formidable approach during the Standing Committee meeting, an unrelenting barrage of support devoid of any pretentious restraint or circumlocutory expressions, creating an impression that the matter had already reached a foregone conclusion. However, the Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau was not Zhang Wentao's primary concern. Since Gao Weibang was so keen on this position, Zhang resolved to concede it to him. Next on the agenda was the selection for the Deputy Director of the Urban Construction Bureau. With Gao Weibang having secured one position, Zhang Wentao would certainly not relinquish this one. He exchanged a glance with the Organization Minister, Chao Zhida, who promptly voiced his unequivocal support for Zhang Wentao's candidate. Following suit, Qian Kongwen from the Propaganda Department also expressed his backing. Zhang Wentao then turned his attention to Gao Weibang, eager to see how he would react. Should he attempt to seize this opportunity once more, Zhang would not hold back. Surprisingly, however, Gao Weibang did not contest the position but instead recommended a candidate proposed by the county's Deputy Secretary and Political and Legal Committee Secretary, Lei Jun. When it came to recommendations from the Organization Department, consultations with several leaders were customary, and Lei Jun's candidate was among them. In truth, Zhang Wentao was not particularly invested in the urban construction position. However, it was imperative that this matter not be initiated by Gao Weibang. Gao Weibang's support for Lei Jun, the third-ranking figure in the county, piqued Zhang Wentao's suspicion. After all, Gao Weibang had been supportive of Zhang's work upon his arrival in the county. And the only minor disagreement had arisen when Wei Zhuanmin and Wang Feng recommended candidates for the deputy county head, an issue not significant enough to create a rift between them. Yet, it appeared that complications might arise on Lei Jun's end regarding this critical matter. At this juncture, Zhang Wentao found himself in a predicament. If Gao Weibang endorsed Lei Jun's candidate, his own dissent would only serve to push Lei Jun further into Gao Weibang's camp. Cunning old fox, Zhang cursed inwardly. Losing a deputy director position was inconsequential compared to the potential loss of Lei Jun's support. Consequently, Zhang altered his strategy, opting not to compete for this role and agreeing to Lei Jun's candidate instead. The third position was that of the secretary of the Qingyuan Township Party Committee. This time, Zhang Wentao was not inclined to be modest. He asserted his stance directly. Following him, Chao Zhida, Qian Kongwen, and Wang Feng expressed their support. However, to Zhang's surprise, Gao Weibang still sought to push for his own candidate. With 5 positions on the agenda, 2 had been discussed thus far, and Zhang Wentao found himself empty-handed, which stirred a sense of frustration within him. Thus, he proposed a show of hands for a vote. Those in favor of Comrade Zhu Jun assuming the position of Secretary of the Qingguan Township Party Committee, please raise your hands. As he spoke, Zhang raised his hand. Wang Feng, Chao Zhida, and Qian Kongwen followed suit, bringing the count to 4 votes. With just 1 more vote needed for a majority, the matter seemed poised for resolution. However, unexpectedly, nobody raised their hand in the conference room for quite some time. All right, for votes. Those who agree to appoint Zhang Zhigua as the party secretary of Qingguan Township, please raise your hands, Zhang Wentao said with a somewhat somber expression. Gao Weibang, Wang Gang, and Qi Haiyang slowly raised their hands, followed by Lei Jun, who, under Zhang Wentao's watchful gaze, also raised his hand. Zhang Wentao's eyes narrowed. The worst-case scenario had materialized. Lei Jun and Gao Weibang had allied. The collaboration between the county magistrate and the deputy secretary was akin to the second and third highest officials in the county joining forces, catching him completely off guard. Just moments ago, while at the position of deputy director of the Urban Construction Bureau, he had sensed something amiss. Yet he had not anticipated that these 2 would indeed join forces. It remained unclear whether this alliance was a one-time occurrence or if it would persist in the future. Chapter 89. Fruitless Endeavors. Zhang Wentao's mood was heavy. The alliance of the county magistrate and the deputy secretary exerted considerable pressure on him. Contemplating this, he prepared to propose the suspension of the topic, as the county party secretary possessed veto power. Of course, this veto should not be misused. Overuse would diminish its authority. However, there was no need for concern at the moment. With 4 votes supporting Zhu Jun and 4 votes backing Zhang Zhigua, neither side had achieved a majority. Thus he could simply shelve the matter. He could always clarify things later and reconvene. Just as Zhang Wentao was about to speak, he noticed the previously silent minister of the armed forces, Li Bo, slowly raising his hand. The words Zhang Wentao had prepared faltered on his lips as his gaze fixed intently on Li Bo. Although the minister of the armed forces was also a member of the county committee, this department typically refrained from intervening in county affairs. Generally, if a resolution was formed during a committee meeting, he would raise his hand in agreement, ensuring unanimous approval. In all other circumstances, he would abstain. Yet this time, he had expressed support for Gao Weibang. Zhang Wentao's stare remained locked on Li Bo, who, however, refused to meet his gaze. Li Bo was reluctant, but his son had recently been caught gambling. Such matters could escalate significantly, and if the county police department chose to exploit the situation, he would be unable to withstand the repercussions. Engaging in a casual game of mahjong during the new year was acceptable, but gathering for gambling during the holiday could easily lead to severe consequences, as handling such situations was quite flexible. Left with no choice, he had sought the assistance of the political and legal committee secretary, Lei Jun, who had urged him to show support in today's meeting. Well, now the minority shall submit to the majority. The resolution for Zhang Zhigua to assume the role of party secretary of Qingguan Township has passed. Zhang Wentao gritted his teeth as he spoke. He was acutely aware that he had suffered a crushing defeat today, but he could not afford to lose face. Even if it meant breaking his back teeth, he had to accept it. Now, Secretary Zhang, shall we move on to the selection of the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau? Gao Weibang said with a smile, his old face bearing an expression of delight. With both the Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau and the Party Secretary of Qingguan Township secured, it was only natural that he would also obtain the position of Executive Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. One can only blame Zhang Wentao for his excessive confidence. In the selection of candidates for the position of Executive Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, he astonishingly failed to arrange for a candidate of his own. Had he done so, the ultimate appointment of the Public Security Director would have remained uncertain. If today, Zhang Wentao were to leave the standing committee meeting empty-handed, it would not merely signify the loss of a few positions for him, but would also serve to clarify to all involved who truly holds power in the county and whom they should align themselves with. This would significantly undermine Zhang Wentao's authority. Should such standing committee meetings occur 2 or 3 times, his grip on the county's affairs would become entirely unmanageable. The power of the county party secretary lies in convening the standing committee meetings. However, if the secretary is too timid to even call a meeting, what kind of secretary is he? Gao Weibang wore a faint smile, internally relishing the situation. Having served as county mayor for many years without receiving a promotion, And with a newly appointed secretary above him, he knew that at his age, if he did not ascend within the next few years, he would inevitably have to step back into a secondary role, a prospect he was keen to avoid. All right, let us discuss Zhang Wentao, he began, when suddenly, there was a knock at the meeting room door. Zhang Wentao's secretary entered. Secretary, there is an important phone call. During a standard standing committee meeting, it is customary to silence mobile phones. In such a serious setting, if one person receives a call, soon everyone would be distracted. However, the few standing committee members present, who oversee the county's operations, tend to hand their phones to the secretary to avoid interrupting significant matters. Yet, as the county party secretary, Zhang Wentao enjoyed certain privileges, allowing his secretary to summon him for urgent matters. Please hold on a moment, Zhang Wentao said as he stepped outside. 2 minutes later, he returned to the meeting room. I just received a call from the city. The leaders from the Provincial Development and Reform Commission are conducting research in the city today and will likely visit several counties tomorrow. Therefore, this standing committee meeting will conclude here. I urge everyone to consider how we shall receive the provincial leaders during their inspection. Zhang Wentao intended to seize this opportunity to postpone the personnel matters on the agenda. Otherwise, the meeting could devolve into chaos. Secretary, while hosting the provincial leaders is indeed crucial, the personnel adjustments are also vital to the county's development this year. It appears we only have the positions of Executive Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau and Deputy Director of the Letters and Visits Bureau remaining. It shouldn't take too long. Perhaps we could finalize those before assigning tasks for receiving the leaders. Gao Weibang pressed assertively. Zhang Wentao shook his head. Mayor Gao, we must prioritize the leaders' inspection. If any issues arise, the repercussions will certainly fall upon us both. Without allowing Gao Weibang to respond, Zhang Wentao continued. Let us do this. The provincial leaders' visit will only span 2 or 3 days. We shall schedule the next standing committee meeting for 3 days hence, at which point all positions will be adjusted and the appointments of the 3 individuals approved today will be announced together. Zhang Wentao was acutely aware that Gao Weibang would not grant him an abundance of time to procrastinate. 3 days was the utmost limit. Although reluctant, Gao Weibang had no choice but to acquiesce to Zhang Wentao's demands, for the matter had escalated to this extent where dissent was futile. He discerned the underlying implications of Zhang Wentao's words, realizing that the appointments of the 3 individuals, which had been tentatively agreed upon, were now firmly under Zhang Wentao's control. This was also Zhang Wentao's subtle threat, compelling him to yield on the remaining 2 candidates. Otherwise, should Zhang Wentao decide to abandon all restraint, it would not bode well for him. The blame lay with that phone call. Had it not been for that, Zhang Wentao would not have been afforded a moment's respite. Noticing Gao Weibang's silence, Zhang Wentao decisively declared, let it be so, the meeting is adjourned. Grasping his water cup, he exited the conference room and made his way to his office. Shortly thereafter, Wang Feng, Qian Kongwen, and Chao Zhida, among others, arrived. Being familiar faces, Zhang Wentao did not conceal his dark demeanor. The atmosphere in the office was palpably somber. The meticulously prepared standing committee meeting had devolved into such disarray, leaving everyone disheartened. Were it not for that timely phone call providing Zhang Wentao with an excuse, they might have already been pressed down into the ground. Chapter 90. Is he capable? Jiang Feng, we are heading out now. Make sure to join us soon. Don't be too late. Wang Guizhi's voice resonated. Jiang Feng acknowledged her. As his parents departed for the restaurant, after a brief tidying up, he glanced at the clock, noticing it was nearly 11, and thus set out for the restaurant. The county town was not particularly large. Even though work had officially commenced since yesterday, the festive spirit of the new year remained palpable throughout the town. Upon reaching the restaurant, he spotted a newlywed couple waiting at the entrance. As Jiang Feng approached, Jiang Lin stepped forward with his girlfriend. Xiao Feng, this is your sister-in-law. Tranqian, this is my cousin from my uncle's side, 3 years younger than me, Jiang Feng. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, Jiang Feng, she replied. Jiang Feng assessed her. Noting that his cousin was indeed fortunate, his girlfriend was quite attractive, even by the standards of the county. Xiao Feng, you go inside first. Your sister-in-law and I will wait here for the relatives who have yet to arrive, Jiang Lin stated. We are on the 2nd floor in the Jia Shantu small hall, with a total of 4 tables. All right, Jiang Feng nodded and entered the restaurant. As he approached the banquet hall, he could already sense the lively clamor inside. Jiang Feng has arrived. Jiang Dali had been watching the entrance intently and immediately stood up to wave upon spotting him. Initially, Jiang Feng had intended to sit with the younger relatives, but since Jiang Dali called him over, he had no choice but to walk over under the gaze of everyone present. Allow me to introduce you. This is my nephew, Jiang Feng. Currently working at the Public Security Bureau in the Northeast as the Deputy Director, Jiang Dali announced. This revelation instantly drew the attention of many from the bride's side. In a small county, for the majority of ordinary individuals, holding the title of Deputy Director was indeed considered a position of authority. In other words, Jiang Feng does not work in his hometown. Otherwise, at this moment, those who are toasting and presenting cigarettes would have risen. Nevertheless, even in his absence, people still hold Jiang Feng in high regard, and by extension, they also regard Jiang Dali favorably, for he is a leader with a stable government position. Even if they are far apart and unable to offer assistance, their insight and experience are unparalleled. Should any situation arise, their advice would carry weight, as they are family. Jiang Feng remains seated, prepared to indulge in a couple of drinks with everyone. Jiang Dali insists that Jiang Feng stay, and Jiang Feng can only nod in acquiescence. Before long, all parties have arrived and are ready to commence the feast, yet the protagonists, Jiang Lin and Liu Qianqian, are nowhere to be found. At this moment, the sound of an argument echoes from the corridor. Jiang Feng steps outside to find two ruffians engaged in a scuffle with Jiang Lin, clearly intoxicated. Their hands are pushing and shoving, but their eyes frequently dart towards Liu Qianqian. What are you doing? A multitude of Jiang family members appears. Yet the ruffians show no signs of retreat. The Jiang family is composed of honest individuals who can easily discern the sincerity in others. Their hardships have etched lines upon their faces, the marks of a life weathered, yet they have grown accustomed to compliance, believing that enduring hardship is a blessing. When trouble arises, they instinctively look to their own children for blame. They possess remarkable patience and honesty, yet this very nature often renders them vulnerable to bullying. Jiang Lin, what are you doing? Today is your auspicious day. There are so many witnesses. Hurry back. The celebration is about to begin, Jiang Dali interjects, adopting a mindset of avoiding further conflict. Leave. Who said you could go? Apologize to us. You bumped into someone and can't even utter an apology? Do you have any manners? You did this on purpose. Liu Qianqian's voice quivers with a hint of tears. On such a joyous occasion, an incident like this is exceedingly distressing. On purpose? What evidence do you have to support that claim? Moreover, what have we done intentionally? Speak up. The two ruffians retort, grinning nonchalantly, their words laced with an inexplicable arrogance that anyone can discern. Jiang Lin, unable to contain his anger, clenches his fists, ready to confront the ruffians. On the day of his engagement, his fiancée is being harassed by a group of thugs. To remain passive would be to forsake his manhood. However, Jiang Dali swiftly restrains Jiang Lin, recognizing that these ruffians are merely intoxicated troublemakers. Striking them would be easy, but resolving the aftermath would be far more complicated, especially with so many witnesses present. I warn you, do not overstep your bounds. Overstep? What if we do? Go ahead, hit me. The two ruffians taunt, brazenly presenting their faces. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Feng steps forward and swiftly delivers a sharp slap to one ruffian's face, followed by another to the second. The young ruffian covered his face in disbelief, astonished that someone would dare to take action against him. What do you mean? Jiang Feng retorted, delivering a sharp slap to each of them. Are you satisfied now? After administering his punishment, Jiang Feng brandished his police badge before the two bewildered thugs. Their confusion dissipated as they recognized the badge, instantly awakening them to their predicament. Come here, Jiang Feng commanded, guiding them away from the crowd, where they obediently leaned against the wall. It's a festive occasion. I don't wish to disrupt the New Year spirit, understand? He struck their faces with a force that was neither too gentle nor too harsh, yet laden with humiliation. They nodded vigorously in response. At that time, the era of social media had not yet dawned. The police's approach to law enforcement was decidedly more stringent, often resorting to direct action against such delinquents. We understand. We apologize, officer, the two ruffians stammered, realizing they had encountered an immovable obstacle. Their earlier bravado vanished, their cheeks still marked with red slaps, as they humbly offered their apologies. All right, be gone, Jiang Feng dismissed them. Initially, onlookers viewed Jiang Feng merely as a bureaucrat with a stable job, perhaps with a tinge of envy. However, their expressions shifted dramatically as they witnessed the formerly arrogant ruffians cower under Jiang Feng's authority. In a distant office in northeast Xia County, Zhang Wentao turned to Wang Feng and inquired, "What about that Jiang Feng you mentioned? Is he suitable for the position of Executive Deputy Director at the County Public Security Bureau? If so, call him now and ask him to come see me. If not, I shall consider other candidates. Can Jiang Feng handle it? Wang Feng felt a pang of hesitation. He was indeed eager to recommend Jiang Feng to Zhang Wentao. The prospect of Jiang Feng ascending to the position of Executive Deputy Director at the Public Security Bureau thrilled him, as Jiang Feng was one of his own. A promotion for Jiang Feng would undoubtedly benefit Wang Feng as well. Had this inquiry occurred 3 days prior, before the standing committee meeting, he would have been unreserved. Yet now, their previous efforts at the committee had yielded no results, leaving only the positions of the Public Security Bureau and the Petition Bureau available. The latter was hardly desirable, a role fraught with the challenges of dealing with petitioners, often involving the unenviable task of managing discontented citizens. Simply put, it entailed considerable work with little authority. Hence, the position was not contested. All focus remained on the Executive Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. It seemed highly likely that this significant personnel shift would culminate in the acquisition of merely one position, that of Executive Deputy Director at the Public Security Bureau. The young man, Jiang Feng, has ascended, and it is of paramount importance that he establishes a firm foothold and exerts influence within the Public Security Bureau. Consequently, Wang Feng finds himself under considerable pressure. Should Zhang Wentao heed his counsel and elevate Jiang Feng, the ramifications of Jiang Feng's potential instability would reflect back upon him, leading to significant repercussions. In the future, if he were to propose another candidate, Zhang Wentao would likely lose faith in him. However, in a fleeting moment of clarity, Wang Feng reflected upon his interactions with Jiang Feng. Despite his youth, Jiang Feng has never disappointed him. Presently, he serves as the Deputy Chief of the Forest Public Security. Yet the director, Liu Weiming, dispatched by Wei Jianmin, has been stifled. With this in mind, Wang Feng resolved to speak affirmatively. Secretary Zhang, I believe Jiang Feng is capable. With our support, he will undoubtedly solidify his position at the county police station. This declaration essentially placed the burden of responsibility upon Jiang Feng, should he falter. Wang Feng's credibility with Zhang Wentao would diminish. Zhang Wentao regarded Wang Feng with a nod. Very well, contact him at once and arrange for him to meet with me. We must prepare for the standing committee meeting in 3 days. Understood, Secretary Zhang, Wang Feng acknowledged, rising and exiting the office. He made his way to the end of the corridor, retrieved his phone, and dialed Jiang Feng's number. Xiao Feng, well done. You handled those 2 ruffians with such finesse. Thank you for saving our family from embarrassment today, Jiang Dali exclaimed, pulling Jiang Feng into a smile. Thank you, Xiao Feng, Jiang Lin and Lu Qianqian expressed their gratitude, their eyes brimming with appreciation. Had it not been for Jiang Feng, their engagement banquet would have been thrown into disarray. Indeed, Xiao Feng, thank you. Lu Qianqian's parents chimed in. No need for formalities. We are all family here. Those 2 ruffians were merely bothersome nuisances, and I refuse to let them disrupt our joy. Jiang Feng waved dismissively, downplaying what others deemed a troublesome matter, as it truly posed no challenge for him. The group returned to the banquet hall, where Jiang Dashan and Wang Guizhi received numerous compliments. For Jiang Feng, the 2 ruffians were inconsequential, akin to mere flies, annoying but ultimately insignificant. Yet for ordinary individuals, such thugs could indeed prove troublesome. Having a police officer in the family is truly advantageous. When faced with such situations, they can be resolved swiftly, someone remarked. Indeed, Dashan, your Xiao Feng has truly made a name for himself. To us, he is still a child, but to others, he is a legitimate leader, another added. Honestly, when Xiao Feng wore that stern expression earlier, I felt a twinge of fear, someone confessed. Xiao Feng has indeed become quite accomplished, they all praised. And Jiang Dashan and Wang Guizhi beamed with pride. Life is sustained by a sense of dignity. And perhaps the essence of returning home in glory lies in moments like these. Observing the pride on his parents' faces, despite the earlier disturbance caused by the 2 ruffians, the outcome was remarkably favorable. A minor incident occurred earlier, but now the feast has been fully served. Today marks the engagement banquet of Xiaolin and Qianqian, and I sincerely wish for their swift union. Jiang Dali, his face glowing with joy, presented a red envelope to Lu Qianqian. After a brief ceremony, the guests began to indulge in food and drink. Come, Xiaofeng and uncle, let us raise a glass, Jiang Dali called out. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. Just as he lifted his cup, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took out his phone to check. It was Wang Feng. With a polite smile directed at Jiang Dali, he said, Uncle, I apologize, but I need to take this call. Jiang Dali waved his hand dismissively. No problem, go ahead. Your call must be important, don't let it wait. Once you finish, we'll enjoy a couple more drinks together. Exiting the banquet hall, Jiang Feng found an empty room to take the call. Hello, Wang County, he answered. Jiang Feng, where are you right now? You need to clear your schedule. Secretary Zhang wishes to meet with you, Wang Feng stated directly. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wang County, is it urgent? I'm currently attending my cousin's engagement banquet. If it's pressing, I can head back immediately. Wang Feng appreciated Jiang Feng's promptness and ability to act swiftly to fulfill leadership requests without questioning the details. Make your way back as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. How long will it take you? I'll depart now. It will take about 3 hours to reach the provincial capital. If the flight tonight aligns, I could arrive by night and potentially reach our county by tomorrow morning. Jiang Feng replied, despite not knowing the specifics of Wang Feng's urgency. Is it really necessary to rush back to meet Secretary Zhang? It seems excessive, he mused. But given Wang Feng's insistence, he felt compelled to return without delay. All right, hurry back and contact me the moment you arrive in the county, Wang Feng instructed. Understood. Wang County, Jiang Feng concluded the call, pondering the reason behind Wang Feng's haste. Was something amiss? However, time was of the essence. He returned to the banquet hall and approached his parents. Mom, Dad, there has been a situation in the county. I must leave immediately, Jiang Feng said. A hint of guilt in his voice. He had initially planned to stay for half a month and return after the Lantern Festival. But Wang Feng's urgent call demanded he depart without delay. Not only would he miss staying until the Lantern Festival, but he would also have to forego the engagement banquet altogether. What is the rush? Zhang Dashan could not help but inquire. The leadership called. I must return to pack and leave at once, Jiang Feng explained, uncertain of the urgency behind Wang Feng's request to return. Was it truly necessary to meet with Secretary Zhang so hastily? Leaving now? But you haven't even eaten, Wang Guizhi remarked. Surprised that Jiang Feng was in such a hurry that he could not spare time for a meal. It was too late. I exchanged greetings with my uncle and the others. You all continue dining. I shall return to tidy up before departing, Jiang Feng remarked, shaking his head. Wang Guizhi attempted to voice her thoughts, but Zhang Dashan interrupted, saying, enough of this. The child's work is of utmost importance. Eldest sister, second brother. There are matters requiring my attention at the unit, and I must leave. Jiang Dashan stated directly. Jiang Feng lifted his glass, addressing his relatives, aunt, uncle, elder brother, sister-in-law. I received a call from the unit regarding urgent matters that necessitate my return. I shall drink this toast and take my leave, wishing you both a sweet union. As beautiful as jade, harmonious and fulfilling. After finishing his drink in one gulp, he set the glass down. Wait, Xiaofeng, why the haste? You could leave tomorrow or... At the very least, after dinner, Jiang Dali quickly interjected. Jiang Feng shook his head. I am pressed for time. The journey back is long. Aunt, uncle. I shall return to visit when time permits. Allow us to see you off, Jiang Dali said as he began to rise. Jiang Feng stopped him directly. Uncle. My brother and his fiancée's engagement banquet has just commenced. There is no need for farewells. Everyone should enjoy their meal and drinks without interruption. Jiang Feng refrained from allowing his parents to accompany him, fearing it would disrupt the engagement celebration, which involved both sides' relatives. Departing quietly, Jiang Feng left alone. While the atmosphere at the engagement banquet remained lively, though Jiang Dashan and his wife felt somewhat distracted, their hearts heavy. Upon returning home, Jiang Feng quickly packed his belongings and headed out. Knowing that taking the bus would be too rushed, he opted for a taxi directly to the provincial city. The taxi driver quoted a high fare, as such direct trips from a small county were rare. Jiang Feng did not hesitate and readily agreed. While en route, Jiang Feng called Ma Tianyu. Is this a convenient time for you? He inquired directly. Yes, Director Jiang, what can I do for you? Ma Tianyu responded promptly. Fill the car with fuel and head straight to the provincial airport, Jiang Feng instructed. Are you returning, Director Jiang? Yes, I am also on my way to the airport. I am uncertain when I will arrive back in northeast China tonight. Once at the airport, we must leave for the county immediately, Jiang Feng explained. Understood. Ma Tianyu sensed the urgency in Jiang Feng's tone and felt relieved that he had not consumed alcohol at lunch. Otherwise, he would have been unable to fulfill Jiang Feng's request, significantly tarnishing his reputation in Jiang Feng's eyes. Upon arriving at his home airport in the provincial city, Jiang Feng purchased a ticket for the soonest flight, departing at midnight. On the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, shortly after 2 in the morning, Jiang Feng landed at the Northeast Airport. When he contacted Ma Tianyu, he found his colleague had been waiting for a considerable time. Director Jiang, thank you for your effort. Hand me the car keys, and I will drive. You should rest, Jiang Feng said. No need. I am not tired. I can drive, Ma Tianyu insisted. Jiang Feng shook his head and said, trust me, this is for both our safety. I've had some rest on the plane. You should take a nap in the car. Once you feel refreshed, you can take over for me. The vehicle sped away from the airport, racing towards Shi County. At 7 in the morning, the sleek black Audi entered the county town of Shi. Jiang Feng took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Feng, then sought a place to grab a quick breakfast. During his engagement banquet at his hometown the previous day, he had only sipped a couple of drinks and hadn't touched a morsel of food, and now nearly 20 hours had passed, covering over 2,000 kilometers. His stomach was already gnawingly empty. As he settled down in a breakfast shop, just as he began to eat his steamed buns, Wang Feng's call came through. Where are you now? Come directly to my office once you arrive, Wang Feng instructed. After hanging up, Jiang Feng hastily finished his buns, glancing at the time. Only half an hour remained before the 8 o'clock work start. He asked Ma Tianyu to drop him off at home, where he took a shower and changed into fresh clothes, washing away the fatigue of his journey. Though his eyes remained bloodshot and his face bore the marks of exhaustion, his overall demeanor appeared much improved. He splashed cold water on a towel and pressed it to his face, shaking off all remnants of drowsiness. Upon arriving at the county government compound at precisely 7:55, Jiang Feng called Wang Feng's driver. After Wang Feng was promoted to deputy county chief, he moved his office to the county government compound, and Jiang Feng had never been there before, making it difficult to find the office. Director Jiang, County Chief Wang is waiting for you in his office. I'll take you there. Wang Feng's driver promptly appeared before him. Jiang Feng nodded and followed the driver inside. The office building of the county government, despite being over a decade old, did not offer as comfortable an environment as the Forestry Bureau. However, the solemn national emblem hanging above the front entrance attested to its status as a primary government institution. No matter how grand or wealthy a corporation may be, it could never display the national emblem at its entrance. Yet, even the smallest of governmental entities, such as a township office, could proudly display it. This is the essence of government. The elevated emblem represents solemnity and sanctity, causing anyone who enters to feel a profound sense of gravity. Jiang Feng knocked on the door of Wang Feng's office. Come in, came the reply. Upon entering, he found Wang Feng busy with paperwork, who motioned for him to sit. Jiang Feng settled onto the sofa, surveying Wang Feng's office, which lacked the opulence of his previous office at the Forestry Bureau. It appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 square meters, with a small door leading to what seemed to be a temporary lounge. You must be quite tired from your journey, Wang Feng said, finishing the document he was working on and joining Jiang Feng at his side. Not at all, County Chief, Jiang Feng replied. Your home is over 1,000 kilometers from here, isn't it? 2,000 kilometers, Jiang Feng responded. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Feng with satisfaction. His positive attitude was a testament to the support he had lent him. The urgent call to bring you back this time is due to Secretary Zhang wishing to meet you. Do not overthink it when the time comes. Simply answer whatever Secretary Zhang asks you, and remember to present yourself well, Wang Feng instructed. County Chief, may I inquire if Secretary Zhang is eager to meet me for some significant matter? Jiang Feng asked. Wang Feng nodded. As I mentioned before, after the new year, there will be a substantial personnel change in the county. I have recommended you to Secretary Zhang, as there is a vacancy for the Executive Deputy Director in the Public Security Bureau. What? Jiang Feng's breath quickened at the revelation. The position of Executive Deputy Director was incredibly alluring, although it was still a deputy-level position. The role of the Forest Public Security Director paled in comparison to that of the Executive Deputy Director of the County Public Security Bureau. It felt as though he was leaping a rank. He had only aspired to roles such as the Forest Public Security Director or perhaps the Director of the Political Office within the County Bureau. The prospect of becoming a Deputy Director was already a significant advancement, yet here he was, being considered for the Executive Deputy Director. The Executive Deputy Director ranked second or third within the County Bureau. The Public Security Bureau was an operational unit, with the Director at the helm. The Political Commissar would certainly rank above an ordinary Deputy Director, yet it was difficult to ascertain which held greater authority, the Political Commissar or the Executive Deputy Director. There were instances where a formidable Executive Deputy Director wielded more influence than a Political Commissar. County Chief, am I capable of this? Jiang Feng's heart raced, his breath quickening. I have faith in you and have already vouched for you in front of Secretary Jiang. As long as Secretary Jiang nods in agreement upon meeting you, the remaining matters will be fervently pursued on your behalf. Of course, until the final moment, unexpected developments may arise, Wang Feng explained. Jiang Feng understood that until the dust settled and the organization department issued a notification, uncertainties would persist. Nevertheless, for him, the mere existence of such an opportunity, a potential chance, was ample. If this attempt did not succeed, perhaps the next would. If that failed, the possibility would only increase with each subsequent attempt. As long as there was an opportunity, it was tantamount to having already achieved 80% of success. Thank you, County Chief. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. I can only pledge that wherever you direct me, I shall follow. I am confident in my ability to excel in this role and will not disappoint you or betray your expectations. Jiang Feng earnestly declared his loyalty. He understood that while Wang Feng's words carried the weight of social obligation, recommending him also entailed risk for Wang Feng. Should he fail to perform well, Wang Feng would bear the responsibility of having chosen unwisely. Although the magnitude of this responsibility could vary, it nonetheless involved a degree of risk. Thus, Jiang Feng's gratitude was layered. First, an expression of loyalty, affirming his commitment to follow and serve. Second, a declaration of determination, expressing confidence in his capability to succeed in the new role. And lastly, a statement of attitude. In Wang County, should there be any matters of uncertainty in my work, I shall certainly seek your guidance. With your oversight, I am confident in performing my duties effectively. Wang listened to Jiang Feng's words and nodded in satisfaction. Please wait a moment. I shall consult Secretary Jiang to ascertain his availability. Wang Feng picked up the phone on the desk and made the call. A minute later, he set the phone down. The leadership from the Provincial Development and Reform Commission had come for an inspection, visiting several counties today, and it was uncertain which one they would choose. Secretary Jiang was currently preparing the necessary materials for the inspection and was unavailable at this moment. Wang Feng explained, then added, in that case, please return to your unit and wait. I will inform you as soon as Secretary Jiang has a moment. Understood, Wang County, Jiang Feng replied, nodding. After bidding farewell to Wang Feng, he exited the county government compound. However, he did not return to his unit. Instead, he instructed Ma Tianyu to park the car nearby and wait, ensuring that he could promptly attend to Secretary Jiang when the opportunity arose. It was imperative not to keep the leadership waiting. Tianyu, please buy a towel and 2 bottles of mineral water. I shall rest in the car for a while. Jiang Feng, already fatigued, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Around noon, his phone rang twice, once from his father, Jiang Dashan, inquiring whether Jiang Feng had returned to the unit safely, and the other from Chen Kai, asking when Jiang Feng would be back, wishing to extend New Year greetings and invite him to dinner. After a deep slumber until noon, Jiang Feng felt slightly rejuvenated. Ma Tianyu returned with takeout, and they shared a meal in the car. Director Jiang, what is the purpose of the mineral water and towel? Ma Tianyu curiously asked, noting that Jiang Feng wouldn't even drink the water. It's to help me stay alert. If I'm in a groggy state after dozing off in the car and the leadership calls for me, I certainly cannot appear before them looking half asleep. I must present myself well, Jiang Feng explained. Ma Tianyu, though not an exemplary driver attuned to the leadership's sentiments, recognized that no driver starts out fully qualified. Only the drivers in the government compound, who have experience chauffeuring leaders daily, possess that acumen. Director Jiang, your attention to detail is commendable. I must learn from you. Ma Tianyu responded, an expression of realization dawning upon him. The afternoon passed, and as the end of the workday approached, Jiang Feng instructed Ma Tianyu to reserve a table at a restaurant, regardless of whether Secretary Jiang would be available that evening. It was prudent to make arrangements in case he was. However, by 8 o'clock, no call had come through. Jiang Feng returned to rest, but found himself unable to sleep in bed, having spent the previous night awake and having taken a long morning nap, completely disrupting his sleep schedule. Despite the urgency to return, he was bound to wait for Zhang Wentao's availability. There was no alternative. Subordinates must await their leaders, as it is rarely the other way around. Leaders are preoccupied with myriad responsibilities, leaving subordinates to persist in their anticipation. The following morning, on the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Feng once again arrived at the county government compound, first courteously calling Wang Feng before waiting patiently. Waiting like this, from dawn until dusk, The chill of the northeast in the first month of the lunar calendar is quite severe. Although the air conditioning in the car is on, the confined space feels stifling. My legs, bent for an extended period, ache painfully. I find myself needing to step out occasionally to stretch my body. Chapter 94. The astute individual. As the workday neared its end, Jiang Feng routinely sent Ma Tianyu to the restaurant to arrange a private room and finalize the meal order. Director Jiang, that restaurant is rather expensive. We reserved a room yesterday, but didn't go, resulting in a loss of 200 yuan. It's better to be prepared than sorry. Go ahead. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Ma Tianyu proceeded to make the reservation while Jiang Feng continued to wait in the car. This marked his second day back in Xia County. Meanwhile, Zhang Wentao had also bid farewell to the inspection team and drove to the Armed Forces Department to meet Li Bo. Not wishing to involve himself in the county's political struggles, was candid with Zhang Wentao. Secretary Zhang, I'm in a difficult position. I can support you this once regarding the selection at the Public Security Bureau, but I will not partake in further matters, Li Bo said with a wry smile. Zhang Wentao nodded and returned to the county committee. He initially intended to call Wang Feng to inform him about Jiang Feng's arrival. But as he passed by Lei Jun's office and noticed the light still on, he decided to knock and enter. Secretary, what brings you here at this late hour? Is there something on your mind? Lei Jun inquired. Nothing pressing. I was just preparing to leave and noticed you still working. So I thought I'd drop by for a moment. Hope I'm not intruding? Zhang Wentao replied with a smile. Not at all, Lei Jun assured him. What are your thoughts on the county's development? Zhang Wentao cautiously probed. Secretary Zhang, as the head of the county committee, you hold the reins, and I, as your deputy, will certainly support your work. Whatever directives you have, I will follow, Lei Jun responded. Zhang Wentao set down his teacup and continued. Let us not just speak of cooperation. The issues in the county require collective wisdom. If you have any valuable insights or suggestions, Secretary Lei, please do not hesitate to share. We must communicate openly. Though Zhang Wentao's words were somewhat veiled, their intent was unmistakable. During the recent standing committee meeting, had Lei Jun directly approached him about wanting a position in urban construction, he would have been inclined to assist. Instead, Lei Jun chose to collaborate with Gao Weibang. Such decisions cannot be repeated in the future. Zhang Wentao was confident that Lei Jun understood his implication, yet to his surprise, Lei Jun chuckled and said, Secretary, I'm getting on in years. My mind doesn't work as swiftly anymore. My main focus is to support your work, and as for county matters, I believe you and County Head Gao should take the lead. Zhang Wentao's expression stiffened slightly. He comprehended Lei Jun's stance. He was not accepting the goodwill extended to him. Having communicated his thoughts to this extent, further discussion seemed unnecessary. Very well, it's getting late. I won't keep you any longer, Secretary Lei. With that, Zhang Wentao exited Lei Jun's office and returned to his own. The situation in the county has become quite apparent. Among the 9 standing committee members, excluding Li Bo, nearly half support me while the other half backs Gao Weibang. If Lei Jun were to lend his support, I would wield significant influence in the standing committee. However, if he does not, my authority would be considerably diminished and my power curtailed. Should I fail to impose my will in the committee, many matters will require negotiation with Gao Weibang, necessitating prior communication to secure a place on the agenda, which imposes significant constraints upon me. Zhang Wentao felt a twinge of headache, but fortunately, he had received some good news. At tomorrow's standing committee meeting, Li Bo would support him regarding the position of the executive deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, ensuring a majority. As Zhang Wentao pondered this, he suddenly realized he had yet to meet Jiang Feng. He picked up the phone on his desk and called Wang Feng. Please bring Jiang Feng to my office. Understood. Secretary Zhang, I will escort Jiang Feng over now, Wang Feng replied. All right, just have him come over. I will be waiting in my office. After hanging up, Zhang lit a cigarette and stood by the window. He rarely smoked, only indulging when troubled, as it helped clear his mind. Just as he stood by the window, he noticed a car illuminating its headlights as it entered the compound of the county government. The evening had already settled, and from his office, he could see clearly. Of course, it was primarily due to the fact that it was now nighttime. Vehicles visiting the county government had almost ceased. It appeared that someone had been waiting outside for a while, though he was uncertain who had come to conduct business. Zhang, gazing out towards the city, observed the scattered lights, which paled in comparison to the vibrancy of the urban center. Indeed, the area was still quite underdeveloped. The pace of urban construction needed to accelerate. However, before proceeding with any initiatives, it was essential to clarify personnel relationships, lest his demands remain unfulfilled. Contemplating the position of the party secretary for Qingwan Township that he had not secured, Zhang Wentao was interrupted by a knock at the office door. "Come in." "Hello. Secretary Zhang, I am Jiang Feng from the Forestry Police, here to report to you." Jiang Feng entered and saluted. Zhang Wentao was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Feng had arrived rather swiftly, having been the one in the car he saw entering the county government compound. It seemed he had been waiting outside for quite some time. Realizing this, Zhang's demeanor softened considerably. Opportunities are always afforded to those who are prepared. And Jiang Feng's patience was genuinely commendable. "You arrived so quickly. I just saw you from the window, though I did not expect it to be you." "We have met before," Zhang Wentao remarked as he prepared to pour tea for Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng promptly accepted the teapot, first filling Zhang Wentao's cup before pouring some for himself. He then continued the conversation. "Indeed, Secretary Zhang, it was at the Londing restaurant, where County Chief Wang took me." "Are you from out of town?" "Indeed, Secretary Zhang, my family hails from afar." After engaging in some light conversation, Zhang Wentao inquired about the workings of the County Public Security Bureau, specifically questioning the responsibilities of law enforcement, an inquiry that is hardly novel. Jiang Feng is convinced that Zhang Wentao's curiosity extends beyond mere formalities. "Secretary Zhang, it is my belief that the Public Security Department operates as an enforcement entity. It is paramount to recognize that the party commands the gun. Thus, all principles governing public security must operate under this tenet. In addition to safeguarding the property of the populace, it is imperative, under your esteemed leadership, to ensure that the county's economic development is effectively supported." Zhang Wentao regarded Jiang Feng with a slight smile, acknowledging the latter's astuteness.